The author of entry number 1 wrote that one day in 2023 he and his comrades were summoned to another world. When this happened, a bright flash of light appeared in one of the areas of the planet, and recalling this, the author of the entry decided to clarify something, recalling the moment when suddenly an even square in the center of the city was moved somewhere else. The same thing happened in some other countries, and the person who kept his notes explained that only part of their city was summoned. The cutout part of the city rose on a stone pillar which was assigned a personal number. A little later, continuing to keep his notes, the author reached note number 13, explaining that the place where they ended up was a game of higher beings called players. He imagined several of these creepy beings as well as dice on each of the faces of which numbers were written. A section of the city was summoned as a token for this game, and besides this city, other summoned sections also became tokens moving along the tape, which was the game board. A little later, the author reached entry number 224, telling that the players throw dice and move their tokens. Depending on where the token stops, various tasks appear, and the people who were on this token had to perform indescribably difficult and dangerous tasks. These tasks could be anything, for example, winning a battle, finding a way out of a labyrinth, conducting an investigation, and so on. The task was to lead the token to the very end. If this end even exists, this task lay with those people who lived in the token. And continuing to take notes, the author reached entry number 743 and paused for a moment thinking, and then wrote that token number 76, and he lost. He sat on a throne surrounded by the burning ruins of a city as well as weapons stuck in the ground. The area around him as well as himself was splattered with blood, and at his feet lay small notebooks in which he wrote his notes. Distracted from writing, he looked around, and then wrote that the losing chips were destroyed. Imagining several such chips which destroyed began to fall. The inhabitants divided the fate of these chips, since the borders were protected by a special barrier, and people, no matter how desperately they knocked on this barrier trying to get out, could do nothing. The author explained that this was why he left these notes, and although he did not know whether anyone would get their hands on it, he hoped that they would be able to avoid their fate. Finally, he warned that under no circumstances should anyone who could read his notes try to confront the players. He pictured one of these players with various dice floating in the air around him, and as he pictured various people with magic weapons and strength, he noted that no matter how strong a person or their weapons were, in the end they were all just pawns in a game. As he finished his notes, one of the players grinned and picked up his spear, placing the tip of it over pawn number 76. Soon lowering his spear, the player pierced the shield surrounding the pawn and began to lower his spear further, piercing the pawn and destroying it. Clouds of dust rose into the air, and sometime later, when it cleared, the man who had written the notes was himself dead, but his SK skeleton was still sitting on the throne. Suddenly yelled Choi, came closer to him, leaned over, picked up one of the man's notebooks, and opening it stood for a while concentrating on the notes. He finally admitted that these were pretty good strategies, but threw the notebook down, noting that he already knew everything that was written here. Using magic, he rose into the air but did not stop, but continued to fly higher, and the player who had already turned his back to the destroyed ship turned back again, noticing him, and extended his hand to the side above which a spear began to form. After finishing this, the player swung his weapon again, intending to destroy the protagonist, and at the moment the tip of the spear collided with him, dust appeared in the air, and when it gradually began to dissipate, the player noticed Choi, who managed to stop the spear with only one hand. In the place where the protagonist struck the spear, cracks began to spread along the tip of this one, and he added that there was an error in these notes due to the power of his strike. Cracks began to spread at a high speed, moving from the tip to the handle of the spear, and because of this the entire weapon began to break, and Choi, clenching his palm into a fist, swung approaching the player and hit it with such force that a flash of bright light appeared in the air, and the player himself, losing his balance, fell. And watching this, the protagonist announced that the players can be defeated. When the light dissipated, he noticed that part of the player's head was destroyed. Putting his palm forward, he showed a book surrounded by a magical aura and announced that this can be done none if the person has a suitable guide. Soon his guide opened, and Choi, smiling, said that he was not going to slavishly suffer until the very end. Because of this stupid game, he wanted to end this game and the players and then returned to his world, and while he was saying this on the destroyed ship number 76, the skull of the man who wrote the notes fell to the ground separated from the spine, and the main character announced that this was how they would end and introduced his comrades, after which he grinned, mentally returning some time ago. He remembered the day when they were transferred to the game. That day seemed completely ordinary, and no different from any other in the city. People walking along the street talked to each other, and one of the guys asked who wanted to trade with him. Soon a man approached him who agreed to the trade, and at that time the two comrades were talking to each other, and one of them, smiling, noted that the thing his friend had was very cool. Laughing, his comrade noted that he bought it himself. Choi was also among the people who were in this area at that time, and while listening to music on his headphones, he smiled faintly as he walked down the street. No one expected what would happen, and when the protagonist took another step, a flash of light suddenly appeared in front of his foot, and he froze in shock. Not understanding what was happening, this day was the last peaceful day in their lives, and the flash of light that appeared in front of Choi suddenly began to grow, spreading upward and in different directions, and the people who were outside this wall of light began to scream in panic, not understanding what was happening. Some assumed that they were terrorists, some thought it was an earthquake, but everyone was very scared, and the magical light meanwhile formed a barrier around a section of the city. After a while, Choi closed one eye because the light was too bright and let out a cry, and then after getting used to the surroundings he shuddered, opening his eyes wider and stuttering asked, "What is this?" He looked at the cliff that had formed in front of him because a section of the city had been turned into a chip. Not understanding this, the protagonist asked what is going on. Some people who were near him started talking, gradually coming to their senses, and one of them cried out because he had a headache. Someone was still curious about what had just happened and asked if it was an earthquake or a terrorist attack. However, Choi soon realized that it was an interdimensional movement. Realizing that they had entered another world, he asked himself in amazement, was what he had often read about in novels a manhwa was really happening to him right now? While he was thinking, the people around him were panicking, and some of them cursed, and someone trying to use the phone announced that the connection was not working. Suddenly a system window appeared in front of everyone, and Choi flinched in surprise, not expecting it. And the rest of them widened their eyes and even opened their mouths, looking at the notification in front of them. The system announced that the game had begun, asking the players to roll the dice, and Choi mentally repeated these words, not understanding what it meant. He also mentally noted that the smiley face depicted on the system window irritated him, but the next moment he was distracted because a girl standing very close to him suddenly pointed her finger upward, screaming and attracting the attention of everyone else. She asked them to look up, and raising their heads, everyone froze in horror, not understanding what it was. A large dice was flying from somewhere above towards the city, and the main character, seeing it, asked himself, is it really a dice? Having fallen on the barrier surrounding the city, the dice stopped, and the system announced that the number 8 chip was moving 3 cells forward. The next moment the chip began to move across the playing field, developing quite a high speed, and people began to panic again when they felt that the city was moving. The child clinging to his mother shouted that he was scared, and someone indignantly asked, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Choi tried to stay calm and realized that they were called to the game, but they were not players but tokens of this game. Finally the token reached the required number and stopped ceasing to move, and Choi realized that the player is the entity that threw the dice, but they, or to be more precise, the city of itself, are just a token, and in this game everything is decided by the player, the protagonist. Imagine how he played the game, guessing who to choose. Distracted from the memory, he continued to reflect on the present, noting that if the players needed a token so much, then they could only move the city, and so he asked himself, for what reason were they called here along with the city? Suddenly all the systems beeped again, announcing a new message, and Choi focused his attention on it, and the system said that they had arrived at a square called defense, telling the player to determine the difficulty and duration of the task and roll the dice. When the player rolled the dice, the notification said that the difficulty level would be 1, and when the player rolled the dice again, the system announced to the players that the duration of the task would be 3 days. After that, the map began to be created, and another panel surrounded by a barrier formed in the air next to the token, which gradually began to rise. until it stopped at the same level as the city. Noticing this, one of the guys shouted in amazement that the ground was rising. A girl standing nearby cursed and asked what was happening. Soon a notification appeared which announced that the defense mission was about to begin. All the people were excited about this, not understanding what was happening, and the system added that the condition for losing was the destruction of 4 bases. Almost immediately after that, the system marked the 4 bases, explaining that if they lost, the token would be destroyed. This made everyone horrified, and one of the guys stuttered, asking what about them. There was no answer, and indignantly people began to scream again, not understanding what kind of nonsense this was. One of the guys tried to beat his hands on the barrier, ordering someone to return them back and stop this, but Choi calmly closed his eyes, pulling out his earphone, and mentally noted that all this screaming was pointless, because if anyone wanted to communicate with him, these people would have done it a long time ago. Opening his eyes, he peered at the system in front of him, realizing that the best thing they could do now was to focus on the notifications. Meanwhile, the notification said that the provision of the necessary equipment to the residents began, and from the circle with a smiley face a cube appeared, and the notification asked the residents of the city to roll their dice, taking the cube. Choi was surprised, asking himself, does this really have 100 sides? Meanwhile, the notification showed the levels of the items provided, which were 1 to 60 were normal class, 61 to 80 were magic class, 81 to 94 were heroic class, 95 to 99 were legendary class, and the equipment number 100 was mythical class. Distracting Choi from reading the notification, the man next to him suddenly attracted the attention of the others by shouting that there was something approaching. The protagonist looked forward while the woman standing nearby held the cube in her hands in surprise. Other people also began to notice the silhouettes ahead, and one of them admitted that he doubted that it was a rescue team. Suddenly someone started screaming louder, realizing what was in front of them, and when the creatures got closer and the silhouettes became clearer, the town's people realized that these were monsters who, armed with weapons, were running towards them bearing their sharp fangs. Everyone started running in panic, screaming and begging for help, and Choi ran along with the rest of the people. And the next moment the monsters ran into the city, immediately starting to attack the people. The people who were attacked by the monster screamed in pain. Someone said that their leg hurt. Someone asked the monster to stop, but as soon as he finished the phrase, this person began to scream in pain and horror. The protagonist ran, but before he managed to find a safe shelter, a huge monster appeared behind him and swung his club to strike. The next moment blood sprayed into the air, and Troy himself flew far to the side due to how powerful this blow was. A deep gash appeared on his forehead, and he realized what the humans were for, mentally noting that they were the Pi's defense. Finally his fall ended, and he landed, raising clouds of dust into the air without losing consciousness. He mentally noted that they needed to protect peace, that was the city, in order to continue moving to the goal. This was a game of beings that could be gods or demons, and he imagined hands appearing in the air that threw dice, as well as other pieces located on the playing field. The monster that had attacked Choi stood in front of him, blood dripping from its club onto the floor, but the monster did not leave but continued to watch the protagonist. Suddenly Hago appeared behind this one, moving through the air using magical wings and suddenly landing on the ground. She thrust her spear into it, and streams of magical energy swirled around it, expanding and headed towards the monsters, turning into fire. The monsters turned around but did not have time to do anything, and the next moment they were destroyed by flames and screamed. That day the residents of the city lost their ordinary life and began to live very unusually. While Choi was still unconscious, Haya and the other residents who had already received weapons entered into battle with the monsters, and on the first day of the new year countless numbers of people died lying on the ruined ground in a pool of their own blood. However, heroes with various powers who were able to fight also appeared at that time. While the battles were going on, the protagonist was still lying on a pile of crumpled boxes, and at the moment he was level 1 and his class was a normal citizen. However, his hand gradually weakened and the cube that he had been squeezing in his palm fell out, and here on the 8th ship Choi became the strongest. After falling, the cube moved to the system window that caught it, and after rolling it stopped showing the upper edge of 100. After that a guide book appeared in the air, but despite the high level of the item that appeared, Choi was soon treated worse than trashed By the others he came across a book by the Demon King of Sovereign de Crossan, and it was a magic text of the mythical class. The text granted permission to use the library of the Demon King Crossan, who desired everything and everyone, and also allowed the user to find out information of any kind, such as the location of items, hidden events, information about monsters, a map, and the goal of the mission that had begun. The book appeared and hung in the air above. Choi opened up and was surrounded by magical energy, but China was the embodiment of monopolistic desire, and because of this, all the rewards of the survivors who received help from this knowledge should go to the owner of China's book. 3 hours after the start of the defense mission, there were 12 people dead and 7,023 wounded, and one base was destroyed. Hai, using her magic, destroyed the monsters closest to her with fire, and after finishing another attack she caught her breath heavily, and then asked, "Is it really over?" The guys standing next to her began to joyfully shout that they survived and won, and also said that how was divine. Suddenly a military vehicle pulled up closer, and when it stopped next to them the boys looked at it in surprise, and the soldiers getting out of the car announced that it was the Korean army, asking all the wounded and civilians to get into the truck as they were going to evacuate them to the TV tower. As the soldiers ran forward with their guns drawn, John Gon walked up to Hai and announced that she had done a good job. She said that it was nothing, and the soldiers began to help the wounded people get closer to the car. Guan thanked her for buying them time, as thanks to it the army and police were able to organize themselves, and now they were dispersing to different places. He was in the first level of the ordinary citizen class, and he received the helmet of the Inquisitor cultist Heldon, who belonged to the heroic class. Thanks to his iron faith, one could not fall into a state of confusion, fear, or charm. Looking at him hopefully, Ha asked if this meant that it was all over now. Gwen said seriously that the communications and internet were down, so it was hard to assess the entire situation, but they were using shortwave radios to keep in touch, so they should soon receive reports on the situation from other places. For now, he suggested going to the TV tower, and who agreed to it, but suddenly someone shouted that they shouldn't do that, and upon hearing this, Guan and Hai turned around, noticing Choi coming closer, who, looking at the book, announced that the wave was not over yet. He said that the boss would appear soon and explained that it was written in the book, noting that it had everything, including the quest information, monster data, and even their progress level. Turning the book to face Guan and Hai, he told them to look, and they looked at the book in surprise, noticing that there were blank pages. The protagonist was surprised to hear them say this, and looking at the book again, he asked himself, is it possible that he is the only one who can see this? How? Looking at Guan, asked, is it possible that the management can only see Choi? Guan thought about it, and noticed that it was more like a reference book, and thought if that was true, then this book was priceless, as knowledge is power. He asked if the main question could give them more information. He asked confusedly, and Gwen said that he needed proof of the contents of this book, and Choi said that he would tell them everything now, and looked at the book, and read about the Heldon helmet, which was a heroic rank item, and one of the 6 items of the full set. The user of this was Sergeant Guan, who stayed for 21 days. After hearing everything that the protagonist read out, Guan asked in surprise if there was really a set. Choi meanwhile started reading information about Hai, noting that she had a legendary rank weapon called the Empiric Fawn of the Fire Dragon's Protuberance. He also noted that surprisingly her favorite karaoke song was Mount Shield Gap. Hearing this, Hai became embarrassed and ordered him to stop, and Gwen, looking at her thoughtfully, noted that she had good taste. Having Cal calmed down a little, Hai finally thought resignedly that it was a secret, and said that if the book even contained personal information, then it meant that Choi was not lying. Gwen agreed with this, realizing that it was indeed a reference book, and he mentally noted that if this was true, then it meant that the boss was really approaching them. Taking the radio, he said that they confirmed the book's abilities, announcing that he would contact headquarters and ask the others to wait. Choi agreed with this. Sometime later, the man noted that he sometimes thought about this, and asked if this world was a game, then he was a glitched character. The problem was that the problems of this world were too easy for him, and he introduced several board games, and then noted that this was why the others treated them like this, and that was why he could not go out to the outside world. He sat looking at the glowing space in front of him, and said that everything was happening as if the moderator found a bug and isolated it, and he wondered what would happen if the day came when he would go out to this world. At this moment, hearing someone call out to him, Choi asked in surprise what happened. Gon explained to him that he received permission from the headquarters and noted that for them it was a lottery, but they thought that if there was no other plan they could not waste time, and so they decided to trust the information that the protagonist was telling them. Choi's face was sweating from the tension, but he still accepted the radio that Guan handed him. Guan asked the protagonist to provide as much information and countermeasures as possible, and he promised that he would. And at the beginning he made a check by asking if those who were also using the radio could hear him. He announced that from now on he would talk about the details of the defense mission, and explained that in this defense mission, their task was to protect 4 bases from monster waves, and a wave came every 4 hours. He introduced the horde of monsters and also added that at the end of each wave there would be a boss. One of these bosses was a 2-headed ogre of the first difficulty who used melee and magic at the same time. Choi also explained that in order to win they needed to repel attacks on the base 4 times a day, so in total it was 12 times in 3 days, and they also needed to defeat the wave bosses. He had all the information about this task, and he noted that if they used this and worked out a strategy together, then everything would be fine. While he was saying this, the police officers and warriors used their weapons and shields to defend themselves from the monsters, while the civilians were being saved, and the ambulance workers who remained in this part of the city were helping the wounded while they were taking care of the wounded people. Choi announced that they would definitely be able to survive and promised that he would look for a way to return to their world later. Hearing these words, Hai shuddered in surprise, thinking and mentally noted that he was thinking not only about this task but also about what would happen next. After a short silence, the protagonist closed his eyes, sighed, and then decided that in this case he would begin a little later. He decided that he should have checked everything then, since when he received the book he was unconscious, and he did not read the description of Kron's book. At the same time as he began to use it, the creature, having opened the scroll, used many quills to write, starting to write down the names of those people who used the information in the book. All the rewards of the surviving people who received help from this knowledge were to go to the owner of Kron's book, and the people who received help were not only the staff of the headquarters who directly received information from Choi. A large number of people were written in the scroll because it was not only the people who heard the information directly, but also those who heard the information from someone else, as well as those who heard some rumors. All the information that the protagonist received was suitable for the conditions, but without knowing it, he was in charge of the process, and while one of the soldiers was clarifying what a goblin was, another warned his comrade that a monster had appeared on the right. The others told each other to use fire attribute weapons to fight the monsters, and after a while Hao Choi and Goen noticed the first boss appear in front of them, who roared and raised his weapon before starting to attack. The protagonist extended his hand forward, giving orders, and following this, Guan fired his gun, directing the bullets into the monster's body, which, feeling the wound, screamed. The magical aura that was around the monster's gun disappeared, and taking advantage of this, Choi ordered Hai to move forward, and she suddenly rushed forward, activating her magic and concentrating enough power around herself. She delivered a powerful blow, cutting the monster with it. Stopping, she shuddered in amazement when she noticed that the boss was defeated, and then looked at her body as if she did not expect such an attack from herself. Gwen announced over the radio that the situation was under control and the first wave was over, while Choi, showing an approving gesture, smiled, looking at Haya, and she responded in kind. The list of people who had fallen under the influence of the protagonist's information was increasing, and the Demon King of Kron's sovereignty, who was encased in stone, did not move for a while with his eyes closed, and then opened them to see that on the number 8 chip the total number of residents was 193,50, of which the victims of the sovereignty that had already been recorded were 1765. This number made cross and smirk, as 91% of the townspeople's population had been recorded as victims in a single day, thanks to Choi, and this was only the beginning of his sins that continued after that until the very end of the game. And while thinking about this, he recreated in his mind the moment when he, using the weapons and information contained in the book, stood in front of the huge creatures ready to fight, while The people who had already been killed laid to the side covered in blood from their own wounds on the first day he entered the game. The protagonist realized that the defense mission was similar to base defense strategy games. The monsters were passing through the streets of the city, while Choi imagined the scheme necessary to win and mentally said that the monsters were heading for the bases that they needed to destroy and the players were creating forces to stop them. Suddenly one of the groups of monsters that was heading for the base froze alert, and Choi, using the radio, commanded the rest to act now. The next moment the people who were hiding on the roofs of the houses began to fire at the monsters using weapons and magic, and due to how strong these attacks were, the lower part of the street was hidden under clouds of black smoke and flashes of fire. First they shot the monsters from a long distance with weapons that hit a large area, and while the used weapons were on reload they attacked with other long-range weapons using weapons enhanced with the magic abilities they had acquired. The monsters that were hit by bullets and arrows screamed, surrounded by sprays of their own blood that rose into the air. The first level of danger monsters were not intelligent, and while the people sitting on top were shooting at the monsters, the other warriors who were defending the base below lined up, and one of them noted that the barrier was too weak, and another warned the others not to waste their bullets in vain because the monsters were stupid. They could lure them into advantageous positions, causing as much damage as possible and separating the monsters. The wounded monsters were already walking along another street but suddenly stopped as their path was blocked by three people who, running forward, used their abilities and high-class equipment to destroy the remaining monsters. Choi was sitting in one of the buildings in the city and, with a book spread out in front of him, he used a walkie-talkie, transmitting orders to the others and telling them to hold the desired position. He also relayed the coordinates where more people would need to be sent, and noted that Kron's book was updated in real time, and it contained all the information about the current situation. He only had to think about the information he wanted to see and turn the page, and that information would immediately appear. Taking a break from giving instructions to others, the protagonist mentally said that he could handle such and such a book. He soon returned to the book and told what equipment was suitable for further support, confirming where the warriors should take up position, and also warned that monsters would arrive again in 30 seconds. Noting that this was indeed the case, he mentally repeated that he would be able to survive here along with everyone else. Dark smoke appeared in the air from the numerous battles above the city, and the monster that was being attacked again could do nothing to defend itself. Gon, standing behind the barriers, took aim and announced that the situation was under control and ordered the third squad to survey the area. The soldiers responded immediately, and one of the soldiers who was holding a radio began reporting the situation to Choi. Hearing this, Gwen froze, thinking, and mentally noted that at first the protagonist's words were only advisory in nature, but the decision was up to the command. But now he had the feeling that Choi was in charge of everything. He sighed and pressed his lips tighter, thinking about what was happening, and noted that if the protagonist's words were to be believed, then the book was only information, and in that case he did not understand how Choi was able to take control of an entire city. A little later, stepping aside, he noticed that Choi was standing in front of a board with a map and several other sheets of paper attached to it. Using a pointer, he told the soldiers what to do, focusing on the book in his hands. Goen wondered if this could also be the merit of the book. Noticing him, the protagonist came closer to him and called out to him, and distracted from his thoughts, Guan flinched in surprise and asked what was going on. Choi relaxed and noted that it was almost over, and Guan asked if the boss of the last wave was approaching. The protagonist confirmed it was, but told Guan not to worry, and noticing his surprised look, he declared that Haya would handle this monster, and one fell swoop together they began to approach the military vehicle in the back of which, wrapped in a sleeping bag, Ha was sleeping. Soon they drove off, and she, hearing some sharp sounds, opened her eyes, waking up, and then flinched in fear, screaming when she realized that they were in the car trying to get away from the giant Billy of the first difficulty, who was born weak and rejected by his own kind. Billy was huge, but it lacked combat skills. Noticing that Hira had woken up, Choi happily noted this, and she asked why they hadn't woken her up without answering. Gwen said that they had recently run out of flares and threw a bomb towards the monster, and it tried to cover itself with its hand. The car continued to drive, taking the monster with it, and screaming loudly it slammed its fist trying to hit the car. but because the car had turned sharply it did not take any damage. Looking at Billy in fear, Ha asked what it was. Choi explained that this was precisely why they were there, since the bases would be destroyed in an instant if they fought the giant within the city. He soon added that it was a great relief that the giant was quite slow and had no resistance to the elements, so to win they would just have to rain down blows on it after stopping the car. Guan Choi and how got out of it, and how awkwardly noted that there were only 3 of them there. The protagonist explained that he didn't mean them but only who, and she looked at him in confusion, while Billy shouted, turning his attention to them. However, quickly gaining control of her emotions, Ha took out her weapon, activating magical energy, and asked what she should do. Choi announced that each item above the heroic rank had its own hidden feature, and if certain conditions were met, its form would change or new features would be revealed. He presented 3 such conditions written in lines, and repeated that in order to know the feature one must meet the conditions. Ha and Gu realized that it was a hidden feature, and the protagonist announced that this book showed him the hidden features of all items, and soon Ha stepped forward holding her weapon ready and frowned, asking if Choi was sure about this. He asked her to believe him and this book and confirmed that he was sure, and Hive admitted that did not like all this very much, but she raised her weapon, after which she carried it into herself, piercing her body through, and added that she believed Choi blood spurted into the air from the received wound. And Billy raised his hands up, going to strike, and screaming lowered his palms, hitting the place where Haya stood. Dust rose into the air. GW fearfully shouted Hayes' name, but the protagonist convinced him that she was fine, and the next moment they noticed that streams of magical energy appeared in the air due to the fact that all the conditions were met. A dome of magical energy began to form under the palms of the monster, raising its palms up, and then the magic concentrating more in the air took the form of a dragon, due to which the hidden skill of the prominence fond was activated. Guan and Choi watched in surprise, and the phantom dragon opened its mouth, forming a powerful attack. Next to it, the hidden skill was the summoning of the empiric fire dragon, and it could be done once per quest. Billy watched in surprise, and the next moment the dragon released its attack, and it was so powerful that the ground near which the attack was happening cracked, and the fire dome spread to a large distance from the epicenter of the battle, and Ji honestly admitted to himself that he was even afraid to imagine what would happen if this skill was used in the city. However, there was something more dangerous than the skill, and that was Choi's book. Thinking about this, Guan focused on the protagonist, who approached the heavily breathing Haya and asked if she was okay. As he approached her even closer, he noticed that it was very hot near her, and Goen continued to think about the book, realizing that it contained too much dangerous information, so that using it incorrectly would lead to the fall of their city. Guan was happy that a person like Choi had obtained the book. The protagonist at this time threw Hao's arm over his shoulder, helping her to come closer to where Goen was standing, and she thanked him, but he exclaimed that it was just a trifle. Soon the system notified them that they had completed the defense mission, and the residents outside the city were moved back. The surviving citizens were given a reward ward, and while the system was calculating it, everyone began to happily jump out the names of Hao and Gwen. Soon the system noted that 300 points were received for the completed task, but due to one of the 4 destroyed bases, 25% was deducted from this amount. That is, in the end, everyone received 225 points. In addition, there were individual rewards that were given for the participation rating in eliminating monsters, the participation rating in defending bases, and the participation rating in the battle with the boss. These rewards were to be given after the calculations, and finally, paying attention to the system, the city residents began to ask, does this really mean a reward? They realized that everything really is like in some game, and opened the store, noticing that there are categories such as healing, experience, skills, books, items, equipment, trade, and auction. The guy holding a badly injured brother on his lap shouted that they were alive. Soon people began to study the systems in more detail, noticing that a heal that healed all wounds cost 10 points, a cleanse that cleared all status abnormalities cost 10 points, and a regeneration that regenerated lost body parts cost 20 points. The nurse, who was currently in the hospital, told everyone to choose healing first, and realizing the current situation, Choi sighed in relief, realizing that this meant that the injured would be fine. However, everyone suddenly froze in shock, and noticing This the protagonist was also surprised, and at the same time as Hao and Guan he asked why something strange happened to everyone. It was because the system announced that 0 points were given to the players because all the rewards were taken according to the effect of the sovereignty sacrifice. The people who noticed this began to shout indignantly, not understanding what kind of joke this was, and they also asked where their points were. No one understood what kind of sovereignty sacrifice this was, and they asked for the system to return their points to them since people were dying around them. Hao, turning to Choi, asked excitedly what was going on. He admitted that he himself did not know what it meant, and his system began to show information about the sacrifice of sovereignty at the beginning. Due to the fact that 10% was sacrificed, the reward was doubled. After the system realized that 20% of the inhabitants were sacrificed, the reward was tripled, and at the end of the calculation, when the system noted that 90% of the inhabitants were sacrificed, it increased the reward by 100 times. The points count began, and notifications began to appear on the system windows of the remaining inhabitants, which showed the leaderboard of this mission. In third place was CIO Ibak, who had 312 points. In second place was Kong San, who received 1402 points, and in first place was Choi, who had 99,688 44,850 points. He looked at it in horror, and everyone froze, thinking about the situation that had happened, and then they looked at the protagonist in anger, and starting to run closer to him, they indignantly shouted, asking how he got so many points gone, and Ha tried to stop them, covering him with themselves, and the indignant people were ready to bet that the sacrifice of sovereignty was the work of the protagonist. Many agreed with this, assuming that he did it to collect all the points for himself, but Choi shouted that this was not the case, noting that he had no idea that things would turn out like this. He tried to convince everyone that he was speaking honestly about this, and Guan ordered him to calm down since the health of the victims was the most important thing now, and he suggested that the points could be transferred or exchanged, asking if Choi could share it with the people. He noted that he would do so unless he really did it on purpose, and the protagonist promised that he would try. However, when he tried to transfer the points to others, a passive skill called the Demon King's Monopoly Wish was activated. This tax was caused by China denying the possibility of exchanging or transferring items or points. Noticing this, people began calling Choi a villain, and he asked what kind of skill was this. The people around him either began to demand that he give them their points, and the protagonist decided that if he just bought in items and then shared them, something might work out. However, when he tried to do so, the passive skill Demon King's Monopoly Wish was activated again. He did not understand what kind of nonsense this was, and threw the book on the floor, ordering Hai to burn it. She was surprised to hear this request, but she touched the tip of her spear to the book, and it was engulfed in flames, and Choi, noting that they got rid of the book, asked what now. He tried to hand over the points, but the book appeared in the air above him, and his eyes widened noticing this, and then cursed, starting to wave his arms. Ha looked at him worriedly. Ji thought about it, and the protagonist froze, starting to hear pleading sounds from the injured villagers, some of whom were asking for someone to give them just 10 points. Another man begged for his brother not to die, and sweat ran down Choi's face from the strain as he listened to the screams of the book's people. All over the city were desperately screaming because they believed in him, but now they were going to kill him, and were begging for everything to change. One of Guan's men reported to him that the death toll was rising, and the villagers were angry, and at that moment the protagonist dropped to his knees, opened the book, and began to leaf through the pages, certain that there had to be some way. The next moment his eyes widened as he felt a rifle barrel pressed against the back of his head. It was Guan, who gravely declared that Choi should stop, noting that it was for the best. He warned him that he was under arrest, and he stood there in shock, and the people who heard this began to shout, and asked what the purpose of arresting him would be. They said that Gon should force the protagonists to hand over their reward, and many agreed, telling them to kill Choi, whom they called the fraud. Hao tried to stop them, telling them to calm down, and Goen leaned over to the protagonist and told him to run away, and he froze in shock, not expecting something like that. Gon, noticing that he was not moving, advised him to run away from here and tried to find a way to fix everything, since he knew that was the best thing they could do right now. Choi's eyes widened, and one urged him Out, however, despite this, the protagonist still sat frozen in place for a while, but then opened the system window. Starting to search for the right category there, noticing this, people began to worry even more, and one of the guys warned that Choi was trying to do something, asking for someone to stop him. The main character bought an extra 30 points to agility, and using this improvement he jumped into the air, disappearing, and it happened so fast that Guan did not have time to react, and everyone who was watching what was happening screamed in amazing. One of the girls asked if Choi had escaped. She did not understand how this happened, and the guy standing next to her simply cursed, clenching his jaw. Each person's system began to beep, indicating that an alert had arrived, warning that 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds remained until the next turn. People began to scream desperately, since in their opinion 24 hours was very little. They wanted nothing like this to happen, and taking control into his own hands, Gwen attracted the attention of the others, ordering them to go to the safe zone. He urged them on, ordering them to get moving, and the people soon began to run in the right direction, and the soldiers began to give orders, telling those who could move to load the wounded into the cars. Some other soldiers coordinated the people, telling them where to go, and only Hayes simply froze in place, looking straight ahead with concentration, and pressed her lips tighter, frowning slightly. Some time later, when the largest number of residents who had entered the game had gathered in one place, one of them, taking over the control function, said that those who wanted to fight should go to the left, and those who wanted to evacuate should go to the right. The man using the loudspeaker amplified his voice and asked that the people regularly check their status windows and not leave the evacuation center. In addition, he warned them to be sure to remember the location of temporary bases and other evacuation centers, and at this time other employees coming closer to the people helped them understand the system or consulted on any other issues. The man also added that when people saw Choi they should immediately run away, and asked them to tell them his location, cover their ears, and run away as quickly as possible. The protagonist was lying in the room where he hid at the time, drawing a magic circle on the ground, and also used a large number of sheets of paper on which he tried to draw some diagrams or write down important information. The man continued to speak at this time, asking that those who heard any advice from Choi regarding the mission should isolate themselves until the end of the mission, and if they became a victim of sovereignty but hid it, they were going to consider it a crime and were going to act accordingly. After resting for a while, Choi stood up again and, taking chalk in his hands, continued to draw a circle, clenching his jaw and concentrating. A little later, Guan, using the map, they had tried to develop tactics with other soldiers, and how, having laid down a special carpet, trained improving the physical condition of her body, the humans waiting for the next wave evacuated to a safer place, and some of them fought, and some prayed with their palms pressed together. Finally, the announcement said that a new turn had begun and asked the players to roll their dice. One of the creatures rolled the dice, and when it landed on the barrier around the city, the announcement announced that pawn number 8 was moving forward 4 squares. The next moment, the desired cell lit up with a bright light, and the chip headed towards it, and when the city arrived at the Demon King's seal cell, the system announced that demonic pillars supporting the seal and pillar defenders were appearing, and to win it was necessary to destroy all the demonic pillars. The system also warned that if the residents did not destroy all the demonic pillars within the allotted time, the Demon King would be summoned. After that, it was necessary to determine the duration of the mission, the number of pillars, and the danger level of the pillar defenders. When the player rolled the dice, the system told everyone that the mission would last 5 days, and Guan, as well as Hai, just standing next to him, noted that 5 days was quite a long time. After the next roll, the system determined the number of pillars, which should have been 3, and after that the corresponding structures began to appear in the city. The defender of the first pillar, having the first difficulty level, was a fallen angel deprived of fate who wandered around the area trying to find his lost fate. After the first pillar appeared, a protector also appeared next to it, and next to the second pillar a second protector appeared, which was also a difficulty level 1. It was a mad brain, and it was a being that could not stop creating things, and as time passed, the creation of this being became better. The protector of the third pillar was a difficulty level 3, and Hai and Guan were horrified when they saw this notification, and next to the third pillar a master swordsman, Goblin Jack, appeared. It was a goblin master swordsman who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts and had undergone a body transformation, and he was trying to destroy the seal of the Demon King in order to fight him as the second entrance began. Choi, already desperate, simply laid down on the floor surrounded by blueprints and smiled faint. And GW at that moment asked in shock, turning on the radio, and the person reporting the situation to him shouted that the civilians were attacking. They started fighting the fallen angel who launched a magical attack towards him. And the person who contacted Gwen said that they tried to stop the civilians, but they didn't want to listen to anyone. Guan narrowed his eyes and thought, and decided that it was time for them to move, as well asking what about Hyde. However, when he turned around, he noticed that the place where Hai had been standing next to him was already empty. And the soldier next to him reported that she had left some time ago. Gon froze, thinking that there was a mess going on around him, since the excellent system and coordination had already fallen apart the next day. While he was thinking about this, Haya had already arrived next to the third column, and Jack had taken a fighting stance, looking at her opponent with a focused look. The Pillar's Guardian was a level 3 difficulty, but he hadn't attacked yet. He had simply concentrated his magical energy around himself, and Haya made a mental note that she would kill him before anyone else got hurt. Activating her own magic, she quickly ran forward, holding her weapon out in front of her. And when she collided with the Goblin Guardian, a bright flash of light appeared in the air. However, when the magic dissipated, Haya was surprised to see that Jack had not changed his position. He had remained sitting, but had simply held his sword out in front of him, stopping Hay's spear. Still sitting, the goblin flipped his weapon, causing Haya to fly into the air and flip over. Before she landed, he swung his sword, preparing to strike, and the powerful attack was directed towards Haya, who widened her eyes in horror. The blow that Jack dealt spread far ahead, strengthened by magic, and when the attack dissipated, he raised his head, looking straight ahead with concentration, and at that time Choi landed on the ground a little to the side, holding an astonished Haya in his arms, who screamed in shock that he had returned. The protagonist smiled slightly, and then put her down on her feet and asked if she had something to tell the people. She asked what exactly she needed to tell her. He said that he wanted to tell them about their rewards, and Haya smiled upon hearing this, and Choi announced that he would use all of the rewards himself. Haya shuddered in amazement, asking him to wait, and asked if he was serious. Stepping forward, the protagonist asked her to tell the people to never appear near him again unless they wanted their rewards stolen. Haya tried to stop him by shouting his name, and Choi summoned the book, and thought that he had no way to return the people their rewards or get rid of that creepy book of the Demon King. And while continuing to walk forward, he quietly ordered the system to spend all the points to buy stats. The system opened the stat shops and explained that the level was increased by 1 for each stat. The system opened the status showing the current stats of the protagonist and asked him to tell which stat and how much he wanted to increase. Choi said that he wanted to increase all the stats to the maximum and smirked confidently, and the next moment the system began to beep one after another, increasing the stat to the required level, and Hao's eyes widened, looking at the system window in amazement. At this time, the system of other villagers announced that the villager Choi was the first to reach the maximum value of endurance 100. He was also the first to reach the maximum value of intelligence 100, the maximum value of wisdom 100, the maximum value of agility 100, and the maximum value of health 100. Everyone clenched their jaws in anger when they heard this, and the system also added that Choi was the first to reach the maximum value of luck 100. Guan looked at this thoughtfully, and the soldiers next to him froze in shock when all the stats were strengthened. The protagonist looked at his body and asked, how many equipment dice did he get? The system announced that he had received a total of 42352 dice, and Choi ordered it to get rid of everything below the magic class and automatically roll dice that give equipment of at least the heroic class. The system began to carry out the order, and after that Choi received 42 legendary class items and 1023 heroic class items, and the dice rolls were completed. After that, the system began to recognize the items received, and panels indicating these items appeared around the protagonist surrounding him, and he decided that he would use all of this for his own superiority if he could not share it with anyone. Haya continued to watch him in surprise, and Choi mentally noted that he was using these rewards And the power of the Demon King. Jack, noticing the enemy, smirked in anticipation of the battle, and Choi, dressed in new armor and holding a weapon in one hand, a book in the other hand, stopped, promising that he would protect the city in this game and return to his normal life. And smirking, he also mentally added that if this was the only way to atone for his sins, then he did not care how offensively people would call him the Master Swordsman Goblin. Jack smiled and prepared to attack at the sight of a strong opponent. However, Choi crouched down, apologizing to him and declaring that he had no time to play with Jack right now. He looked at him in confusion, and Choi activated the boots of magical wind, which were heroic ranked shoes. It allowed the wearer to feel like a bird in the sky due to the boots allowing the user to jump and glide in the air, practically allowing them to fly as well as helping them change trajectory and move freely during a jump. These boots consumed mana to use, and now, using it, Choi forcefully pushed off the ground, rising into the air and promising that he would return soon. He asked Jack to just wait for him here. Jack stood there for a while, watching him go, and how her eyes widened in surprise, asking if Choi had just jumped away. Meanwhile, Jack returned to his place side and adjusted his hat, and noticing this, Hal was even more amazed and asked herself, was he really going to sit and wait? But on the other hand, Jack was the defender of the column. Choi, at this time pushing off from the building, standing opposite each other, moved to the place he needed, and having made another jump, he took aim, intending to kick the angel, and thought that Goblin Jack would not attack first. That is, in other words, he does not attack those who did not attack him. The angel, feeling Choi approaching, turned around, did not have time to do anything since the main character continued the next moment. Kick. The creature in the head smiled and decided that he should first deal with the other defenders of the column. The angel's head cracked from the force of his blow, and at this time the residents indignantly asked, did Choi really return and use all the points? Some of them shouted that they knew it would turn out like this and were going to kill Choi. Meanwhile, he continued to fight the angel, changing the direction of his jumps in midair, and everyone froze silent and watched in shock. Swinging his sword, Choi mentally noted that the Pillar's Guardian's unique feature would manifest under certain conditions, and some features weakened the Guardian, but if the outcome was wrong, the Guardian would become stronger or gain a feature that would make the fight especially annoying. When Choi tried to strike again, the angel managed to dodge and then swung itself to attack him in return, and the protagonist began to swing his sword, reflecting these attacks. Once this guardian killed the 100 people, it would evolve into a fallen angel who would slaughter all of humanity. Choi imagined a mutated form of this monster, realizing that it would become much stronger than before and leave the pillar out of a desire to kill people. With his hand gripping the hilt of the sword more comfortably, he swung, strengthening his blow, and with 2 cuts cut off the angel's wings, deciding that he would first deal with the pillar guards who had similar dangerous features and revealed the features that were necessary for the task. The angel, no longer held in the air by its wings, began to fall, and its wings gradually fell down after it, and Choi mentally noted that what was important was not whether the task would be completed, directing his flight downwards. Following the angel, he also added that what was important was how the task would be completed, and focused on the halo that was visible above the angel's head. At this time, a military vehicle drove through the streets of the city, and one using a radio asked his colleagues to give the order for the people to remain half a kilometer away from the pillar until they could figure out the protagonist's intentions. After finishing that, he looked out the car window with a concentrated look, wondering if Choi had found a way to return their rewards or if he had simply decided not to return it. However, the protagonist did not seem like a bad person, and yet Guan decided that he should not make a decision based on his feelings alone. He knew that someone with Choi's intelligence as well as his strength would definitely be able to fix this city if he wanted to. Even Haya, who had helped alleviate the protagonist's situation, was completely out of control, and as he thought about this task, Guan wondered if they would even be able to do it. Suddenly clouds of dust appeared in the air near the car, and everyone inside the car was astonished, and in the next moment something that was covered in a magical aura fell to the side of the car, and unable to maneuver, the car flipped over and the soldiers inside it fell out of the car, hiding behind the car. One let out a soft cry and asked what was that. His comrade came up to him and asked if he was okay. He calmed down, looked around, and noticed that in the place where the blow fell there was a defeated angel lying, and on This body stood Choi above, whose palm a halo and wings were floating in the air. Guan was amazed, realizing that this was indeed the protagonist, and he grabbed the handle of the Divine Divider, which was a legendary rank sword, more tightly. With his palm it was a fragment of the sword that once separated the heavens from the earth, creating the world, and now this sword has lost most of its power, but it could turn several parts of monsters into objects. Looking a little to the side, Choi pointed his finger at the system panels that appeared next to him, and Guan, who came closer to him, realized that the protagonist defeated this column protector. He admitted that he was surprised to meet him, and he simply nodded but said nothing, and the next moment, using the enhancement, he jumped into the air, leaving the place. And Guan, looking after him thoughtfully, wondered if he was keeping silent because of the sacrifice of sovereignty. He assumed that Choi really had no bad intentions, and at this time the soldier standing behind him trembled, thinking about their transport, but suddenly he was distracted from this, and pointing his finger to the side, attracted Gwen's attention. About to say something about the protector of the column, he agreed with this, telling the soldier to report that it was defeated. However, the soldier was not so sure and stammered that the protector of the column was still alive. The next moment, Guan also noticed that the angel began to rise, and the system announced that the conditions for opening the hidden feature had been met, and the condition for this was to deprive the fallen angel, who had lost his destiny, of his halo and wings. After that, a feature called corruption was added, due to which the fallen angel who had lost his destiny would turn into another creature. Under the influence of this, the creature's body began to distort, turning the angel into a corruption beast of the second difficulty level. It was a beast that had lost its faith and fallen into sin, so that God no longer looked at this creature. The beast turned out to be more terrifying than the angel, and roared, looking at its opponents, and GW thought that the life of a military man was undoubtedly a horror, and very soon, noticing a new opponent, other warriors belonged closer to him, standing behind him and ready to fight, he turned towards them, realizing that there were only 3 monsters in this mission, which meant that all of them together were dangerous as a full-fledged invasion. Returning his attention to the beast, he began to use the machine gun to shoot at it, and wondered if Choi had left such a monster for them to handle on their own. The monster had climbed the wall of one of the houses, and the other soldiers joined Guan in shooting at it. One of them, using a radio, called for reinforcements, announcing the current situation, and the monster suddenly pushed off the wall, jumped down, and swung its paw, delivering a powerful blow. The soldiers began to run away, losing their balance and falling to the ground, and screamed, begging for help. They cried in terror, running away, and were subject to an abnormal state of fear, due to which they lost the will to fight and fled from the enemy. Gwen watched them with wide eyes, confused, and listened to the soldiers calling for their mothers, asking for someone to help them, simply screaming or pleading for the monster to stay away. Clenching his jaw, Guan sighed before turning and running in the other direction, telling the beast to follow him. He fired a few shots to get its attention, and began to run, deciding that he needed to distract the creature and get it as far away from the others as possible, and noted that he should at least hold out until reinforcements arrived. But suddenly the beast jumped up, closing the distance between them, and Gwen froze, eyes wide, wondering what might happen if he could hold off the monster. Until then, however, before he could finish his thought, the beast brought its paw down on him, blood spraying into the air, and the ground cracking where it had struck. Choi, who had an open book hovering above his palm, summed it up by clenching his fist, causing the book to slam shut, and smiled, deciding that one more person could be crossed out. The next moment, a shining light began to break through from under the monster's paw, and it looked at the flash of magic light in surprise, and then pulled its hand back, screaming in pain. Almost nothing was visible in the magical dome that appeared, but when this light gradually dissipated, the system announced that the conditions for activating the Helden Helmet's hidden skill had been met. A flag appeared in GW's hand, and the system announced that these conditions were to be on the verge of death due to a darkness or corruption type attack, and to be the leader of a group of at least 5 people. The system also clarified that the feature would not activate upon death, and Gu, although wounded, rose to one knee and began to mutter something, holding his weapon at the ready. A magic circle appeared in the air in front of his face, and the system continued to explain the details of the skill, which was called the Ghost of Helden. Thanks to this, the user would be possessed by the Ghost of Helden in Occultist Inquisitor, the silhouette of this ghost appeared above Guan, who had already fully risen to his feet, saying that the sword of the goddess should be aimed at the demons, and the iron mace of the goddess should be aimed at the fallen. This skill lasted for 10 minutes. And thanks to this, all equipment and skills should be imbued with divinity. In addition, defense against the element of darkness or corruption was increased, and the fanatic mode was activated, thanks to which the attack power, defense, and healing were increased, and fear, chaos, and temptation were neutralized, and the user of the ability lost control of himself and attacked all monsters with the subtype of darkness or corruption. The monster, who still did not understand what was happening, watched Guan, who continued to say that those who had fallen should be given to the iron mace. The fanatic skill also spread to others, and now the soldiers led by Guan, the same seal appeared, began to repeat Gwen's muttering. Turning towards the monster, the skill was activated for all party members, and screaming, the soldiers began to run towards the beast, pointing their weapons forward. Choi stood on the roof of one of the nearby buildings, watching everything from above and shaking. He mentally noted that this was scarier than he expected some time before. Gu asked in surprise, did he hear something wrong? Kim's son, in front of whom he stood, repeated that he would give him a car but wore that he would be on his own. Gon asked if this was too much privilege for a simple Sergeant. Kim, who was a level 1 in a commoner class, smirked and praised Guan, admitting that he liked it when simple sergeants like him spoke sincerely to the commander. Guan did not respond to this but continued to look at Kim seriously, waiting for an answer, and he, starting to write something on the paper, admitted that they barely had information about the current situation, because in times like these they needed someone with a cool head, someone calm and rational. However, one was not like that at this time, and he ran to the attack while screaming, ignoring the blood flowing down his face. When the soldiers used guns, the bullets were enhanced by divinity. Kim had also told Guan before that they needed someone who never lost his composure, as well as someone who could make logical decisions in unusual situations, that is, a rational person with a cool head. Now one waiting for his weapon to cool down ordered everyone to attack, and the soldiers shouted as they ran forward and entered the battle, and one of them, fighting in the name of the goddess, used the butt of the weapon to strike, and part of the machine gun was illuminated by magical energy due to the effect of divinity. Another warrior used a bayonet skill, also enhanced by divinity, and one used the flag that appeared in his hand, also endowed with divinity, and stabbed it into the body of the monster, causing drops of blood to spray into the air. He shouted the name of the mace of the goddess, and then, straightening up, he shouted, and his other comrades standing next to the defeated monster also shouted. Kim assumed that Guan would be the perfect fit for the rational person, and he was currently thoughtfully reading the notification that informed him that they had defeated the corruption beast, the protector of the first column, and the biggest contribution was made by the independent reconnaissance squad, of which Guan was the leader. Understanding what this meant, Kim noted that this was what he had expected, as he assumed that he had a good eye for such things at this time. Choi, who had also received the notification, brushed the dust off his shoulder and smiled, asking his companion to look at what he had been right about. The protector of the first column was quite exhausted, and it was so much so that Sergeant GW's group was able to defeat the beast, and even after the fallen angel became a corruption beast, its health did not recover. He introduced the beast with Guan and his squad next to him, and then added that if the fallen angel became a new creature, then his contribution to defeating it was no longer taken into account, and therefore the system considered that Guan had contributed the most to it, and gave him the reward. He presented a diagram of this because before the angel was corrupted it was Choi who contributed the most, but after the monster was transformed this contribution was not taken into account. Turning to the side, the protagonist, still smiling, asked what his interlocutor thought about this Jack, next to whom Choi was located, and telling him all this, did not answer anything but simply froze, his eyes wide open and looking at him in surprise. Despite the lack of an answer, Choi admitted that he was annoyed by the lack of an opportunity to talk to anyone, and said that he was really glad that Jack listened to him. Jack again did not answer anything, and the protagonist suddenly asked if he wanted to make a bet. The goblin became more interested and prepared to listen with surprise, and Choi declared that if he wins he will break the seal of the Demon King and grinned seriously. Hearing this, the goblin shuddered, and at this time How, using her magic, swung her weapon, cutting through the anti-human machine of the first difficulty. Without stopping, she ran forward, also destroying several other monsters, and thought that after the alarm signal she arrived at the second column, but there was no end to the machines that the guardian of this column created. Stopping for a moment, Hai assessed the number of opponents, and noticed that in addition to this, each time these mechanical monsters become better and better. She remembered the first models and compared it with the latest monsters, realizing that they have improved greatly. However, she still intended to deal with them before the situation became more dangerous, and with a frown she ordered everyone to retreat immediately. However, the people who were fighting were indignant, and one of them, while fighting off a monster with a shield, asked what she was talking about. He exclaimed that they also needed points, and on the other, the guy noted that at least Hyra had a legendary weapon. They were all going to earn points in order to save their family, and did not want to let him die in vain by continuing to attack monsters. Two men, hiding behind rocks, held a crossbow in their hands, preparing to attack the guardian from behind, and said that the protector of the pillar would belong to them. One of them knew that his actions could lead to condemnation, but still remained in place, preparing the crossbow of the Errant Kingdom Archer, which was a magic class crossbow. The more items of the royal army the party had, the higher the attack power of the crossbow. However, before they could fire, the monster turned towards them, noticing them, and the men flinched, and the guardian of the pillar in the next moment sent a powerful beam of magical energy towards them. They screamed, covering their faces with their hands, but did not receive any damage, because Hai, standing in front of them, put her own weapon forward, cutting the flow of magic in two, covering one eye. She cried out from the effort, but still remained in place, clenching her jaw, and after a while the magical energy exploded, and when it dissipated, Hai sighed, and the men she saved looked at her in shock because the monster attack was too powerful. The clothes Hai was wearing were burned in some places, but she ignored it and turned towards the humans and ordered them to run away, again ordering them to act quickly this time. Before she could finish speaking, both men started running away while screaming, begging for someone to save them. Ha laughed while covering her eyes when she noticed their behavior, and the monster froze, starting to evaluate her since she was registered as a risk factor by it. The pillar guardian began analyzing the magic powers, body behavior, user level status, and other factors, and when the analysis was complete, the monster began to create a new machine called the Anti-Hire Machine. While production had just begun, How realized that the pillar guardian had made a new model. Deciding that she needed to stop production, the other machines that had not yet been destroyed suddenly turned around and then charged, aiming at her, and she began to swing her weapon to fight them off, screaming as she wondered if they were aiming at her. However, despite this situation, she suddenly thought that it would be even better this way, and then activated her magical energy, and the monsters flew into the air, burning in the flames she had summoned. Despite this, the pillar guardian still continued to create monsters, and having dealt with the other machines, looked at this and ordered everyone to retreat as quickly as possible. She extended her hand to the side, sending a powerful stream of magical energy towards the pillar, and this time the people all started to run away, and the attack launched by Hyra flew towards the guardian of the pillar, and colliding with it exploded, raising a column of fire and dust into the air, and also spreading a powerful shock wave in different directions, because of which the people were knocked down and screamed, noting that Hydra would kill them all here. When the effect of her attack gradually began to dissipate, she sighed and realized that this world is not so simple, since the machine that the monster managed to create rose into the air above this one, protecting this with the dome from the attack. This machine had a difficulty level of the second, was resistant to both fire, equipped with a killer dragon, dealt additional damage to Who, and automatically detected and pursued Who. Her eyes widened, but before she could do anything, the monster had already appeared behind her and was about to strike. At the last moment, she turned around, holding her weapon out in front of her to protect herself somehow, but despite this, the blow that the monster dealt her sent her flying. A wound appeared on her head from which blood flowed out. She gradually began to lose consciousness, but before her eyes closed, she saw Choi jump on the monster, who, swinging his weapon, cut off part of the monster's brain. Hayo was surprised, noticing this, and looked at us, the protagonist, who froze, stopping on the body of the monster that continued to create machines and waited for the severed brain of this one to turn into an object Haya did not understand what he was doing, but she closed her eyes, having time to notice for the last time that Choi pushing off the body of the monster jumped into the air and disappeared at the moment when it flew to the side due to how strong the impact was. Part of the ground was destroyed and cracked, and the machine, waiting for the dust to settle, looked at the track of the destroyed ground and noticed a stain of blood on it. However, Hao, who was previously in this place, was missing, and since her tracks were detected, the monster began the pursuit protocol. At this time, the Guardians, surrounded by electrical discharges, again continued to create monsters, and the system announced that the condition for opening a feature, which required destroying one of the brains of a single man-mind, had been met. Because of this, a feature called Mad Order was opened, due to which the Guardian repeated the manufacturer of the last produced item, but this did not apply to elite classes. In addition, Mad Order doubled the production speed and doubled the amount produced. Very soon a large number of monsters were already standing next to the Guardian, and the system warned that production would not stop until the main brain was destroyed. Choi stood silently looking at the demon's seal visible in the sky and thought that the first column held out longer than expected. Too many people hid out of fear, and this was the reason. Cho noticed. He remembered how people stood near the first column shooting at it with all sorts of weapons, and one of them cursed, asking why this column was so strong. Another person realized that the firepower was not enough, because despite the fact that the column was already surrounded by fire and dust, it continued to stand near the second column. There was also fire burning and dust in the air, and people were fighting with monsters created by the Guardian, and one of them, cutting another robot that came closer, ordered everyone who was wounded to retreat, because he understood that everything would be over if they fell here. Another guy encouraged his comrades, suggesting that they try harder, and they went to attack together. But suddenly the people who had retreated back, dragging the wounded away, turned around, noticing the military vehicles approaching. Choi thought that he could easily clear out all the columns, but he knew that it would be pointless, because in order to win the game, not just the current mission, the entire city needed to become stronger. The soldiers who got out of the cars came to help the people, and among them was Guan, who frowned seriously, looking straight ahead with concentration. He and the other soldiers went forward, and Choi thought that for this some preparations had to be made first, and for this a competent leader was needed, as well as a strong fighter. By a strong fighter he meant Wu, who was currently lying on the ground, still unconscious. However, after a while she finally opened her eyes and asked herself in surprise, was she really alive? Turning around, she asked if this person had really saved her. However, noticing next to her not the one she expected to see but Jack, she froze in amazement, never finishing her question, and began to sweat from excitement. And Jack also looked at her in bewilderment but said nothing, and Hugh, jumping back, looked in horror at the goblin, who, sighing in displeasure, simply ordered her to shut up. Suddenly calming down, who awkwardly scratched her head with her hand and apologized to Jack, admitting that she was just a little surprised. However, she soon became more emotional again, and sharply pointing her finger at Jack, she asked him to wait, asking if he could really talk. Jack said that he had healed her wounds and warned that they did not have much time, so he suggested that they start right away. Standing up, Hua asked herself indignantly, was Jack ignoring her? However, out loud she simply noted that he suggested starting something and asked what he meant. Taking out his weapon, Jack remembered that Gwen said that meeting a great teacher who will develop a person's powers after defeat is a cliché. Hair froze, remembering several characters, and looked at Jack in surprise, asking again. At this time the robot flew through the sky, announcing that Hugh was detected, and calculated that the distance to the target was 325 m. The destruction procedure was initiated, and focusing on the window of one of the houses, the robot took aim and then delivered a powerful attack, from which an explosion occurred and the building was covered with deep cracks. However, despite the devastating nature of this attack, Choi managed to stop it with just one hand and only laughed, saying that he tricked a fool. Again, above his palm he held the accessory of the madness-bound heroic class brain, and it confused the machine attribute monsters and also disarmed the mechanical traps and devices 5 times per mission. Choi smiled, and the robot, who still did not recognize that in fact it was not Hugh in front of him, prepared a new magic attack, pointing it at its Target, the protagonist, moving a little to the side, asked if it was possible that Hugh was somewhere around here. The next moment, the monster sent a powerful attack forward and a bright flash of light flew through the buildings, directing a beam far ahead and reaching the column that some people were still trying to destroy. When the beam of light pierced the column, the people who were trying to destroy it screamed in fear, not understanding what was happening, and when the magic dissipated, they noticed that the first column was covered with a large number of cracks, and some parts of it completely disappeared. Choi, looking at his book, thought why, put his hand on his chin, happy, and noted that such a level of power would do. The robot meanwhile turned around, and the protagonist, looking in the direction of this, thanked the machine, noting that thanks to this there was one less problem. After that, he suggested going back to the game of hide and seek, and the robot flinched but did not say anything. Sometime later, Wu, holding his weapon, fought with Jack, and while sweat was pouring down her face and she was tense, clenching her jaw, Jack seemed more relaxed and continued to press on the handle of the spear which we used to stop the sword. She screamed, trying to resist, and Jack suggested that she tried to use that power. Understanding what he meant, Who screamed, activating magic, and surrounded by a magical aura, she pushed Jack away from herself. He, landing a little to the side, advised her to remember something, because this power was not hers. Using it too often could harm her body. Without answering, Who began to attack him, delivering a powerful blow, but Jack easily dodged it and continued to give advice, saying that instead of blindly drawing a lot of power, you should only use as much as she can control, summoning wings of fire. She rose into the air, trying to attack from above, but Jack blocked this attack as well, noting that it was not the power that should control Haya, but she should control the power. She really tried to do so, and the magic around her diminished. And with a frown of concentration, she sank to the ground and bowed her head, breathing heavily. She asked if Choi had made a bet with Jack that he could train her so that she could defeat that robot. She spoke haltingly due to fatigue, and Jack simply nodded and turned his back to her, and Hua asked if that was possible. Jack remained silent for a while, saying nothing, and when he did not receive an answer, Ha began to get nervous and mentally exclaimed that silence at a time like this was not encouraging at all. Finally, Jack asked why Who allowed him to teach her. He assumed that it was because she trusted Choi, but also noted that there was another option, suggest that Hugh could be doing this simply because she wanted to become stronger. She honestly admitted that she did not know the answer to that question, and intrigued, Jack turned towards her, waiting for her to continue, and Hugh, clenching her hand into a fist, looked at it and noted that there were many things unfamiliar to her, such as the game and the mission. She herself was not smart enough to figure it all out on her own, so she first wanted to strengthen her body, assuming that if she continued doing so she would figure something out. While stretching, she smiled and admitted that she always lived by this principle, and Jack thought about it and smiled because he thought that Choi was just using Hugh, but in reality she was a fighter walking her own path. Hua meanwhile bowed, thanking Jack for teaching her, and he smiled wider and then asked if it was time for them to take the tins more seriously. Then 3 days later, in the subway building, people were sitting hiding for monsters and waiting for it to end. A guy covering his face with his hands cursed and asked when it would end. A girl sitting next to him suggested that they should go out and tried to help the others, but this man objected and asked if she was crazy. He asked what they would do if they lost their points again. Someone still objected, asking what if the mission failed because they did not help enough. Someone was still against coming out of hiding and asked if this person really wanted to die that much. Suddenly someone ordered everyone to be quiet, asking other people to wait, and asked what that sound was. The thing is that the ceiling gradually began to crack, and the next moment a beam of powerful light suddenly broke through it, and everyone who was hiding screamed in horror, and when the magical light dissipated they noticed the robot that was aiming at them and found Haya because the target was detected. The monster began the destruction procedure, and stretching out his hand forward directed a powerful volley of attacks towards the people, who at the last moment managed to jump back, dodging it because the target was moving. The monster began to spread attacks in different directions, repeating that it should destroy the target. The people screamed, running in different directions, and asked for someone to save them, and for some time the monster directed its attacks in different directions until it finally froze, announcing that the target was defeated and the destruction Procedure was complete. The residents bowed, covering their heads with their hands, and asked for mercy, and the monster gradually began to move away. In fact, the robot destroyed the guardian's head but did not notice this and moved away, but turning around again detected the whose signal hue surrounded by an aura of magical energy entered the hole that the robot had previously made while descending into the subway, and noticing her, the girl stuttered and asked, "Who is this?" She was crying, and everyone also, paying attention to the hair that appeared, noted that this was impossible and asked, "Is this really an angel?" Hugh didn't pay attention to their gazes but simply stopped looking at her opponent seriously, and the system announced that a special event had been completed, namely Wager had become the apprentice of the goblin swordsman Jack and inherited his fighting style. The reward for this was a heroic class equipment, or higher, and a passive skill of the swordsman apprentice was also acquired, who pressed her lips tighter, thrusting her weapon forward, and was currently wearing the illusion ember armor, which was a heroic class armor. It was the armor of the best swordswoman of the Empire, named Eleni, and its defensive properties increased depending on the amount of fire element equipment worn. Choi, who is currently sitting on top of one of the buildings next to Jack, asked where he got the equipment for the woman. He replied that he had it from the past, and watching the flashes that appeared from time to time underground, Choi asked what the chances of success were. Jack declared that the chances of failure and success were about equal, and thought that the monster may have been created as a natural enemy for Hu, but now she did not run away from it but concentratedly fought, quickly swinging her weapon and reflecting any attack of the monster. Now she learned Jack's martial arts and was quite capable of fighting, and was able to make her own attack, causing damage to the enemy. From this, the robot flew far back and was forced to dig his fingers into the asphalt in order to slow down. Strengthening itself with magic, it rushed forward, sending a bolt of magical energy towards Haya, and Jack thought that if the seed he planted blooms in time, the robot will not be a rival for Haya. By this time she had strengthened her magical aura and activated a skill called the Sword Master's Apprentice. This skill was passive and accelerated the development of close combat skills while she was fighting the others. Summed up the results, and after 3 days, 15 hours, and 34 minutes from the start of the mission, the first pillar was destroyed, after which the warriors rushed to attack, and after 3 days, 17 hours and 21 minutes from the start of the mission, the defender of the second pillar was destroyed, and after 3 days, 21 hours and 1 minute from the start of the mission, who, swinging her weapon, dealt a decisive blow, thanks to which a special monster was defeated. Watching the summed up results, which were shown on the system windows, the residents began to look at each other in bewilderment, and after 4 days and 3 minutes from the start of the mission, Guan, who was currently destroying the second tower with his comrades, turned around, noticing people approaching them, and thanks to this most of the residents returned to the game. Hugh walked ahead of them, smiling, clutching her weapon in her hands, when 4 days, 3 hours and 44 minutes had passed since the mission began. The second column was destroyed by the efforts of all the villagers who had come closest to it, and Hugh, climbing on top of it, realized her weapon was above her head. At that moment the people finally thought that they could handle it, and they began to smile happily, clenching their hands into fists. They had assumed that they would have handled the first mission without Choi's help, and he read all of this in the book. Finally understanding how the people were thinking now, he smiled, turning the pages, but was suddenly distracted as Jack announced that his student had won, so it could be said that he had fulfilled his promise, although Hugh still had a long way to go. Closing the book, Look, Choi agreed that this was indeed the case, and asked if it was true that this meant that it was now his turn. He looked at the magic seal in the sky but did not immediately begin to execute it, while the people in the city began to coordinate, and the soldiers ordered that they conserve food. Guan, taking the radio, contacted Kim, who shouted that he had sent him to observe the situation, but suddenly he became a general, and Gwen apologized, but Kim asked what his apology would accomplish. In the end he decided that he did not care about it, and asked one to leave the care of the wounded to him, allowing him to do what he wanted, but warning that all responsibility would be his. He also promised that he would promote Gwen if he did well, but he said that he did not need it. But before he finished speaking, Kim ended the call, and Gwen admitted to himself that he missed his mother. Suddenly he was distracted as Wu, coming closer to him, said that they needed to move. He agreed with this and asked if she was sure she would be okay. She said She was indeed noting that she had already promised her teacher something as she passed by the other people. They looked at her with admiration, and she smiled, waving her hand in greeting, and then announced that she had promised her teacher that the next time they met they would meet as enemies. Gwen thought about it, and asked always why did this story seem to come from a different genre. He imagined an illustration that could accompany such a story, but quickly distracted himself from this, and asked himself would he be able to win. Even Hugh was not such a high danger level, and he knew that many would die regardless of the outcome, and asked with interest what was Choi planning. And suddenly Hugh, startled, screamed, and distracted by this, Gwen froze, also amazed when he noticed someone's silhouette which was approaching the seal in the air at high speed. He guessed who it was and asked herself, could it really be Choi? The protagonist, frowning in concentration, really flew into the air heading for the seal, and having reached it he swung his leg, hitting it in the center of the seal, and from this deep cracks crawled in different directions, and the seal began to collapse and large fragments of it flew down. The system notified that the demonic seal of the Demon King was destroyed, and noted that the destroyer of this too was Choi. Hu and Guin froze in shock, their mouths slightly open in bewilderment, and the system warned that the mission objective was changed, and the next moment a huge number of monsters flew out of the crack that appeared in the seal who were ready to attack people. The system said that the villagers had to kill the Demon King, warning that if they lost it would be considered a loss. The people started to get upset, and one of the girls grabbed her hair and asked what kind of crazy idiot Choi was. The guy frowned and declared that he knew the main character was a terrible person. Hugh and Guan, although they didn't scream, froze in shock, not understanding what Choi was thinking. Sweat appeared on their faces from excitement, and they both equally opened their mouths in bewilderment, watching the situation unfold. Jack, observing the monsters in the sky, admitted that he did not expect the protagonist to actually do this, and guessed that there were some interesting people in this. Time he smirked, pulled out his sword from its sheath, and then pushed off the ground, heading towards the monsters in the sky, and after reaching several opponents he created a magical aura around himself, and then swung his sword several times, and a large number of cuts were directed towards the monsters, destroying it. Blood sprayed into the air from the wounds that the monsters received, and they only had time to exclaim, but they could not defend themselves in any way. Gon and Hugh focused on this, horrified, and Jack said that this was a gift, and at the same time homework, advising his student to devote all his time to this. At the same time he kicked one of the monsters away from himself with his foot, noting that his students should do this until the next intertwining of their callings. Choi at this time moved to another space and smiled, looking around. He deigned the halo of a fallen angel, which was a legendary class accessory that protected the user in the demon world in hell. Choi walked forward a little, stopped next to Tumor, and noted that it was easier to get here than he thought. Stopping next to Tumra, he called out to him, and he turned around, paying attention to Choi, and was distracted from devouring the monster he was previously doing. The protagonist asked if he happened to know the Demon King of Sovereignty Cross, and Tumor replied that he had never heard of such a name, and after getting up he was distracted and asked how a human got here in the first place. It was the Demon King of Authority Tumra, whose difficulty was 6, and he enjoyed destroying objects with his bare hands as well as absorbing the flesh and bones of those he killed to strengthen his own fist. Choi closed his eyes and put his hand on his chin, thinking, and noted that it did seem like the Demon Kings were interacting with each other. Turning his back to Tumra, he realized that he hadn't gotten it right the first time, assuming that he would have to spend more time on this. Tumra looked at him with confusion, and the protagonist apologized for disturbing Tumra's lunch break, and warned that his opponent was already close, asking him to just wait a little. Tumra scratched his cheek with his finger, and finally said that it was humiliating, and then swung his arm intending to hit Guan, and Guan relaxed with his hands behind his head, walking forward, but his eyes widened when the shock wave hit him. Soon Jack also moved into the space, holding his sword at the ready, and climbed up onto the platform, but froze in surprise, not understanding what was happening when he noticed blood splashes flying around Tumra in the air, and Choi was standing next to him. Tumra was waving his arms, which were only bloody stumps left, and the protagonist awkwardly said that he did it instinctively, knowing that it was against the rules. Tumra froze, finally stopping waving his stumps, and asked in Shocked how this was possible, he did not understand how an ordinary person could do something like this, and Choi, stretching his arms forward, screamed, saying that he did it by accident, and swore to it, asking Tumra to calm down. However, he only became more angry and asked how dare an ordinary person do something like this. Choi, turning towards Jack, asked if he wanted to change places with him. Jack admitted that he would do it gladly, but noted that he did not think that the protagonist's opponent agree with this. Choi, closing his eyes, smiled, realizing that this was indeed the case, and Tumra at that moment swung and dealt him a powerful blow, but despite this, Choi waited to smile and mentally noted that he should have made such a mistake at the last moment if Jack fought the Demon King one-on-one. Then there would be a completely hidden event of the fate of the swordsman, and he would be aimed at mutual destruction with the Demon King. Choi imagined how this could happen and noted that if this happened, the reward should increase significantly, and it would bring the villagers tons of points. Sighing, he lay on the ground, where he fell without resisting, and Tumra jumped up, aiming at him, and the next moment landed with force, raising clouds of dust into the air. Choi continued to lie there, thinking, and he did not take any damage thanks to the combat jacket and the Einherjar, which was a legendary class armor. It was the attire of the chosen warriors of the god of war, and the jacket increased defense depending on the user's health points, and also the durability of it was restored on its own. Choi realized that he could not do anything about it, and continued to lie there while Tumra dealt one blow after another. Screaming furiously, the protagonist decided that he would just wait for the people to accumulate points for the hunt, and then end before anyone died. He decided that it was easier than he expected, and continued to lie there, taking all the blows, while Jack watched from the sidelines as cloud of dust rose into the air. He lowered his head slightly and thought about it. While in the real world there were already a large number of slain creatures lying on the ground, and the soldiers shooting at them with their guns ordered the free people to evacuate the rest inside and not let the monsters get close to them. The warriors told each other to maintain formation, and briefly distracted from shooting, Gwen froze, sighed, and looked at the sky, thinking that these monsters could not be called serious opponents, but there were too many of them, so they would not last long. What one of the men was wounded in the worst possible place, and he lay on the ground with his eyes closed while the others continued to fight. Entering the fight again, GW thought that Choi had become the main enemy in the city due to the destruction of the Demon King's seal, and he knew that if someone today it would be very bad. Suddenly he was distracted as Ha drove past in a car, and the man who was sitting in the car pointed to the side, explaining that that was where the shelter from which the signal was coming was located. She understood everything in the next moment. Pushing off from the car, she jumped into the air, and then activated her magic, destroying more monsters. Thanks to it, the charred bodies fell down, and Hugh, having reached the shelter, told the people in which direction to run and hurry them. They followed in the right direction, and one of the guys noted that if only Choi had not destroyed the seal, then they would have already completed the mission. Agreeing with him, the girl asked, displeased, what was the protagonist thinking. Ha frowned angrily, looking at them, but did not say anything, and suddenly became sadder, after which she sighed, and at that moment Kanu, coming closer to her, smirked and asked, did who really allow such a thing to be said? She smiled, admitting that she thought she would explode when she heard her boyfriend being cursed, but it turned out that she had a colder heart than Chu thought. She was on the first level and was an ordinary resident, and who, hearing her words, indignantly asked who said that Choi was her boyfriend. Calmly eating chips, CH did not argue, noting that everything will be as high you want. She repeated that she said that Choi is not her boyfriend, and grinned, and then threw a bag of chips to Wu, and she, catching it, looked at the bag in surprise, and Chu, stepping aside, said that this is for saving her life, thanking Hugh in advance for accompanying her to the safe zone. She agreed with this and smiled, and then turning the bag over was disappointed, realizing that inside it were only half of one ship. During this time, Choi continued to endure beatings from Tumra, but suddenly it stopped as Jack, throwing his sword over his shoulder, stepped forward, ordering him to step back. The protagonist asked in bewilderment, not understanding what Jack wanted to do, and he suddenly smiled and asked what's wrong. He assumed that Choi was starting to like him, and this seemed to hit his conscience, and he tried to justify himself by saying that this was not so. Jack added that if they met in another world, then now they would be sitting somewhere and drinking something. He grinned, saying this, and these words became a critical blow to the conscience of the protagonist, but before he could say anything, Jack, pushing off the ground, headed towards Tumra and stretching out his hand after him. Choi froze, covered in sweat from the tension, and thought that he even sympathized with Jack. It was already too late for the swordsman's destiny to activate, and Choi simply watched as Tumra and Jack fought, dealing powerful blows to each other, covering his face with his hand. The protagonist smiled, realizing that even if he had enough time, he still felt too guilty to simply accept all of this. Suddenly a magic Ico aura began to spread from the book, which gradually became stronger, and the system announced that the friendliness of the goblin swordsman Jack had reached its highest level. Thanks to this, Kron's hidden skill began to activate. The book opened. Choi looked at it in surprise and then smiled and nodded, and after a while Jack froze, covered in blood, and realized that Tumbro was indeed the Demon King. He towered over him, glaring at him menacingly, and Jack, squeezing his sword handle tighter with his palm, realized that it was time to use his strongest move. He narrowed his eyes, deciding that he would use his strongest move, which would put his life on the line, but he was still going to do it in the name of his friend and student. He looked at his opponent with determination, and Tumra raised his hand, preparing to attack, but the next moment Choi ran closer, who, jumping up, delivered a powerful blow from which the upper half of Tumra's body was torn off from the other part and flew to the side. Jack froze in shock, his eyes widened, and Tumra, before dying, managed to ask, how did this happen? The next moment a powerful explosion occurred in which Tumra was completely destroyed, and the system notified that the Demon King Tumra was defeated, and Choi made the greatest contribution to the victory. Jack was still stunned by what happened, and the notification added that all the summoned monsters would be destroyed. Jack even fell to his knees out of surprise, looking at his body, which was surrounded by magical energy. After that, he turned his gaze to Choi, who came closer, who, closing his eyes, smiled and then activated the skill Recruit for Lords. Thanks to this, he could sign a familiar spirit contract with a creature that had the maximum level of friendliness or fear towards him. At the moment, he had 0 out of 4 such spirits, but he directed the open book towards Jack, who was frozen in shock, and energy began to spread from the book heading towards Jack, and the system asked if Choi was sure that he wanted to sign a familiar spirit contract with the master swordsman Goblin Jack. Jack was silent, frozen in place, and sometime later, when the seal was completely destroyed, the protagonist, falling, noted that he was hated by people and made a contract with a monster, and looked at the open page of the book where there was an image of Jack smiling. Choi said that he had a feeling that he was moving further and further away from being a human. The system announced that the surviving citizens would be rewarded and calculated the total rewards completing the task. Awarded 500 points, summoning the Demon King 100 points, dying at 10% or less, and there were 100 points, and the remaining time bonus was 100 points, so in total there were 800 points. After that, the leaderboard for this mission was compiled. Guan was in 3rd place with 3,245 points. Hao was in 2nd place with 4,543 points, and Choi was in 1st place with. And Chu, who was sitting on top of a building nearby, smiled faintly, and then turned her attention to Choi, who was falling down, and asked with interest if he was the golden child. She also suggested that he might be ousted for a huge bomb, and thought about it, and Gwen at that moment mentally noted that he didn't understand much about games, but he could tell that this was a game about defending a single base with a large number of soldiers. He was distracted for a while and then asked himself, is it acceptable to have a great warrior? In that case, that was his name, Choi, and mentally noted that if he was at the maximum level, how could it be acceptable to have a fighter who could easily defeat even the Demon King? Despite such thoughts that other players were selling, Choi simply smiled as he continued to fall, and the system announced that an anomaly had been detected, and the creature's hand that was throwing the dice froze, and the player looked closely at the system notification, which listed information about Choi, including his name, level, strength, wisdom, health, interest, agility, and luck, which were at the maximum level, and his class ordinary villager. The system also told the player to decide what to do with the anomaly, and gave several options to choose from, namely destroy, restart, bind, and postpone. The player extended his finger forward, intending to select one of the options, but Choi, unsuspecting, continued to smile. And the next moment a system notification sounded and the player pressed the destroy option. Choi suddenly frowned wildly, looking straight ahead in surprise and wondered if his imagination was running wild. He landed. Realizing that he felt like he was being watched, the system suddenly gave an error declaring that the command could not be executed and began to return to the previous menu. The player's hand jerked back as if surprised, and the system began to check this game unit, and for this it opened a system window. The player began to study it carefully, and before that an image of Choi appeared surrounded by various system panels where various categories inherent to him where the main character's classification was hidden and other players would not be able to see him. After that, Choi's silhouette gradually began to disappear and the system resumed the game. Soon, when the mission ended, people began to use the points they had received to heal, cleanse, or activate regeneration. They all smiled happily, and the man looking at the pieces of paper he was holding announced the results of the research regarding the reward dice. He used a special magic class tool to amplify his voice, and it was called the voice of the herald, spreading the owner's voice over a long distance. The more mana the user had, the greater the distance. The man continued to say that there were 7 types of dice, and the numbers on it depended on their type. The 4-sided die only gave out normal class rewards, the 6-sided and 8-sided die gave out magic class rewards, the 10-sided and 12-sided die gave out both magic class and heroic class rewards depending on the number rolled. The 20-sided die, also depending on the number rolled, gave out magic class, heroic class, and legendary class items. The 100-sided die could give out items of each class but was not encountered after the first mission. The man also announced that items, weapons, and tools were given out randomly, and also gave a ranking of the classes where they were designated by the range of numbers within which normal, magic, heroic, legendary, or mythical class was given out. After receiving the next items, Guan thoughtfully looked at the spoon and fork of fate, which was a heroic class tool, and returned to its owner even at the wrong time and was always clean. He supposed that high class did not always mean a good thing, and at this time other people in the city began to trade, and a girl with difficulty lifting a shield that came her way exchanged with a man for a lighter and more convenient dagger. Another person that Gwen noticed shouted that he was looking for a ranged fighter to partner with for the next mission, and one of the other people was also looking for people to protect the evacuation center. Suddenly lost in thought, Guan was distracted from everything that was heard of around him and seemed to hear him ask if his interlocutor would really go, who smiling then said that she really would, admitting that she did not think that she belonged in the army. She noted that there were still people who were hiding out of fear and she wanted to help them, but she asked him to be sure that she would help during the mission. She confidently frowned and made an approving gesture, and now returning to reality again, one assumed that they were all slowly adapting to this world since humans were always perfectly edited. Choi meanwhile looked straight ahead with a smile and noted that it seemed like the residents were doing well. Thinking back to Wager and Guan, he noted that they had a champion whose strength would be essential to the mission as well as an army, and they took their places. However, the most important thing for him was what they would do next. He became more serious, realizing that if what he was going to do from this day on was wrong, then this city would be destroyed by its own residents. Closing his eyes, he crossed his arms over his chest, thinking about what he needed to do first, but he was suddenly distracted by someone touching his shoulder with a finger. Choi turned around and noticed Yu standing next to him, waving her hand and greeting him. She was level 5, but her class was still that of a normal citizen. After looking at her information in the book, Choi realized who she was and turned his attention to her again, asking her in surprise how did she get here. She replied that she just climbed up here. And the protagonist was very surprised since he was at the very top of a very tall building. Chu crossed her arms over her chest, leaned closer to him, smiled, and thoughtfully began to look at him, and Choi became nervous noticing this look and smiled in confusion, and she suddenly admitted that she thought that he would cry because of his loneliness. But now she assumed that he had already gotten used to it, and asked if this was true. The protagonist still looked at her in confusion and asked what she meant. Smiling, Ch asked how she knew about this. Eventually she decided that was enough for today, and noted that they would see each other next time, and noting this, Choi asked in surprise, not understanding why she had come to him in the first place, especially in such a place, since She had simply climbed up here leaning towards him. Chu realized that he could not see it in his book and asked about it, and the protagonist noted that unfortunately intelligence was not part of the information provided to him using a rope. Chu attached it to the edge of the platform Choi was sitting on, and then said that it was good and leaned back, finally noting that she just wanted to see his face. The protagonist frowned in confusion, and Chu, jumping off the edge of the form, declared that she wanted to see the face of an idiot who had the ability to subjugate the city, but still chose the difficult path. Choi walked to the edge screaming and looked after Chu falling down, and then he admitted that she scared him, not understanding what just happened. For a while everything was fine, and then when the evening came, the system began to send notifications and announced that the city's experience was enough to get the first level, and because of this the comfort of the residents was increased. The ability to customize the size of the status windows was unlocked, and such options as miniature, small, medium, and large were provided. After changing the size of her status window, Wages screamed in surprise, noting that it was cute, and the system continued to send notifications that the ability to add as a friend or block users was unlocked, and the ability to send messages or make calls was unlocked. In addition, the city's infrastructure was supposed to be partially restored, and after this announcement, the destroyed buildings began to slowly rebuild. And while watching this, Choi thought about the city's level, having read in the book that the more points the city's residents spend, the more experience the city gets. However, the points Choi used were not counted towards the city, although he used a huge amount of them. Realizing this, he grabbed his hair with his hand and then froze, thinking, and asked what did all the points he used go. In that case, he looked closely at the book hovering in front of him, assuming that most likely all of these points went to this book. He asked if he should continue using it in his imagined crossing. Silhouette seemed to appear behind him, stretching out his hands to him. Meanwhile, the shoulder straps of a lieutenant of the second rank appeared on one's clothes, and he himself, saluting, sighed heavily, and Kim, patting him on the shoulder with his palm, smiled. Chu, having climbed onto the roof of one of the nearby buildings, watched what was happening and thought, noting that the soldiers were doing well too. She asked herself where she should go so that she would be comfortable. She called herself a fragile city girl, not understanding how she should be in this dangerous city. However, despite the fact that she spoke of herself like that, she was standing on the roof, and next to her lay soldiers. Immobilized by her, Choi sometime later continued to sit in the same place where he landed and crossed his arms over his chest, closing his eyes. Soon the system announced the beginning of a new move, and upon hearing this, the protagonist opened his eyes seriously, looking straight ahead, and the system announced that they had arrived at the square of the Gold God's trap. The city was captured by the God of Gold, and if the city's inhabitants did not quench the thirst of this god's gold in the allotted time, they would lose. The gold thirst level was the second, and in addition 4 cards were summoned, and the mission duration was 2 weeks. After reading about the mission duration, Gu thought about it, admitting that he always thought that days would be given. He noted that this was a problem, and the system continued to send notifications saying that residents should find treasures on the summoned cards and bring them to the city, and added that the price of the treasure measures directly depends on the satisfaction of the God of Gold, and these treasures can be assessed in the city. In addition, a button appeared on the system window that could open further conditions, and the residents reading this were surprised, noticing that they were given quite a lot of time. Many agreed with this, paying attention to the fact that there are no monsters in the city. In addition, if others completed this task, they would also receive a reward, and many were happy about this, and the God of Greed frowned, clenching his jaw, and the system aided that this mission would not give out a general reward, and the individual reward would depend on how pleased the God of Gold was with the person, who frowned in confusion after reading this, and someone asked, does this mean that if they do not go looking for treasure, then they will not receive any reward? Someone desperately pointed out that they do not even have combat equipment, and who, looking at the fact that each of the new notifications had a continuation, mentally exclaimed that this mission has too many conditions. In the end, she decided that she would think about it later, or rather go right now. Activating magic, she crouched down to increase the force of the push and decided that she needed to see the map of this mission for herself. Pushing off the ground, she headed upward, surrounded by a magical aura, and Choi froze watching her, and then smirked, noting that their player was quite lucky with The dice rolls he knew that if everything went well they would complete the first level of the city development plan already on this mission, and until then he was going to use Kron's book, and then decided that he would find a way to get rid of this. Suddenly a sword blade emerged from the center of the open book, which gradually emerging completely pierced Choi's body through and through. He froze in bewilderment, frowning, and the next moment the book slammed shut, and the sword and the hand holding it disappeared. The protagonist looked at his hands in surprise, asking, "Did the sword just pierce him?" He was surprised by what happened, and the system calculated that the number of sacrifices to sovereignty on the last mission was 0. The next moment Choi suddenly screamed, clenched his jaw, and grabbed his chest with his hand, and the system warned that the Demon King's punishment would be applied, specifying that the Demon King Kren was scolding Choi for his laziness. Bowing down, the protagonist screamed louder and, unable to bear the pain, knelt down, and the system warned that until the sacrifices were made to sovereignty, the user would experience incredible pain, and the user's health points would gradually decrease if the sacrifice to sovereignty was not made before the health points reached 0. The user would die and Kron's book would find a new owner. The pain became more and more intense, and unable to bear it, Choi already bowed straight to the ground and only screamed louder. Sometime later, in a sector called the Jungle, a group of townspeople stopped in front of a cave, and one of them announced that they had discovered a dungeon. Another guy pointed out that it looked like there was an unmarked dungeon, and Cops smiled happily with his arms crossed and pointed out that it was all their loot. The guy next to him opened the system window and asked if Taupe was sure about it. He pointed out that if they reported the dungeon to the army they would each get at least 50 points, but Taupe asked if he was really going to give up such a good chance. Reaching his hand back, he pulled out a weapon from the sheath on his back, which was the right black fire dragon, which was a one-handed heroic class sword. It dealt medium fire damage, and also dealt extra damage when the user fought with this right hand when used together with the left white ice dragon. This sword would gain a large damage attribute. Raging his weapon up, Toes smiled and suggested that now that they were in another world they should write their names and history. They formed a group, called it Guns and Roses, and the third level Taupe was the leader of this group, and the size of the group was only 4 people. Suddenly a threatening AA began to spread from the cave, and in the darkness of it the silhouette of a creature appeared, and looking at it, Taupe warned that something was coming out, asking if it was a gatekeeper monster. One of his comrades pointed out that this was too cliched, and the boys began to hurry the monster, noting that they were squad leaders and guild masters, and this world was just a global platform. However, before they could finish speaking, they noticed Toy coming out of the cave, and it turned out that his silhouette seemed like a monster due to the fact that he was carrying a huge bundle filled with treasure on his back. His face looked sick, he was covered in sweat and clenched his jaw from tension, but despite this he immediately appeared behind To, who shouted his name and declared that the real boss was the __. Without stopping, he added that the boss was weak to the lightning attribute, and it also uses poison, so it was necessary to stock up on antidotes. The boys started screaming, clutching their heads, and Taupe, calling Choi crazy, ordered him to shut up, but he continued speaking and noted that the boss was surprisingly fast, so the tanks should focus on protecting the mages and healers, and that there was a secret room in the dungeon. Before he finished saying that sentence, the boys only started screaming louder and started calling him names, asking each other to just look at the protagonist's expression. Sometime later, in one of the buildings, one of the boys slammed his fist on the table, angrily noting that he couldn't believe that they had become a sacrifice for sovereignty on the first day of the mission. It was Taupe who didn't understand where justice was, who declared that they should do something about Choi. His comrade sitting across from him asked what Taupe would do to a max-level guy with a mythical weapon. He suggested that they just forget about the lost mission and sit here quietly, staying here in the isolation camp of the victims of Sovereign. Besides them, there were already quite a lot of people here who, sitting at the tables together, began to talk among themselves, asking where Choi got them. The protagonist found one of the guys in the jungle and another girl in the canyon, and many were outraged, and one of the guys talking to his comrades asked if they saw the expression on Choi's face. He noted that he looked like a devil, and his friend agreed with this, saying that the protagonist simply showed his true nature. He remembered that he told this guy to make more victims of Sovereign for him. Now he also Noted that Choi did it with such a face that the guy himself almost lost control of himself from fear he made that expression, honestly admitting that at first he wanted to send that sacrifice far and wide and then find the treasure. After that, but then he realized that it would be in Choi's favor, so he returned to the camp. Someone agreed with that. Noting that he had the same thing, and the protagonist was sitting there tossing a dice surrounded by a large amount of treasure, while the guys continued to discuss it, noting that they simply wouldn't allow the protagonist to manipulate them as he pleased. Choi looked at the system window, which announced that 2,452 sovereignty sacrifices had been registered, and because of that the Demon King Krina was a little pleased, so the Demon King's punishment had been relaxed. A little the book was flying around Choi in the air, and he was happy that the punishment had finally been relaxed. Since it was now at least bearable, turning his attention to the book, he asked what was wrong with that. He thought back to the Demon King's punishment, remembering that the description didn't mention anything like that since the book didn't really reveal information about itself. The protagonist covered his face with his hand, bending over, but as he removed his hand from his face he smirked, realizing that this was within the expected range. He assumed that the Demon King thought that he was under his complete control because of the punishment, but he knew that around the end of this mission the Demon King would find out who was actually in control. As he thought about this, the isolated city dweller skull him, and Choi imagined Kren standing in front of him. In the end, distracted from these thoughts, he decided to try something and raised his head, noticing that a monster had appeared in the air. He was currently in Sector B, called the Canyon, in the Emperor Griffin's nest. This griffin was a difficulty level 3 and was a fantastic griffin that, according to rumors, inherited the blood of a dragon. The difficulty level would increase by 1 when fighting in the nest, and now the griffin extended its paw forward, heading towards Choi, remained seated, only smirking at the approaching danger. Around the same time, but in another place, who was fighting a level 2 rock troll, which was a troll that had adapted to life in the canyon, with her weapon thrust into her opponent. Closing her eyes, she remembered Jack's teaching that power was not meant to be controlled, explaining that instead one should let it flow and let the power find its own way. Following this advice, she swung her weapon, adding a bit of magical energy, and with one blow swollen the huge monster's head. Falling to the ground, she thanked her teacher seriously, noting that Jack's student had become a little stronger. Suddenly she became distracted, and wiping the dirt off her face, looked to the side, seeing Chu kneeling down, rummaging through a treasure chest and appraising the items she found there. Calling out to her, Wei tried to remember her name, but addressed her respectfully, and noticing this, Chu asked her to speak normally, and then smiled. H just said that she would do as she wanted, and called her a rude name, asking why was following her. She was now pretending to be cheerful, and Chu, looking in her direction, threw up a dagger, explaining that by following her she got a lot of good loot. She was quite shameless, and despite the fact that she answered Hugh so honestly, she, without losing her composure, simply turned around and pointed her hand to the side, saying that they would go there now. Hugh followed her, looking at you with confusion, and noticed that she said it with such pride that she didn't even know how to respond. Finally, paying attention to her state, Jay asked what was wrong. She asked if it was true that he wouldn't leave a defenseless civilian alone in such a dangerous place. Hua thought about it, looking at her with horror, and then stopped, leaning her back against the rock, and sighed, asking Chu to wait for a while. She took the system window, and Chu stopped waiting, and how opening a chat with Uncle Wonny, wrote that she sent him the coordinates, asking him to take the treasure and share it. Wonky replied that he would be there soon, and soon Hua and Chu continued down the canyon, and noticing the bag Chu was carrying over her shoulder, who noted that it was quite small, especially considering that she had been following her all day. Chu admitted that she would value quality over quantity, and asked if it was true that you couldn't tell what kind of treasure it was until someone brought it into town and appraised it. She presented a diagram of this process, and explained that she took the things that made her feel like they were the right ones. Hare asked, puzzled, how she knew they were the right ones. She looked at her and pointed to her eyes, declaring that it was all because of that. Who mentally noted that she was rather strange, but admitted that she was cool, and wondered if this was what the others called spirit. Chu suddenly asked what about whose friends. She warned that she had gotten rid of the monsters on the Wait here, and after a short pause Jay asked if she really didn't know anything. Hua thought about it, and she declared that the monsters weren't the enemies in this mission, noting that it wasn't a peaceful task like searching for treasure. Hu opened her eyes in shock, not understanding what that meant, and CH explained that it was a free-for-all battle since there would be no shared rewards in this mission. She introduced the people collecting the treasure as well as the ones smirking and hiding behind the rocks preparing to attack for it. She remembered that until the treasure was appraised it was considered unclaimed, and asked if that was true, and that might give some people some ideas. At that moment the guys who had been hiding until then ran out and attacked the people collecting the treasure, and Chu answered her own question, noting that one of those ideas could be, for example, the conclusion that it was much easier to fight people than monsters. Sometime later one of the windows in the building was broken, and inside it the police were examining the area and a special expert took pictures of the evidence. Suddenly Yunak entered the room, and noticing him one of the policemen was happy letting him into the room. He, holding his hand around the neck, asked, did someone steal someone's treasure again? He was on the 14th level and was an ordinary citizen, and behind him stood Kong Dusk, who was also a level 6 ordinary citizen. The policeman confirmed Yak's guess, noting that during the appraisal the man suddenly lost consciousness, and when he woke up the treasure was gone. Yunak noted that those people should have immediately given the treasure to the god of gold, and Dusk, sitting down on the bed, agreed with this because after all appraising the treasure took some time. Moreover, the appraisal time seemed random and could vary from 1 to 12 hours, as if the system was telling people to steal the items if they could. Closing his eyes, he imagined a person waiting for more than the 7 hours required for appraisal to end. Walking up to him, Yunak frowned, looking at him seriously, and because of this they looked like a bear and a fox standing next to each other. He asked why he interpreted this as an offer to steal the treasure. He noted that this was a rather pathetic thought process, and Duck explained that he thought this way because it was just like the spirit of people watching their conversation. One of the police officers put his hand to his chin, admitting that he could not believe that Detective Yunak, the bear of the Major Crimes Investigation Department, was dragging someone else around with him. Realizing that he did not know anything about Dusk, he asked who he was. His partner replied that he did not know and said that Dusk did not seem like a police officer. Suddenly, in the middle of speaking, he cried out in surprise, shouting the name Choi, and his partner said that Dusk was definitely not the main character, however disagreeing with this. The police officer shouted that Choi was behind them, and noted that what he was saying was true. The protagonist, riding a griffin, actually appeared next to the broken window, and noticing it, Yunak reacted instantly and jerked forward, covering Choi's mouth with his hand, who, closing his eyes, called out to them in a friendly manner but did not have time to say anything else. Throwing him off the back of the griffin, Yunak began to fall down with him and swung his hand, which was wearing the funback glove, which was a legendary class item. It was one of the 3 relics of the old dynasty which contained the power of the god of wind. It allowed him to use a high attack, control the air around him, and also when collecting all 3 relics the class should change to mythical, but this effect only worked if a person is the only carrier of the relic, or if all the carriers of the relic are in that person's party. Due to the force of the impact, the landing was very hard, and the asphalt where Choi and Yunak fell cracked, and people passing by screamed in horror. Dusk, walking to the edge of the window, asked the police to send out an alert about Choi's discovery and evacuate the locals. He even whistled while watching what was happening outside, and the police immediately began to carry out the order, although they were initially surprised to hear this. With a slight smile, Dusk pointed out that Yunak was asking for it so much, considering that both his level and equipment class put him at a disadvantage, and he noted that such behavior clearly deserved respect, but admitted that he would be much happier if such a ghost led to his death at the hands of Cho. Yunak meanwhile looked at the protagonist with a frown and a serious look, who, despite the attack applied to him, raised his palms up in a conciliatory gesture and continued to keep his eyes good-naturedly narrowed. Yunak noticed that he did not even try to dodge, and also noted that he did not look surprised, and asked what Choi was planning. The god of greed continued to sit above the city waiting for an offering, and all the citizens suddenly asked in shock what happened. All the Windows of the system began to emit alert signals as everyone began to send messages to each other shockingly asking, "Was Choi arrested?" Some wrote that they themselves saw that he was under arrest. Some said that their friend was in the police, and he said that the protagonist was being interrogated by the police without any resistance. The same man suggested that Choi might not be so bad. However, some were not so optimistic and ordered everyone to calm down as they thought that this was clearly some kind of plan by the protagonist. Everyone was shocked that he allowed himself to be arrested, and then they took up arms. Realizing that this was their chance, they began telling other people to grab their things, and many immediately began to show signs that they were looking for a group, showing posters with their characteristics. Everyone began to laugh happily, running in different directions, and one of the guys announced that they must earn as many points as possible while Choi was under arrest, noting that a large treasure would belong to him. The gold god clenched his jaw, continuing to wait for the offering. Sometime later, in sector in the jungle in the goblin village, with one blow of his weapon a man destroyed 3 goblins at once, and then caught his owl warrior tomahawk, which was a heroic class axe. It was an axe given as a reward to the best warrior of the all tribe, and it returned after being thrown, still holding the axe raised above his head. Level 3 Hang Manu, who was a normal villager, declared that everything was clear, but his partner El Watchin, looking to the side, noticed several goblins running away and remarked that it was as clean as an anus, annoyed that the cleanup was as always on him. He was a level 4 and a normal villager, and he used his weapon called Elfin's Pride. It was a heroic class bow that belonged to the heroine of the Auran elf race, and her bow disappeared along with her. This weapon slightly increased the speed and power of the projectile, and also moderately increased the speed and power of the projectiles when using arrows created by elves. The arrows hit the goblins and killed several of them, but one of the monsters managed to escape, and Min noted with displeasure that they had missed one monster, explaining that this was why he had told Yukin to use a gun. Yukin reminded him that they were in a fantasy world, explaining that a bow and arrow would be more appropriate here. Manu complained that Yukin should now look at how this goblin was laughing at him, but he declared that he didn't really care about that, and the next moment a powerful volley tore the goblin's head into several smaller pieces, and Yukin noted that they had their sergeant. Then wisps of smoke began to rise into the air from the weapon that had just been fired, and Park Sonu, who was sitting on a tree branch in the, called his comrades idiots, deciding that they would be running around the training grounds when they returned. He was level 5 and a normal villager, and the item he had was a Wanderer's jacket, which was a magic class garment that had little resistance to heat and cold, and also slightly reduced the probability of being detected by monsters using the system window that had been reduced to the size of an earphone. Sonu slightly narrowed his eyes, drawing the attention of the platoon leader, and announced that they were finished with the outer region. The person he had contacted had announced that he had received the information and added that they were almost done as well. That person was Guan, who had already risen to level 20 and was now standing next to the goblin, who raised his hands up, casting a magic spell that caused a magic circle to appear under the monster's feet. Grinning, the monster announced that their god would soon descend upon them, and once that arrived, no one would escape destruction. It was certain that the deaths of these people would spread like heat in summer. But before he could even finish his sentence, the goblin was suddenly distracted, noticing a faint glow coming from the palm of Kim Kwansu, who was standing next to Guan, who was covering his ears with his palms. Kwano was wearing an accessory called the explosion ring on his finger, which was a magic class accessory that could create magical explosions, and its recharge time was 30 minutes. He was a level 3 and a normal villager, and as the magical energy of the ring accumulated, the light from it spread more and more, and he raised his finger up, extending his hand even further. Very soon a powerful explosion appeared in the place where the goblin was standing, and as it gradually began to dissipate, Guan sighed, noting that someone might call an attack during transformation or summoning cheating, but he reminded them that they were soldiers, not anime heroes, and looked at the funnel formed after the explosion. Sometime later, using his axe, Yunak cut through the doors, bursting into the room, and standing behind him, Yukin peered inside before turning to the platoon commander, announcing that the target had been located. He explained that there were 18 villagers who had been reported missing and noted that most of them were wounded, so they needed reinforcements the villagers trapped in. The goblin village did indeed look wounded and exhausted, and at the army headquarters Kim, with his arms crossed, said that he would send reinforcements and a construction battalion. Their plan was to turn the goblin camp into their outpost, and suddenly he remembered something, noting that he had heard that Choi had been captured, and asked if Guan knew anything about his plans. He said that he knew nothing and declared that the scariest thing about Choi was not that he could get any information from Kron's book, but how he collated and used that information. He imagined a board on which they were all pawns controlled by the protagonist. Gwen noted that it was difficult to predict the actions of someone like Choi, but there was one thing he could say with complete certainty, and that was that Choi was not their enemy. After a while, the griffin yawned and settled down more comfortably in the parking lot next to the police station, and the police members looking at it noted that it was definitely the bird that belonged to the protagonist. And some of them admired it while watching the griffin. Meanwhile, inside the police station, Choi was eating hot food with a spoon, and Duke, standing next to him, noted that even a person with the maximum level like the protagonist can get hungry. He agreed with this, and Yunak asked if Dusk really wanted to chat with him. He did not understand if he was serious about doing this, and then seriously declared that Choi was a criminal, listing that he had committed fraud, robbery, and even murder. The main character closed his eyes, smiled, and waved his spoon, confirming that he did it all, noting that he knew it. Yunak was silent for a while, watching them, and then smiled, closed his eyes, and said that he had been investigating for 20 years, and sometimes it was enough for him to just look at a person. He wanted to say who Choi was, but he did not finish his sentence right away, and Dusk, at that time putting his finger to his chin, thoughtfully looked at the book, which twitched in surprise, not expecting such attention. Yunak finally said that Choi was a good guy, noting that everything that happened to him was an accident. The main character froze in amazement, and even stopped chewing, and Dusk, coming closer to him, put his hand on his shoulder, and suggested that this was an excellent reason to remember the law of the Good Samaritan, although this is not true in Korea. Pointing his finger at himself, Yunak said that it was good that Choi surrendered and promised that he would take responsibility for resolving the misunderstanding that people had against the protagonist. Choi was silent for a while, and then he put his plate and spoon aside, confessing that he did not come here to ask for help. Yunak flinched in confusion and asked again, but before Choi could answer, a police officer ran into the room, drawing Yun's attention by shouting that they had urgent news. He explained that there had been an attack, but this time the culprit had a heroic class weapon, so no one could stop him, and besides, the number of incidents was increasing and they were short of resources. Yunak frowned in displeasure and asked, did this happen again? Dusk sighed, and soon Yun stood up, leaving the room, and some time later they were already riding the service bus to the place where the incident happened, and looking out the window at the street, Dusk noted since this quest did not have a common reward, he was not at all surprised by the lack of cooperation. He assumed that this was how it was supposed to be from the beginning, and there should have been chaos instead of a new order, and he noted that this suited the new world and new forces. Yunak, adjusting his gloves, said that he really did have the attitude of a piece of __, noting that he should somehow try to start thinking like an adequate person. Warming his hands, he admitted that he was not very good at all this otherworldly nonsense. However, he was sure that they were still people, and activated his magic gloves. At this time, the boy holding the stolen chest attacked another boy, who fell to the ground and began to beg for help. Yunak was sure that everything worked the same whether it was their world or another world, such as the afterlife. The boy at this moment began to lower his sword, however, when he began to strike, Yunak stepped between him and the attacked boy, thinking that he was arresting people who did not want to behave as they should, and that was his job. However, he quickly corrected himself, noting that this was the job of a policeman, and then seriously said out loud that they were arresting this boy on charges of robbery, assault, and attempted murder. He clenched his fist, crushing the blade of the attacker's sword in the process, and smirked, declaring that it would be bad if he decided to resist the arrest, and asked what he thought about it. Pausing, the boy gave in, admitting that he thought there was a whole squad, and Yunak continued to smirk, and then walked the boy to the bus. Leaving him inside, Dusk stood nearby leaning against the car and noted that the laws of the earth no longer mattered. Asking if it would be better if they united to become the rulers of this city, he warned that with his help it would not even be that difficult, and Yunak, closing his eyes, smiled, explaining that this is why he keeps Dusk close to him. Because he is the most dangerous person in this city. Dusk mentally noted that a while ago he would have agreed with Yunak. However, remembering Choi, he noted that he could not understand his thoughts because he publicly surrendered to the police only a day after the mission began. He suddenly flinched, realizing something, and then smirked with his finger on his chin and suggested that they would soon have to run, and without understanding the meaning of his words, Yunak asked why that was so. Dusk pointed out that if Choi was under arrest, then this was a great chance for people to take action. The guy they arrested came to the exit asking if it was true that they were going to go. Ignoring him, Yunak realized that Dusk's words meant that the city would become a mess, and he asked if he really thought the protagonist was trying to achieve that. He didn't believe it and said that Choi was a good guy, but seeing no reaction from Dusk to his words, he asked with displeasure if he was even listening to him. He thought that Choi really wanted people to take action, but he asked himself what would happen after that. He understood that the people would hide from the protagonist again as soon as the next mission began. And Choi, sitting in prison, leaned over reading the pages of the book, and smirked, sighing, and then turned the page, announcing that now he just needed to wait. Meanwhile, the system counted his remaining health points as well as the number of victims of sovereignty. The punishment of the Demon King was still in progress, as the Demon King wanted more victims and felt dissatisfied. A little later, a heroic rank tool appeared in the air, which was a hair from the tail of the Monkey King, who was a stone monkey who became a god. This item allowed the user to create an alter ego, and using it, Choi closed his eyes, and the next moment a complete copy of himself appeared in front of him, and throwing a cloak over himself that made him invisible, the protagonist asked his double to work hard in his absence, and also to stay undetected for as long as he could. The cloak he was using was a legendary rank called the Phase Shift Cloak, a magic-like scientific feat that allowed one to leave the surface of the material world. Choi's copy remained behind, and soon the door to the room suddenly swung open and a policeman peeked in, frowning as he asked what was taking the protagonist so long. He ordered him to quickly leave, and Choi turned around looking at him seriously. And the policeman, frightened, stuttered and asked again, assuming that the protagonist was trying to make him a victim of sovereignty. He warned that they intended to keep an eye on him even in such a case, so he said that he could try. Choi left the room without answering, and all the policemen immediately became wary, clenching their fists and getting into fighting stances, and the protagonist stopped and smiled faintly, suggesting that they go, since he heard that they had prepared special isolation measures especially for him. He decided that he would sleep there, and at that moment the griffin, tilting its head to the side in surprise, screamed, and then flapping its wings rose into the air, raising stone fragments and dust from the ground in the wind. Two men who were in the parking lot nearby watched this in amazement, and one of them said that he knew he should have taken a photo of the griffin, and the other asked what had suddenly happened to the griffin. Try, who was sitting on the back of this one, opened the system window, studying it, and the cloak gradually began to disappear from his body. Studying the pages, he noticed that the residents began to act. So he decided that the first stage could be considered complete. Now it was time to move on to the next stage, and he opened the list of treasures and sector of the jungle, and the book offered him information about equipment, tools, documents, or special information. When 4 days had passed since the start of the mission, the residents were divided into 2 categories, and the outer ones went outside to search for treasures, and these included Yue Guan and other military men, and the inner ones determined what was happening in the city, and these included Yunak, Dusk, and others. The role could be chosen freely, and many posted ads in the system looking for either an outer healer or an inner player, and some, realizing that they were not satisfied with either role, switched from the role of an outer player to the role of an inner player. The villagers who had no combat skills found their own methods of survival by selling the materials they got from the jungle for a certain amount of points. That was why it seemed like the mission was going well at the moment. An outpost had already been set up in the jungle sector in what used to be a goblin Village and Onion looked around on the balcony of the house, noting that they had built an outpost of such a scale in a measly 2 days. The otherworldly version of humans was quite frightening in his opinion, and he continued to watch as the soldiers used the power-up to move objects using levitation or cut down thick trees with one blow. The other 2 soldiers were not working yet, talking to each other, and one of them recalled what it was like in his time, and the other chuckled, noting that life in the army had become noticeably easier. Taking a sip from the mug he had brought with him, Gon realized that if they with their strength combined their efforts, they could easily accomplish this mission. However, he remembered that Kim had told him that the mood in the city was not the best, and because of this more and more crimes related to the treasure were happening, such as fraud, theft, and even robbery. The police were trying their best, but it was not easy, and they did not have enough people and equipment, he imagined. Yunak and Duik dealing with the robbers, and one then asked if this meant that the army should make their move. He knew that it would be difficult for them too, but Kim rejected his suggestion, explaining that it was too dangerous. He added that history showed that nothing good came from the army trying to do the police's job. He announced that until the police officially requested it, they would only do what they had to, and even if they did request help, they would only help the police and nothing more. Gon listened thoughtfully to these words, and Kim added that the army should not stand at the head of the people's order. Now remembering this, Gon pressed his lips tighter, understanding that even if the world had changed, the people remained the same. This seemed sad to him, and at this time in the city, in one of the dark alleys, a man surrounded by poisonous smoke screamed in pain. His whole body was covered in sweat, and his veins became more visible. The man, putting his hand in his pocket, extended his other palm, which was the source of the poisonous smoke, and he realized what kind of poison would result if the 2 components were mixed together. His ability was a mythical rank sphere which was called the Throne Magic Pearl. It was a magic sphere thrown out by the Amugi, who was trying his best to become a dragon right before becoming one. The sphere was a scaling item, and the more it was used, the stronger the effects, and it also allowed for the creation of various poisons and manipulation. Clenching his hand into a fist, the man stopped the flow of poisonous smoke, and the one he attacked froze, breathing heavily but stopped screaming. Smirking, the man said that he did not plan to kill the man yet. Neither the name nor the level nor the class of this character were known, as the information was hidden. Waving his hand, the unknown added that he still had many untried combinations of poisons, and looking at him in horror, the man asked him to stop, promising that she would give him all the treasures he had. He begged him to stop, but the man asked if he knew what the adults were saying. He extended his hand forward and released the poison again, declaring that experience was the greatest treasure, and the man who was being attacked screamed again, putting his hands in front of his face to defend himself. Somehow he noticed that the smoke in front of him had formed into the silhouette of a terrifying monster. It was dissipated after a while by Yunak extending his hand upward, using his attribute to blow the poison in different directions with the wind. He frowned, asking what it was. He guessed that it was a chemical by biological and radioactive threat, and Dusk, with a slight smile, noted that it was a very convenient weapon. Ignoring his statement, Yunak noted that he was sure that other people had told them about this place. Suddenly both of them shuddered, paying attention to the object in front of them, and looking at the man. Dusk noted that it was interesting, since the killer did not even touch the treasure. Yunak noticed that the man was still alive, and admitted that he didn't know if it was just one bad guy or a group, but he assumed that they had a serious threat. Turning to the side, he noticed a huge number of people piled on top of each other, and Dusk, who had previously squatted down to get a better look at the man, stood up, announcing that after the threat from the great demon King Choi disappeared, a new demon king had emerged from the darkness, and he asked if that was true. Frowning seriously, Yunak repeated that he had already said that Choi was a good guy, and Dusk agreed with this, and Yunak, remembering what he had said about the demon king, noted that it was nonsense. The doctors who came closer began to carry people away on stretchers, and Yunak admitted that he also understood that this had started because of the protagonist. Dusk found it surprising that he agreed with him, and Ian noted that he needed a very long conversation with Choi. Dusk smiled and asked if he really thought the protagonist would reveal his plans. Yunak replied that he did not think so, and declared that in times like these he should question Choi's entourage. Notifications soon arrived on Wan and H's system windows, and they began to read it in surprise a little, while later Choice sneezed, ran his finger across his nose and closed his eyes, asking if he had caught a cold. He was disappointed, since he was at max level, and the system suddenly announced that the gold god's satisfaction was 6.74%. It was not that much, especially considering how much treasure Choi was currently appraising, but he knew that there was nothing he could do, and he directed the griffin towards the desert sector in the center of the desert. A tornado appeared, raising a huge amount of dust in the air, and after some more time of flight the griffin screamed, and Troy asked if they were really there. The griffin was noticeably tired since it had to carry a large amount of treasure, and when it lowered Troy down he waved his hand praising it, and said that the griffin could rest a little. The griffin, hanging in the air, did not answer, and the protagonist decided that if it did not matter how hard the inhabitants worked trying to collect enough treasure, then he would do something else. He moved to another space where everything was filled with gold and chests filled with treasure. Jumping off the bag in which he brought his own treasures, Choi noted that this meant that he had already taken all the most valuable. He walked a little to the side, and at this time the creature he passed by sucked in gold coins. Choi smiled and told it to eat a lot and grow fast, and looked at his personal gold god. This gold god was still a baby, and since it was still young it needed a lot of love and care. After a while, Manu, almost crying, caught Guan's attention, and closed his eyes, and Kwanzaa, covering his face with his hand, continued his words, asking him to leave the rest of them. Yukin, standing next to him, simply raised his head but did not say anything, and Guan, looking at his comrades shaking with disappointment, said that he would just say that he knew he was Choi, so he asked them not to be so dramatic. As he got into the car he sighed heavily, and the soldiers, happy, asked him to bring ice cream on the way back and plenty of other sweets too. When the car drove some distance from the base, one of the soldiers asked if Gwen had left. When his comrade confirmed this, all three of them realized that it was time to celebrate, and happily noted that now they would be relaxing and having fun without holding back their emotions. They danced, jumping up and down, and shouted happily, and Sonu thought with a frown that he could let his comrades fool around for one day. After all, it was almost time for a big dungeon raid, and this would allow them to relax a little. Running closer to him, the guys started to encourage him, suggesting that he listen to K-pop for 5 hours straight, and shouted happily. Ignoring them, he continued to think seriously because he was much more worried about Guan because he was on his own now. Manu, waving his hands, told his comrades to take out all the hidden alcohol, and his comrades agreed, suggesting that they have fun in a military way. Sonu closed his eyes and continued to ignore them, noting that he couldn't go with Guan, leaving these idiots, and leaving them to their own devices. A little later, Jack stuck 2 fingers forward and pricked Choi in several places, faces on his body with his fingers, and he, with his eyes widened, lost his balance and fell to the ground, and Jack announced that he was done, explaining that he had pricked Choi's pressure points so that the pain should ease. Getting up, the protagonist thanked him, and he warned that he could only ease the pain, not stop it, and Choi said that this was fine too. He thought about how Jack had simply accepted his becoming one of the 4 heavenly kings as if he was used to something like that, and now he looked at Jack as well as the griffin who was sadly lying next to him. The protagonist still wanted to know a lot, but he decided that it would be better for him to ask questions after the situation stabilized. But for now, he supposed that while Guan was in the city, there were other things to do. Guan was actually in the car at that moment, studying his system window, and Choi said that they needed to rob the empty houses in the jungle sector. Suddenly Guan flinched, feeling something, and attracted the attention of Private S.A. Gaman. He looked at him in surprise, assuming that Guan needed to go to the toilet, and asked out loud what happened. Taking the weapon, Guan prepared it for use and ordered Ganon to turn the car around. He asked in confusion, and Guan explained that it was an ambush, and the next moment magical attacks, arrows and rocks thrown from the roof, flew towards the mobile. Gaman screamed and turned the car sharply, dodging the attacks, and the guys who attacked them began to prepare for another attack, and one of them ordered his comrades to continue the attack, and he himself drank a mana potion, which was a consumable of the magic class which restored the mana reserve a little. His comrade used a low-grade magic rod which belonged to the magic class and allowed the use of spells from the first to the third circle. GW wondered if these people were crazy to attack the military. He knew that it would be chaos if they attacked the civilians in return and looked at the system window in front of him, asking if Gaman was sure that he would be able to break away from them or at least hold out until reinforcements arrived. He exclaimed that he could do it. And noticing his manner of speech, Guan wondered if he was from America. Man, having reached the intersection, sharply turned the car around, and one putting a finger to his chin noted that the crime situation in the city was even worse. Then he thought all the strong people were outside the city, and here there were only police and civilians, which as far as he assumed was the best environment for crime. He also noted that if a really strong villain appeared now, the city would instantly turn into the most dangerous place of all. The next moment, a man surrounded by an aura of magical smoke appeared next to them, and noticing this, Gammon warned Gwen that something obviously dangerous was approaching them. In addition, it was too fast, and the cloud of poison gradually caught up with the car. At this time, the monster, clicking its teeth, tried to attack Troy. It was an abyss lizard man who was on the 3rd difficulty level. It was absorbed by the abyss, and in the demon world all of its stats were greatly increased. Choi managed to dodge the attack, and in the meantime several more monsters ran closer to him, and he swung his sword, dealing one powerful attack from which a powerful explosion appeared in the center of the space in which he was as the magical energy gradually dissipated. Choi smiled, noting that the trick with pricking was quite good since it became much easier for him. Coming closer to him, Jack warned him not to burden himself too much, and the protagonist asked again in bewilderment, and then returned to studying his own system, which told about the picked-up meat of the abyssal lizard man. Looking around, Jack noted that the aura of this place resembled the demon world, and all the demons there were stronger now. They were in the underground city of the abyssal lizard men, which was called Tlod and had a difficulty of the 2nd level. It was an underground city leading to the demon world, and the characteristics of the demons and monsters in this place were increased. Choi looked at his palm thoughtfully, noting that the Demon King was also a demon, and therefore the Demon King's characteristics and the Demon King's punishment would increase. Clenching his palm into a fist, he declared that this was why he preferred to speed up and leave this place with the treasures as soon as possible, and Jack warned that they already had enough treasures. The protagonist countered, declaring that the most important thing was that their task was not to satisfy the gold god. Jack asked in confusion, and Choi, looking at the mask he was holding in his hand, said that this was simply the easiest way to complete the mission, and therefore the most stingy with the rewards. Suddenly the door in the room opened, and the protagonist thought that he wanted to get the highest possible reward. Second Lieutenant Guan and Hugh, as well as the chaos currently happening in the city, were just part of Choi's plan to get the best reward. The poisonous fog had already caught up with the car at this moment, enveloping it from all sides. And holding his breath, Jia Man urged himself on adding speed to the car. Gu, taking out the item, thought about it, remembering how he looked at the box where it was written that it was a reward for promotion. He then asked in surprise what was it. Kim explained that it was a gift in honor of Gu promotion, saying that he received it as a reward for the mission, but he assumed that it would be more useful for Guan, and he also gave his subordinates some useful things. Taking the box, Guan looked at it thoughtfully, and noticing his strange behavior, Kim asked if he really wanted something else. Glenn said that it was not so, admitting that he just could not get used to the fact that the army now had decent funding. Now he activated the heroic class tool Instant Shelter, and it shone exuding magical energy. This item created a safe zone, and the range of this was 3 m, and the duration was 3 minutes. The duration could also be shortened depending on the surroundings, and suddenly Guan told Zaman to stop, warning that they would get into an accident if he was in such a hurry. He wanted to object, but she fell silent, because suddenly a man with poison magic landed on the car, and Gaman was horrified, and Ji prepared a weapon in case of an attack. Squatting down, the man smirked, greeting Guan, and he looked at him thoughtfully, and then admitted that he wanted to talk to the leader of this man because he did not want to involve the servants in this. The man flinched, and then laughed, noting that these were good words, and admitted that he liked Guan. Gwen did not respond, and the man, placing his palm against the glass of the car, declared that he was the leader, and added that he did not intend to listen to what Guan said. He ordered him to simply listen to him, and do as he said, and began to launch the poison, warning one that he must do so if he did not want to die. The amount of poison around the car thickened, and even The lantern which was nearby began to be covered in dark spots. Man screamed in horror, noticing that the car was melting, and pressed himself against Guan, begging for salvation, but he only grimaced in displeasure, wondering if this was a corrosive fog. He also assumed that it could be poison, and although he did not know exactly what it was, he noted that it had a large radius and was dangerous. At worst, it could become a weapon of mass destruction, and noticing that the tool he had was cracked, he realized that from now on they had to worry about their survival. He promised that he would surrender, but one that the man must first listen to his conditions. The attacker froze in interest, and one said seriously that he must voluntarily become his subordinate. He added that he could tell that the man was out of his mind, so he promised to make him more human. The attacker narrowed one eye in confusion, and then grinned, becoming more creepy, and warned that Guan had just crossed the line. Gon screamed in horror, asking why Guan was doing this. Guan calmly said that he had not tried yet, and was about to explain why he was doing this, but before he could even say a word, the attacker suddenly turned around, and a strong gust of wind lifted him above the car, dispersing the fog, and one finally explained that it was all to open a gap for reinforcements. The wind created Yunak, who, having managed to get closer, activated his gloves still in the air due to the effects of the wind. The man realized with displeasure that he had played too much, and noted that he could not control the smoke due to the wind. He did not know who helped the soldiers, but noted that his compatibility with it was terrible. He took out a slingshot that belonged to the heroic class. It was called the Giant Slayer Model 7, and it was the weapon of the little boy who killed the giant. The boy reinforced his weapon with the bones and tendons of a giant, and after creating a dense sphere of poison, the man mentally exclaimed that he liked it, and pulled the rubber band of the slingshot, aiming the ball of poison at Yunak. The poison flew forward at high speed, and Yunak, grinning, asked, "Is this really a slingshot?" He noticed that the attacker did not look like a child, but as soon as he finished speaking, Guan, running closer, pushed him, and the next moment a lump of poison fell on the place where they had just been standing. And from this a dark fog began to rise into the air. When they fell next to the car, Jamin shouted for them to run inside. And Yunak looked in horror at the fact that the place in the asphalt where the poison fell was melted. Standing up, he told Gwen to go, promising that he would catch up with them after capturing the guy who had attacked them. GW warned that the enemy was not alone, noting that the others would soon arrive, and with a serious frown Yunak said that a police officer should not run from a criminal. Guan warned him to think of it as a tactical retreat, and standing in front of him, he seriously noted that if they retreated now there would be more casualties. Guan said that the same would happen if they died, and suddenly John Men caught their attention, noting that the criminal had long since disappeared. At this time several explosions occurred elsewhere in the city, and two men fell to the ground, looking in horror at House Gun engulfed in flames, asking why she was here. They assumed that she was busy with her outside affairs, and he, without answering, simply looked at them seriously. Frightened by her, the men rose from the ground cursing and decided that they should run, and one of them asked what about their quota. His comrade asked if he really thought they could handle Hai. He reminded them that she was their opponent, and she, stretching out her hand after them, asked them to wait, offering to talk. However, without listening to her offer, one of the men threw a bottle in her direction, and looking at this wager, asked in surprise, was it really a beer bottle? Pakin, who came closer, shouted that it was poison, and declared that if the bottle broke, something terrible would happen. Huam managed to put the blade of her weapon under the bottle in time, catching it, and threw it into the air, intercepting it with her palm on side. Upon seeing this, and said that it was a relief that Hugh was in town. Ha asked who he was. She also wondered who those people were from earlier, and admitted that he didn't know, explaining that there had been a lot of robberies lately. However, he admitted that he had never seen such an organized group. Many people had been harmed by the poison, and it was a deadly poison that couldn't be cured by standard antidotes, and added that they may have lost the treasures she had given them. Disappointed, Wei remembered Shu telling her that some people might think that humans were easier to deal with than monsters. Looking at him seriously, she told him to stop collecting treasures for a while, and he asked in surprise, and Hen noticed that something was wrong, sensing that something ominous was surrounding the town. Meanwhile, watching Choi, who was locked up, Jie smiled faintly, and then, taking one of the chips out of the package, she noticed that he had made such a fake, and taking a bite, she asked herself with interest what was he planning. She understood that if Choi was not in the city then there was no need to be here because something would soon happen to this city. Choi, taking the book, asked himself what a major battle really start in the city soon. Jack asked, wasn't that the main character's goal? Choi noted although he had planned to wreak havoc in the city, he hadn't expected someone so crazy to appear, and Jack told Choi to simply hack that person to death. He declared that he couldn't do anything about it now. They were standing in the room surrounded by the hacked monsters from which a fair amount of blood had already flowed. Choi declared that he needed more chaos, and Jack said that it was expected because the main character's train of thought was not easy to understand. Choi closed his eyes and laughed, noting that Jack would understand everything soon, but for now he suggested clearing the dungeon and stopped at the doors leading to the deepest zone of Takoa. When these doors opened, a bright light came from behind the doorway, and when they entered, Tako was amazed, noting that he had not seen a person who managed to go so deep in a long time. He welcomed Choi to his city, calling it immortal. The Demon King of the investigation, Tako, was on the 4th difficulty level and was also a demon king who sat on the edge of the abyss and loved to watch mortals suffer in pain for an extended period of time. Choi smiled and asked what was in it for him. He asked if Takoa knew the Demon King. Kren, frowning, he angrily said that he did not like the tone of the protagonist asking this question, and Choi said that it was not so, warning that his behavior would displease Takoa even more. Leaping into the air, he headed towards it, swinging his arm to strike, but crashed into the magic seal that served as protection, and TCLO agreed with Choi's words and said that his behavior was quite rude. In the next moment, he created a new magic circle from which rocks flew towards Choi. After landing, the protagonist looked at his opponent intently, thinking about the fact that the magic barrier neutralizes all physical attacks, and therefore he immediately needed magic that can break a high-ranking spell. The Demon King Tlo was a magic user and thus was very different from the melee fighter Tumra. Looking at his current opponent, Choi remembered the Demon King he had fought before and noted that it was the exact opposite of Guan's rank army that relied on physical damage. He knew that if Guan brought his army here they would be destroyed in a second, and he imagined the bloody bodies lying in front of the Tako, a Demon King. Meanwhile, he created a large number of magic circles from which attacks were spread out in different directions, and Jack and Choi ran forward ready to attack. In addition, there were many other dangers, and Jack, running to the side, began to deal with some of these things, cutting down the fire attack with his sword. There were curs of things and plagued monsters here, and Choi decided that he would get rid of all these dangers and reset the difficulty level of this entire place. He currently held a legendary class axe in his hand, which was called Muscle. It was an axe that had reached godhood by pushing the body to its limits, and the quote belonging to this weapon was that highly developed muscles were indistinguishable from magic. Noticing that the protagonist was about to attack again, Takoa created new magic circles in front of him, of which there were a large number, but Choi did not stop and concentrated magical energy near the axe. All the physical attack power that was dealt by this axe was converted into magical power proportional to the strength stat. The protagonist, before striking, mentally exclaimed that for the sake of the residents he would make this place a beginner level of difficulty. When he struck, a bright flash of light appeared in the air. Sometime later, at the police station in the conference room, Yunak crossed his arms and frowned, announcing that he was from the Serious Crime Investigation Department. He gave his name, explaining that he had gathered Guan and Hayer there because of Choi, but warned that the situation had changed as there was a crazy person in town who they were currently calling AI Dusk, who was also in the office. Said that they needed to arrest this Amugi, but admitted that the police were unable to cope with their current forces. Yunak, shaking his fists, proposed that the police, the army, and the conscientious citizens join forces, and Hayer, frowning decisively, stood up abruptly, slamming her palm on the table, and shouted that she agreed, as the people seemed quite dangerous to her. GW didn't answer right away, but thought mentally, saying that the battles between civilians would not help the mission in any way, and the longer it went on, the worse the situation would become. Even if they won the battle, if the mission failed, everyone would die, and the fact that they took action knowing this showed their confidence, and one imagined the army surrounded by magic which spread its poison everywhere, realizing that they were confident in the battles that were unfolding in the city as well as in The fight with the protagonist and Choi at that moment cut through the protective magic circles that Takoa created with his axe and began to approach him, striking him with a blow that caused blood to spurt into the air. Takoa said that he had heard the call countless times and added that there was no end to the cities he had burned down. Following that call, he remembered those cities engulfed in flames and also added that there was no end to the suffering and death he had brought upon mortals, recreating in his memory the silhouettes of people who had been crucified on the magic circles he had created. In addition, there were people on the ground in front of him encased in blocks of ice and people lying on the ground in pools of their own blood. Continuing to reason, Takoa noted that for a long time there had not been a mortal who could even reach him, let alone injure him, using only their strength from the blow that Yell Choi had dealt him. The armor Takoa was wearing was cut, and part of his chest was also cut, and blood was now flowing from this wound. The protagonist smirked, and warned that this was the last chance, asking what Takoa knew about the Demon King Cross, and Takoa asked if this question was related to the call. He called Yell Choi immortal again, and he suddenly looked surprised, and paying attention to Tako's words about the call, he asked if he meant a mission. He confirmed this, explaining that they also receive missions with corresponding tasks, and usually it tells them to destroy mortals. Takoa sighed after declaring this, and then added that there are those who receive different tasks during the same call, and like mortals the tasks could also change. Yal Choi's mouth dropped open in shock, his eyes wide, and he extended his hand forward, asking Takoa to wait, and asked if he was even allowed to tell him such things. He looked at him seriously. Magical energy began to spread from his eyes, and he declared that it was no longer important, adding that the more a mortal knew with a book like Yell Cho, the faster he would meet his death. The protagonist froze. The space around him seemed to become darker, and he asked if Takoa knew about this book. However, he abandoned this question and asked if Tlo knew something about Christina. Smiling, he noted that he was very sorry because he would not be able to see the evil fate that followed this book. His entire body was already emitting magical energy. Magical circles appeared in the air around him and starting to run towards him. Yal Choi frowned, ordering him to stop, and asked what he knew. Jack placed his hand on his shoulder, stopping the protagonist, and ordered him to stop since they needed to leave immediately. As he gradually disappeared, Takoa announced that he had seen Yell Choi panic a little, and said that the end of this call no longer felt so bitter. Making a desperate dash towards him, the protagonist asked him to stop, but Jack stopped him again, resting his palm on his chest. Suddenly the earth shook and frightened birds flew out of the trees, and then a powerful beam of magical energy rose into the air, which was surrounded by spiraling magic circles. Finally, Takoa said that he would wait, because it was Yal Choi who would bring the evil fate to chip number 8, the griffin on whose back the protagonist and Jack were already sitting, rose into the air and flying around. The beam of light flew off to a greater distance. The protagonist continued to watch the magic flash, and Jack placed his hand on his shoulder to get his attention, asking if he was okay. Yal Choi thoughtfully said that he was fine and frowned, realizing that the more he knew, the closer his fall, and called Kron's book a book that would bring an evil fate. He froze for a while, glaring sternly at the book floating next to him, and suddenly Jack drew his attention back to him, asking if he wanted to gather more information. The protagonist said that he did not want to, noting that Takoa was the only demon king on this mission anyway. Knowing that there was a demon lord somewhere who knew Crossan was enough for him, and he suggested that they go ahead with the original goal of changing the difficulty level, since everything was supposed to end in 3 days. As they flew through the sky heading towards the right place, the townspeople who were in the forest at the time shuddered, and one of them asked Whaley what was that. His comrade guessed it was an earthquake, and Jack, thinking, repeated Yell Choi's words about there being 3 days left, and wondered if the others would be able to survive that time. He thought about his students, imagining Hago John gone, and Ko Yunak 3 days later. A policeman waved his baton, pointing out which direction the safe zone was, and since the Ami gang was rampaging, he warned the citizens to stick to the main road. The townspeople scattered to the sides, hiding, and at the hospital a nurse with blood on her clothes shouted that they were out of potions and antidotes. The doctor, whose cat was also stained with blood, cursed, and asked why this was happening. He noted the number of casualties in the Mission noting that it was less than the casualties from the battle between humans at this time. The poisonous fog created by the Amugi filled most of the city, blocking visibility, and Si Yunak and Hai Yugo, having come closer, prepared to fight it. Both of them frowned, breathing heavily, and the E told them to just give up. He sat on the machine smirking, and warned that even the two of them with legendary items would not be able to catch him. The wisp of smoke that hovered near his hand took the shape of a snake, and the Amugi suggested that Hai go and Seo Yunak take a look at the state of the city, because even during a battle like this treasure is all that these people care about. As he spoke, Zhang Wan as well as several of his comrades broke into a building in the distance, and Amugi said that other people were hiding and trying to gain the most benefit. These people were arrested by Kong Dusk, and Ugi explained that it was all due to the lack of a leader. Zhang Wan, who had broken into the building with his comrades, froze. K Dusk, looking towards him, smiled, while Amugi shouted that they lacked an absolute leader to guide these people. In his opinion, the leader was obviously a position belonging to the strongest, and by manipulating his magical fog he made more of it take the form of snakes. In some places the fog became thinner, and people covering their faces with masks and a symbol on their clothes that somewhat resembled the outline of a snake's head headed towards Si Yunak and Hago. Interrupting Imugi's speech, Hago shouted that Yel Choi was the strongest, and Cio Yunak looked at her in confusion, asking if he wasn't the strongest. Ugi laughed, noting that the fact that the protagonist hadn't done anything proved that he had no confidence in defeating him, and asked if that was true. He mentally exclaimed that he had even prepared a gift for Yel Choi, and suddenly several bullets flew at him from different directions, and he, thickening the fog around himself, defended himself with this, grinning as the bullets got stuck in the thick poisonous substance. Noticing this, Jaeon Onion, hiding behind the wall, realized that the fog was thick enough to block the shot, and the longer they fought with Amugi, the more skills he had. Still smiling, Imugi extended his hand forward, sending his snakes towards him, and Zhang Wan mentally noted that with the speed of growth they needed to deal with Muji before it was too late. One of the snakes almost hit him as it flew through the wall, but he managed to jump out of the way in time, while Amugi declared that he was different from Yel Choi as he could give as many points and items as people needed, and he could easily complete missions, and all they had to do was listen to his words. The people who had already sided with him froze, listening attentively, and Muji, sticking out the tip of his tongue from his mouth, narrowed his eyes, adding that the rest should agree with him without hesitation. Hago frowned, looking at him indignantly, and Seo Yun, concentrating magic next to his palm, said that if the Amugi had time to think about such idiotic things, then he should go and look for treasure. The stream of air he sent forward through aid the people, obeying the Amugi, but he apologized, warned that it would not work anymore, and chained himself to the floor with tentacles of poisonous mist. After that he extended his hand forward, directing a new attack towards Cio Yunak and Hago, and they both flinched in fear, and in the next moment poisonous snakes appeared from the ground next to them. Surrounding them from all sides there were quite a few of these snakes, and in order to somehow protect herself from this, Hai Yugo, clenching her jaws, activated magic, creating a fiery protective dome around them, and screamed from the effort, and Amugi, coming closer, said that they would no longer be able to resist his poison with fire or wind. And stretching his hand forward he increased the concentration of the poison, noting that after he saturated them with poison he would leave alive the one whose screams he liked more as the poison, and intensified the protective dome created by Hyo began to crack, and she clenched her jaw tighter, covering one eye in an attempt to hold the dome together, clenching his hand into a fist. And Muji added that he already knew what kind of screams he wanted to hear. The next moment the shield created by Hugo cracked, and poisonous snakes headed towards her, and Se Yunak, coming closer to her, Se Yunak covered Hugo with his clothes, and she screamed in surprise, and the poisonous snakes sank their fangs into Se Sak's body. She wanted to tell him what to do, since she was a higher level, but he interrupted her words, ordering her to shut up, since judging by his age or career he was the more logical choice. Due to the poison the veins on his face became more visible, and blood flowed from his eyes and mouth. Suddenly the Amugi exclaimed that it was not so, and smirked, about to say what he wanted. See Yunak and Hugo closed their eyes in pain, but in the next moment a bright flash of magical energy dissipated the poison. Around them, throwing the Amugi back a little, he coughed, and because he lost his concentration for a while, the mask of poisonous smoke that was hiding his face disappeared, and he asked what kind of bad person dared to do this. Looking around in confusion, Hago slightly stuttered as she asked who did this. Jack, returning his sword to its sheath, admitted that he was disappointed and thought about how they couldn't handle someone third-rate like the Amugi. He looked at them seriously, and while Yunak bewilderedly called Jack a monster, Hago screamed in shock, asking was it really him, and Yugi put the mask back on his face, asking if this was the pillar guard from the previous mission. He didn't understand why he was still here, but Jack ignored him and stood next to Hyo and Yunak, saying that they needed discipline, but since it was time, he suggested that they put it off until next time. Suddenly, system notifications appeared in front of Hyo and Yunak, sending an emergency alert at this time. The empty shell of the gold god when he was still a baby was lying on a mountain of gold, and next to this an older version of the gold god was sitting. Because it had entered the adolescent stage, the system announced that another gold god had been discovered, and the new god, briefly distracted from eating the treasure, cried out in confusion. This was the gold god who was ready to enter the competition for a place in the group, and upon reaching adolescence its existence was to be revealed to the residents. After receiving the new information, the quest was updated, and the police officers who were currently arresting the people from the Amugi gang froze reading the announcements, and the system noted that from now on they can choose which gold god they want to donate treasures to, and whichever gold god receives more offerings at the end of the quest will be the winner. K. Dusk was surprised, guessing what it could be, and John Wan just froze studying the information, and the system continued sending notifications explaining that the residents who donated to the winning gold god will receive incredible rewards, and those who donated to the losing gold god will receive nothing. The Amugi clenched his jaw in anger, his fingers gripping the edges of his system window. And the notification calculated the value of the gold donated to the city god, and it was 185432, and the participants who contributed were 34773. The people who were isolated also looked at the notification in surprise, and one of the boys asked if he was the only one who thought it looked familiar. To who was sitting next to them agreed and noted that if there was a terrible person who could do something like that, then it was definitely the one they were thinking of. The notification calculated what the desert teenage god of gold had. The value of the donation was 52,800. Raised his head, noticing Yel Choi in the air above him, who sitting on a griffin, said that creating a villain who would unite the entire city was a fairly obvious but quite effective method, but he could not leave this role to someone who suffered from protagonist syndrome and behaved accordingly, relying solely on his legendary items. People began to actively discuss the current situation, and one of the guys shouted that of course Yal Choi could not just surrender to the police. Another person said that physiognomy is a science, and the protagonist clearly has a villainous face. One of the team members, who was now in another location, ordered his comrades to pack their things, offering to return to the city for a while. One of his friends tried to object, asking if he had really gone crazy. He reminded that the Amugi gang was there, and his comrade objected, noting that if they did nothing they would lose to Yel Choi again, and it didn't matter if they were talking about the Amugi or the protagonist, since the difference was small. Yel Choi did not rush to put the griffin down, and the Amugi, looking at him, clenched his hands into fists with such force that his hands trembled. After that he desperately screamed, stretched out his hand forward, activating his magic, and furiously shouted Yel Choi's name, and a huge amount of dark poison appeared in the air behind the griffin, forming into a monster's mouth. The next moment the mouth snapped shut, swallowing Yel Choi and the griffin, and CIO Yunak shuddered in amazement, and Hugo excitedly shouted the protagonist's name, also trapped in the poisonous mist, and One wondered how Yel Choi dared to use him as a tool. He decided that he would kill him and took the slingshot, aiming the poison clot at the protagonist. In his mind he repeated his intention to kill him. However, despite the poison heading his way, Yel Choi smiled, and the griffin suddenly shuddered, and then sharply jerking his head, it caught the poison clot, swallowing it, and Muji froze in Shock, his eyes widening, and asked himself what was wrong with this griffin. The griffin at this time began to eat the poison that Mye had specially created against the Eloi, and after some time had passed all of the poisonous mist had disappeared, and increasingly amazed by this, and Muggy asked, did the griffin really eat the poison entirely? The griffin, which was an elite monster, licked its lips, and the systems showed that the Imperial Griffin mainly hunted extremely poisonous creatures such as basilisks and hydras, and it also had resistance to boss-level poison. The Muggy was horrified, asking himself if the griffin was really an elite, and not even a boss. Yal Choi, who suddenly appeared behind him, asked if it was true that the Muggy was curious about why the poison didn't work. Hearing his voice, the Muggy turned around abruptly, and Yal Choi, smiling, decided that he would let him figure this out as homework and put his fingers together in such a way that he could flick the Ami's forehead with it. He added that he should handle this instead of bullying other people, and the next moment he flicked him on the forehead, and the blow was so strong that it sent a shock wave through the air, which was so strong that Hai Hugo and Si Yunak could hardly stand up when it gradually dissipated. They froze with their mouths slightly open in shock and looked at the unconscious and Muji lying on the ground, and Yel Choi was standing nearby with his hands on his hips, surrounded by Jack and the griffin as well as a book. Suddenly frowning, he warned that he was monopolizing the desert god of gold, and whoever sacrificed gold to the desert god, he was going to make a sacrifice to the sovereignty of each subsequent mission. The townspeople called him names, and the protagonist continued speaking, ordering them to do their best to handle the remaining missions. His body began to emit a magical aura, making him seem more threatening, and he jumped onto the griffin with Jack and began to fly into the air, laughing loudly before disappearing. Hugo frowned as she watched him go, sighing his name. John One silently adjusted his glasses, and Seo Yunak called Yel Choi a bastard. At the same time, they thought that he was simply overacting in a disgusting way when they were far enough away that no one could see them. Yel Choi sat on the griffin, covering his face with his hands, and Jack, stopping next to them, placed his hand on his head, calming him down with this gesture. Soon an emergency meeting was held in the city regarding the search for the treasure, which included the military and the police. Hai Hugo, climbing onto the roof of the bus, stood in front of the crowd of people, shouting that they needed to find more treasure. Then Yel Choi had sacrificed for his own gold god in 1 week in order to collect it. Everyone needed to work, and joining in her speech, S.E. Yunak added that although they knew that Yel Choi was the greatest disaster, they couldn't just leave it like that and do nothing. He said that the way to deal with the disaster was the same as it was on Earth. And Hugo finished his sentence for him by declaring that it was a team effort. This obvious method was the most effective of all the methods that humanity had used to deal with disasters throughout all the generations. She also noted that this included the protagonists, the otherworldly missions, and finding a way to return to their world. Hearing her words, the people became more confident and clenched their fists with determination, and Hago asked them to lend them their strength to deal with all these disasters. She raised her weapon, which was covered in magical energy, and the people began to support her, shouting and raising their hands. At this time, Imugi was sitting behind bars, and looking at his trembling palm, he bit his lip and then clenched his hand into a fist with such force that it only trembled more. After some time had passed, the mission manual number 1 was created, providing by the City Alliance. The groups of citizens waved goodbye to each other. One of the places where treasures could be obtained was the nest, and by using hostile organisms and land monsters near the base, it was easy to target the monsters as their powers were visible to the naked eye. Suinan, smiling, jumped out from behind cover, holding his weapon at the ready, and attacked the monsters, taking the treasure from this one. The value of the treasure was not high, but every now and then someone would hit the jackpot, and the second way to obtain treasure was the dungeon. This was a general term for buildings, caves, and also underground structures that could not be fully seen with the naked eye. The citizens making their way into the dungeon carefully observed the monsters located inside it. Despite the overall value of the treasures themselves varied greatly, and due to the high danger, solo exploration was prohibited. That is why people formed teams, and one such team, led by John Gon, entered the dungeon, attacking the monster and destroying it. The military and experienced outside explorers were advised to join forces soon. Frowning in concentration, Pak and looked at the documents he held in his hands and asked if it was true that this was the last box. He told his comrades to hurry up with the loading and announced that after that they would leave. When all the trucks were filled, the drivers began to drive, and while 3 trucks were filled with boxes, a group of armed men rode in the 4th truck who were supposed to protect the column of cars. Suddenly monsters from above began to attack the cars and the townspeople, preparing their weapons, ordered that they all stand on the defensive and protect the treasure because they were almost at the city. As they approached the city, the people standing at the border waiting for them also took out their guns, continuing to fire, and while the 2 guys were shooting at the monsters, assuming that it was fate, the military man ordered the other assistants to open the passage for the trucks. Soon the cars entered the city heading for the Treasure Appraisal Center. This was the place where treasures were stored during the appraisal process, and the army, police, and private security were stationed here to ensure safety. Suddenly one of the residents cried out in joy as he had found a treasure called the True God Idol. It was a legendary ranked treasure worth 1,000 and was a doll depicting a god. However, it had no special abilities. Holding it up above himself, Sun Sense smiled happily, shouting that it was a legendary treasure, and called it his own charm. The girl next to them admitted that she was even jealous, and their friend standing next to them called them dependent. Correcting the number on the special board, Kim Sun noticed that the difference had not decreased much, and compared the number of donations that Yel Choi had brought as well as the city. Scratching his head, he noticed that the jungle and the plain were almost completely cleared and only the desert remained where Yel Choi was located. He looked at the schematic image of the location of the locations, and in the jungle there were 123 nests and 58 dungeons, and on the plain 338 nests and 36 dungeons, but next to the desert there were no values since Yel Choi occupied it. In addition, there was the last map, where they had not yet been because they postponed the trip they due to the high risk. After that he turned his attention to the questions written next to it, and read it carefully. He wondered if the protagonist would let them pass if they had enough troops to cross the desert, and if they should leave the city defenseless. However, he smiled tiredly and said that they had a chance now. After a while, looking at the remaining hair artifact, S.E. Yunak asked if this was the Yel Choi they had arrested. K. Dusk, holding his chin with his hand, noticed that they had been completely fooled, and taking the hair he looked at it, realizing that if the protagonist had immediately revealed the existence of the desert god of gold, the people would not have moved since they were afraid of Yel Choi. Until then, Si Yunak realized that he had used himself as bait to make the people act, and KK closed his eyes while crossing his arms, adding that the protagonist also did this in order to later arouse anger that would displace their fears. Suddenly angry, CIO Yunak shouted that they couldn't leave it like this, and unable to control himself he punched the table, and the blow was so powerful that the table shattered into several pieces. Still clenching his fist, he said that with this method, no matter how the mission ended, Yel Choi would be further isolated from the city. Frowning, he clenched his jaw in anger, but Kong Dusk said nothing and simply remained silent, looking at the destroyed table with a slight smile. He guessed what kind of person Yel Choi was and took out a cigarette, noting that he was holding not only the cards they could see, but most likely all the cards. Thinking about the game in that case, he knew that they needed to unite and strengthen the people, and as he put the cigarette in his mouth, he realized that Yel Choi clearly had the cards ready in case the city's people won, and that was why they needed more than something obvious like gathering their forces and going to look for treasure. Around that time in the jungle, Kenu stopped in front of a huge stone with symbols carved into it. She put her hand to her chin and thought about the mission of finding treasure. Wondering if it could be done like this, she looked at the picture, which showed a god that was being worshipped as well as another god that was being pierced by several swords and finally destroyed. She decided that she would sell this information for a very high price. Sometime later, a huge explosion occurred in the desert, causing dust to rise into the air, and the area where the battle took place was hidden by the bright light. It was the last day of the treasure hunt mission, and Si Yunak moved quickly, clenching his jaw as he used his magic to strengthen his movements. He attacked Yel Choi, who smiled with a relaxed expression as she held her hand out in front of her, deflecting his blow. The total value of the accumulated treasures of the desert gold god of the teenager was 38,552,800. What his level was, his weight was still the same. While the protagonist was in the air, Hugo activated magic to attack him, and the total value of the accumulated treasures of the city god of gold was 37,1970, and there were 156,342. Participants. Still calm, Yel Choi looked to the other side where the poisonous snakes created by the Amugi were attacking him. Moving quickly in the air, he dodged any attacks that Hyago and the Amugi sent at him, and while swinging his sword he attacked back with a confident smile. Preparing to strike again, he swung his weapon hard and also extended his other hand forward to aim. He counted how much time was left until the mission was completed, and then, lowering his hand, he launched his sword downwards, and the Manhwa with his hand extended forward activated his pearl, creating a cube made of dense poison in front of him in order to take the sword strike on the poison and thus protect himself. Yel Choi noted that there were 24 minutes and 33 seconds left, and his sword continued to move at high speed towards the edge of the cube where Amugi was standing. In the end, the protagonist continued to smile and said that there was not much time left, and standing on the upper edge of the cube, he placed his hands on his waist and told the City Alliance members to work harder. His sword never reached the Amugi, in the end stopping inside the cube, and Hago, who had fallen to the ground by that point, Yanak and the Amugi froze, raising their heads and looking at Yel Choi. 4 days ago, Ha admitted that she was surprised to learn that the Amugi was just a high school student with milk still on his lips. She looked at Kong Summon, who was level 24 and a normal citizen. He ignored her and looked at his palm and then smirked and said that she was making too much noise, ordering her to leave him alone already. He warned her that he would call her if he needed anything, and Hago closed her eyes and apologized to him, but reminded him that watching him was her job. After making his pro release some poison, he asked if Hago was going to watch him alone. After losing before he finished speaking, a bright flash of light appeared from his side, but he was not afraid, and with a slight smile he looked slightly to the side where Hugo's weapon, which she had thrown, was sticking out of the wall next to him. She warned that she could kill him much faster than he could activate his pearl, and asked if it was true that his body was still no different from an ordinary person. Laughing, Kong Sunan assumed that she heard about it from his subordinates, and she confirmed this, admitting that surprisingly those people were quick to blab and assumed that Kong San was not the most respected leader. He, settling himself more comfortably on the couch, waved his hand, closed his eyes, and said that he can't blame the weaklings who are trying to survive by joining the strong people, but he added that if he leaves here and puts a little pressure on these people, they will immediately run to him and start licking his feet again. His gaze became more severe, his grin became more cruel, and he explained that this is so because people are like that. Hago realized that Kong Sunwan had the syndrome of an 8th grader, and he indignantly was silent for a while, not knowing what to say, and then calmed down, declaring that his magical pearl was an item of the mythical class, but it was still in the development stage, and therefore Yel Choi was able to break him. He imagined that after he developed the pearl to the deserved mythical rank, even the protagonist would not be able to resist it, and he imagined the poisonous monster he created holding Yel Choi's bloody body in its sharp teeth, and added that the city would therefore eventually belong to him. Hago became a little more scared when she looked at him, and then looked down sadly, realizing that if it weren't for Yel Choi, the entire city would be in danger. However, someone said that the pearl had not yet fully developed, and she paid special attention to this, calling him names, and asked herself if it was necessary to leave him alive at all. She imagined the snake created from poison that was next to Kong Sunan. Sometime later in the treasure appraisal center, number 4 people were talking among themselves, and one of the guys, drawing the attention of another man, asked if it was true that he was a dungeon. He wondered how it had gone, and his companion admitted that they had barely managed it, but in the end they had won, and he supposed that they could move on to slightly more difficult dungeons. Kinu stood nearby listening to them, and then turned her attention to a policeman who, having approached one of the townspeople, warned that carrying a weapon within the city limits would result in a fine. The man awkwardly said that the sword had no sheath from the very beginning, and the policeman said that he should have at least wrapped the sword in newspaper back then. Kinu finally sighed, noting that in just a few days the beautiful city had been filled with fighting spirit, and because of this Selling information at a high price would have become much more difficult. She thought that it was much easier during the riots, and she noted that in such times the most important thing is connections, and then she took her system window reduced to the size of a phone, and looking at the screen of this she called the person she had written down as a bride. After accepting the call, Hugo, whom she called, was happy that she was okay and admitted that she was very worried. She smiled sincerely, and then after listening to confused words, she answered that it was possible but wore that she was busy and asked if it was true. In the end she promised that she would help, and while she turned to the bars where Kong San was sitting with his back turned talking, he opened the system window, studying it. A little later, becoming more serious, Kenneth thought that she simply asked Hago to introduce her to someone to whom she could sell information. However, it turned out that the people Hugo introduced her to were all big shots in the city. She looked at Si Yunak, Jae Yong-gwan, K. Dusk Kimson, and a few other police officers sitting in the room, and when they all sat down at the table, Kimson, who looked very tired, began to drink a stimulant, and Jae Young seriously noted that before they began their discussion he wanted to ask something and asked if it was okay for Kong Sunan to be here. Kong Sunan agreed with this and asked if the others would be okay. Hago sighed angrily, and Kim Sun raised his head, explaining that he was the one who called him, and noticing how Jang Ju flinched in surprise, he noted that Kong Sunan was their most outstanding strength, not to mention that using Hago as a guard was somehow too wasteful, especially since they needed to use all of their strength to the maximum. Si Yunak, frowning, wanted to say something about what Kong Sunan should do, calling him mad, but Leech Man of the first level, who was an ordinary citizen who was sitting next to him, interrupted his words, suggesting that he just listen to the others. Si Yunak, although he still looked dissatisfied, still agreed without further ado, and a little later when Kanggu reported what she saw, Kim Sun noted that if her information was correct, then they could kill the god of gold before it became an adult. Although it would be very difficult to pass by Yel Choi, he thought that he should still try, and Kong Dusk and Si Yunak looked at him thoughtfully, and Kim Sun declared that this was why he wanted to use Kong Swan. Hago even opened her mouth in surprise, and Kong Sunan smiled smugly, asking if the others saw that the city needed him. After all, he asked if this meant that a deal would be made sometime later. Sitting on the roof of a collapsed building with a tornado swirling nearby, Jack and Yel Choi were playing and taking a moment to distract themselves. Jack asked if they didn't need to hurry up with the sovereignty sacrifices. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, and moving one of the pieces on the board, Jack explained that he meant the punishment of the Demon King making his own move. Yel Choi said that he needed most of the villagers to be able to earn rewards, because this time the sacrifices he had chosen were those who had gone into a dungeon that was too tough for them, or those who were close to the cursed treasure he introduced. These people who were currently in a special isolation center, and added that he had also made the sovereignty sacrifices those he needed to isolate before the mission. After that he looked to the side, and surprised by his words, Jack also turned around, and eventually they both realized that they had guests when they noticed clouds of dust rising in the distance from cars heading their way. John Gon was driving, and in the back of the car were Haego, Kong San, and Cio Yunak. Jang Onion announced that they had arrived, telling them to get ready, and the team leader, who was riding in the car behind, also said that everyone should get ready for battle, and his charges exclaimed that they were ready. Readying his weapon, Jack stood up to join the battle. However, Yel Choi chuckled and said that there was no need to do that now. Jack was surprised, and the protagonist explained that since ancient times there was a tradition of sending the weakest ones forward. At that moment the griffin that appeared above the cars descended, opening its mouth, and Hago, raising her weapon, prepared to fight, but suddenly she froze in surprise, her eyes widening, and Cio Yunak was also surprised, because using his viscous poison, Kong Sangwon wrapped it around their bodies, telling them to go after that. He waved his hand, and calling them his bait, he threw Si Yunak and Hugo into the air. Hago, frowning indignantly, screamed and asked what Kong San was doing. Si Yunak, also activating his skill, reminded that he had already said this, and said that Kong, someone whom he dismissively called, was simply a crazy person. At the same time as Hago, he launched an attack on the griffin, which screamed upon sensing the attack, and for a while Hugo and Si Yunak fought the monster in the air, while Jungon, getting out of the car, ordered the others to get out of the car and Hyde speaking disparagingly of the deputy, and then added that the military should start providing fire support when they took their places. His comrades obeyed, and while some of them remained below, some climbed up to the roof of a dilapidated building, starting to shoot at the Griffin. Kong Sunan meanwhile hiding inside one of the houses laughed to himself, realizing that there was no point in wasting energy now since the Griffin was not his final target. Laughing out loud, he asked if the others were really thinking of using him to defeat Yel Choi and his old god. Clenching his hand into a fist, he noted that these people were mistaken, and calling them names, he declared that he was the one who used them. Standing a little further away, Kim Sun, with binoculars to his eyes, watched what was happening in the distance, and noted with some displeasure that they wanted to start with negotiations, but assumed that Yel Choi was not in the mood for conversation in this place hidden behind a pile of stones. There were several more cars, and getting into one of these cars, Kim's son announced that everything had gone. Ordering the driver to go, he responded immediately, and the cars headed to the right place. And Kim's son thought that the plan to kill the god of gold, which belonged to Yel Choi, was a deception. Of course, if they succeeded, they would also win the mission, but they thought that it was obvious that they would not be able to do this, and in fact, the essence of this plan was to find treasure. While they were driving, they were attacked by monsters, but the cars did not stop heading towards their destination, and Kim's son thought that they should break through the desert to the last sector, and considering the time left, instead of going back and forth several times, they needed to take as much treasure as possible in one go, and they needed to send as many people as possible. Some of the townspeople who were sitting in the open backs of the cars fought against the attacking monsters, and Kim's son noted that as a result they could not leave a powder keg like Kong Sunan in a weakened city, and that was why the deception plan of destroying the god of gold was used in order to remove Kong Sunan from the city. Kong Sunan was currently smirking as he looked at his faintly shining pearl, while Hogo and Si Yunak continued to fight the Griffin. After some time spent on the road, the cars finally stopped, and after getting out of it, Kim's son asked if this was the last sector. Looking at the destroyed houses in front of him, he asked how a city from planet Earth ended up here. Walking deeper into the city, Kim's son looked around, focusing on the destroyed houses, and looking through one of the cracks in the wall of the house, he noticed a room inside which a photograph was lying on the ground, inserted into a frame, the glass of which was broken due to the fall. He suspected that they were far from the only ones who were called into the game, but he did not know how to confirm this. Continuing on, he noticed people in armor, and one of the men holding a sword in his hands pierced his opponent, but his opponent managed to thrust a spear into the body of this man. Watching these people destroying each other in front of the open treasure chests, Kim's son realized that humanity was not destroyed by external beings, but people were isolated and divided, and they came to an end and fighting among themselves. He noticed that these corpses he was looking at were at least a year old, and squatting down, he picked up one of the treasures lying in the chest, and Sunan, who walked with him into the room, touched one of the skeletons with his palm, noting that for them the duration of the mission lasts for years, and Kim's son continued his words, noting that at this time their mission lasts for a week. The guy realized that if this was so, then although the game started at the same time, it can be assumed that in different cities the time is different from each other. These words made Kim's son freeze in shock, opening his eyes slightly, and although it was too early to say if this hypothesis was true, it could be said that the players who created the game and Samyeonnam were beings who could play with time as they pleased. They imagined a clock face whose surface was cracked when they realized this. At this time, using fire slashes, Hogo and Si Yunak continued to fight the Griffin, while Cio Yunak moved a little to the side. Hogo launched several punches, and when colliding with the Griffin, these attacks turned into powerful explosions. Si Yunak at this time gathered air currents around himself, and used a jab and hook combination. After striking these blows, he managed to hit the Griffin, and feeling this, the Griffin opened its eyes wider, angry, and wanted to continue attacking. However, taking advantage of Si Yun's actions, Hugo jumped on the Griffin's back and, clenching her jaws, positioned her corte in such a way as to pierce it. She apologized to the Griffin, but desperately noted that they must win, and activating magic, she pierced the Griffin with her spear, and its entire body was surrounded by powerful flames. The Griffin screamed. Jack froze in shock, his mouth slightly Open when she noticed this, however. Yell Choi smirked the prominence hook and fong back glove that Hago and Kuyunak had were the best even among the legendary equipment, and these weapons not only had high attack power but also provided additional statistics to the user, so even at level 1 Yunak and Hago had superhuman power. The downside was that most of the attacks were too large scale, and because of this it caused a lot of damage. In order to control the power and master the fong back and prominence weapons, it was necessary to use it in team play to the maximum. At the moment, Hago looked at John Gon, who had part of his clothes smoking due to being hit by the attack with a start, and she apologized to him, but John Gon said that it was okay in order to prepare for the battle. They needed veterans and party members who were accustomed to working as a team, and they were currently represented by the military, and while one of them was helping a comrade up, Parker ordered the other warriors to prepare a transport. And they immediately responded, promising that they would carry out the order. The defeated griffin was lying on the ground, and smoke was rising from its body in some parts. Suddenly its body rose into the air, and upon hearing a sharp sound, Hago and Yunak, who were standing with their backs to the griffin, froze, their eyes widening, and when they turned around they noticed Yel Cho Bo, who was holding the griffin's body with one hand, congratulating them on passing the first stage. Yunak, frowning furiously, pursed his lips, ordering the protagonist to stop and explained that they did not come here for the god of gold. He noted that he had come to save Yel Choi, and he looked at him in surprise, and Yunak added that he was going to save him before he left the city completely. The protagonist smiled faintly and then squatted down and said that if that was the case, then Southeast Yunak should arrest him. He added that they should do it if they had the strength, and without waiting for an answer he jumped up, moving away. From how hard he pushed off the ground, dust rose into the air, and Yunak screamed and covered his face with his hands to somehow protect himself from the dust. Opening one eye, he thought about Yel Choi with displeasure, while Hago closed her eyes, coughing up dust, but suddenly she was distracted by something and frowned, opening her eyes wider, and then activating her power, she stood in front of Yunak, order him to be careful, and put her weapon in front of her, thus reflecting a powerful attack that was directed towards them. Because Hago managed to stand in front of her comrades in time, the attack beam was divided into two parts, and the soldiers stood behind Hago and Yunak to avoid being injured by someone else's attack and be in a safe area. Lowering his sword, Jack thought about it and asked if the only one who responded to his strike was an inexperienced student. He knew that he needed to be careful in order not to accidentally kill them all, and John 1 remembered that this was a master swordsman, a guardian of the pillar from the last mission, and also a boss who has a higher difficulty than the other guards. Hundreds of people had to attack for half a day just to catch the column's defender, and he remembered the other defenders they had fought. During that mission he wondered if they could defeat a monster that was several times stronger with so many people. With how powerful Jack's attack was, a deep rut had formed in the places where it had taken effect, and John 1 wondered who they were in this situation. Without KSAN, currently in the ravine in the Imperial Griffin's nest, Yel Choi placed the griffin in the nest, and its body was surrounded by magical energy. The protagonist praised the griffin for its good work, noting that it could now rest in peace, and kneeling down next to the griffin he placed his palm on its body. Noting that due to its regeneration ability it should recover quickly, he also apologized to it for using the griffin in this way, but he added that this was not entirely true and activated a legendary class tool called Weather Change. This was able to change the weather within a small region, and the duration depended on the rank of the one who used it, and that person could also choose the type of weather. The tool could only be used once, and while setting it, Yel Choi chose thunderstorm, and a dark thundercloud appeared above the nest with a large number of lightning bolts flying out. The protagonist promised that he would protect the griffin's nest until this task was completed, and after finishing this he began to move towards the place he needed with big leaps. Remembering how Yunak said that he came to save him, he expected that the strongest representative of the city, that is Yunak, would come, but what he did not expect was that he would say exactly that. Even if he could predict some events, it was difficult for him to say the same about feelings, and thinking about this he continued to approach the funnel of the hurricane. Not far from this, swirls of smoke were visible in the air, and Jack, surrounded by a magical Aura stopped on the roof of one of the ruins and asked, is this really all that his opponents are capable of? The soldiers were already lying on the ground badly injured, and Hugo and Si Yunak were standing there looking at Jack, and around them there were sparks of fire in the air as well as ash rising from it. Cio Yunak frowned, clenching his jaw when he realized that they could not do anything and noted that Jack was simply a monster. Suddenly Hio, desperately calling out to Jack, asked him to let them pass, but he seriously said that if they wanted to convince the martial artist, then they should use martial arts. Suddenly Jay Yangon, standing up, suggested that they retreat. And looking at his side in shock, Hago was amazed that he was alive, since he was quite badly earlier, and part of his face was stained with blood. Jungon said that they still had a few days, especially since their enemy had no reason to kill them, so he suggested taking their time and making a plan. Hago and Si Yunak watched him in shock. And after a while they all left, leaving Jack in the ruins. Soon Yel Choi approached him, admitting that everything ended faster than he expected. Jack noticed that Jiang Wan had incredible prudence, and said that he had the mind of a general, unlike martial artists who act without thinking. At this moment, having retreated, the military erected a tent, and sitting inside, Hago, Jay Yungan and Cio Yunak discussed their future strategy. Yal Choi smiled faintly, thinking that a raid was not a system that one or two people could carry out because it required cooperation and strategy. He understood that they needed to accumulate experience through this mission, and looked at Jack standing in front of him, noting that in that case they would have to divide this experience into several groups, and imagined Cio Yunak, Hago, and Zhang Wan. Noting that they needed to constantly avoid monopolizing power, thinking about this, he also imagined a man who would put a crown on his head and stretched his hand forward while smiling at the people bowing before him. Suddenly, catching Yel Choi's attention, Jack asked what he did to Kong Sonan. The protagonist explained that he was looking after him, and he asked if Jack realized that Kong Sonan was going through a turbulent teenage period. Kong Swan was standing on a rock in front of a tornado at that time, and thinking about Cio Yunak, he noted that he was just a light breeze. However, after activating his pearl, he realized that if he could overcome this storm, he could kill the gold god. While the others were fixated on Yel Choi, he laughed while in another sector one of the men looked at the weapon in his hands and cried out in delight, noticing that it worked, and asked Kong Dusk, who was standing next to him, how he came up with this idea. K. Dusk said that Yel Choi was not following the mission exactly, since he was simply using the mission to get more rewards, and that was why he tried to think like him, and then turned around. Noticing that the other villagers were repairing the treasures they had found, K. Dusk added that he decided not to simply offer the treasures but to increase the value of it before offering it, and from what the others could see, the result was quite successful. Thinking about it, he asked himself, could they use this method to jump over the protagonist? Besides this, he wondered if the expedition team would succeed, and he wondered if one of the ways in which the civilians would win was what Yel Choi was thinking about. The protagonist was sitting relaxed on one of the rocks in the desert at this time, with his book floating in the air next to him. After a while, people were shouting at each other, and one of them ordered the others to move the first type of treasure to Area B and the jewels to Area D. They did not have enough people to handle the metal, and many warned the others to be careful and cautious, as there were many fragile things there. The policeman also added that items of hero rank and above could not be repaired, and K. Dusk, to whom he reported this, told him to find those who had these items. A warrior who came closer announced that a sandstorm was raging in the desert area, so it was likely that the treasures from there would not arrive until night. K. Dusk added that lanterns should be installed in the canyon in order to shorten the time needed to get to the city. Bowing simultaneously, the soldier and the policeman expressed their agreement with the order, addressing Kong Dusk with respect, and realizing what they had said, they froze, looking at each other in surprise, and the soldier asked why they called Kong Dusk that. The policeman admitted that he did not know, noting that it just happened that way. Meanwhile, in the desert, Cio Yunak turned around and asked in surprise if his interlocutor was talking about Kong Dusk. Sitting next to him, Hago asked if it was true that if Seo Yunak left the city in his hands, then he should be able to handle it. Cio Yunak admitted that Kong Dusk was strong, and noted that in his opinion the word resourceful perfectly described Kong Dusk. After saying this, he recreated his appearance in his mind and With a serious frown he admitted that this is what made him think that Kusk was dangerous. Hago looked at him in surprise, and Cio Yunak thought that he wouldn't leave Kusk alone in the city, but it couldn't be helped like always. Opening the can of food he poured it into his mouth at once, and Hago was horrified to see this, and wondered if he ate it without even blinking an eye. In the end they decided to take things one by one, and at this time using his poison. Kong Swan tried to walk through the tornado, but the wind pushed him back and he screamed when he couldn't stand still. And then screamed louder when the wind pushed him further. He flew quite a distance, and while breathing heavily he guessed that the pearl's skills had stopped developing further. He asked himself, didn't it get stronger the more he used it? At this moment, while looking at the open book, Yel Choi smiled, noting that even if he gave Kong someone the opportunity, he simply didn't use it. The pearl's abilities wouldn't improve if it only hunted a few level participants, and it was necessary to gradually defeat stronger enemies. He imagined this, but noted that up until now Kong Sunan had always hidden himself and only encountered weak monsters or humans, and his poison didn't work even on elite-ranked monsters. Kong Sunan at this time stood up and asked himself, had the pearl stopped working? Wai Choi leaned back in a relaxed manner and remarked that if Kong Sunan were to fight Hago he could improve quite a bit, but he added with a chuckle that he wasn't going to tell him that because right now Kong Sangwon was just an independent villain, and that was enough. He settled down more comfortably, leaning his back against the back of the gold god who was sitting there continuing to absorb the treasures. Soon approaching the ground, Jack lowered himself, but before he could touch the floor an explosion suddenly appeared, forcing Jack to jump back, and Jae Yangon, who was standing next to the soldier who caused the explosion, attracted the attention of Si-yun, who screamed and struck, enhancing it with his magic. However, activating his own magical energy, Jack created streams of magic around himself which blocked the solder's vision. However, not intending to stay, one of them ordered his comrades to open fire and distract Jack's attention. Noticing him coming, Jae Young one lowered his head, covering it with his hands, and ordered everyone to prepare for the strike, while Hago jumped up and headed towards the center of the crater that Jack had created around himself to strike. The next moment, a huge explosion occurred, the shock wave of which spread very far. A little later, when the fire dissipated and only dust remained in the air, one of the soldiers wanted to get up, joyfully shouting that they did it, but his comrades stopped him, put his hand on his head, and reminded him that this was forbidden. When the smoke gradually began to dissipate, they noticed Hago. However, despite the fact that she was alive and standing, she still lost, and Jack, holding her by the neck, admitted that it was an amazing job, but warned that it was not good enough to surpass him. Zhang Guan asked, is there still not enough firepower? But suddenly Jack let go of Hugo, saying that even so he was giving her the go-ahead, and ordered her to go forward, assuming that she had already learned the fighting style of this world. Hearing this, everyone else froze in shock, and Jack added that he had something else to say. And Hugo looked at him attentively, ready to listen, and he declared that working together with someone, if the person is not strong enough yet, is also the way. Hugo's eyes widened and even her mouth slightly opened, looking at him, and John Gon, imagining the image again, imagined Jack noting that if Hago was his student she should be able to insist on her own way, and Hago, kneeling down, exclaimed that she would try her best. Calling him teacher, he asked himself, why are there always different genres? Eventually he got distracted as Cio Yunak, noting that he didn't care, suggested that they move, and together they passed Jack, heading to the right place. After getting into the cars they drove off, and Jack smirked slightly, and Jae Young Onion, concentrating, remembered that Jack gave us permission, asking himself if he was testing them. He also assumed that he could train them, and asked himself what would happen if they failed. If that was really the case, soon reaching the tornado, they all got out of the car, standing at some distance, as they noticed that it was already difficult to get through. One of the soldiers said that he did not see Elo Choi or Kong San, but Jae Young Wan warned that the protagonists knew they were coming, asking his comrades to be on guard. Looking at Hyago, he asked if it would be possible to jump over the tornado. She waved her hand and asked him to say something more realistic, and said that jumping over it would certainly not work. Kuyunak, at this time clenching his fist, looked at his glove shrouded in magical energy and thought, and then strengthening the effect of the magic, he stood in a more comfortable position. Admitting that for some reason he felt that it would work, Hago frowned in confusion looking at him, and asked what should work. Without answering her, Se Yunak shouted and frowned abruptly, raised his hands up, and thanks to this a free hole was formed in the wall of dense wind. Hago asked in shock, did he really control the wind? Jangon remembered that Fong Bak was the god of wind and asked, could a weapon of such power really do something like that? He thought it was great, and while Se Yunak was trying to hold back the wind while trembling from the effort, someone sighed and said that it was impossible with just Fong Bak's gloves. Hago and Jay Yangon were shocked to see Wai Choi standing in the hole smiling, adding that it meant that Cio Yunak had received Fong Bak's confession. Hago shouted out the protagonist's name, and the next moment she and Si Yunak began to shake, and when a bright light flashed, Jay Yangon noticed that they had both disappeared. Yel Choi admitted that it had all happened earlier than he had expected and suggested that they begin the final stage. He threw forward several hero-class tools called a travel ticket. It was a ticket that allowed one to travel to a place where a person was already, and it was only for citizens, and it could only be used once. The tool could forcibly teleport citizens into the user's line of sight. However, it could not forcibly teleport people who were above the level under the effect of these tickets. Hago and Cio Yunak were transported to another location, and Si Yunak asked with a frown where they were. Hago admitted that she thought they were quite far away, and suddenly someone appeared behind them saying that it was amazing. It was Kong Summon, who smirked and exclaimed that they were still alive. Hago and Cio Yunak remained silent looking at him, and he was amazed, noticing their gazes, and asked himself what was wrong with them. Suddenly he turned his attention to them, noticing that in the air behind Si Yunak it seemed like an angry bear was visible, and a fire dragon appeared above. Hago he mentally exclaimed that their energy had changed a lot in a day, and Hugo suddenly asked if Yel Choi had sent him here too. Kong Sunon shuddered as he asked again, and remembered that he was here when he opened his eyes and asked if the protagonist had done this. They all asked in confusion if he was afraid that they would take away his gold god. Yel Choi appeared next to them and said that it was not so, and Ksan shouted his name in surprise, and he, taking out his sword, noted that since ancient times it was the tradition of the last boss to fight on a separate stage. Running forward, Kong Swan ordered him to stop joking and asked why he didn't just transform. He threw a punch at him, but Yel Choi easily dodged it, and then said that it was great, and Kong Sunan said that playing with these losers helped him learn a lesson, because the more he hit them the better they did, and it even got to the point that they later became amazing. He remembered how he smirked with his comrades while mocking another guy, and asked how he could forget that. The protagonist noted that, as he expected, Kong Sunan was a real villain, and at this time John Gon, having returned to his soldiers, admitted that he had lost contact with Hago. Park Sonu, who was standing next to him, crossed his arms, noting that judging by the circumstances it can be assumed that they are currently fighting the other soldiers. Checking their equipment attracted Zhang Wan's attention by exclaiming that they were running low on bullets and ammunition, and Park Sony frowned and said that they had removed Kong Sangwon from the city, so their plan had succeeded. But John Gun said that he was still not sure that they would surpass Yal Choi in treasure, and although it was a false plan, he suggested that they carry it out to the end, saying that they needed to find out where Hirago was and scout out the surrounding area. The others agreed with this, and Zhang Wen thought that there were about 2 days left, and they no longer had the time to come up with a new plan nor the strength to carry it out, so all they could do now was finish what they had started. While they were fighting, the people of the city who had reached the news sector were collecting treasures. Some of them were watching it with delight, some were measuring, finding new ones, and then they were working on restoring the treasures that needed to be restored at this time. While fighting Yel Choi, Hago asked him to wait a second and wanted to offer him something, but she couldn't finish, and screamed, deflecting another powerful blow. The protagonist looked more relaxed and said that it was time for the cliché final boss scene, warning them not to let their guard down. He said that the gold god was durable but had almost no fighting power, so with the skills of his opponents, they would be able to defeat the gold god in a second. He froze in surprise as Yanaka frowned and Kong Sunan smirked, and then Yel Choi promised that if any of them could hit him even once, he would take that person to where the god of gold was. Grinning, the protagonist frowned, and holding his hand Forward laughed, and Hi Yugo and Seo Yunak thought that his terrible acting had become even worse, and Seo Yunak was horrified to think what would happen if it got worse. Someone did not pay attention to Yel Choi's terrible acting, but smirked, noticing that he himself was doing quite well. Smirking, he added that he had just begun and said that he was not ready to stop yet, after which he abruptly lowered his hand down, and a large amount of dense poisonous fog appeared around him, which surrounded Yel Choi from all sides. He noted that this one had a very large reach and swung his sword, and said although Kong San had just started, he would finish right now. He threw his sword forward and the poison in front of him disappeared, and the sword handle hit Kong San's forehead. With all its might, clenching his jaws, he frowned and called Yel Choi, and then starting to fall he burst into tears, and Hago and Si Yunak, paying attention to this symmetrical blow, noted that Kong Swan does not learn anything from life. When Kong Sunan fell, a large lump had already appeared on his forehead, and the protagonist, smiling, attracted the attention of Seo Yunak and Hago and asked if they were just going to stand and watch. He noticed that their goal was different from Kong Sunan, and Hago and Seo Yunak looked at each other, and then, activating their magic, they promised that they would now show something powerful. At this time, having closed the truck, Pak and asked Kim Sun if he was sure he would be okay. Kim Sun noted that there were too many treasures here, so he warned that not everyone would go, and asked the rest to take the civilian guards into the city. At this time, Kongu, who was sitting inside the car, smiled and looked at the treasures on her hand, and Kim Sun said that he would go get the volunteers and return with the rest on foot. At this time, other residents of the city, having loaded their backpacks with things, were also preparing to leave, and someone noted that if another person left the treasure and took it in the desert, then they would gain some time. Soon the cars were already preparing to leave the city, and Kim Sun, before leaving, froze, looking back at the city, and put his palm to his head, giving part, and at this time Hago, creating a powerful stream of fire, tried to attack Yal Choi, who rose into the air, but he managed to dodge, taking advantage of the fact that he was distracted by the fire. Seo Yunak ran closer to him, intending to embrace him with his arms, and was already glad that he caught him. However, when he clasped his hands, he froze in shock, noticing that he was unable to catch Yel Choi. Jumping to the side, the protagonist said that they couldn't defeat him with such a move, and suggested that they forgot that he was stronger than Jack. As Seo Yunak flew down, he asked if Yel Choi was a dragonfly. Hago realized that because of the shoes that the protagonist was using, they couldn't see his movements in the air, and she frowned and remembered how Jack taught her, asking if this was how she was supposed to fight someone who was stronger. Suddenly, Jae Youngwon, who had finally managed to reconnect with her, ordered her to move forward, and the sharpness of his voice in her ear made her flinch and close her eyes and ask if it was really Jae Youngwon, and she apologized to him, explaining that the connection was cut off and that's why she couldn't answer. John Gon noted that it was okay, since it was thanks to her that he was able to locate them, and remembered that someone had pointed their hand to the side, noticing an explosion off to the side. Hugo finally admitted that she couldn't speak and wanted to say something about the god of gold that Yel Choi had mentioned. However, when she heard nothing in response, she said Zhang Guan's name and asked if he had hung up. She assumed that she should call him back, but suddenly noticed that a message had appeared on the system that had changed size, and after looking at it, Hago read that Zhang Wan promised to call back but told her to just listen. When the call came, Hago answered the call, and Zhang Gan told her to listen carefully, noting that if Yel Choi was saying something about the god of gold, then it was probably all part of his plan, and if Hago heard it, then she was now a victim of sovereignty. She froze in shock while Seo Yunak continued to fight, and Kong Sunan promised that he would kill Yal Choi. Hago then asked why they were the ones who were the victims of sovereignty. Jangon said that she would find out about it later and asked that she keep him updated. Looking at the book in front of him, he remained silent for a while, listening to what the other person was saying, and eventually said that understood everything, and then promised that he would think of something, but asked that Hi you go, and the others bye time, and then said goodbye. She asked again in confusion, and then without waiting for an answer looked at Si Yunak, asking herself how could they do this. She understood that it was a waste of energy, and thought about it, and then, although she did not understand what she could do, she simply decided that she would continue the fight with a Determined, she prepared her weapon, and sometime later, waking up Kong's son, once stood up and putting his hand to his head, he sighed and then shuddered, noticing that Hago and Si Yunak were lying next to him. Exhausted, he was amazed that Yel Choi dealt with them so quickly, and laughed, noting that they also had a legendary rating getting up. He approached the protagonist and asked if this was true. Yel Choi simply looked at his book and then thought about the lost magic pearl. Kong Swan looked at him in confusion, and Yel Choi, closing the book, noted that they need to find out how it evolved, warning that if used thoughtlessly, the pearl will simply absorb Kong's Sunan. Kong's Sunan shouted that this was false and attacked Yel Choi, but he, having managed to dodge, said that he warned Kong Swan, and he, thanking him, ordered that he now disappear. Soon Hyo woke up and, contacting her J. Yugon, said that he was speaking and decided to briefly explain his plan. At this time, the value of the treasures accumulated by the god of gold in this city was 15,991,370. And the population that brought the sacrifice was 97,741. Although it was already night, people continued to collect treasures in order to take it to the city, and suddenly, while distracting Kim's son from fighting the monster, Sunan pointed his finger to the side, attracting his attention, and they noticed that the sun was rising and a car was approaching them, the driver of which was Pak, and noticing them, he happily waved his palm. And after another batch of treasures was delivered, the value of the treasures that were given to the god of gold in the city was 26,891,066, and the population that brought these treasures was 11,655. Back at the base, Kong, Dusk, and Kim Sun began to talk, and at this time the battle between Hago Se Yunak and Yel Choi was still going on in the desert of the god of gold. The value of the treasures that were brought to this god was 52,800. Person who made that sacrifice was only Yel Choi. He continued to fight with Hago, and by this point the value of the treasures that were brought to the god in the city was 37,11970, and the population had increased to 1563,42. While Hago was fighting Cio Yunak, and Kong Sunan stood a little to the side, and while breathing heavily, Kong Sunan admitted that this was starting to get on his nerves, noting that he would start asking for a raise. After hearing it, Si Yunak did not respond to him, and at this time there were 21 minutes and 32 seconds left in the mission. Suddenly a signal came from the system window, which was reduced to the size of an earphone that was currently plugged into Cio Yunak ear, and he flinched, listening, and then ordered Hyo to get ready. He activated the magical energy of his gloves and created 2 streams of air, declaring that they had one last spurt left. These streams of air were directed towards the protagonists, who jumped back and dodged, but not giving up. Se Yunak shouted and increased the energy he was releasing. The streams of air swirled, and while moving in the air to dodge it, Yel Choi was amazed, noticing that the effect of acupuncture was gradually decreasing, so it was difficult for him to control his power. However, he still admired what Si Yunak was able to create, and after praising him for his work, Kong Swan activated his own pearl, shouting that he would be the one to make the final blow. However, without saying anything to him, Cio Yunak simply started running back, and Kong Sunan turned around in confusion and asked what was going on. At this time, one of the soldiers fired a shot into the air, attracting the attention of the others, and soon he noticed Seo Yunak appear next to him. Not expecting to see him, he even screamed, and Seo Yunak, jumping onto a boat that was parked nearby, ordered the others to hold on and announced that they were retreating. They confirmed that they had heard everything, and Seo Yunak, using his magic, directed the wind into the sails of the boat, directing it along the sand in the right direction. Running after them, Kong Sunan asked what other tricks he could do. He ordered them to stop, and sent a stream of poison after the boat, intending to grab it. Turning back, the soldier asked if they had lost one of their comrades. Se Yunak ordered him to look ahead, and since they didn't have time, he suggested that he speed up. Meanwhile, the poison claw grabbed the boat, trying to slow it down, and at this point there were 15 minutes and 30 seconds left. Running closer to them, Yal Choi swung his sword, cutting the air flow created by Si Yunak, and asked if that was all. He wanted to say that they would just tie him up now, but he suddenly froze, noticing that Hyo was frowning and consuming quite a large amount of stamina potions. After finishing, she threw the empty flasks aside, activating the magic and reminded her that Yel Choi taught her the secret spear technique during their first mission. The protagonist remembered this and froze frowning, and Hago reminded him that in order to use this technique he needed to have 100% endurance and pierce himself with a spear while raising the spear. She screamed, concentrating energy near it, and Yel Choi exclaimed, trying to stop her because he understood that she was not durable enough, and if she used this technique now something terrible would happen. However, despite this, Hago continued to concentrate fire near the spear and placed it in such a way as to pierce herself with it. Yel Choi screamed that she would die, but without listening to him, Hago decided to make a final dash, and there was a lot of fire around her. This technique was called a spear burned by the breath of a dragon, and it only helped those who had great potential inside, and only having a high level of endurance could use the power of this technique and summon a fire dragon which could cast a powerful spell. Another name for this technique is the Dragon of the Sun, because as a result, both the dragon and the sun leave only ashes. When the fire around Hugo dissipated, it turned out that she had not pierced herself with the spear because Yel Choi, having run up to her in time, thrust his sword forward, stopping her weapon, and when the magic finally dissipated he asked if it was true that Hugo knew about the inner strength. He suggested that this was why she drank stamina potions, and closing her eyes she exclaimed that it was indeed so. Explaining that it was Jae Young-gwan's idea, she remembered how he said that it was impossible to figure out Yel Choi's plans, but he also suggested that they could figure out a person's plans. The protagonist froze in surprise looking at her, and then sinking to the floor he admitted that they had caught him there and touched his hair with his palm. Turning his back to Hyo, he looked at the boat that had already left, and said that it was not that they could not catch up with him, but he wanted to finish things here first since his goals had been achieved. The remaining time until the end of the mission was 7 minutes and 23 seconds, and at this time Jong-won, who had already approached the funnel along with the other soldiers, ordered everyone to get ready since the others were approaching without stopping the movement of the boat, which was moving at high speed on the sand. Seo Yunak continued to use the wind, and from the effort he even cried out, raising his hands, and managed to create a passage in the tornado. Calling several soldiers to him, Jong-won shouted that they needed to quickly make a replacement, and at that moment Kong Sunan suddenly appeared next to them, surrounding himself with a dense dome of poison, laughing, rushing forward. Frowning, Si Yunak asked if it was really him. Jong-won and the other soldiers had to jump aside as the tentacles of poison rushed forward, and in the remaining 6 minutes and 11 seconds it penetrated the storage hidden behind the wind, and shouts came from the darkness, and Kong Sunan, continuing to create poison, warned that the joke was over, ordering the God of Gold to come out soon. He, having entangled the God of Gold and poisonous tentacles, pulled it out, leaving it hanging in the air, and having prepared himself, Jong-won and the other soldiers took their weapons, and when Jong-won ordered them to advance, they began to fire at the same time. Around this time, having struck the armor with a hammer for the last time, the man announced that the assembly was complete, and his comrade, looking at the armor, noted that it was perfect, telling him to deliver this to the God of Gold. At this time the battle continued in the desert, and noticing that there was no time, the comrades encouraged each other, telling each other to act quickly. There were already 4 minutes and 42 seconds left. Empty bullet casings were falling down, and Jang Onion took a bomb and then threw towards the gold god. The others joined the attacks using their magical abilities as well as weapons. Those residents who were still in the city continued to offer treasures to the god, and when one of the men tried to pass him a shield, the gold god rejected the treasure, and startled, the man asked in disappointment, could it really reject such a work of art? His comrade standing next to him exclaimed that this could not be, and at this time a child sitting on the ground nearby frowned in concentration, shaping a piece of clay and attaching small stones and ornament to it. After finishing, he held the finished product forward. However, when nothing happened, he became upset and almost cried, and the next moment, suddenly the thing he had created was enveloped in a golden glow and rose into the air. Noticing this, the boy smiled happily, and at this point there was 1 minute and 35 seconds left until the mission was completed. Yal Choi and Hago were still nearby at this time, and looking at her, the protagonist said Hyo's name, attracting her attention. She responded, indicating that she was listening, and he asked if he could ask her for a favor. He knew that people would eventually split into groups and fight among themselves. After all, that was human nature. He remembered the destroyed city of the neighboring sector, and noted that this was why he wanted to say something. He did not finish right away, and Hago, with her eyes widened, watched him more closely, listening to his words. With 25 seconds left until the mission was completed, the gold god sitting on the dome above the city Fr and Pakin cried out in fear while holding the treasure box. K. Dusk remained calm while directing the people around him, and with 11 seconds left, the gold god frowned so much that the veins on his face became more visible despite the fact that there was almost no time left. The villagers continued to repair the treasures in the hopes that the gold god would accept it. When the countdown from 4 to 1 began, Kanu, sitting on the roof of one of the buildings, stood relaxed while eating chips and smiled faintly while waiting for the result. With only 2 seconds left until the mission was completed, the gold god was still frowning. However, when the time was up, it smiled happily, good naturally, closing its eyes, and the system announced that the mission was completed and the city of the gold god had won. Kong Sunan laughed happily, shouting that it worked, and stood on the body left by the destroyed gold god that belonged to Yel Choi, opening the system window. Kong Sunan grinned enthusiastically, deciding that now that he had received the reward he would request a promotion. However, before could finish speaking, he fell silent, noticing that the system had announced that due to the sacrifices of sovereignty, all of his rewards would be confiscated. In addition, the citizens of the Golden City living outside the city would be forcibly transferred to this city, and when the system announced this, the transfer was completed, and Jae Young W and CIO Yunak came closer to each other and shook hands, and Jang W commented that it was a great job, and C. Yunak suggested that they should have a drink together sometime. Imugi, still shocked by the fact that he had become a victim of sovereignty, froze in shock as he looked at the system window. The system announced that the agricultural points reward would be doubled, and Hago, who had also finally moved to the city, smiled happily as she turned around but froze in surprise, not noticing Yel Choi next to her. Almost immediately, other people began running up to her, smiling happily as they saw her, and the system began to calculate the points ranking, and according to this, Kinu took third place with 44 points. Sunan took second place with 46 points, and Pakin took first place with 32,443 points. He froze in shock when he heard this, and immediately other people ran up to him, starting to throw him up in the air, shouting in delight. However, he asked them to wait and announced that it was all thanks to Hyo, and he himself did nothing. However, it was still very good news, and he promised that he would give something to everyone. Hearing this, all of his comrades shouted happily again, and sometime later, hearing the notification signal, Jang Won looked at his system window, reading that the members of his platoon who captured the gold god would receive a special reward for capturing it, namely a 12-sided die. Thanks to this, the chance of getting the hero status should have increased greatly, and thinking about the points in double-sized, Jae Young Onion noticed that both this and the special reward were quite generous. He couldn't even believe that it was really true, but suddenly he was distracted as the system announcement said that the gold god was blessing the city. Jang Onion shuddered in confusion, asking if this was still a reward thanks to the gold god's blessing. The export figures increased by 10%, and satisfied, the gold god left the city, rising into the air above it, and disappearing. There were 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds left until the next mission, and Yel Choi sitting high again sighed in relief, noticing that this was a happy ending. He knew that everything could have ended back badly, and at that moment the system announced that the Demon King's punishment had been lifted and the remaining endurance was 10.4%. Noticing this, Jack remarked that this was not enough, and asked if Yel Choi was still an enemy of this city. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist exclaimed that it was not so, and laughed, adding that he was now the scourge of this city. Sighing, Jack asked, "Isn't that worse?" Yel Choi exclaimed that it sounded cool, and noted that he was the scourge of the entire city, amazed that the townspeople could come up with something like that. However, he pointed out that nothing more would happen to them at this time. The towns people were actually shouting happily, waiting for new missions to appear. Holding his chin in his hand, Jack said, That a scourge was of very dubious status, but Yel Choi smirked, ordering him to be quiet, and admitted that he was very happy to see how this town was developing. Jack, displeased, ordered him not to shut him up, but the protagonist did not react to this remark in any way and simply smiled, looked straight ahead, and realized that the townspeople now had enough resources for something. He knew that in the time between the two missions the 8th city would change beyond recognition. Sometime later, people gathered near one of the buildings, shouting, raising their completed forms in the air, and saying that they wanted to work for Pakuan's delivery service. Some said that he was very nice, some shouted that they already had their license, and some admitted that they dreamed of becoming the king of delivery. Pakan, in front of whom they all stood, looked at these people with horror, asking them to wait, and reminded them that he had already said that this was all thanks to Hago. He noted that they had only helped a little, and frowning decisively, several men shouted that this was exactly why they wanted to join Pak, and looked at them in confusion, not understanding such an answer. And the people of the city explained that although Hugo was in the hands of the protagonist and became a victim of the collapse, she continued to fight until the very end, and that is why they called her a true hero and an angel of flame. Making her an of the 8th city, they wanted to get closer to her at least a little, and if they could, they would give their lives for her. Frightened by such, Seal Pak and even moved away from them a little, putting his palms forward in a calming gesture, and watching them from the window of the building next to which the people were standing. Go froze, sadly lowering her head, and remembered her conversation with Yel Choi. He then said that when people fall into despair again, and when they bow their heads tiredly, then for despair they will see something. He imagined himself depicted as a demon, Kong Sunan, covered in poison, and one of the townspeople kneeling in despair, adding that these people would see Hago, asking that she be a symbol of hope for them. He imagined her appearing surrounded by flames, destroying him and Kong Swan with the flames, and noticing this, the townspeople raised their heads. Eventually, Hugo came out of the building, and noticing her, the people joyfully shouted her name, and she, making a small flame appear in the air near her weapon, asked everyone to listen, saying that she was not as accept as they thought. However, if they wanted to protect the city with her, she would gladly form a guild with them. A guild was a term used to describe an association of merchants and artisans in medieval Europe. In games, this term was used to describe a group of people who worked together to achieve a goal. Hearing this explanation, Yunak frowned and asked if it was like a club of interests. Dusk, who was standing in front of him and training by lifting a small barbell, pointed out that there were guilds that were like clubs, but each had its own vibe, and some acted like bandits, others like robbers, and others were just partners rather than friends. Yunak asked if they could also form a guild. Duck replied that they could have done so from the start, remembering that in the system window in the community section there was an option to open a tab with a blacklist friends and also enter a battle, create a guild or an alliance. However, this was too much. In order for his daughter to open a guild, she needed to give 1 million points. Currently there were only 3 guilds that were officially organized, and the rest of the guilds were considered provisional. The first official guild was called Delonix, and it was founded by Hyo. She was the master of Delonix, and her deputy was Pak, and they were the most popular, and their main goal was to protect the city and the citizens of it. At first they were called the Hago Guild, but she objected to this name, and named the guild after her favorite flower. She closed her eyes and waved her hands as she was not satisfied with the name, and Yunak noted that Go was very cool, so she could be relied on. He noted that there would be no problems, and KK continued the story, noting that the next guild was the Army. The official name of the second guild was the Army of the 8th City, and in the very first mission they had already participated, and they had a lot of points. All this was due to the competent command of Colonel Kim's son, and the precise execution of 2nd Lieutenant John Wan. As he said this, he imagined the soldiers lined up in neat rows, as well as Kim's son and John Wan. Yunak closed his eyes and nodded, noting that they were also good, and said that the army had a bright future. The third and last official guild was the Kingdom, or Guild of Kong Sunan. Hearing this, Yun's eyes widened, and Kong Dusk explained that despite the Yel Choi incident, they still had high-ranking weapons just like him, and they almost took over the city, and that was also worth something. Many bandits drunk with impunity joined this guild, and the kingdom had only one goal, which was to kill Yel Choi and take over the city. Standing up, Yunak said that Kong San was very arrogant, and would not rest until he understood that they also needed to become stronger and calm. Dusk closed his eyes and shook his head from side to side, assuming that CIO Yunak was referring to the police. He announced that they were busy with petty criminals and protesters, and besides they did not have enough points to establish a guild. He understood that soon they would be of no use at all, and upon hearing this Seo Yun frowned angrily and then going to the window looked out onto the street and asked what Kong Dusk was suggesting suddenly. The men standing outside greeted him, announcing that they wanted to serve Kong Dusk, but they quickly corrected themselves by saying that they wanted to serve the police. They asked to be seen, and with a sigh Si Yunak looked seriously at K Dusk and asked what he had been doing in his absence. He announced that he had simply been working, and with a grin asked if Si Yunak thought that he would gather his men to get rid of the police. Si Yunak grinned and looked at him, glad that Kong Dusk had gathered these men, since then they would be able to get rid of them all at once. They stood there, looking at each other, and a policeman who had just entered the room stood there in shock looking at them, and it seemed to him that instead of people a fox was standing in front of him grinning relaxedly, and a bear was looking at it with fury, finally drawing the attention of CIO Yunak and KK. The policeman handed over the documents, announcing that they had come across something suspicious during their investigation, and that it was the rewards of the victims of sovereignty. As Ko Yunak accepted the documents, he asked what was in it. He was surprised to see that the list of victims also included former prisoners and those convicted of particularly serious crimes on Earth. Kong Duck admitted that he found it strange that there was no one on the list except Kong San's people. However, it turned out that there was a reason for this, and he noted that the police were completely unreliable, asking if they could at least handle the protesters. CIO Yunia, angry at such dismissive words, frowned and shouted that he would deal with everyone at once, and then struck, but Kong Dusk dodged it with a relaxed expression. Closing his eyes, CIO Yunak moved away from him a little maiden obscene gesture and shouted that all these people would obey the police, asking if that was clear. Kong Dusk chuckled and said that it would be as CIO Yunak said, and taking out a cigarette he noted that Yal Choi was not only working for Kong Soon, and noting that carrying out such a complicated plan step by step was a method that he was sure would lead to victory. He put the cigarette in his mouth, clamped it between his teeth, and chuckled at that time. Several leaflets were blown into the air by the wind, and Kim's son looked at one of the leaflets and thought about it and asked why there were so few volunteers. Jong Won suggested that it was because of the word mobilization, and Kim's son was surprised and asked if that was really a sign. Jong Won said that those who came here on their own were simply amazing, and Kim's son agreed with this, turning his attention to the few people standing in front of their guild's tents. But suddenly he remembered that Jong Won wanted to talk about something, and he confirmed this by saying that they were running low on ammunition. Kim's son replied that he had received a report, and Jong Won added that there was also a shortage of food, and the only thing they had was electricity. They had to learn to produce everything they needed, and he introduced the food as well as ammunition and the people who were making weapons, sewing and growing food, saying that they had to do it themselves because that was the rule of any civilization. Fortunately, the civilians were already wasting a lot of energy, so they assumed that there would be no resistance. Besides that, they had something else, and Kim's son placed several thick notebooks on the table in front of Jong Won, and he looked at it in surprise, reading that it was a declaration of the fourth city. Kim's son grinned and said that a person cannot do without paperwork, noting that in the destroyed sector people left a lot, and they documented it. Jong Won listened attentively as Kim's son announced that they would combine this theory and their battle EXP experience to create their own strategy. Yel Choi meanwhile continued to sit on the tower, looking thoughtfully at the city with a faint smile on his face. Kinu, approaching him, noticed that he looked pleased, and he, crossing his arms over his chest, exclaimed that it was because he was truly pleased. But suddenly he shuddered, looking in horror at Kenu, who was sitting next to him, and asked why she was here again. She explained that there was a beautiful view from here, and holding out a bag of chips towards Yel Choi, she added that thanks to him she had a lot of fun on the mission. He, slightly stuttering in confusion, asked what she was talking about, noticing that he still hadn't taken the bag of chips. Kanu leaned closer to him, continuing to hold it out to him, and asked if he was going to start a guild. Laughing, the Protagonist said that it was obvious that the guild masters were becoming victims of sovereignty, and replied that he was not going to found a guild. Smirking, Jennu realized that he was preparing something for the victims of sovereignty and asked if he would enroll her as the first member of his guild once this problem was resolved. Sweating from the tension, Yel Choi replied that he could not give a definite answer yet, and placing the bag of chips on his lap, Chu stood up abruptly, deciding that formalities should be discarded. The protagonist looked at her in horror, not understanding the meaning of such a reaction, and Kanu, hooking her hook onto the edge of the platform, took the rope, preparing to jump, and told Yel Choi to call her anytime if he needed help. She also added that if he didn't understand her intentions, she was even willing to become a victim of sovereignty, and Yel Choi looked at her in surprise, his eyes widening, and Kinu jumped off the edge of the platform and began to descend. Yel Choi sighed and noted that she was quite interesting, and he took the chips and thought about sacrificing sovereignty and punishing the Demon King. This was not part of his plan because this mission helped him set up the city and begin China. He did not receive any reward, and now he remembered how the system warned that those who colluded with the god of gold would not be rewarded. This meant that China did not receive anything by participating in the mission. The protagonist simply showed himself to China. If he went against him, he would lose. He sat down, starting to eat the chips, and the book just floated in the air around him, and Yel Choi, looking at it thoughtfully, decided that if there was no response, he would just continue. However, if his guesses were correct, then the answer should not take long to come, since China was greedy enough to invent sovereignty. In addition, the protagonist assumed that China knew perfectly well that he could quench this thirst. Suddenly his eyes widened and his look became more frightened as he noticed that the space around him had changed, and now he was not sitting on a high platform but in an empty, bright space. He was amazed noticing this, and looking straight ahead he saw the silhouette of a person around whom books were floating in the air. He asked himself, is this really Krina? Realizing that it really could be him, he shouted his name and frowned in as he pulled out his sword, jumping towards him and swinging it to strike. Christina just stood there without dodging, and the next moment Yel Choi suddenly froze in amazement as he found himself on a chair. Christina walked closer to him, holding a tray with fruits on it, but the protagonist was not going to give up, and turning around abruptly he screamed as he struck again. But the next moment he noticed that he was sitting on the same chair, but in front of him a table appeared with a bowl of fruits on it. The protagonist was very surprised when he noticed this, and calmed down. He looked at his hands, and Krina sat on the chair opposite him, frowning in concentration. Yel Choi asked himself what was going on. He noted that it didn't look like a demon king, but suddenly felt absolute oppression, and realized that the person sitting in front of him was indeed the Demon King of the sovereignty of Krina. Krina sat relaxed with his eyes closed, taking a sip from a neat cup and looking at him seriously. Yel Choi told himself to calm down, assuming that he had worked too hard and that was why the blood rushed to his head. The thing was that China didn't look like he was going to attack, and so the protagonist decided that he would find out everything and had already opened his mouth to ask something, but suddenly froze, bringing his hand to his neck and paying attention to his voice. He asked himself why he couldn't speak. Christina, with his eyes closed, declared that he met Yel Choi simply out of interest, and he did not want to be distracted by anything when he spoke. His mouth did not open, and he also added that he would let the protagonist decide what their meeting would lead to, so that Yel Choi himself would lead the dance. The protagonist looked at him carefully and smirked, crossing his arms over his chest, leaning back in his chair in a relaxed manner, and mentally asked if Christina needed anything. Christina told him not to even start, warning him that he had 6 more people like Yel Choi, and Christina himself was the only one. The protagonist asked himself if Christina really thought of counting thoughts. He asked what would happen if he thought of something distracting. Christina suddenly told him to choose and warned that if he remained just a hobby then nothing would appear, but if he became a need then a new opportunity would open up before him. The very next moment 2 books appeared on the table in front of the protagonist, and he looked at them in surprise, asking if this was really the same book. Krina announced that this would change according to Yel Choi's choice, and he asked if all the sacrifices and punishments would disappear if he became Kristen's need. Looking down on him, Krina warned him not to rush, reminding him that he only said that he was giving Yel Choi the opportunity to become something he needed. Perhaps he would never need the protagonist, and after that he would lose interest in him. Yel Choi listened attentively, and then, closing his eyes, grinned, warning that he would have to go through a lot in any case. He imagined bloody skeletons around him and frowned, continuing to grin, and Christina admitted that this is why he is interested in something and asked if this many things are not important to Yel Choi. He also noted that if he does not become either one or the other, then there is only one opportunity open to him, which is to change the fate of all the game units. The protagonist froze, frowning, and asked again. At this time a system notification sounded in the city, and a notification announced that due to the increase in experience the city reached level 3. One of the girls, noticing this, was surprised and asked didn't they start from level 1. She noticed that they went up 2 levels at once, and the girl standing next to her noted that many did not use their points. The system sent in another notification, explaining that the durability of the city was restored. Kinu, standing in the store whose shelves were empty, noticed that this player was choosing a reward for leveling up and was amazed that players seized the chance. She noticed that the store was completely simple and noted that although those creatures were called players, their player did not move much. She imagined a destroyed city, and then noted that the player of the 4th city was up to no good, and she did not know if it liked to sit back or just did not care about the city. Meanwhile, the system sent a new notification, noting that as a reward for raising the city level, a helper was added. An NPC was added to the city, and its appearance, type, and equipment were random. After this, an NPC appeared on the streets of the city which had the skin of a city defender. It also had a melee style and automatically attacked those who invaded the city. When attacking an NPC, it was going to attack back, and so the system warned people to be careful when the NPC walked down the street. Many guys looked at it with admiration, and while one guy just screamed in delight, another guy got hit by a girl standing next to him who frowned indignantly after hearing his excited exclamation. In addition, the NPCs were divided into 30 levels, and the character that appeared in the city was level 30. After this notification, the man no longer paid such attention to the NPC, and apologizing decided to run away. Kenu smiled, realizing that this was such a very strong guardian of the city, and imagined the guardian next to whom the player was lying. Scared of this, she thought about it, noting that judging by the rewards someone was playing for these players, and she also assumed that this player could only be preparing for the real game. At this time, the hologram representing Yel Choi was sitting on a platform hovering near the city, and the player, pointing his finger towards it, waited for the system notification to say that the result of a full examination of the anomalous unit was ready. As a result, no anomalies were detected, and it was marked as a system error, so registration was denied. After that, the system gave the player 3 options to choose from, offering to double-check, confirm, and also conduct an examination. The player chose to conduct an examination, and the system warned that during the examination the unit could die. Asking whether to continue this, the player clicked on the desired option, and the person depicting Yel Choi as a character shuddered slightly. At this time, the protagonist, frowning, asked Crossan if he was even talking about those from other cities when he was talking about everyone. Kren confirmed this and asked if everything was clear to Yel Choi now. Without answering right away, the protagonist noticed that his voice had appeared, and then thought about the fact that the scale was huge, but on the other hand he did not know if Christina was capable of something of such a size. He thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, admitting that Krina was an unusual demon king, and looked at Krina sitting opposite him, who was calmly chewing fruits. In the end, noticing that the space they were in was starting to get better, Krina laughed, warning that it was time to make a decision. Yel Choi decided to clarify something first and asked what Christina wanted to achieve. He thought about the answer for a while, and then screamed and, grinning, shouted that he wanted everything that belonged to the players, and clarified that he meant everything they had, that is, everything they knew, did not know, and hid. He wanted their skin, their bones, their souls, and declared that all of this would belong to him. Yel Choi realized that Christina saw the players as his enemies, and Kristen urged him on, ordering him to choose. 2 books appeared in the air above the protagonist again, and he looked at it, thinking that the other demon kings rewarded the players by making them supreme beings, and they called missions challenges. He frowned in concentration, and because the space continued to shrink, and he himself was already almost gone. He managed to make a decision, understanding what exactly he needed to do if this was the case. He put his hand forward, taking one of the books, and Christina smiled slightly, and then thoughtfully said that was a brilliant but obvious choice. He warned that he would erase this conversation from Yel Choi's memory, and he frowned indignantly, asking again, and Christina said that no one should catch them until time passed. The protagonist declared that nothing had changed in his situation, and Christina explained that change was always a process, so it took time. Falling into the darkness, Yel Choi indignantly called him names, but he told him not to worry. Sometime later, opening his eyes, Yal Choi shuddered inside, tiredly asking himself, did he really fall asleep right here? Looking at the book, he sighed, noticing that Krina did not answer, and Krina at that moment thought that his child would guide the protagonist. Sometime later, breathing heavily, Kinu quickly ran through the streets of the city, frowning in concentration, and stopping, she pressed her back against one of the publications, cautiously looking to the side, and asked if she had come off, but the next moment someone forcefully slapped the wall next to her with a palm, and she even shuddered in surprise, and the person chasing her shouted that she had not come off. Kinu frowned as Hago walked up to her, exclaiming that she would be joining her guild. Kenna looked at her tiredly, reminding her that she had already said that she didn't want it, and asked Hago to leave her alone. Already, Hago, falling to the ground, began waving her arms and legs in the air and asked Kenu to agree, noting that they were friends. Kenu declared that they were never friends, ordering her to stop, and explained that she was more comfortable alone. Opening her sister, she received back 10 points, and surrounding herself with a magical aura, she said that she was simply not suitable for Hyago. Hugo, standing up, grabbed her sharply, noting that she would not leave her, and smirked, saying that she belonged to her. Kenna frowned in displeasure, ordering her to be released since she was in pain, and noted that Hugo could leave her with a burn. After breaking free, she ordered Hugo to leave her behind, but she had no intention of doing so. The only time to get points back was between missions and during this time the soldiers continued to train, and one of them ordered those who were running to run another 10 laps. The soldiers ran in a straight line, counting the rhythm, while some of them trained using shields and weapons. Unlike those people who had serious injuries, they used the 30-minute recovery, and this function not only got rid of injuries, but also increased the level of endurance. People's strength was restored as if a person had slept for 10 hours. And while the soldiers were training, other people used their skills to create weapons. The function increased productivity, and those who were not training were arranging the space, preparing for the next mission. And a man with 3 quivers of arrows on his back approached the Fank area and asked who ordered the arrows. Looking out of the window of the house under construction, one of the men shouted that it was him, and in the classroom a woman standing in front of the children sitting at the tables explained that during the mission they must evacuate to a safe zone, use the emergency contact network, and make reports. The army was preparing rebuilding, and they did not even sleep. In addition to the army, there were other adventure guilds, and one of these guilds was an otherworldly adventure preparatory guild called the Raider Headquarters. They were studying and collecting various artifacts, and Yel Choi, who was sitting on a tower training with Jack, noticed that they were simply absorbed in preparation, taking a break from showing the movement. Jack corrected the protagonist's position, reminding him that he needed to watch his posture. The civilians understood everything, and this was what determined their survival in the next mission. However, there were those who spent their time less productively, such as Kong Swan, laughing, watching his fighting comrades, egging them on to attack. He noted that they would still get 10 points back for the recovery, and encouraged by these shouts, the men continued to fight, not paying attention to the fact that everything around them was already stained with blood. Kong San promised that whoever was the strongest would become his right hand. Thus 24 hours passed, and soon a notification announced that a new round had begun, telling the players to roll the dice. As a result, pawn number 8 moved 3 squares and stopped on the cannon tower. The cannon tower map was supposed to be a cooperative mission, and Pack and read about the condition and asked if the villagers would have to gather together. Hago frowned in concentration, and the system notified that it was searching for the cooperative mission target. Yal Choi froze in amazement as he read the book, and the system noted that 1, 2, or 3 random pawns also stopped on the cannon tower field. The first pawn was PWN Number 17, and it appeared next to pawn number 8. Noticing this, Hago realized that this was another city that had not fallen yet, and the girl standing next to her was so shocked that she even opened her mouth as she looked at the city in front of her. Frowning, Si Yunak asked if there was a city like theirs on Earth. K. Dusk said that it was not, because if it was a city from the Earth, then it had undergone a major change. On one of the towers of the new city that had appeared next to them stood a man fully clad in armor and confident. Ly looked forward. Between the two chips a map began to generate, and in the center of the space that appeared a cannon appeared, and one of the soldiers cursed. Noting that the map was empty, another pointed out that the cannon in the center of it was not bad, and Zhang Onian, who was standing next to them, did not say anything but continued to peer into the system window. The difficulty level for the cannon tower was to be determined by the sum of the dice of all the players when rolling, and in the end the sum of the dice was 11. Suddenly the ground in the place where the cannon was standing began to shake, and soon it began to rise, and in its place a tower was formed, each of the floors of which was equipped with weapons. The cannon tower was to attack the city randomly, and the citizens had to conquer the tower, and the mission was to be completed after the time expired. Looking at this, Yal Choi calculated that there was one floor for each difficulty level, and there were 11 floors in total. After that, the system noted that some things would also be determined by the sum of the dice of all the players went in, and in the end the mission time took 7 days. The cannons turned around, preparing to begin their work, and the system announced that the mission had begun, and the next moment the cannons began firing in different directions. Large cannonballs were approaching the houses and standing in front of one of them. Si Yunak and Hago prepared themselves, activating their power to push the cannonballs away, hitting one of the cannonballs with her weapon. Hago frowned when she noticed that it did not take any damage. She was outraged at this happened, and then she was suddenly thrown back as a ball of energy flew towards her from the cannon. Seo Yunak ordered her to conserve her strength, noting that if she could not destroy the cannonballs, then she should simply redirect it to where there was no one. This is exactly what he did, and the cannonballs that were thrown aside destroyed several buildings. Hago noted that the city was suffering, but Si Yunak shouted that everything was fine, noting that the main thing was that no one died. However, K. Dusk, who had come closer, said that nothing was okay, and Cio Yunak asked irritably why that was. K. Dusk explained that the game was protecting the city, not the residents of this one, and asked if Si Yunak had forgotten that while they were talking the police were helping those trapped under the rubble to get out, and a notification suddenly announced that pawn number 8 had 91.6% of its health remaining. Watching from the side, Yel Choi noted that it didn't matter how many residents died, since their gain would end if the city was destroyed. He frowned in concentration, suggesting that they look at how the other city was doing. Cannonballs were also flying towards the other city, but there was no one on the streets of this one who was ready to protect the city from what had happened. The people gathered nearby muttered something incomprehensible, knelt down, clasped their hands together, and smiled. They closed their eyes and announced that the great guardian of the city was looking down on them from above, and told the player there that they were going through a trial that the board was giving them. They asked that player to perform a miracle for the sinful residents of this one. A map began to form in the sky above the city, and Yel Choi shuddered in confusion upon noticing it, and when the map was fully formed it became clear that it was a defense and magic type card called Harsh City. It protected the city from direct physical attacks, and after a certain amount of threats were absorbed, this card would be destroyed from the impact of this card. The cannonballs that had flown into the city bounced off the building, and a notification announced that 99.4% of the health of the number 7 pawn remained. Watching through binoculars, Kim's son noted that this map matched what was written in the records of the 4th city. His comrade standing next to him said that it was good, and the protagonist crossed his arms and smiled, realizing that the players were playing with cards and dice. These were two ways to interfere with the game, and now that he saw it up close, he felt it fully. He imagined himself sitting on a chessboard with the player's hand and cards in the air above him, and he noted that they had become simple units in the game. The cannon on top of the tower suddenly changed his direction, and the system notified that the last cannon was aimed at the number 8 piece, starting the countdown to the shot with 59 minutes and 58 seconds remaining. The Soldiers as well as John Gon gathered in the car began to approach the tower. They noticed that the other cannons were silent, assuming that it was being restored, but suddenly those sitting inside the car were surprised to find movement in the front. Several more towers rose up from the ground in front of them, and Zhang Guan realized that it was an ambush, shouting that they would break through it. His men replied that they would and began driving between the towers, trying to turn in time to avoid a collision. As a result of what happened, the second and third vehicles were destroyed, and Zhang Guan asked what the casualties were. One of his men replied that 2 soldiers had minor injuries, but that it should not affect the battle. The soldier who remained behind the overturned vehicle told Jae Young-onian and the others to drive, promising that they would catch up with them once they were done. Here John Gon warned them not to forget that they had to survive until the gap between missions, even if their arms and legs were cut off. Now he understood why the map was so simple, and while he was thinking about it, the driver of the vehicle hurried himself, telling himself to drive faster. He abruptly turned the car to the side as the tower appeared in front of them again, and Zhang Guan noted that the map itself was transforming, and they could assume that everything could change at any moment, either due to monsters or the topography itself. Suddenly the driver sitting next to him asked if they should have brought Hugo along. Jungan said that it would be too much, since if she went with them to target the tower they would lose the city's defenses against the cannons. Meanwhile the city's residents cleared the rebel as best they could, and Zhang Onian announced that Hago and Xiao Yunak should stay inside for this mission. Hago tried to say something to Se Yunak, but he stopped her, announcing what they should do. John Gon meanwhile decided that they would go to the tower to scout it out, and then think about it. Suddenly Kong Swan appeared at his side, but John Gon did not notice him at first, and noted that since they would be working together with the people of City Number 7, they needed to make a good impression. Noticing his attention, Kong Swan made obscene gestures at him, and then looked ahead, and the girl driving the sports car sped up, followed by several more cars, each with flags that were the symbols of their guilt. Raising his hand, Kong Swan shouted that he was too busy to be distracted by such formalities, and while cursing he sent streams of thick poison forward and laughed. Zhang Guan and the soldier sitting next to him were silent for a while, considering the situation, and finally Jae Yong-wan asked if his comrade thought that the war was currently on pause. He did not answer, but only slightly flinched, and at that time the system announced that there were 47 minutes and 32 seconds left until the last cannon fired. Several other cannons meanwhile sent 3 shots in the other direction, and noticing this, Zhang Guan asked if each cannon reloaded differently, and on the other side a soldier who also got out of the car and stood next to him assumed that Kong's Sunin had already reached the tower, and suddenly another man came closer to them, sighing, noticing that they were a little late. Hearing someone else's voice, the soldiers immediately took up battle positions ready to fight and rob a Von Lexus. Paying attention to how the city from which Jae Young-won and the others came looked, assumed that they were from the first generation. Zhang Wan asked in confusion, and ROV Von Lexus apologized for introducing himself only now, and stretched out his hand and said his name. He was on the 62nd level, and was a special citizen, and he also proposed that they become allies as a representative of the Lexus clan, who had received the call of the gods and protected the sacred city for 150 years. Zhang Wan turned to Rabel and noted that, however, he needed to know something before they could become allies. Rabel stopped and looked questioningly at John Gon, who told him that they did not represent the entire city, and that he was only a member of the Eth City Army. Rabel listened to him attentively, and then with a smile on his face noted that they were not yet united, and he understood this, after which Rabel said that they had been through this before. Turning to the side, Rabel noted that in that case it was too early for them to form an alliance, after which he asked him if he could inform the entire city of their intentions. John Gon asked him what intentions exactly. Looking at the gazebo, Robo said that these intentions were mutual non-aggression, and the essence of this was that neither of them would attack the other. Rabel then turned to John Gon and said that the fate of the attacker would be decided by the one who was attacked. John Gon looked intently ahead and realized that it meant that in case of self-defense it was possible to kill. Sometime after this conversation, Rabel and Zhang Wan were sitting in the gazebo while the serving man was bringing drinks. Rabel turned to John Wan and asked him not to misunderstand Him then explained that it was all for the welfare of the citizens. John Gon answered him that he understood him then. Robble, with a friendly smile on his face, said that as a sign of their friendship he asked him to accept this plan to fight the cannon. Jang Won looked at this with interest, and asked if it was possible to know the source of this information. Putting an open palm in front of him, Robble explained that everything was simple and the cannon turret was there. First mission. Looking carefully at the book in his hands, John Gon thought that they had the same mission again, but now it was clear what to do. John Gon understood that he needed to be prepared, that any other mission could also be repeated at this time. Park Sony frowned and looked at Jang Won. Jang Won thanked Robble for his generosity and told him that their intentions would be heard, after which he said that they would provide them with information about friendly forces that have the same intentions as their guild, as well as unfriendly forces too. At this time, Yao Choi turned to Goblin Jack and asked him even about them. Goblin Jack answered him with a question and asked him, "Is it so necessary?" Robble rose from the table and agreed with Jang Won, after which he decided that they would agree on this. The serving man rose to Rail's helmet, after which Robble asked if they should talk again in a day. John Gon asked Robble, shouldn't they be patrolling inside? Turning away from Jang Guan and putting on his luxurious helmet, Robo answered him by explaining that getting inside the tower is not so easy and there are some peculiarities there. Then Robo added, saying that without a plan to penetrate it is useless. At this time, Kong Song, one with dark magical energy surrounding his head, stood furiously near one of the towers and asked in bewilderment why it does not open. Sitting on a horse equipped with steel armor, Robble, turning to John Gon, explained to him that the preparation is not simple, so he asked Jang Guan to hurry up. At this time, Jang Guan, with a surprised expression on his face, looked at the horse and was surprised by the fact of its presence. Then Robble explained that he needed to hurry because the city is not protected by these. At this time, many clouds of smoke rose from different parts of the city, from places where buildings were destroyed by attacks. In a relaxed pose, sitting on a high tower, Yel Choi read a book, after which he said 150 years. The main character noticed that their player is also not quite ordinary. Goblin Jack, watching him, noticed that he looks relaxed, and he asked him if there was anything he could do. At that moment, a huge core was rapidly approaching the city while the fire energy was preventing it by resisting. The protagonist, with a calm expression looking at the book, said what he was looking for. Goblin Jack asked him what. Suddenly the pages in the book began to turn over at high speed, after which the protagonist, with a confident smile on his face, said that he had found it inside the book that was levitating in front of the protagonist's face. It was written that this was a corporate mission, the task of which was to offer an object in the appropriate place, and as a reward for this mission it was envisaged to replace hundreds of victims of sovereignty. With a thoughtful expression on his face looking at this, the protagonist asked himself again, what is this? Then he asked an additional quest. Disappointedly, the protagonist shouted out that this was a stupid reward, after which he asked again, only 100. The protagonist realized that this was not on the bulletin, after which he assumed that this must be a personal mission from Crossan. After that, the protagonist, carefully looking at the book, assumed that, however, he thought that Kren would offer this mission personally. In his imagination, Kren was a terrible creature with a trunk and many horns and a thick beard. Suddenly some object hit the protagonist in the face, which made him scream helly, after which the protagonist, with a grin on his face and slightly burnt cheeks, confirmed his thoughts by shouting that he did not expect it to be easy. After that, the protagonist noticed that, however, the fact that there was no answer tells him that his method works. Squatting on a high tower, Yel Choi decided that he would first take on this corporate mission. Then the main character pushed off the floor and began to move rapidly through the air at great speed, thinking at the same time that if they managed to win they would eventually meet. Clutching the book in his hand, Yel Choi decided that either he would come or they would come to him. The townspeople, with frightened expressions on their faces, looked at the sky and saw the energy traces that Yel Choi left while moving through the air. The townspeople screamed his name in fear, after which they ordered that information be conveyed to all their people that Yel Choi had been spotted. In an instant the city became a hustle and bustle, and many people began to report his arrival, after which one of the girls ordered everyone to remain calm and remember what they had been taught. The NPC girl who was in the city raised her head up and said in a robotic voice that the target had been confirmed, and that she was starting an investigation. A massive cannon fired a powerful core from the barrel with a loud sound, after which a notification appeared on the system window informing everyone that the last cannon had opened. Fire. Hago concentrated thick waves of fiery energy around herself, and quickly approached the core. When she encountered it, an image of Goblin Jack appeared in her mind, telling her that this was a force that was borrowed, and therefore it was necessary to use the amount that she could hold. Remembering these words, Hago, with a tense expression on her face, looking ahead, exhaling heavily, apologized to the teacher, realizing that now she was forced to use even her soul. She directed all the energy available to her to resist the huge core rushing towards the city. Siyunak, who was watching the situation, loudly cursed. Noticing that the wind was only getting in the way at that moment, energy traces left in the sky by Yel Choi were visible above his head, clutching Tlum in his hand. That is a magic bullet that is said to have penetrated the eyes of the god of evil. The protagonist used the legendary weapon throw, and clutching the tatum in his hand, aimed at the core. Approaching him, a notification appeared on the system window that he was using the throw, and that it could be used 10 times per mission, after which there was information that the damage increased each time. The protagonist looked ahead with a confident expression on his face, and then said, "Well, of course." Then, with a sharp movement of his entire body, he threw the tathlam forward while shouting that he had to do it in one go. At great speed, the tatum flew forward and pierced the center of the huge core, piercing it through and through. When this happened, a notification appeared on the system window stating that he had used up all of the tatum's resources in one throw. The core, around which there was concentrated powerful fiery energy, and the core itself was red hot from the enormous temperature, and began to crack due to the hole that appeared in this. Soon after releasing a huge amount of powerful energy from itself, the core exploded into many small pieces, and Hyo was thrown aside. When she approached the city, Yunak noticed with a smile on his face that she did it. Hago, with a confused expression looking in front of her, began to deny it, saying that it was not her who did it. Cio Yunak looked at her intently, and asked if it was the main character who tried. Hago said in surprise, reacting to the fact that its power was so great that it could be heard even outside the city. A powerful explosion occurred near the city, causing a fire cloud from the explosion to remain in the sky for some time. Hago then said in a state of confusion that they would not be able to block it. Steam was coming out of the cannon that had recently fired, after which a notification appeared on the system window stating that the last cannon was aimed at pawn number 17, and that there were 59 minutes and 59 seconds left before the cannon would fire. At that moment, the massive barrel of the cannon was aimed at the city of Rabble. The next system notification stated that the map was changing based on the effects of the last cannon. Jong-won and the soldiers who were near him looked ahead in confusion, while one of the soldiers asked, "Was it an earthquake?" Soon after these events, several colorless structures appeared around them, surrounding them from different sides. Looking at this, Jong-won asked, "Walls?" Another soldier noticed that these structures were quite strong. At that moment, the soldier tested the strength of these structures by hitting them with his foot. Parku, with a serious expression looking ahead, noticed that these would be suitable for a shelter. Jong-won, looking at and feeling the structures that appeared, thought that the last cannon fires every hour, and each time the map changes, after which he came to the conclusion that they can predict what the map will become by the changing structures. Clutching the book that Robo gave him in his hand, John Gon thought that once they checked the information of their inferior allies for reliability, they will be able to make a plan. After that, Jong-won put his open palm in front of him, and shouted that they need reinforcements, after which he ordered to go to the car. The soldier guy was kneeling next to the destroyed car that was irreparably deformed by the structures that appeared. He shouted in denial of what was happening, after which he shouted that his car was damaged. Jeong-won silently watched the soldier suffer, and then threw away the tire that had fallen off the car and was flying towards him. In Jeong-won's mind, an image appeared of his soldiers riding horses, and he came to the conclusion that they also needed horses. Soon after these events, the protagonist, being in the space between the cities near the towers and colorless structures, was actively moving around, making sharp blows with his sword. After that, when the small towers around him were destroyed, Yel Choi opened the book and said that the coordinates tell him that this place is here. After that, he lowered his head down and said that he needed to remove a piece of land measuring 10 by 10 centimeters, and then he began to pronounce left bottom, 20 centimeters top, and right soon after that an elongated rectangle was removed by him. He needed to put the cutout block into the book. The protagonist did so soon after which this cut block disappeared. Into the book the protagonist looked at this in surprise and thought that this item had disappeared, after which an inscription appeared on the page of the book stating that the corporate mission had been completed, and that they had received a reward consisting of replacing 100 victims of sovereignty. The protagonist looked at this and surprised and asked himself, is that all? At this time Kron's hand, which was stretched out in front of him, held a piece of space that Yel Choi had just cut out, after which Kron sharply squeezed his hand, thereby breaking this bar into many pieces. Looking carefully in front of him, Crossan said that this was wonderful, after which he noticed that this was a fragment of the key that opened the great door of collapse. Kron was sitting at the table and looking at the space in the center of this table on which Yel Choi was depicted looking at his image. Kron said that he had proven that he was not useless, and now he was under his protection, while he was still useful. The protagonist at this time, with a serious expression on his face, looking in front of him, thought about when they would meet him. Yel Choi did not have time to finish his thought because he looked ahead with a confused expression and wide open eyes, while behind him was the NPC girl, and a notification appeared on the system window informing that the NPC had been granted authority for an in-depth investigation. The protagonist turned around in surprise and asked NPC. Then he asked the NPC girl why she was not in the city. Well, a new notification appeared on the system window which informed that the NPC had been granted the right to act autonomously. Immediately after that, the NPC, with a sharp movement of her hand, tried to strike Yel Choi on the neck with a long blade, but the protagonist abruptly grabbed the hand and asked what was happening. Then the protagonist assumed that this was some kind of bug, and he asked himself what was happening to her. A new notification appeared on the system window which said that the NPC's ability level had been increased to level 600, that is, to the same level as the investigation targets. The protagonist looked in bewilderment as the NPC girl's hand broke free from his grip, after which a long blade pierced his shoulder, causing thick, bloody splashes to fly in different directions. The protagonist looked ahead in bewilderment, after which the NPC girl, with a blood-smeared face, said in a robotic voice the first phase of an in-depth investigation, after which she announced that she was starting a medical examination. The protagonist grabbed the blade that had just pierced his shoulder with his palm and asked himself in fear, could NPCs do this? The protagonist wondered why she was so strong. After that, the NPC girl said the isolated area is closed. Soon after that, they found themselves in another space in which there was nothing. It was emptiness, the boundaries of which were only walls. When they moved to this space, the protagonist, holding the NPC girl's hand, tightly hit her with his boot right in the face, causing the NPC girl to fly to the side. When Yel Choi made this blow, he mentally cursed at the area he had just found himself in, and denied the fact of being in it. Immediately after that, the protagonist turned in the opposite direction, and clutching the wound on his shoulder, tried to go back. However, he was unable to do so because the NPC girl grabbed his ankle. The protagonist looked at her in bewilderment, while she was saying that the investigation target could not take part in the game. When she was saying this, she was preparing to make another blow with the blade that was attached to her hand. Then she made a powerful sweeping blow, due to which the protagonist was thrown to the side with great momentum, and hit his back against the walls of the space, while the NPC girl was saying that he could not do this until the end of the investigation, with an irritated expression on his face and a shabby look. The protagonist frowned and turned to the NPC girl and loudly asked her, what kind of investigation is this? After that, he asked her what did he do. The NPC girl, shaking the blood off her blade, said that a level was confirmed that was impossible to reach with the current progress, and this raised suspicions of cheating, or a bug. The protagonist looked at her silently, then stood up and showed the crossing book to the NPC girl, telling her that he had reached the maximum level from the very beginning, after which he asked her if this was her investigation, and she was trying to figure out why this happened. Immediately after that, the protagonist furiously shouted that this happened because of such items. When he shouted this, he threw the crossing book towards the NPC girl, but she managed to duck and Dodge this THRE, after which she herself rushed to attack, saying that she was conducting a deep investigation to check compliance with the rules. While Yal Choi tried to dodge her, she said that if violations were found, the target of the investigation would be eliminated and the investigation would be completed. They fought each other while Yal Choi shouted that he swears that everything was according to the rules. During their battle, Yal Choi demanded the presence of the system administrator at this time in the city among the ruins of a recently destroyed house from which thick black smoke rose abundantly into the air. Voices were heard. It was a recount. One voice shouted out items and another confirmed them. Potions and first aid kits were confirmed, after which the voice shouted that this was excellent. A group of merchants led by Suinin, who was riding a bicycle, shouted, ordering the Guild of Otherworldly Adventures called Rangers to move forward. Other merchants also moved behind him on bicycles. One of the bicycle drivers addressed Suns as the guild master and asked him why they were on bicycles. Sun told him that these bikes work without gas and they don't have much gas, so it's better to leave it for a bad day. Then Suinin, leaving the members, reminded them that their task is not to fight but to explore the other world. The guild members obeyed his command, after which they began to approach the place among the towers. At that moment, one of the huge cannonballs was in a multi-story building and a notification appeared on the system window which reported that the health of pawn number 8 was 82.49. Koyo Yunak, looking at the destroyed buildings, noticed that they had just started and there was already so much destruction. Hago, in response to this, shouted that everything was fine. Se Yunak asked her again, after which Hago explained that the atmosphere in the city had changed. With a smile on his face, Se Yunak noted that in this case everything was going according to plan. Leech Man silently stared ahead with a smile on his face, while Kong Dusk pointed to the city defense wall construction plan behind him and said that there was only one map for this mission, meaning that they only had to defend one side. The plan that K Dusk had behind him also included items such as purchasing materials, structure completion date, and people. K Dusk remarked that even with the reconstruction, it would be great if Hugo could act as a stepping stone. Suinin reached the structure between the cities with a happy smile on his face and shouted in surprise that the material and structure of it were simply fantastic. Suddenly one of the guild members turned to Sun Sin as the guild master and asked him for help, as this time the guy was on a hill fighting Pak and commanded by ordering, and pointing his index finger in front of him, shouted that the van with provisions can go, after which he ordered to take it to shelter 3A and also reminded them to always be in touch. One of the people, being on top of a huge cannonball, asked if he thought that they would be able to melt it down. The man who was on another cannonball hit the cannonball with a hammer and shouted that these are strong if they could withstand the attack of Hago. Another person who was looking at these cannonballs remarked that if something to be built from these, then he thoughtfully chuckled. Kinu, with a hood on her head, silently looked at the cannonballs, after which she questioningly chuckled and with a sly smile on her face said that this information is valuable. Then she asked herself how she could sell it for as much money as possible. Se Yunak and Hago discussed their problems. Se Yunak noted that however they still have some unstable factors. They discussed Yal Choi, who is the creator of the problems, and Kong San, who in their opinion is a rabid animal, and Kong Dusk, who is no good. They also knew about the existence of enemies in ambush. Hago chuckled during the discussion, after which Cio Yunak suggested that she tried to squeeze the most out of it. Hago agreed with him, and at this time a man who was a few meters behind them, eavesdropping on their conversation, picked up his phone. This man was wearing a shadow suit, which was a rare armor, and the characteristic of this was that this uniform increases stealth, and it is difficult to detect in the dark. The man hiding in the dark wrote a message using his phone. The cannonballs that were named at Robo Castle could not penetrate it because the protective barrier took these cannonballs, and a notification appeared on the system window which reported that 99.21% of the health of pawn number 17 remained. Robo, riding a horse, shouted out in surprise that this city has great potential, after which he noticed that not even a month had passed since their inception and they were already like this. The guy who was behind Robo noticed that he had given them too much information. This guy was Hank Seth, level 33, and Hank's rank was a high ranking citizen. A female voice noticed that this was a cooperative mission, after which an adult woman with a smile on her face Noted that the stronger they were, the fewer of their residents would suffer. This woman was Emna Hilt, level 47, who was also a high-ranking citizen. Then a rude male voice which belonged to an adult man with a massive sword on his shoulder said that if this were another mission they would have dealt with them quickly. This stern man with deep cuts on his armor was level 50th King Deer, who was also a high-ranking citizen. Looking ahead, Robble grinned and suggested that the high-ranking citizens take their time, after which he noticed that everything was going exactly as that man wanted. A dice was thrown into the space above the cities, after which a card called a Fast Citizen appeared, and the property of this card was that all actions of residents were accelerated by a duration of 1 day and 6 hours, and this happens by rolling the dice. Soon after, a notification appeared on the system window that reported that all actions of the residents of pawn number 17 were performed with an acceleration of 3 hours. Robble, who was glowing with bright magical energy, raised his sword high above his head and addressed the residents of the city as citizens, ordering them to bring victory to their god. After that, the people of this city began to rapidly move forward, chanting the slogan that they will win for God's sake. Robble stared ahead with his helmet on, confirming the idea that they were the chosen ones, after which he mentally called them the inhabitants of the city that God loves. They were rapidly approaching the towers, and Robble led the sea army holding a sword high above his head that spread light magical energy around itself. It was a one-handed sword called the Storm-bringing sword. It was a legendary sword that calls for thunder, and soon after that the sword actually provoked several electrical discharges, after which a notification appeared on the system window that it was possible to use magic called chain lightning. Holding the sword in front of him that provoked electrical discharges, Robble thought that cities that do not receive God's love and residents who do not receive God's love will never win the sacred game, no matter how strong they are and no matter what level they are at. At this time, Yel Choi, with a bloody body and a painful expression on his face, was lying on the floor while the NPC girl was pinning him to the floor with her foot, after which the protagonist, angrily clutching the hilt of the sword in his hand, ordered her to remove her foot. The NPC girl managed to jump back a moment before Yal Choi made a strike using his sword, after which he addressed her and shouted that she was not his type. Then the protagonist, leaning his hand on the massive curse, asking, is the NPC also at the maximum level? With an irritated and tired expression on his face frowning in front of him, Yel Choi thought that it was noticeable that he met someone equal to him in strength, and then the protagonist, with a gloomy expression, began to realize that he was simply terrible at hand-to-hand combat because he was only good at it thanks to his items. Then the protagonist began to think that he had studied martial arts with Jack in case of such situations, but he was still a beginner at that moment. The NPC girl came up behind Yel Choi and was preparing to strike him, but the protagonist managed to put a melee weapon in front of him at the last moment, thereby protecting his body from the blade's attack. Then the protagonist, with a bloody face, asked her when her investigation would be over. The NPC girl, again preparing to strike the protagonist, answered him by saying that there was a 98% chance of cheating again in an extreme situation, and the meaning of this was that cheating would be repeated if life was at risk. The protagonist looked ahead in bewilderment immediately, after which a fight began between them, during which the NPC girl continued to say that it was necessary to confirm whether the bugs were repeated under other conditions, and the meaning of this was that a check was being made to see if the bugs appeared under other circumstances. During the fight, with an irritated expression on his face, Yel Choi looked ahead and asked himself, does this mean that she will attack him until he dies? Then he convinced himself by realizing that in other words, she does not care if he dies. Then the protagonist spread his arms wide in different directions and said, loudly addressing the book that was levitating in the air in front of him, that he was calling the master of the sword, that is the Goblin Jack. He understood that it would be a confrontation of 2 against 1, but nothing had changed. The main character looked ahead in surprise and heard the NPC girl tell him that calling colleagues or assistants in isolated areas was prohibited. With a smirk on his face, Yel Choi cursed, and then asked how he could survive until the end of the investigation. He understood that he had already lost a lot of time here, and he had to return before the last gun left the ruined city. The NPC girl, striking Yel Choi's body with her feet again, said, That the medical examination was resuming while Yal Choi's face was being kicked, he understood that her attacks were simple, but unfortunately she did not stop. A thought appeared in his mind that it would be nice to stop her at least for a moment. While Yal Choi was thinking about this, the NPC girl made another kick with her leg, this time hitting the center of Yal Choi's torso, causing him to be thrown back a long distance with a painful expression. Causing him to drop the massive axe from his hand, Yal Choi was kneeling with difficulty, catching his breath, plunging his sword into the floor, and saying that his end had come. Christina suddenly appeared behind Yal Choi in the form of a large spirit, and said that he could not allow this. The protagonist looked ahead with a surprised expression, then turned around and saw Christina's book glowing brightly. The NPC girl looked into the dust cloud behind which Yal Choi was located and confirmed that the investigation target had survived, after which she resumed her investigation. After that she began to approach the cloud of smoke, but was soon stopped as her blade hit the blade of Yal Choi's sword. At this time there was a message on the system window informing that a new skill had been acquired from Kron's book. This skill was a skill called Master's Mastery, the properties of which were that he could master 4 masters and use their abilities. Also, the properties of this skill were that any of the 4 masters at his disposal and a busy master could not be used during the mission. One of the 4 masters that belonged to Yal Choi was the master of the sword Goblin Jack, and this information was fixed in Kron's book with a grin on his face. Using the abilities of the Goblin Jack, the main character asked why it did not say earlier that there was such a function. On the system window there was a notification that reported that the abilities of the master of the sword Goblin Jack had been acquired. With a confident grin on his face, looking ahead, the main character said that he really did not like him. However, the main character agreed with the current situation and noted that first he would complete this task that he did not like, and then deal with him. Stretching his sword in front of the NPC girl, the protagonist shouted loudly, "Christina!" A moment later the NPC girl and Yal Choi began to approach each other, soon after which their blades collided with each other, causing the space they were in to be filled with the clanking sound of metal. While they were attacking each other, the protagonist stared ahead, realizing that her level and equipment did not mean absolute superiority, and in any game if he lacked levels or equipment, then, and control over the enemy was everything. Yal Choi stopped abruptly, thinking that Jack's swordsmanship was capable of maintaining this control, and when the body was pumped up to the maximum it owned it. Suddenly a miniature goblin spirit Jack appeared in front of Yal Choi, telling him that it was useless. The protagonist jumped back sharply, screaming loudly in fear that it was a ghost. The protagonist then looked at the miniature Jack in bewilderment and asked, "Isn't it obvious?" The protagonist then noticed that he already owned it. Goblin Jack answered him by explaining that it meant the state when another soul was transferred to his, after which he noticed that he was also shocked by this. The protagonist turned to him and asked, "But why is it useless then?" The protagonist asked him if she is stronger than him. Looking at Yal Choi, Goblin Jack noticed that with a body like his she cannot be defeated because his skills cannot cope. The protagonist reacted painfully to this criticism, after which he asked for forgiveness for this. Soon after a smile appeared on Yal Choi's face, and he agreed with this by choosing the affirmative option to the system's question whether he wants to transfer control of his body. A moment after this, the protagonist's face changed. He calmly and confidently looked ahead, after which, cold-bloodedly clutching a sword in his hand, he stood in front of the NPC girl, who held up bloody blades attached to her hands. However, a split second later, one of her arms was cut off from the shoulder by the ability that Goblin Jack used while in Yal Choi's body. This ability was called 7 Steps of Strong Windstorm, and it was a movement that is one of the abilities of the swordsman Jack, which is to skillfully dodge and quickly move in a straight line. The NPC girl tried to strike again, but Goblin Jack definitely dodged this drop down and hooked the NPC girl's legs, causing her to lose her balance and begin to fall down. At that moment, Goblin Jack and Yal Choi's body closely watching his victim used another ability called Skywolf Saber Moon Claw Attack. This was a martial art ability that is one of the melee techniques of the swordsman Jack. While Yal Choi asked not to kill her, Goblin Jack was rapidly approaching his victim, after which a message appeared on the system window that the ability of the 3-bladed Shade Blade was used. Provoking a powerful energy flow, Goblin Jack directed it towards the NPC girl, thrown into the air soon after which her torso and leg began to sparkle. Then she fell to the ground, and Goblin Jack, turning to Yel Choi, asked him if it was possible to say this right away. The main character noticed that he did not give him a chance, after which the main character, freed from the Goblin Jack controlling his body, who left his body, decided to deal with urgent matters for now. He opened the system window and thought that when using the reconciliation skill, relations with the NPC will improve and the NPC will be teleported to its original location. The main character decided that this was a good insurance in case the resident accidentally touches the NPC on the system window. There was a choice consisting of reconciliation, which cost 50,000 points, and the choice was to buy it or not to do it. Looking at the defeated NPC girl who could not fight, Yel Choi understood that the problem was only that for this he would have to deal with the NPC itself. The protagonist clicked on the affirmative option to buy reconciliation, while he understood that if it was with the help of skill, power, or an item, then looking at the evaporating NPC girl, the protagonist hoped that the medical examination would not resume when her body disappeared. The protagonist asked why nothing was happening. He said that it worried him. Suddenly a voice from the side said that the medical examination was completed, and the result of this was that no abnormalities were found. The protagonist and the Goblin Jack looked around in surprise, trying to find the source of the sound, after which the protagonist asked where this sound came from. The voice said that the checkup was starting. The protagonist looked around cautiously, then looked ahead with wide open eyes, and asked himself, is the sound coming from the surrounding area? He understood that it was not so important. Then he cursed and asked himself what kind of control examination at this time. John, one with a thoughtful expression on his face, was studying the book that Robble gave him, and delving into the meaning of this said that it was clear to him. Then, slamming the book shut, he said that this was great, and it was time to confirm it. Extending his hand to the side, John once said that he would go ahead. Then he turned to Hang Manu and ordered him to follow him. Then he turned to the others and ordered them to cover them. Soon a shield appeared on the hand that John Gon put out to the side. Park Sonu reacted in surprise, shouting that this was the same item that fell out of the bone of the god of gold. Hang Minu also reacted in surprise, shouting that this was cool. With a calm expression looking ahead, Yangon understood that there were several types of equipment that needed to be carried even if these were not equipped, and there were others that could be used if necessary. John 1 understood that if this item was not a summoning item, he would be exhausted because it would take up a lot of space. In the car at this moment, Jiang Wan held an automatic rifle in one of his hands, and in his other hand was the Helden shield, which was a heroic class shield, and in the description of this item it was written that this is the shield of the heretic Helden, and the faith of those who follow it works miracles. Soon after, Jiang Wan held the shield in front of him and ran forward, followed by Hang Minu clutching a massive axe in his hands. With the help of the Helden shield, Jiang Wan activated a divine energy barrier, and the level of this energy barrier directly depends on the mutual understanding between the comrades. Yong Wan and Hang Manu approached the massive stone door. Yong Wan understood that the preliminary preparation before entering the cannon tower is that if you enter through the side door of the mini tower, you can meet the goblin who controls it. When Jiang Wan and Hang Min rushed into the tower, they saw an enraged goblin sitting at the control computers. Soon the goblin skull was shot through with a gun. John Gon realized that by killing the goblin and exploring the room, he would receive a low-level ID card. When John Gon was busy getting this card, Wang Man looked at the goblin's corpse with a surprised expression and noticed that it was a direct shot to the head. Yan Gon thought that if he collected 100 of these cards, they would turn into one high-level ID card, and if he collected 100 of these cards, he would get a master card. Looking at the low-level ID card, Yung Won cursed and noted that this was an incredible grind. Jiang Wan realized that only with a master card could he get into the tower, and only a group of 10 people could do this, so he came to the conclusion that he would have to create as many master cards as possible and recruit enough people to raid the tower. At this time, a group of young people in pompous cars and convertibles were near a massive tower. Kong Sungwon, with an irritated expression on his face, looking ahead, cursed, noting that this in-game logic was incredibly stupid. Sway, who was next to him, asked him not to Worry, after which she told him that she would find a way. Suddenly Kina, who was sitting on a red car, addressed Kong San. Looking intently into his eyes, she told him that she had information that was useful. Then she asked him if he was interested in it. With a sly smile on her face, AI, who was an ordinary resident of the 17th level, sarcastically noted that this was Kanu, who took second place in the treasure hunt. Kong San, looking ahead, surprised and disdainfully asked, "Is this girl?" Then Kong San approached Kiu and incited his dark magical energy towards her with a sly smile on his face, and asked her if she dared to deal with him. He then informed her that if she didn't want to get in his face, then she should tell him all the information right now. With a confident expression, Kina looked at Kong San and asked him if he was sure about this. She then remarked that this deal would determine their future relationship. Someone was at a loss, then hesitantly asked her what. Kina continued to explain to him that she was the one who got the information about the gold god during the previous mission, and not to mention that she was in second place. Then she asked if they still had doubts. Kong San looked at her silently, then AI, with a sly smile on her face, asked if they should listen to her. AI then remarked that this stupid girl came to him knowing full well who he was. Then as Sui, with a sly smile on her face, said that based on this alone they should listen to her. If she does not say anything worthwhile, then they will simply kill her. Kanu calmly continued to talk to them, noticing that at least they can talk to her, after which she asked her, did wisdom come with age? Grabbing the handle of her blade, a Sui grinned and noted that she already hoped that her information was useless, after which she shouted seriously. Kina laughed and asked AI to smile more often, because this way she will earn more wrinkles. Son was confused because of their verbal sarcastic squabble at this time. He thought that they were scaring him. ID cards were in the air above the hand that Robel extended upward and watched this with a smile on his face. Soon these cards were transformed and a notification appeared on the system window which reported that a high-level ID card was received. Hank noted that 12 HAL cards seemed like a good result. To him, Robel, sitting on his horse, asked him what their losses were. Hank answered that 42 people were killed and 123 people were injured. Hank then looked down and said that he told them to be careful, but they were too happy with the task. Hank then raised his head and smiled and noted that thanks to this, they collected more cards. Robel clasped his hands in front of his face and lowered his head down while closing his eyes. Hank did the same. Soon after, Robel solemnly addressed the people around him, ordering them to listen to him, and then asked them not to die for the gods but to live for them. Hank agreed and addressed Robel as His Majesty. They then rode forward on horseback. While looking ahead, Robo realized that, according to Zhang Guan's information, the strongest resident of the 8th city was Yel Choi, but suddenly he stopped showing himself while the cavalry column was moving between the towers. Robel realized that even if he had dangerous equipment, his strength was worth fearing, but the fact that he did not use the power in the name of the city meant that he was worthless in contrast to his strength. At this time, Yel Choi, who was in a closed space, was placed in circles that shackled his body and looked ahead in confusion, while the system window showed a notification that the effects would be temporarily removed in order to conduct an inspection of the current one. With an irritated expression on his face, Yel Choi tensely looked ahead and cursed through clenched teeth and said that he could not move. Then he began to clench his jaw, and with veins bulging on his face, he hellily screamed in pain. The voice said that the study of memory had begun, after which the listing began: sensory memory, explicit memory, unconscious memory. All this time Yel Choi was screaming in pain while all his memories were becoming open, and all the memories of the abnormal unit that resisted the game system were considered dangerous due to contact with the anomaly. Voices began to appear in the consciousness of the main character. He remembered how people in bewilderment asked again, a victim of sovereignty. An irritated voice in the memory screamed, asking what this insignificance did to them. Another frightened voice screamed, denying what was happening and stating that if he dies. Another angry voice said only 10 points. Then this voice addressing Yelcho as the last insignificance shouted only 10 points. Yel Choi shook with tension and clenched his jaw, making painful hoarse sounds. The robotic voice said connection with the unit is lost and the memory limits are expanding. Then a message was announced that an examination of memories before entering the game had begun. In these memories, Yel Choi was sitting at his desk in front of a computer monitor and behind its windows Was a modern city on the screen in front of his face. A computer window about investing in stocks was open, and he was a guest on this site where he had been working for 7 days, and the total value of the assessed assets was 423 B635 M777 1831. The cash was 121,000. Suddenly the protagonist received a phone call and addressed his interlocutor as his mother. Soon after, a notification came on the tablet that was on his desk next to the laptop. At that moment the protagonist turned to his mother and asked her how things were and how his father. After he heard the answer from his mother, Yel Choi noted that it was good and laughed. At this time a notification was displayed on the system window that the guest had won and made a winning streak that was equal to 1,000 wins and no losses. Talking to his mother through the headphones in his ear, the main character answered her that he was fine, after which he looked at the screen of his phone where the amount of 151,925 was written. Yal Choi put his hand on the back of his head and asked her to stop. After which he noticed with a smile on his face that he was really fine, and then Yel Choi went to the window and, looking at the cityscape, asked how he was doing. After that the main character with a sad and worried expression asked her again. Really, he was silent for a while, after which he told his mother that everything was fine and he would cope. Sometime after that the main character asked her did she not know. Looking at the family photo, the protagonist said that he was much stronger than him mentally. Soon after, the protagonist approached the door and said that he had to go to work part-time, after which with a smile on his face he answered his mother affirmatively and told her that he would definitely call back. At this time Yel Choi, filled with rage with an expression distorted by anger, grabbed the metal frame that surrounded his body and, squeezing the metal on the verge of a nervous breakdown, asked how much longer they would rummage through his head. Then the protagonist menacingly shouted that this was an invasion of privacy. A robotic voice sounded the alarm and said that the unit refused to be examined and that the examination was suspended for safety reasons. At that moment all the metal frames that were on the protagonist's body disappeared, and he looked around in confusion as he listened to the voice say that the examination for contact with the anomaly was complete, and the memory examination was also completed, the result of which was that risk factors were not detected. Then the voice announced that all the conditions of the in-depth investigation had been met, which concluded that no anomalies had been detected and the unit's participation in the game was permitted. The isolated space in which the protagonist had been for a long time began to disappear, and soon after the protagonist with a bloody body and a painful expression on his face lay on the ground while the voice announced the return to the mission at the appropriate time. With difficulty catching his breath, the protagonist looked at the sky in front of him, after which a message appeared on the system window which stated that the 100 health bonus had automatically restored his stamina and that his ability to regenerate was HED in battle. The protagonist, looking tiredly ahead, thought that this had finally happened, after which he mentally assumed that this meant that he could not regenerate during the investigation. Then the protagonist thought about how he had also been unable to move during the Demon King's punishment. Raising his healed hand up, the protagonist reasoned that even if he was at the maximum level, he was only as strong as the game allowed him to be, after which he came to the conclusion that this meant he needed more power, and he needed something that would allow him to go beyond the limitations of a unit, and a resident. A massive cannon located on the roof of the tower fired a shot in the direction ahead, shortly after which an applied card called a Black Steel Shield was revealed in the sky. It was a heroic defense card that blocked one attack made on the city, and the properties of this Black Steel Shield were a 100% chance of reflecting physical attacks and a 60% chance of reflecting magical attacks. A powerful fiery explosion occurred at a distance from the city of Rabel after the cannonball exploded near the magical barrier that protected this city. A notification appeared on the system window stating that pawn number 17 had 98.24% of his health left. A notification appeared on the next system window stating that the Black Steel's shield had been destroyed. With a confident expression on his face, the protagonist lying on the ground raised his fist and thought that he should approach the strength of the players or even surpass them. A group of men were not far from Yel Choi, who was lying on The ground one of these men looked at him and asked, "Isn't that Yel Choi?" Another man reacted to this with surprise and then assumed that he was sleeping right on the floor. Another man grinned and noted that he had the maximum level and the best equipment, after which this man asked what he had to be afraid of in that case. Then this man, turning to the others, suggested moving on, and noted that they could get hurt if they disturbed him. However, the man who first discovered Yel Choi did not listen to his comrade's advice and began to approach Yel Choi. This man abruptly pulled his sword out of its sheath. Approaching Yel Choi, the men began to turn around worriedly at their comrade, and addressing him as Kim Yoo-jun asked him what he was doing. Another man asked him if he had gone mad. However, Kim Yoo-jun ignored the words of his comrades and approached the protagonist lying on the ground, raising his sword above his neck, preparing to strike. Kim Yun's comrades, who were watching this attempt to cut off the head, looked at this in horror and fear with an emotionless expression on his face. Looking ahead, Yel Choi asked, "What is this?" Kim Yoo-jun, with his hand shaking from the tension, trying to press the blade of his sword into Yel Choi's neck, repeated his question, "What is this?" Then Kim Yoo-jun noted that he should ask him what it is. Kim Yoo-jun angrily asked him how could he deceive them all so much. Kim was shaking from the tension, trying to hurt Yel Choi, and at the same time he shouted that he fought believing in his words and did what he said, and he was even ready to die, but he lost everything at that moment. Kim Yoo-jun, and rage, tried to make another strike, screaming that he was only 10 points short of saving his daughter, striking Yel Choi's neck with the blade of his sword. Kim Yoo-jun, and rage, shouted that she was only 7 years old. From the force of this blow, the metal blade of the sword broke and flew apart in different directions. A smile appeared on Yel Choi's face, and after a silent pause, Yel Choi noticed with a smile on his face that he apparently forgot what would happen if he was disturbed. Kim Yoo-jun's comrades began to expressively shout at him to cover his ears, after which they began to look at their hands. In bewilderment, the protagonist rose to his feet and in an instant used a skill called acupuncture points paralyzing pressure. It was a control skill that causes the effect of a paralyzed state in the enemy. At that moment, the three men were shaking, painfully wheezing and unable to move. The protagonist turned around and addressed Kim Yoo-jun, saying that if he wanted to take revenge on him, he should at least reach his level. Then the protagonist said that he would make them victims of sovereignty as a warning not to bother him. After that, the protagonist, with a crazy smile on his face, noted that this does not mean that they will be able to escape their fate. After that, the protagonists laughed frighteningly, demonstratively turning the pages of Kron's book. Sometime after these events, a truck was moving through the space between the cities. Kim Yoo-jun, with a sad expression on his face, turned to his comrades and asked them for forgiveness because of him both of them are now too. One of the men quickly interrupted Kim Yoo-jun and asked him not to worry about it. Another man noted that although he was angry, however, Yel Choi was right and he should no longer behave so recklessly, after which he added, saying that first he needed to pump up his characteristics and equipment. Then the man suggested that in order to take revenge he needed to become stronger. He asked him if this was true. Kim Yoo-jun, with a serious expression on his face, looking ahead, confirmed this and said that this was indeed the case, and he gave his word that he would pump up and kill Yel Choi. Kim Yoo-jun said all these words with a gloomy expression on his face, staring straight ahead. Kim Yoo-jun was an ordinary resident of the 9th level who was shouting that he would definitely kill him. At this time, the protagonist, standing on a hill, watched as the truck with the men inside moved away from him. Goblin Jack asked Yel Choi if it was necessary to make them victims. Then Jack noted that he could have just let him go. The protagonist, looking at the burning, smoking city in front of his face, explained to Jack that if he had done otherwise he would have continued to behave violently, and then his comrades could have been in danger. After that, the protagonist, turning around, noticed that the main reason when he turned around he saw a huge mechanical something right in front of him. The protagonist said that the main reason is that if these men had stayed here a little longer they would have definitely died. A huge mechanical creature with a large single eye in the center of the structure stared at Yel Choi point blank. This mechanical construction was a death machine called an octopus, and it was a boss of the 5th difficulty, and in the description of this boss it was written that this machine of free maneuvering, which is a combination of several mini towers, and due to the merging of levels of the ability of the octopus death machine are elevated. A moment after this, a power explosion occurred, and the reconstruction on which Yel Choi was a few moments ago was torn into many pieces. The main character dodged this explosion, and a few moments later was already behind the octopus death machine. In the jump, the main character thought that in this place a field boss appears at certain intervals, and if you defeat this field boss on raid difficulty, you can get one master card allowing you to enter the cannon tower. At the same time, the main character understood that this method is much easier than conquering and accumulating low-level ID cards. However, then the main character fighting with the octopus death machine, Yel Choi, understood that it is no less dangerous. The protagonist separated the octopus death machine's paw from the base of the body, and soon the massive six was separated from the main structure due to the many small explosions caused by Yel Choi jumping into the air. Yel Choi used the ability of the Goblin Jack and sharply headed downwards, and with a confident expression rushed straight into the center of the octopus death machine structure, thereby piercing this structure with his body. The protagonist did this using a skill called the Fawn of the Black Wolf Descendant Saber of the Sky Wolf. It was a martial arts skill and one of the techniques of the Goblin Jack swordsmanship that casts down from the sky. With a confident expression, the protagonist looked ahead, while behind him the huge mechanical boss octopus death machine was breaking into many small pieces. Goblin Jack noticed that he had too many unnecessary body movements, after which Jack recommended that he distribute his chi effectively and use simpler techniques. The protagonist exhaled heavily, looked down, and agreed with this remark. Then Jack noticed that when he tried to quickly become stronger, he had problems, after which Jack recommended that he strengthened his heart so that the haste would not consume him. The protagonist thanked Jack for this with a smile on his face. After that, Jack looked at the ID card and asked why Choi if this meant that he was going to enter the tower holding the ID card in his hand. The protagonist answered him negatively, explaining that he was not going to do this yet because if he went there right now, he would not be able to leave it until the end of the mission, and in the end he would either clean it up or die. After that, the protagonist explained that for this reason he would finish something else that he needed to do. Before that, this task of his was in the city, where rubble came from the inside of the city was made in the style of the late Middle Ages. Jack, looking around, said that it would never be possible to guess what kind of business he had there. At that moment, Yel Choi and Jack were in the throne room, where there were several armed men and several unconscious guards were already lying behind Yel Choi. Watching this, Jack said that if he thought about it, he would invade the headquarters of the Alliance. The man who was sitting on the imperial throne with a crown on his head and a smile on his face noticed that this meant that he came when he wanted and wanted to honor their god. With a smile on his face, the mayor of the city noticed that he had no lack of impedance, after which he called Yel Choi the scourge of the Eth city. With a confident smile on his face, the main character said that he came to warn their player. Then the main character said that they had planned to betray them from the very beginning, after which he asked, "Isn't that so?" The mayor of this city, with a sly smile on his face, asked him what he was talking about. Yel Choi responded to this by saying that he knew everything, after which the main character said that the residents of their city were already on alert at this time. An ordinary family consisting of a husband, wife, and child, being armed, were praying in front of a quiver of arrows and grenades with kind smiles on their faces, even though they were preparing for war. Then the protagonist noticed that many of their people had already invaded their city, and they were going to stab them in the back when the mission was close to completion. The city listened to him silently, after which he leaned on his throne and with a smile on his face noted that he could change the topic, but it was pointless when he had this book in his hands. Yel Choi stared in front of him and noted that in that case either they would stop all this in an instant. Yel Choi's gaze changed, and he looked straight into the eyes of the city mayor with a cold expression and said that otherwise he would kill everyone with his own hands. The city mayor demonstratively rose from his throne and, looking down at Yel Choi, asked him if arrogance could be pumped up among the abilities. The mayor then said that he knew about his power firsthand, but until now he had never confronted a real god. A card appeared in the air that marked a special event of the legendary level. It was a duel, the property of which was that his unit and the unit of another player were summoned to the field. A notification appeared on the system window which reported that the level of the summoned unit would be equalized to the level of the unit with the minimum indicator. Yel Choi looked at his palms while his level became 99. In front of him was the mayor of the city of 99 level named Lolo von Lexus with a confident smile on his face. Lolos looked in front of him and addressed Yel Choi. By this time he was dressed in massive, durable metal armor. Looking at Yel Choi, he told him that when he got rid of him there would be no more who knew about God's plans. After that, Limo, with a threatening expression on his face, took out a sword that glowed with incredibly bright light magical energy. It was a mythical rank two-handed sword called Jupiter, and it was a sword that bore the name of a divine ruler and carried the power of thunder and lightning. Lolos charged at Yel Choi and shouted out, ordering him to blame his book for saying too much. After that, many thunderclaps resounded in the space where they were fighting. Lolos, rapidly approaching Yel Choi, jumped and shouted out that even if he was at the maximum level, he was still a child with only a month of battles under his belt, striking with the Jupiter sword that spread thunder energy. Lolo shouted out that it would be impossible to defeat him under equal conditions. Yel Choi returned from this blow, after which Lamos looked ahead in bewilderment. Suddenly the protagonist struck him with a push in the back which caused Lolos to be thrown aside. Then the main character evaporated again, and noted that of course he lacked experience, but then with a confident smile on his face, using the abilities of the Goblin Jack, the main character said that this guy does not have this disadvantage. Then the main character concentrated magical energy in his hand and abruptly approached Lolos, piercing his body through with dragon energy. Lolos was instantly defeated and lay lifeless on the ground while his luxurious armor was completely broken. With a smile on his face, the main character noted that he was now sure that the 17th player understood everything. Jack noted that he was a funny opponent. Soon after, the main character found himself in the throne room near the corpse of the defeated emperor. The guards looked at the corpse of their master in bewilderment, screaming in fear, His Majesty. Then the main character, approaching the guards who pointed their swords in his direction, offered them to play as if they needed to complete a corporate mission. Suddenly the player's hand appeared in the sky, and the guards with confused expressions began to look around. The protagonist also looked in front of him in surprise, after which he began to assume that this was energy and bloodlust, after which he convinced himself and assumed that this was madness. At that moment, many guards with red eyes from rage turned their heads towards Yel Choi. This was done not only by those guards who were in the throne room, but also by those representatives of the city who were outside the territory of this. Also maddened and with reddened eyes and warlike cries, headed towards the city. Jiang Wan hid behind cover and, watching the maddened knights, asked himself what was going on. He saw how the cavalry led by Rail also headed back to the city at great speed. Watching this, Jiang Wan assumed that the troops were retreating to the city. A heroic attack card called the Crazy City was used, and the properties of this card were that all residential residents were seized by madness and attacked other people, and the level of abilities of the residents increased, having jumped out of the palace window. The main character was rapidly falling down. At the same time, Jack asked him what happened. The main character answered him with a question and asked him, but he did not understand. The main character explained to him that this was a knife in the back. The Jupiter sword began to spread thunder energy around itself. Yel Choi, surrounded by thunder discharges, noted that no one could know that they would be so crazy at this time. The mayor of the city, who was in the extreme stage of madness with foam flowing from his mouth and a distorted face, growled like an animal. Looking at Yel Choi, when the main character landed on the ground, he looked in front of him and saw a family consisting of a father, mother, and 2 young children. Each of the family members was armed and with crazy smiles on their faces looked at Yel Choi, holding out a weapon in front of him. Looking at them, Yel Choi asked, God's love. Then the protagonist noticed that he treated them exactly the same way as players treated their pawns, after which several more cards appeared over the city. The first card was a magic attack card called Targeting, and its properties were that it sets a priority target for destruction. The protagonist was surrounded by many city dwellers in a state of madness. Looking around at these evil people, the protagonist realized that in order to complete the task by clearing the cannon tower, he would need at least 1 day, and in this case the residents would face these madmen. Jack turned to Yel Choi and asked him if he would give it to him. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, looking ahead, answered him negatively, and then clutching a sword in his hand he answered him that this burden at that moment many enraged city dwellers rushed to attack Yel Choi. The protagonist calmly looked ahead, saying that this burden lies entirely on him. After that the protagonist, staring straight ahead, made the first strike immediately. Throwing several city dwellers in different directions at a great distance, the protagonist indiscriminately chopped everyone, men, women, old people, and children, each of whom in a mad state longed for his death. Human arms, legs, limbs, and weapons stained with blood flew in different directions from the clear and sharp blows of the protagonist. Sword. After that the protagonist raised his head up and saw how the player's hand was furiously hitting the table. On the system window facing the player a message appeared stating that he could not check the information about the enemy's hidden unit. Following these events, several powerful energy flashes occurred in the city. Powerful magical energy rushed towards Yoi, but he, having put up an energy barrier in front of him, was able to defend himself from the zealous attack from Lolo and Rabel, who were screaming furiously, trying to tear the body of the protagonist into pieces with a calm expression on his face. Clutching the sword in his hands, Yel Choi assumed that perhaps he did not hear this, but after that he threw Rabel and Lolo's into the air, tore their bodies apart, and said that he would repay him for these 150 years spent on the throne. The head of the mayor of the city of Lolo's was cut off from his body, the head thrown up, looking at the hand of the god said his god. When the sun set in the gloomy city, the ground was soaked in blood, and many bodies of ordinary and noble citizens, mutilated and tortured, lay on the ground in pools of their own blood. The protagonist, with a bloody face, calmly looked ahead. It was the blood of the townspeople. Jack turned to Yel Choi and asked him if he was okay. The protagonist answered him negatively, after which, with a shaking hand from which the blood of the townspeople flowed abundantly, he said that he had prepared himself for this, but in reality everything is not so simple. The protagonist exhaled heavily from his lungs, looking up, and said that it would be hard for the residents of their city to cope with this mission, and that he should end it as quickly as possible. Soon the protagonist approached the system window and saw that there was a notification that player 17 had lost all players. The next notification stated that if the player could not resurrect or replenish units, he would lose his rights as a player. At that moment the abundant dark magical energy that was above the tower thickened and materialized. The next system notification stated that the player would subsequently become the boss of the maximum difficulty, that is, the devourer of the city. In bewilderment, the protagonist looked ahead with his eyes wide open and his mouth wide open and asked again, the devourer of the city. Then the protagonist asked in confusion, does the player who loses the game become the boss, that is, the monster? After that the surprised protagonist suggested, does this mean that the players are not absolute in this game? During these discussions, Chino was behind the main hero. Sometime before these events, notifications appeared on the system windows facing player number 17 that the number of remaining units for player number 17 was 4,444. After some time, the system window notified that the number of remaining units for player number 17 was already 2,351. Finally, the number of remaining players was 112, and the player directed his hand to the system window, where there was a proposal to complain about unfair play, that is, about player number 8, due to the fact that he had an abnormal unit. The player complained about this, but the system window answered him that according to the diagnostics, no anomalies, bugs, or cheats were found, and the number of remaining units for player number 17 was 0. Which meant that he had lost. The system notified player number 17 that he was no longer a player and would be removed from the system. At that moment, the body of the former player moved to another space, and soon the system explained to him that he would become a city eater, the former player, and now the city eater looked around in confusion while near the city. After which a notification from the system informed the player that he was thanked for the time he spent in the game. The city eater, with brightly glowing red eyes, looked ahead, after which he raised a massive red mace above his head, preparing to strike the city. The player who played for city number 8 used the system windows, after which he threw out a card called Emergency Disappearance. It was a special magic skill whose ability was to fail the mission and move the pawn by throwing a dice. The explanation for this card said that the rewards that were received during the mission would be lost. At this moment, the city eater was preparing to make a powerful strike on the city, and the player of city number 8 was choosing a card Hoggle and Cio. Yunak with worried expressions on their faces looked ahead. Jae Yong-wan also carefully watched what was happening as well as all the townspeople who were quickly moving around the city. Player number 8 of the city thought for a long time about which card to choose, but then he pulled his hand back and the city eater lowered his huge mace onto the city, causing a powerful explosion to swallow everything around the city into space. The city was destroyed into pieces, and Yel Choi was thrown out of this city. With a surprised expression on his face, he looked at Kron's glowing book, after which he found himself in a completely different space and asked in surprise what was going on here. Then the main character said that he was sure that the looking at Crossan, who was opposite him. Yel Choi asked what, after which all the memories that had previously been erased from Yel Choi's consciousness returned to him, and he instantly calmed down. Crossan, with a smile on his face, turning to Yel Choi, who was opposite him, and holding his hand out in front of him, noted that as they had agreed, having proven his usefulness, he had received a chance. Then Kron turned around and Yel Choi, looking at the floor in confusion, noticed that, however, the others. Christina answered him affirmatively and noted that his city was destroyed and all the inhabitants of this city died. The protagonist fell to his knees in despair, to which Krina explained to him that the city devourer was a separate version of the player, and no matter what the units did, it was impossible to stop it. Krina said that only players could defeat the devourer, so his defeat was inevitable. The protagonist, furious, angrily asked what kind of game this was and who are these insignificant players. Grabbing Krina by his clothes, the protagonist began to demand answers to his question, asking him why he was still alive. Krina, with a calm expression on his face, answered him that he could answer all his questions, but now was not the time for it. Moving away from Yel Choi, Krina said that they needed to hurry to return his city and its inhabitants. Surprised, turning around on the field, the protagonist asked him what he just said, putting his hand in front of him and concentrating magical energy on his palm. Crossan explained to him that he said what he heard, after which Crossan, creating many magical substances around himself, said that they would return his city and its inhabitants. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked, but how would they do it? Kron answered him with a question and asked him with a smile on his face, did he trust him so easily? The protagonist explained his actions by the fact that he had nothing left to lose, to which Crossan thoughtfully chuckled and with the help of magical energy created a sword right in front of the protagonist. The protagonist looked at this sword in surprise, to which Crossan explained to him that it would allow him to use its power, after which Kron ordered Yel Choi to kill the devourer and avenge the city. Then Kron told him that if he succeeded he would return everything he had lost. The protagonist looked at the sword he was holding in his hand with a surprised expression, after which he turned to Kren with irritation and asked him if he wanted him to defeat the devourer with just a sword. The protagonist then noticed that this was an extremely dubious situation, but he did not have time to finish speaking since he had already found himself in a new space. For him, opposite him at some distance, was a massive city devourer. This city devourer, wielding a mace, tried to strike the protagonist and managed to hit, causing a powerful magical energy explosion, and Yel Choi was thrown a huge distance to the side with a painful expression on his face, making hoarse sounds. Yel Choi mentally cursed, thinking that he was in terrible pain. Then the protagonist asked himself in surprise how come he hadn't died yet. Kristen, speaking through his book and addressing Yel Choi, explained to him that the City Eater is the strongest creature in the game, and even players tend to avoid fighting him, and although he gave him his powers so that they would be on par, he cannot give more. The protagonist asked in response to this, does he want to say that if he loses it will be his fault? Then the protagonist turned his attention to the City Eater opposite him, who was using a spell. It was a skill called Meteor Shower, which was legendary, and the property of this skill was that it summons a meteorite, and the number of meteorites summoned is determined by the number that falls on a 12-sided die. Several powerful fire meteorites rushed towards Yel Choi. The protagonist watched as these powerful meteorites tore apart the space around him, causing powerful explosions. Kristen, who is watching this, said that now his strength was equal to the player's strength, and all the items and skills he used were also endowed With the same power as the player's cards at this moment, the main character was rapidly approaching the City Eater's face, and using the goblin skill Jack Yal Choi provoked a powerful magical energy with which he struck the City Eater's head, causing several deep and long cracks to appear on the City Eater's face. Watching this, the main character thought about what he was doing. The City Eater fell to the ground, and Yel Choi looked at it with a surprised expression, seeing how the tentacles rose up. Many magical rays tormented these tentacles, while Yal Choi addressed Christina through the book. Christina asked him again, to which the main character asked his own question, looking at how these tentacles grew from the lower part of the City Eater's body. Yal Choi asked him, the City Eater and the players, do all of them look like this? At that moment, the protagonist watched as something distant from a human was formed from the anthropomorphic City Devourer. It was a material substance with many eyes and thorns, as well as a huge number of tentacles and several arms from which eyes also grew. Watching this, City Devourer Kristen answered him negatively and explained that they differ both externally and internally, and in addition each has its own cards and strategies. The City Devourer used a heroic card of a special skill called Thunderstorm, which calls a storm to a random place within a large area. Soon after, powerful streams of bright and light electrical energy were directed towards the protagonist, due to which he was right in the center of this powerful stream. Being inside this with a tense expression on his face, Yel Choi asked himself, if so, are there any devourers that are much stronger than this? Clenching his jaw, Yel Choi said that it was a shame, after which he freed himself from the onslaught of electric energy. And looking at the City Eater, said that if other players were at the same level, everything would be much easier. Krina, through the book, turned to Yel Choi with interest, who with a confident grin on his face replied that he said so because he was a City Eater. At this moment, Yellow used a one-handed sword called Stormbringer, which is a legendary item, and a claymore called Jupiter, which is also a mythical item. Using these items, the protagonist noticed with a smile on his face that this City Eater is not coping with this game. At this time, Yel Choi also activated the Chi Control Sword, which is a special skill that allows you to wield weapons at a distance, but it requires constant mana consumption. Watching the actions of the City Eater, the protagonist noticed that this insignificant creature has many weapons, but it still maintains a distance. With a smile on his face, confidently looking ahead, the protagonist noticed that this means that the City Eater is avoiding close combat. The City Eater used a heroic attack card called Barrage, the property of which was dead. It provokes fire from all sides. A moment after using this card, many magic circles appeared in the air, from which energy beams of attacks were directed towards Yel Choi. Watching this, the protagonist realized that the City Eater only uses area attacks against him, that is, against a small target. At this time, the protagonist was rapidly approaching the City Eater, avoiding the explosions behind him that were provoked by the shelling. While running, Yel Choi made a sharp gesture with his hand, realizing that he was now more than sure that this City Eater had using his magical energy. The protagonist protected himself from the shelling, realizing that this City Eater had no experience at all in one-on-one duels and was just an arrogant player who threw powerful cards around. When Yel Choi realized this, a confident smile appeared on his face. At this time, the City Eater, using several cards at once, looked in front of him with many eyes and waved many arms. The protagonist stopped abruptly, resting his foot on the floor, after which bright magical energy began to thicken in the air. The protagonist, provoking this magical energy, used a tool called a free travel ticket. It was a heroic class tool, whose properties were that it was an item that allowed the player to teleport to any place where he had been before. However, this tool was only intended for residents, and it was disposable. Krina, holding a cup of hot drink in his hand from which steam emanated, confidently said that even though he could get there faster, he would still slowly approach the City Eater correctly, with this causing fear from just one silhouette that increased in size as it approached. As Christina said, the City Eater opened its eyes wider as Yel Choi approached, after which Krina said that this action would force the City Eater to use cards even more recklessly. Staring intently ahead, the protagonist made a sweeping blow with his sword, after which Christina said that countless attacks without any strategy or tactics are meaningless. The confused City Devourer looked at his outstretched open palms, after which the main character, concentrating condensed magical energy near his hand and the sword, said that This would be the end of it. After that, the main character directed a brightly glowing sword towards the city devourer. And soon this sword pierced the city devourer flesh, after which the main character, with a confident smile on his face, said, "Chain lightning." A powerful explosion emanating from the sword instantly spread to the entire body of the city devourer, enveloping it in a multitude of electrical discharges, pushing the city devourer body aside. The main character noticed that it must have had a lot of fun while it mocked them by playing God. At that moment, the main character held a tool called the Weather Change Sphere over his palm. It was a legendary class tool, the property of which was that it could change the weather in a small area, and the duration of this effect depended on the rank and the selected weather. Also, this item was disposable. Then the protagonist used an active skill called Overload. It was a special skill exclusive to the Jupiter sword. The property of this skill was that it absorbed all the attribute elements of thunder, and when reaching the state of overload, the user with the Jupiter equipped also received damage from thunder. At this moment, clutching the Jupiter sword in his hands, the protagonist was rapidly approaching the city devourer, emitting a brightly glowing thick magical energy from himself, the city devourer being enveloped in this magical energy affecting it looked in front of him, after which the protagonist noticed that how can this be seen now is not the chi control sword equipped, after which the protagonist explained that therefore it should tremble with fear when he said this. The most powerful stream of magical energy emanating from the Jupiter sword descended on the city devourer. The protagonist directed this powerful stream to the side and hit the city devourer head directly, after which a notification appeared on the system window that the enemy who was in the electric shock status would receive double damage from Jupiter, and the enemy who did not have the overload status would also receive double damage from Jupiter. With wide open eyes, the city devourer looked ahead while the protagonist used an active skill called the Thunder God's Rage, and this was a special innate skill of the Jupiter sword that instantly released the accumulated attribute elements of thunder, the already powerful electric magical energy. After using another skill grew even more, provoking such a powerful energy that the entire body of the massive city devourer was enveloped in it. Lightning broke through the clouds, and soon the defeated city devourer lay lifelessly on its back. Approaching this, Yel Choi asked if it was still alive. Then the protagonist, approaching the city devourer, had noticed that it was amazing, raising the sword over the face of the city eater. The protagonist noted that he would like to know more about this, but first he needed to revive everyone. Having said this, the protagonist drove the blade of his sword into the flesh of the city eater soon, after which the blade was firmly embedded in it, and began to overgrow. The protagonist looked at this in surprise, after which Krina turned to Yel Choi through his book and advised him to step aside, after which Krina noted that he still needed him. The protagonist asked him, after which the sword embedded in the flesh of the city eater began to be overgrown with dense rock. Even more, some time after this, a large egg-shaped ball appeared in front of Yel Choi. Looking at it in bewilderment, the protagonist asked, "What is this?" Then he assumed that it was an egg. Suddenly, cracks began to appear in this ball, and soon the appearance of a person began to appear from these cracks. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, frowning his eyebrows, looking at this, asked himself, so this was the goal. Krina, with a confident smile on his face, said that he had not breathed air for thousands of years. Then he said that the air was still disgusting. By this time, the ball that was around him before broke into many pieces, and Christina came out. The main character looked at him seriously and asked him to put aside his narcissism and do what he promised. Christina, with a grin on his face, looked intently at Yel Choi and then began to concentrate red magical energy from his hand. The main character looked at him warily, and then abruptly pulled out the sword and put it in front of him, preparing to defend himself. Massive stone fragments began to fall from the sky and then split into pieces. The barrier that was around city number 8 began to crack. The main character, finding himself in the city, looked around in confusion and asked, did the city really return? After that, looking around the deserted streets, the main character asked himself, but why is the city empty? Frowning his brows, looking at Krina, Yel Choi noticed that they did not agree on this. Krina responded by noting that he was being too impatient. Kristen began to explain to him that the absorbed city eater was only enough for this, and if he wanted to revive all the people, they would need even more city eater bodies and more power. Yel Choi, looking menacingly at Krina, cursed him and noted that even if there was no City Eater power left, Yao Choi noted that this was not all the power he had. Christina turned to Yao Choi and looked at him with disdain. The protagonists began to explain that the points that residents use become city experience points, and thus increase the level of the city itself, and in this whole process players receive something like money, and with this money they buy cards. While Krina looked at Yao Choi with a smile on his face, he explained to him that this is how the processing of game resources happens, and this is how players create different maps and strategies. The indignant main character, clenching his fists, noticed that, however, the points he used did not become the city's experience, after which the main character asked, "And where did these points go in that case?" The main character noticed that the answer is obvious. Suddenly Christina began to laugh hysterically, loudly raising his head high, after which he stared at Yoi and said, "Amazing." Christina began to say that these eyes that see through the despair of the death of the city even during the battle with the absolute creature of the city devourer. The main character, with a serious expression on his face looking ahead, thought that it was like suddenly a sword appeared in front of him, and Yao Choi looked at it in surprise, to which Christina answered him that, as he had already guessed, he had the power, but the time had not yet come to use this power. Krina put his open palm in front of him, and asked why Choi not to look at him with such disdain, after which he informed him that his promise as fate would be fully realized. A powerful stream of air was provoked towards Yao Choi, because of which the protagonist put his hands in front of him to protect himself from it. A moment after Yao Choi closed his eyes, he opened them and saw that he was at a great distance from the city, and saw the city enclosed in a cube from a great height. The protagonist looked at this in surprise, after which Kristen ordered him to look and noted that this is how the game really looks. The protagonists began to look around and see players in the form of various creatures that are near such small cities from this angle. Then, turning to the book, the protagonist said that he did not see any of this while he was fighting the City Eater. Christina answered through the book that it was easy to explain, after which he told him that everything that the game allows him to see exists, and the rest supposedly does not exist, just like this. The protagonist, with a surprised expression on his face, his eyes wide open, looked ahead in surprise and found an unknown thing with many teeth and brightly glowing eyes that was in front of him. It was a formless substance. While the protagonist looked at it in surprise, Krina explained through the book that he needed 3 more bodies of City Eaters. Then Krina told him that if he killed all 3 he would return the residence as promised. The protagonist at this time had already rushed to attack the City Eater using the skills of the Goblin Jack. Krina, who remained in the empty city number 8 with a smile on his face, noted that the 8th city would be able to return to the game if he managed to do so. Then Christina stretched out his hand in front of him and held a cube over his palm and said that this body of a new player was like Christina's pawn. The City Eater, who was opposite the main character, used a special magic flight card that gives the ability to fly for a certain period of time, and after that a shapeless thing with many tentacles rose into the air. The main character, who by this time had approached one of the eyes of the City Eater, suddenly noticed that the City Eater began to move at great speed over a large space. The main character, who was already preparing to strike, looking at how the City Eater retreated, thought that it was incredibly fast past. Soon the City Eater began to split into several parts, and already 3 separate City Eater began to fly apart in different directions. The main character, watching this in surprise, asked himself these 3. Soon the City Eater used a heroic defense card called the Force Barrier. The property of this card was that it creates a protective barrier from enemy energy and absorbs a certain amount of damage after using this card. A protective barrier was formed around the 3 City Eater. Yao Choi, who was watching this, thought that one card created a barrier for 3 at once, after which he asked himself in surprise, do these really make up one City Eater? By this time Yao Choi was holding a sword in each of his hands, soon after which 2 defensive barriers collided with each other, and between these barriers was Yao Choi, who, under the onslaught of power barriers, was tensely trying to resist these, realizing that these were using the barrier as an attack. Then another of the City Eater used a normal weapon card called a long sword, thanks to which it equipped itself with a long sword of a normal class, and a massive long sword appeared from the head of this City Eater. The City Eater sought to tear apart Yao Choi with the blade of his sword, who was unable to defend himself because he was holding the barriers pressing on him from two opposite sides with his hands. Looking at this, the main character understood that one card was being used, but the enhancements were divided among everyone, after which the main character came to the conclusion that he understood what was wrong with this city eater. At this time, Krina languidly held a glass of wine in his hand and said that people have different abilities and talents just like city eaters and players, after which Krina, turning to the main character, asked him not to disappoint him and explained that if he loses to this city hunter, who in turn lost in a miserable game, he will do everything to darken his future. By this time, a powerful stream of energy was directed from the side of the barriers pressing into each other. It was the main character who, rapidly moving forward, addressed Krina through the book and ordered him to shut up, after which he noted that he was distracting him, so he better shut up and get ready to save everyone. Christina laughed and asked Yal Choi not to worry about it, after which he explained to him that all the preparations had already been made. The residents of City Number 8 looked around with confused expressions on their faces. They were in a space in the center of which was the tower with a throne on top. Hyo, looking at her hands in surprise, asked what then. She asked, didn't they die? Kenna responded by noting that she didn't think that was what happened, after which she made the observation that it was too dull for paradise. Christina, who was on the throne above the residents, ordered them to hear him, after which all the people who were in this space turned towards the throne and bowed their heads. Krina, sitting on the throne, said that his name was Krina and that he was the savior who would revive them, and that he was now the new player of the pawn number 8, Kong Sungon. With a tense expression on his face, Kneeling grinned cheekily and asked again, player. Then Kong San assumed that this non-entity was the final boss. Rising up with a confident smile on his face, Kong Sungon noted that by defeating him he would become the strongest, but he did not have time to finish. Kong Song One suddenly froze in place, and Ollie, looking at him wearily, asked herself why did he stop, and then she began to assume that this was a spell and thought about the feeling that time had stopped. Cross and rising from the throne noticed that he ordered to listen and not to speak, after which he, looking imperiously at the inhabitants of City Number 8, told them that they were now on the verge of life and death, after which he asked them which door would they choose, pointing to the massive doors located in the space on one side. Cross and told them that the choice was between life and returning to the game, or death and an easy end. A light door led to the first exit and a black door to the second, pointing with his hands at these doors. Crossan explained that when the doors swung open they would have to choose the desired path. The inhabitants of City Number 8, being under the influence of Crossan's energy being pressed into the floor, asked themselves if he was talking about the fact that they could simply die in the heads of people. There were thoughts that, however, if they returned to life, they would return to this hellish mission. Suddenly someone's hand was raised, and the voice belonging to the owner of this hand said that he had a question. Kristen said that he was listening, after which Hagel, who had previously raised her hand, asked him in confusion, when will these doors open? A few moments later her face had already become firm, and she stood next to CIO Yunak and Jae Yangon with a confident expression, purposefully looking ahead. K. Dusik, Kim's son, and Sunan also stood up waiting for an answer. Christina looked at them silently, after which with a click of his finger he created a large screen in the space where they were. On this screen was an image of the main character at the moment when he was fighting the city eater. Hagel, looking at this, loudly asked worriedly, Yal Choi. John Gon, who was looking at this monitor, said that he was just thinking about where he was. Christina said that the door would open as soon as he won. Hugo, looking at the monitor, asked who will win. The protagonist fought with several city eaters who were rapidly approaching him to meet. Looking at this, Krina said that he was fighting the hopelessness that they would meet if they decided to choose life. After this, Krina advised the residents of City Number 8 to choose wisely in this case, because units that do not have the determination to fight hopelessness are useless in his city. At that moment the protagonist, using two swords at once, struck the goblin eater, or rather the barrier that protected it. Other city eaters were rapidly approaching the protagonist, and soon an active skill called Gravity Ball was used in the space where the battle took place. This was a magical martial arts skill whose property was that it activates a strong gravitational pull that sucks in everything nearby. Also, the user of this active skill is subject to The effect if he is at close range after this active skill was used, the City Eaters began to approach the gravity ball at high speed because one of the City Eaters had used a sword on the card shortly before it began to tear apart. The other City Eaters making deep cuts, causing thick splashes of blood to fly in all directions. The protagonist, who was between the three City Eaters, made many active sweeping strikes and provoked abundant splashes of blood in all directions. He then made another powerful wide strike, cutting the City Eaters into two. Soon after, the protagonist stabbed his sword into the ground, thick blood of the City Eaters flowing from the blade of the sword as well as from his hands. At this time, Yelchoi tried to regain his breath. After a hard fight, his entire body was stained with blood while he greedily inhaled air into his lungs. The protagonist thought that the attacks of this city devourer were so powerful that he did not have time to recover, and he needed to think about automatic healing if he could not recover during the battle. Kron turned to Yelchoi through the book and said that he was repeating again. The protagonist abruptly turned to Kron's book and angrily shouted that he knew, after which he aggressively suggested that he did not have time. Then he asked him if that was true. Using the skills of the Goblin Jack, the protagonist confidently looked ahead and ordered to call the next devourers. Soon after, a strong gust of wind occurred and the protagonist again found himself in outer space. Looking ahead, the protagonist said, "Here is the last one." The protagonist looked at the huge city devourer that looked like a fat caterpillar. The protagonist said that if he kills it, he can bring everyone back. City Ear used many cards at the very beginning. One of these cards was a normal weapon called Moon Blade, which equips a normal class Moon Blade, and a magic shield, which is a weak magic shield. City Eater confidently looked ahead, clutching a melee weapon in each of his hands, after which City Eater aggressively went on the attack, inflicting many blows. Hagel, who was watching this fight through the screen, worriedly shouted. Yelchoi Jongwon, who was also watching what was happening, said that this means that if they return to the game, then he asked if they will fight with such creatures. One of the women from City Number 8, with tears in her eyes, said that this cannot be, after which she noted that with normal monsters it is difficult, but with this one, the guy worriedly shouted that he does not want this. While the city devourer was dealing many blows, the protagonist dodged them and thought that this devourer had a perfect physical fighting style, and there were many ways to defeat him, but he had little time at that moment. The protagonist thrust the blade of his sword into the substance in front of him, and under the influence of the devourer thought that he needed to take the next action. The system window asked him if he was sure he wanted to hand over control of his body. The protagonist chose the affirmative answer, and soon his body was controlled by the Goblin Jack. The protagonist understood that it would be best for him to give this battle to someone who could definitely handle it. As soon as the Goblin Jack took over the body, the protagonist began to deal precise and sharp blows with his sword. With the first blow, Jack was able to cut the body and face of the city devourer, which caused the devourer to scream in pain as his eye was also cut in half. Then the Goblin Jack, being in the body of the main character, said that he surprises him every time. The main character asked, does he need to explain? Jack answered him, saying that there is no need for this, after which he noted that it is clear what to do. Then he began to inflict a huge number of cutting blows from all sides on the massive body of the City Eater. Jack tormented the dev's body with the blade of the sword without sparing, because of which in a short period of time a huge number of bleeding cuts appeared on the city devourer. The main character was again completely stained with the devourer blood. Soon the inhabitants of City Number 8 looked ahead while thick blood flowed from the Yelchoi sword. Christina addressed the inhabitants and summed up, noted that the doors were open and they had to make a choice. Then he clarified that the choice was between a life of despair or peaceful oblivion. Sometime after these events, the main character found himself in an empty City Number 8. Inside the city there was silence, and only the gusts of wind were heard between the empty houses. Christina appeared near the main character, who asked him not to misunderstand him, with a smile on his face. After which Christina said that he had fulfilled his promise. The main character looked at him with a serious expression, after which Christina told him that they were making their choice right now. At that moment there was a commotion near one of the portals. Many people were walking towards an open black door, and next to them a woman was pushing a man towards this door who clearly did not want to do this. Near them several more people were shouting at each other, and a little girl was crying. Christina turned to Yel Choi and told him that this was a choice that was only available to them. Hi Hugo J. Yangon, and see Yunak stood confidently near the light door of the end. Soon after these events, the main character and Krina stood on a hill. Yel Choi assumed that the mission with the cannon tower was completed, after which he asked Krina if this was so. Krina answered him that of course this was not so, after which he informed him that the mission was continuing right now. Then Krina added, saying that at the moment when his city fell and when player number 8 left the game, showing an image of the city above his hand, Krina was with a smile on his face said that now he took his place. Then Christina said that although he did not have enough strength to do this when the city was still destroyed, with a thoughtful expression on his face, Yel Choi asked him if he wanted to say that just having become a player, he no longer had enough resources. After being silent for a while, China noticed that until the moment the game ends, a final report is displayed in front of the player, and this time was given to him too. Then showing an hourglass, China added that units are also given this time to make decisions. Soon after this, when city number 8 reappeared on the pedestal, a notification appeared on the system window which reported that the chip number 8 returned to the game. The next notification from the system window was a notification that the mission was resumed, and the remaining time given to complete this mission was 1 hour 6 minutes and 11 seconds. Looking ahead, the protagonist said 1 hour. Then approaching the edge of the hill, Yel Choi asked, should they really not worry about the sacrifice of sovereignty? Kron answered him affirmatively, after which he explained that now that the city belongs to him, sacrifices are no longer needed. The protagonist, crossing the space above the city at great speed, asked Kron not to make him laugh, after which he asked when did this city become his, rapidly covering the distance. The protagonist said that this city belongs to its residents. At this time a huge crowd of people were on the roofs and looking around, all groups such as the military and the Kong San gang as well as merchants were again looking at their city. Kan's attention was drawn to Yel Choi, who was flying high in the air. Sometime after these events, a powerful explosion occurred which was provoked by Hugo. With her blow, a voice came from the headphones in her ear and told her that it was already close. Hugo turned around and saw that behind her was a boss death machine called an underground worm. It was a boss of the 5th difficulty, which was an autonomous machine that consisted of several min towers, and due to the fusion of towers the ability level was increased. A loud voice announced that it had started, and then ordered to inform everyone. The guy, who was surrounded by people, asked for everyone's attention and then ordered them to maintain a safe distance in order not to attract the attention of the target during the mission. Hago moved away from the underground worm that was moving after her. The voice notified her that the distance was 500 m in a certain direction. Then the voice shouted now. When the voice announced this, a powerful explosion occurred in the center of the underground worm's body. A huge, long, dense body was torn apart by a shot from a cannon exhaling air from her lungs. Hago noticed with a smile on her face that he had no shortage of accuracy. The protagonist also answered her with a smile on his face that he had managed to do this not without her help. At this time Yel Choi was reading a book and talking to Hago through an earpiece. Then the protagonist, looking at the massive gates in front of him, said that he would still have a little time to finish this. Then the protagonist, turning to Hyo, asked her to protect the city. When the gates opened, the voice that addressed Yel Choi informed him that the MasterCard had been confirmed and entry was permitted, after which this voice informed the protagonist that if he entered inside one day he would only be able to leave the tower after completing the mission. With a serious expression on his face, looking ahead, the protagonist walked on. When he entered inside, it was the area of the cannon tower of the first floor, called the Small Goblin City, and many technical structures and various devices were located in this area. Looking around, the main hero noticed that he was very sorry because he could get more out of this mission if he did it slowly. Christina turned to Yel Choi through his book and asked him to put aside his greed with a confident smile on his face. Krina told him that this was only a small sacrifice for the sake of the great victory. At that moment a special heroic card called Head Hunting was used, and the property of this card was that it moves the unit to the boss, and it only works within the same space where the boss is, that is in dungeons, traps, and so on. The god goblin who controlled the firearm shouted loudly and belligerently with a wide smile on his face. This goblin laughed loudly and Addressed Yel Choi as a person ordered him to die soon after a powerful explosion occurred. The goblins shouted a volley of fire, then the goblins laughed, and shouted a single shot. There was nothing in the place where the goblins' fire was directed, and where Yal Choi had been until recently, and only traces of gunshots from which smoke emanated remained on the floor. The goblins solemnly shook hands and laughed loudly, after which the goblin with the mohawk on his head noticed that it was a pointless battle. Soon a notification appeared on the system window informing that the boss of the last floor of the cannon tower had been defeated. When the goblins found out about this, they looked at each other with confused expressions on their faces, and a goblin with a mohawk on his head had a cigar fall out of his mouth. The enhanced boss, called the intelligent superb brain of the 6th difficulty level, was the queen who controlled the crazy brains, and all the production of machines with crazy brain was under the control of this boss. With a sharp movement of the hand in which the main character held the sword, he cut off the head of the intelligent superb brain. When he did this, many other mechanical creatures with volumetric brains that surrounded the main character were on a hill from him suddenly began to fall unconscious. After that, a notification appeared on the system window that reported that the mission was successfully completed and the chip number 8 wins. After the victory, the body of the main character began to teleport, evaporating in the air, soon after which he was moved to the city, while the system window showed a notification that the residents who were outside the city would be moved within the city. The main character found himself surrounded by people who were doing their own thing. Suddenly, the people who were in the place where Yel Choi was teleported turned to him and began to stare at him with serious expressions on their faces. The main character looked back at them with a smile on his face, after which he turned around and walked away. Suddenly a voice addressed him and a cannon was thrown at his head. The protagonist turned around with a surprised expression and caught the can, after which an adult woman with a friendly smile on her face showed him her extended thumb and said that it was a good job. The protagonist carefully held the can in his hands, after which he bowed politely and, using a strong jump, instantly moved to the roof of a neighboring building. Kim Jun, who is watching these events, said the name Yel Choi and advised him not to forget that not everyone returned to life. Full of hope, tensely squeezing his palm into a fist, Kim Jun said that even if he saves the world, there will still be those who want to kill him sometime. After these events, a system notification reported that 23 hours 57 minutes and 33 seconds remained until the start of a new mission. The protagonist and Kryna were on a high tower with a smile on his face. The protagonist drank the contents of the can that the adult woman handed him. Then the protagonist said that not only did people come back to life, but they were also freed from the victims of sovereignty. Then the protagonist grabbed the sword with a sharp movement of his hand and made sweeping blows towards Kron, stopping in front of his body at the last moment. Kron, with a calm expression on his face, looked at Yel Choi and asked him why he stopped letting go of the sword. The protagonist answered him that he did it because this was not his real body, after which he noticed that he still needed it. The protagonist looked closely at Crossan, after which Kron grinned and said that this was very interesting. Then Kron asked Yel Choi what he was going to do next. The protagonist answered him with a question and asked him now he has to decide. Crossan answered him that his goal is to use it in order to reach the end of this game. Then Crossan noted that another important factor is that he is better acquainted with this city. The protagonist mentally asked Kron not to say anything that could be misunderstood, after which Yel Choi asked him out loud what he was talking about. The protagonist suggested that he could do the same with the player's tower. After a pause, the protagonist asked him if he could do it right. With a slight smile on Kron's face, he answered that it would not be easy, but first he would give him something that would mark his becoming the owner of this city. After these words, Hago and Pekan, who were in the city, turned in confusion towards where a very loud roar was coming from. A huge building was landing in the city, and after this building many more multi-story massive buildings were landing down. Looking at this, Hago asked what was going on. The unit training center was located near the road. This is a building that the player can build in his city, and it will serve as a place for fighting virtual opponents. There are no rewards or points in the training center, and it is needed only for gaining experience. It is something like a training ground, and even if the participant loses, he will not die, which greatly simplifies the consequences. With A confident smile on his face, Crossan noted that this is the point because this training center is special. Then he explained that the participant is not transferred to a virtual map but to a real location, and in this location he can even get rewards and points, and that of course if he dies he will not be able to revive in the main control department of the unit training center. The main character looked at a huge number of monitors and other electronic devices. While Crossan was standing behind him pressing his fingers on the keyboard, the main character noted that this is good and even not bad. Looking at the electronic device and the book that he held in his hand, the main character thought that he had a plan for a long time to improve the main fighting forces of the city, and the main difficulty was getting the right map. Now the main character understood that with the training center he would be able to send people to those locations that would suit everyone. The exclusive training for Hyo was a special course lasting 1 year. While Crossan was looking at the screen, Yel Choi turned to Hugo and apologized to her, explaining that it took him a long time to get it working and that there were about 18 hours left. However, he then explained to her that once she was brought to another map with Kron's powers, time would start to move differently. He then informed her that the maximum time they had to complete it was 1 year, and if they found themselves in a too dangerous situation or wanted to return, they would have to break the hourglass. He then told her that there were many ways to become stronger, and for this reason he asked her to take care of herself. Hegel, who was listening to this with a smile on her face, looked ahead, after which she began this test and found herself in an area that was completely burned and tall tongues of flame filled the space around her. Hugo looked ahead with a serious expression, and her goal in this mission was to become the recognized owner of an outstanding dog. Opposite Hyo was a huge fire dragon who opened his mouth wide and threateningly looked at Hyo with his huge fire wings spread. The exclusive training for SEO Yunak and K Dusk was a map with a mountain in an old dynasty abandoned by a god. There K Dusk and SEO Yunak were pressed against each other with their backs and surrounded by many furious tigers. Their task was to find the spirits of the god of rain and the god of clouds. Using the magical energy of the wind, they fought the tigers that attacked them. The command commander of the exclusive training platoon was Zhang Guan, and the training itself took place in the map of a tomb that went to sleep. Along with all the evil, a squad of soldiers walked along the gloomy long corridor inside which ominous sounds were heard. The soldiers ran forward at full speed while Parker ordered them not to turn around and run at full speed. Their goal was to awaken the master of the tomb and fulfill his will inside this tomb. A large number of melee weapons were stuck into the lid of the coffin. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, looked ahead and confirmed the distribution and decided to do the next one. Kong San found himself in the training center and, looking around, began to indignantly ask what was going on here and why he was here. Showing his attitude to what was happening with the help of obscene gestures, Kong Sungon boldly asked Yel Choi if he could open the door. The protagonist, addressing him, said that he was giving him one last chance. Kong Song-won looked irritably in the direction where Yel Choi's voice came from, after which the protagonist told him that the magic pearl evolves towards light or darkness depending on his achievements. After that, the protagonist began to explain to him that in simpler terms, if he lived a noble life he would become a dragon, and if he lived a dishonest life he would become a Ganti. The protagonist informed him that this was usually decided based on the choices he made after a long period of time. A choice about the path of training between light and darkness appeared on the system window, after which the protagonist warned Kong Song-won that, however, after this choice the time would be greatly reduced. With a smile on his face, the protagonist said that no one was forcing him to choose, so he could just leave, but the difference in his skills before and after training would increase even more. K Sun-on was silent for a while with a serious expression on his face, looking ahead, after which a cheeky grin appeared on his face, and he stretched out his hand in front of him and said that he was even interested in seeing what those horses would become, even if it would help. And then Kong San noticed that, however, he didn't like what he was getting at. Supposedly he could just take and trample him. K San declared that he would make him regret it, after which he chose the side of darkness. Immediately after that, Kong San found himself in another space which was an exclusive training for Kong San. With eyes wide open in surprise, Kong San Looked ahead, he was on a map called the Loneliness of the Amudi, surrounded by a huge number of snakes that were tearing each other apart in a state of rage, and Kong San was in the epicenter of this clash. His goal was one, and the essence of it was to survive. With a smile on his face looking ahead, the protagonist noticed that he had already dealt with the main participants, and he had set everything up so that the rest of the residents would only be able to participate in virtual training soon. And addressing his team, confidently shouted out that they were going to raid the ogres again. One of his team members asked him to let him at least relax and rest a little. The girl with the sorceress hat on her head noticed that they had already been defeated 3 times and they needed to come up with some kind of plan. In another training compartment, Kaimi Jun chose training with the goal of Yal Choi. The training ground responded to him by noticing that the difference in levels between him and his training goal was colossal, after which it asked him if he wanted to even the odds. Kim Yujun looked gloomily ahead and confidently answered negatively, after which he said that he would go with his skills. The training ground accepted his answer and informed him that the training was starting, the main character being in the center of monitoring the progress of the training process, where the training was displayed on a large screen. Watched the process. After that, the main character turned to Crossan and asked him if they would now talk about something important. Crossan, with an interested expression on his face, questioningly turned to Yel Choi, after which the main character, turning to him, asked if he could first tell about himself. The protagonist noticed that he didn't look like either a normal Demon King or a player. Kryna grinned in response, and noted that he didn't need to know that. Then Kristen said that the only important thing was that when they reached the end of the game, they would all be able to return to their world. Kryna explained his words by adding that this was his promise and obligation, and he would definitely fulfill it. With a smile on his face, the protagonist noticed that he was changing the subject, and it was clear to him, after which he said that he still didn't expect any revelation, but he could roughly guess the answer to the question. Christina silently looked him in the eyes after these words. After that, the protagonist noticed that player 8 was more important now, and that this person was originally a player of this city, after which the protagonist said that he had heard that if you lose all your units, then such a player will become a city devourer. The protagonist asked Christina, and if you lose your city, doesn't that mean that your units are lost too? Then the protagonist asked him if he himself left his city, would he become a devourer? Kryna noticed that this was a banal question, after which he explained that he had not lost all of his units. The protagonist, bewildered with his eyes and mouth wide open, asked him again, after which in a state of shock he noticed what he meant. Yal Choi asked him expressively, does this mean that he has another city sometime after these events? The protagonist, with a thoughtful expression on his face, looking ahead, noticed that now everything was working out, and the fact that the player who was the previous owner of city number 8 did not destroy their city much, and how quickly he surrendered after leaving them. The protagonist explained to himself that they were his subjects who paid him tribute, and he was also unable to collect many resources thanks to CA's book, because of which he left them in a hurry. At that moment, Kryna looked at his book with a smile on his face, after which he confirmed the protagonist's train of thought, and noted that however not all players have several pawns. Kristen explained that this meant that this player was special. At this point there were 4 cities with a space in between. In front of this player's hand, the cities and populations of these were completely different, but in each of these cities there were many bloody corpses, and the only sounds were painful groans. The man, looking in bewilderment in front of him with a bloody face and clothes, said that this was impossible, after which he noticed that although the 3 cities united and attacked together, they could not even take a step into this city. Suddenly a man appeared in the space in front of these exhausted people from different eras. The people united from different cities began to shout that he was leaving. One of the men shouted that he was a monster. Another man instantly rushed to attack this man, using the active skill of the Paradise Plum Flowers, which was a martial art with a fatal flow. With graceful movements he moved around this man at high speed, but this guy with a gloomy expression calmly put his sword in front of him and instantly pierced the old man's body through and through, causing blood to flow profusely from the old man's mouth. The confused old man noticed that he was able to see his movement so easily. Another man with a firearm in his hands used a weapon called the Pioneer Spirit, which was a legendary class weapon. The description of this item said That this is the weapon of an explorer who conquered an unknown continent, and all creatures except humans automatically suffer critical damage. This man used the active skill of macaroni shot, which is a martial arts skill, and during the period of this skill bullets are not used when shooting and the reload speed is significantly increased. A barrage of fire from a huge number of bullets was directed towards the gloomy guy, but he put his sword in front of him and was able to defend himself from all the bullets directed at him, after which one of the bullets ricocheted off the blade of the sword and pierced the shooting man's head through and through the third man from the third city, who was dressed in knight armor and clutching a huge sword in his hand, standing right behind the gloomy guy, shouted that he caught it preparing to strike with his sword. The man suddenly froze his chest, and along with it the heavy plate armor was pierced through by the sword. The man asked in confusion, when did everything go so unfavorably? With blood flowing from his plate helmet, the knight fell to the ground and asked himself, or were they doomed from the very beginning? He thought that he did not know the answer, and he was scared because he had been fighting with this guy's soldiers for a whole week, and did not hear a single word at that moment. An army of identically dressed people emotionlessly killed the last survivors. The knight thought that he could not hear a cry of horror nor a cry of surprise, and these people did not even call others for help. Lying in his own pool of blood, the knight thought that this was the white silence of the city of death. A bright energy began to glow above City 99, while City 43, City 19, and City 53 were destroyed, and in the knight's mind there was a thought that in addition to the white silence of the city of death, there was an absolute ruler of this city who was the mayor of this city of level 600. Named Cho Yun. The knight understood that he would never be defeated. A notification appeared on the system window which informed that it was time to make a new move, after which the system window addressed the players and asked them to roll the dice. A dice appeared in the sky shortly after which the system window notified that the player was on a map called Dungeon Assault, and now dungeons will continuously appear in the city. The system window also contained information that it was necessary to enter the dungeon in order to defeat the boss in one of the cities where the Vikings lived. A gate leading to the dungeon suddenly appeared on the field. Following this, a message appeared in the system window that when the countdown of each dungeon ends, these will open their doors to release monsters. Near the Vikings on the ground there was a hatch leading to the dungeon of monsters, near which there was a timer, the time on which was equal to 13 hours 32 minutes and 8 seconds. Then the system window notified that this is a cooperative mission. After that, a pawn was randomly summoned to the same map, and city number 32 moved. The main character thoughtfully said to be summoned, referring to Kron's book. He noted that this is something new. A notification appeared on the system window stating that pawn number 8 was summoned, after which City 8 and City 32 began to be next to each other, while the system window notified that the duration of the mission is 5 days, and this mission begins while the pages of the book were actively turned over. Yell Choi made a request for him to synchronize Kron's book and the data table, and also upload the dungeon data to the comparison table and sort the dungeon by difficulty from a rank to D rank for clarity. At this moment, the residents of city number 8 were actively studying the compiled list of dungeons, which were sorted by boss name, by remaining time, by scale, by difficulty, and by name. The protagonist, while on the tower with Crossan sitting behind him looking forward, said that he would go in turn to enter into an alliance with city number 32. Holding a cup of tea, Kron asked him if they really needed units from other pawns. Kron suggested that perhaps his units would be enough, to which the protagonist replied that his goal was to bring as many people back to Earth as possible. Yal Choi defended the idea that people were not units, after which he explained to Kron that in that case, if they could save them, it was worth a try. Kron looked intently into the eyes of the protagonist, asked him if he had already forgotten about pawn number 177, and how did it all end. The protagonist looked at him with a smile on his face, and then told him that if he were the one who gave up at the first failure, he would not have become who he is now. After these words, Yel Choi began to move forward rapidly, overcoming a large space in the air. Kron laughed, looking after the protagonist moving away from him, after which he noted that he was wondering when it would reach him. Pawn number 32 looked very poor, and there were several wooden houses on the territory. The protagonist looked ahead With a surprised expression on his face, being in a wooden room, addressing his interlocutor, Yel Choi said that he would provide them with information about the dungeons, after which he suggested that in this case they should search for cooperation. However, the man who was talking to him irritably hit his fist on the table with such force that the table shook and the wooden glass located on it began to fall, splashing out the contents from the inside. The man who hit the table shouted that he had already said that he did not care, after which the man ordered him to get away from here. It was a huge man with a massive beard and a red face. It was the mayor of pawn number 37, level 97, named Carlson, border drunk. Carlson said that he did not need these dungeons and that they would not be able to achieve the goal of the mission anyway. Then Carlson told Yal Choi that all their talented warriors had died and there were only 1,000 residents left in the city, and they had long ago exhausted all resources and equipment. Pouring liquid from a glass into himself, Carlson, in a state of grief, noticed that everything was over for them, after which he asked Yel Choi to deal with it on his own. The protagonist carefully observed Carlson's behavior, thinking that he had completely given up and it didn't matter what he would tell him because he would not change his mind. The protagonist left the room, deciding that he would have to go a different way. Carlson, with a smile on his face, looked at the door that had just slammed shut after the protagonist left, after which he said that they would end up the same way anyway as soon as they encountered that city and that guy. After Carlson remembered the meeting with Choi Yen, and he hung his head down with a gloomy expression. Sometime after these events, in the frozen space of the dungeon, the difficulty of which was a rank that is the highest level, these were fragments of the abyss. On this level of the dungeon there was a boss called the Sealed Finner of the 5th difficulty. In the description of this boss it was written that this is a wolf that is sealed for hating the gods. A huge ice wolf shot through with an arrow moved forward towards Hago. With a confident smile on her face, Hugo put a melee weapon in front of her and then said that the power she gained through a year of hard training with the Fang of a fire dragon, making a sharp movement with her whole body and provoking powerful fire energy. Hugo said that this is not just borrowed power, concentrating abundant fire energy between her hands. Hago stared in front of her. The Sealed Finner terrible growled and looked at her in response, after which Hugo spread her arms in different directions and shouted that she partially borrowed this body. At that moment a tail appeared and her clothes began to partially consist of dense golden scales. Lifting his head up, the Sealed Finner shouted something unintelligible, after which large blocks of ice began to appear around. A bright spark appeared among these ice blocks. Fenra looked ahead in bewilderment and saw that Hugo had concentrated an incredibly high and dense stream of fire, and clutching a melee weapon in her hand struck. A notification appeared in the system window which reported that the dungeon called the Fragments of the Abyss had been cleared. Hugo looked ahead confidently while a notification appeared on the system window that Hugo had the best. That Christina continued to drink tea and noticed that the unit's combat abilities had increased surprisingly quickly. Then Christina turned to Yel Choi and said that he was not mistaken about him. The protagonist looked ahead silently with a thoughtful expression on his face, after which Christina looked at him with a questioning look. The protagonist looked ahead and noticed that it seemed like it would not be easy to convince this city to cooperate with them. In response, Christina noted that at least there would not be a hindrance, after which he asked if that was not enough. The protagonist said that if they abandoned them they would not even survive until the end of the game. With a smile on his face, Christina suggested that they omit the details, after which he asked Yel Choi what he wanted from his master. The protagonist looked at Christina with an irritated expression on his face, after which he mentally asked him not to make him laugh with such statements regarding his dominance. Then the protagonist pointed his finger to the side with a smile on his face and asked Kren if they could steal that city. A sly smile appeared on Kran's face. Sometime after these events, Hago came out of the destroyed gates into the dungeon and, looking at the system window in front of her, noticed that this was great and decided to go to the next dungeon, but suddenly she stopped and looked in front of her with a surprised expression. She saw a huge, brightly glowing creature not far from her. A heroic magic card called a magic missile would be used in the properties of this card. It was written that this is magic that shoots mana like bullets, and the power of these is small but always hits the target. This multitude of magic bullets were directed towards the protagonist who was rapidly approaching his opponent at that moment Krina with a smile on his face stretched out his hand in front of him and held a magical substance over his palm and said that there are only two possible situations for a player to descend onto the playing field. He then explained that the first possibility is to lose all units and therefore become a city devourer, and the second occurs during a one-on-one battle. A notification appeared on the system window informing that the opponent agreed to a one-on-one duel with him. Looking at how the main character was fighting the city lord, Krina noticed that although both players must agree to a one-on-one duel, however, with the help of his strength he is able to force the other side to take part in it. At that moment a powerful sweeping blow was dealt to the body of the city lord. The main character thrust his sword into the flesh of the city lord, after which he concentrated magical energy in his palm and with a swing struck his palm on the hilt of the sword, thereby driving the blade even deeper into the flesh. Suddenly the city's ruler split into many pieces and blood began to spread out from within. A notification appeared on the system window stating that player number 32 had been defeated. The protagonist stood on the ground surrounded by many pieces of player number 32's flesh. Then the system window addressed Crossan and asked him to choose what he wanted to do with player number 32's haste. Kron was faced with a choice of eliminating recruiting units or putting them in reserve. Looking at this, Kron noticed with a smile on his face that of course eliminating the pawn and getting all the resources for this would be the easiest way, but he decided to put them in reserve. At that moment Carlson teleported to another space. Looking at the magical substance in his hand, Kron noticed with a smile on his face that he could not refuse his unit's request. The protagonist replied that he had not asked him for anything. Christina smirked and asked him not to forget that he was doing this at a loss. Turning away from Christina, Yao Choi said that it was funny, after which he noted that he would only have to absorb the other players' power. In response, Krina noted that it was not about power but about the key fragment that they now had. This key fragment looked like a diamond-shaped magical substance. The protagonist looked at it with a surprised expression and thought that it was a fragment, and he used it to go against the rules of the game. The protagonist then asked himself, does this mean that this is some kind of cheat? CHR looked at the disappearing key fragment, after which CHR asked, in any case, is this the right choice? The protagonist asked him again, after which Christina explained to him that with the disappearance of pawn number 32 all the dungeons of this one also disappeared. At that moment Hago received many notifications that a dungeon had spawned. Krina explained to him that this meant that the number of dungeons in his city had doubled. At this moment Kim's son was looking at the map with a tense expression on his face where the dungeons were marked. With a smile on his face, the protagonist looked at China's book and asked him if this was true. The protagonist then remarked that right now the city's residents were enough to control the situation, but they could benefit more if they followed his plan. Krina asked him if he meant the units that were still hostile to him. The protagonist replied that he was hitting him where it hurt most, after which the protagonist told Krina that he was terrible at this time. Pawn number 8 stood alone in outer space. Soon after, a heroic and magical overview card was used, the property of which was that the player could see any piece of information about any selected player. Christina looked at the interference that appeared above his palm with a confident smile on his face. At this time, the player put his hand in front of him and looked at this interference, after which he began to point his finger at the system window. The system window warned the player that information about player number 8 would be visible to all players. The player chose the affirmative answer to this request. Sometime after these events, the system window notified that a new move had begun. The system notification stated that they had arrived on the police versus Steve's map. Sometime after the start of this mission, CIO Yuno's massive fist was aimed at the goblin's jaw, causing the goblin's jaw to fly out of its teeth. The goblin laughed madly, addressing S.E. Yunak as a human, and remarked that it was a pity. S.E. Yunak, with a serious expression on his face, pinned the goblin to the asphalt with his knee, trying to put on handcuffs. Soon after, another goblin flew over CIO Yak's head and shouted that he would have to catch all of these, otherwise the points and loot would belong to the goblins. At this time, many residents of city number 8 were fighting goblins. The girl looked at the system window with a surprised expression which informed her that she had 0 points left. The goblin laughed loudly, moving forward quickly and saying That it was easy to remain unnoticed in this city, and all this thanks to the dense development of this city suddenly. A man appeared right in front of the goblin and pointed a lantern at the goblin's face, saying that it was caught. The goblins were perplexed and asked people why they were so good at catching these. At this time many goblins were caught and put behind bars. With a smile on his face, the main character read Kron's book and thought that things were going well and missions of normal difficulty were completed thanks to Kron's book, and his leadership from above the residents followed his instructions. Thus many goblins were caught and immobilized. Using various methods the mission was completed successfully, and thanks to Kron's abilities the city was transformed. Thus the construction of the cornfield was completed by 77%, and Christina together with Yel Choi watched this with satisfied expressions on their faces. Then they collected cheat items and hunted city eaters to improve their abilities. As for the missions that were carried out with other cities, for example the residents of the magical city called Buchan looked in bewilderment as their player was killed and lay in a pool of his own blood near the city. Their strategy was to kill the player and take the city for themselves. After defeating the player, the main character actively restored his breath knocked down after the battle, and restoring his strength said that he had to fight this player for a long time in between missions. The residents constantly trained Hyo, looking at the screen of the training center, thought that she would definitely be able to remember all the numbers. The result of all these actions was that the Eth city became much stronger. Now the city had a production center, a farm, a residential area, and a training center, and some missions were completed without the help of the protagonist. Showing Kron's book, Ch asked how about his plan. However, Hai Go Si Yunak and Yung Won answered him negatively with confident expressions, saying that they could handle it without it. With a smile on his face, the protagonist watched the city develop, and Jack noted that they could be relied on. However, the protagonist understood that as always trouble comes when it is least expected. A notification appeared on the system window stating that they had arrived at a cell called the Duel. The protagonist looked at this with a surprised expression on his face while Jack was eating corn grown on the farm of City Number 8. The system window notified that 1 to 3 pawns would be summoned randomly, and the task was to destroy the units of other pawns. Yoon, the one with a thoughtful expression looking at the system window, said that they had encountered similar missions before. K. Dusk, with a smile on his face, suggested that it would probably be a one-on-one battle between people rather than unit versus unit. Ko Yunak, with a serious expression looking ahead, noted that this did not change the fact that people would have to kill each other. Hago, carefully looking ahead, said that although she had prepared herself for this, however, Pakken, with a worried expression looking ahead, began to call out to God, and only Kong Sungon, with a sly smile on his face, shouted that it sounded fun. By this time his hand had distorted and became made of scales. With a confident smile on his face surrounded by dark magical energy, Kong Song-won said that finally the mission was perfect for him. A Sway, with a smile on her face, sat next to him opposite their squad. The protagonist frowned and looked ahead, after which Kryna noticed that no matter how much he wanted to, he would not be able to cope with 3 players at the same time, after which Kryna suggested that he try to reduce the number of pawns before starting the mission. Turning around, the protagonist asked him should he just stand there and watch people cut each other. Christina noticed that he shouldn't say that, to which the irritated protagonist replied that he had always been like that even before he appeared. The mounted army, armed with swords and bows, was rapidly moving forward, offering to put an end to this. City warriors from another city, dressed in traditional clothing with melee and ranged weapons in their hands, were also rapidly running forward. More warlike representatives from another city were moving in black cars and were dressed like mafiosi, but they were armed with automatic weapons typical of their era. Watching the approaching warriors from 3 cities, Yal Choi asked in surprise what. Then he looked at it with a confused expression and noticed that it was the same. Christina also noticed with a smile on his face, and surprised that it seemed they had decided to unite against them after these events. A legendary class magic card called the Stone Wall was used. The property of this card was that the player erects a stone wall to protect one side of the city. After using this card, a dense and incredibly high wall of stone suddenly began to grow out of the ground. The car warriors looked at it in surprise. Christina asked so what next. He noticed that they can't just hold the defense. Kong W irritably kicked the high stone wall, and thought that they can't get out. With a confident smile on his face, the main character looked ahead, and clutched the hilt of the sword in his hand, and said that nothing can be done about it, and they will have to deal with their players. Kryna grinned and stretched out his hand in front of him, and concentrated a cloud of magical energy, noting that he knew he would say that. But a notification appeared in the system window informing that the opponent agreed to a one-on-one duel. Soon after, 3 players appeared opposite Kren and the protagonist, and Kren asked Yell if they would have fun. The players began to use various cards. One of the players used a magic rocket, another a fireball that shoots exploding fire spheres, and the third used ice shards, thanks to which you can shoot sharp shards of ice. The protagonist jumped above the players, saying that they need to hurry up in order to win. Immediately after this, the protagonist struck, provoking a powerful beam of magical energy, squeezing the handle of the sword in his hands. The protagonist understood that the more he delayed this, the worse it would be for him, rapidly moving towards the enemy's Yell. Choi understood that he had to finish off the first player no matter what it cost him. When the main character made a sweeping blow aimed at one of the players, he could only cut the air, which is why he looked in bewilderment in front of him with his eyes wide open. Kryna, with a calm expression on his face, watched this, and noticed that this was not an easy alliance. The players used a special heroic card called Reduction, the property of which is that it reduces the physical body and reduces the limit of endurance, thereby increasing maneuverability. All 3 players instantly decreased in size and found themselves directly in front of the main character. Then suddenly a brightly glowing golden shield appeared, which the main character began to press. The shield turned into a protective magical barrier, which the main character was thrown back some distance. The player surrounded by the barrier began to move rapidly through space, and the main character, with a painful expression on his face, heavily inhaling air into his lungs, lay on the ground with his legs and arms spread wide in different directions. Suddenly another player appeared right in front of his face, looking at him menacingly. Another player with many hands held levitating cards above his hands. Soon after, a stream of powerful magical energy was directed towards the main character, and in the place where the explosion occurred only steam remained, which made the players look at it in bewilderment. Sudden sweeping blows were made at the player behind the protective barrier. It was the Goblin Jack, who, clutching a sword in his hand, said that this was amazing. After that, Jack, standing next to the wounded main character, said that it was amazing to think that his fencing skills would be effective against players. The main character, clutching a sword in his hand, noticed that China said that all his skills and items were equal in power to the player's cards, and this also applies to the summoning of the Lord. Jack, with a serious expression on his face, frowned and looked ahead. Christina, in response to this, noted that, however, this does not mean that the Lord has the same power as him, or the player. At this time, 3 players quickly moving around Jack and the main character surrounded them. Christina, watching the events that were happening, thought that it would be much more profitable if he and himself were strengthened. Then Christina asked Yell Choi if he thought so. At that moment, the main character stood next to Jack, clutching a sword in each hand. A split occurred in the wall, which is why cracks began to grow along this wall. One of the soldiers turned back and shouted that the wall was about to collapse, and we must prepare for battle. Zhang Ju looked carefully in front of him. While a frightened soldier was shaking, holding a crossbow in his hands, Zhang Ju addressed the soldier, and told him that if he was a coward, then it would be better for him to retreat, because they would not be fighting monsters. The soldier, with a shaking hand, answered Jongdon negatively, after which he said that he did not want to leave alone. At that time, a group of soldiers, together with Jongdon, patiently waited for the wall to collapse. Soon after, the warriors, who dismounted from their horses with excited smiles on their faces, began to laugh loudly and shout that they were finished. A large crowd of people ran through the tunnel cut through the wall, and shouted that their city would win. Then one of the voices ordered to kill everyone. When the people from the other cities broke through the wall, they saw a lonely man standing in front of them, and exclaimed in surprise that they saw some guy there who apparently was immortal. After that, they laughed loudly. This lonely man was Kong Song W, who, with a sly smile on his face, condensing dark magical energy in his outstretched hand, shouted that the first kill would belong to him. The crowd of people who ran through the tunnel soon began to irritably turn to those who were in front and ordered them to move. One of the Men confusedly asked what was going on, and why they were going back. There was a commotion in the crowd of people, and while the warriors were trying to push forward to attack the city, those who had previously been in the vanguard ran back. In fear, all this happened because of the dark snakes formed from magical energy that opened their mouths wide and attacked the warriors. Soon only BS and bones remained from the soldiers that Kong San attacked. With a mad smile on his face looking at this, Kong San noticed that his skills were undoubtedly growing. One of the men, painfully coughing up blood from his mouth, began to cough and beg Kong San to kill him. Many other warriors made painful hoarse sounds while on the verge of death. A notification appeared on the system window stating that the karma of the magical pearl had increased. With a smile on his face looking at the man begging him, Kong San replied IED that he would not do this. After that, a message appeared on the system window stating that the inclination to evil had exceeded all permissible limits, which in turn provoked the invocation of changes with a green predatory eye looking ahead. Someone said that if he did not want to die a long and painful death, then he must either kill himself or die in a duel. At this time, the Goblin Jack was fighting one of the players, defending himself with his sword. Then, chuckling, Jack said that the player was as strong as he expected. Clutching the hilt of the sword tighter in his hands, Jack said that he still confirmed his thought, and said that a life or battle with a strong opponent is much more valuable than 1,000 years of training. Striking with his sword, Jack shouted that he would learn a lot thanks to this battle. A powerful and bright magical flash occurred high in the sky. This happened because a heroic type equipment card called an elemental shield was used. The properties of this card said that this is a shield superior to all others and reflecting elemental damage, and it is weak and reflecting physical attacks. At that moment, the main character jumped up and raised his sword high above his head, preparing to strike one of the players. Another player who was actively using cards raised his hands high above his head. Then a powerful magical flash occurred in the form of a sphere of blinding bright light. Christina watched this silently, and then made an observation that Jack would not be able to stand for long. At that moment, Jack, who had been hit with a huge number of slashing blows, stood firmly on the ground with his head down, leaning on his sword. After that, Kristen made an observation that the others would not be able to stand against the forces of the third city either. By that time, a huge number of explosions were happening on the wall, and the unification of the cities was watching this. Krina turned to yell Choi and noticed that he seemed to be stalling for time. The protagonist at that moment, clutching swords in his hands, looked intently ahead, and Kristen asked him what he was waiting for. The mafia warriors passed through a hole made in the wall, after which one of them addressed Pakken in English in a rude manner. Pakken asked him in surprise what. The mafia man introduced himself by saying that his name was Kim Jangon, after which he ordered Pakken to surrender immediately. Pakken in response asked him Jong Sing province. Pakken asked him why he was acting so strangely. Then Kim Jamin replied with a grin that it was the wish of their godfather. That is one of the players. Kim Jam-hun then asked him if it was obvious that the city changed depending on the players' preferences. After that, while looking at the city, he made a comment that judging by the way the city looked, the player did not really like it, to which he was answered with wishes for him to die sooner. Pakken looked ahead in bewilderment, while Kim Jae-in, with a serious expression on his face, frowning his brows, addressed him, asking him not to be afraid, and explained that he would die painlessly. K Song-won suddenly appeared behind him with a crazy smile on his face and asked him if that was true. A moment later, Kim Jan's body was pierced through and through by multiple long and sharp magical blades. Kim Jangon started screaming madly in pain, while Kong Sun-on was saying that he in turn loved pain. Kong Sun-on watched Kim Jangon suffer with gusto and excitement, after which he started licking the blood flowing down Kim Jong-un's body from his lips. Notifications about the points and items of the killed character started appearing on many system windows at once. Kong Sun-on laughed loudly in a state of madness, mocking the many soldiers who were attacking their city and screaming in pain. Suddenly Pakken grabbed his throat and Ed, coughing up blood, and asked why. Then Kong Sen, not paying any attention to this, continued to torment Kim Jang-hank's body, after which a loud scream ordered him to stop. It was Hago, who, provoking powerful fire attacks, shouted that they were their allies. Then Hago asked Kong San if he had gone Crazy, with his eyes shining brightly and a wild smile on his face, Kong San clutched the blade of Hugo's melee weapon in his hand and growled menacingly in response. He then threw her weapon away and began to hiss like an animal with his mouth wide open. Hugo looked at him in surprise and asked what was happening to him. A message appeared on the system window informing that the karma of evil tendency had reached 100%. After this system notification, Kong Sung-on transformed into a snake. While making hissing sounds, a message appeared on the system window informing that the owner of the magical pearl was turning into Kori Hai-go. With a serious expression on her face, looked ahead and addressed Pakken as an old man and ordered him to evacuate the surrounding area. People began to run in the opposite direction, ordering everyone to disperse and run. Pakken put his hands to his mouth and wished Hago to be careful. Hago looked ahead and said that they were already in an unfavorable situation. After which she looked at Kong Sung-on, who had transformed into Kori, and asked how do they always manage to ruin the situation. She stood in front of Kori, who had grown in size soon after these events. The strong and dense stone wall was broken through by a sharp blow from Kori's head, who was catching up with the retreating Hago. Hugo carefully retreated, looking at the face of Kori, who was tirelessly catching up with her. An adult man with a blade in a sheath, who was a mayor of level 244 named Mamoto Kojiro, remarked that it was incredibly stupid to give up agriculture. Next to him was another man who was also a mayor of level 1093 named Senol Dong Kyo. Senol, shaking the ashes from his cigar with the barrel of a gun, asked why did they break through the wall themselves. Mamoto raised his blade high above his head and noticed that it was not to mention that there was no city so weak that it could not handle 1 or 2 dragons. At that moment, Mamoto summoned a lizard that appeared behind him. It was a muscular, massive, tall lizard with a voluminous tail. Call, who was watching this, asked a monster battle. Then he noticed that it was impressive. By this time, the lizards summoned by Mamoto and Kenui were opposite each other, and between them was Hago. Mamoto excitedly shouted out that let it be decided who is the true king of monsters. Then Mamoto laughed impatiently, but he was not destined to laugh for long, because in an instant the head of his lizard was cut off from the rest of the body and fell right in front of Mamoto, who was trembling with joy. Mamoto looked at this with his eyes wide open and his mouth wide open, spreading his arms out to the sides, and SLE dropped the cigar from his mouth. In surprise, the protagonist, with a on his face, exhaled air from his lungs, noticing that it was close. At this point, he was standing on the severed part of the lizard's body, addressing Kong Sung-won in the form of Kenui. The protagonist said that he tried very hard to catch the moment when he would become Kenui. Kori, with an irritated expression on his face, hissed menacingly, looking at the protagonist. After that, the protagonist, with a smile on his face, turned to Hago and asked her to protect the city. Hago, with a worried expression on her face, noticed his wounds and then asked him what about him. The protagonist, standing with his back to Kenui, explained to her that he did not have time to agree, as Kenui, opening his mouth wide, was preparing to close his teeth on the main character. As soon as Kenui did this, a powerful energy and magical flash occurred that made Kenui begin to fall down with an excited smile on his face. The main character, squeezing his hand glowing with magical energy into a fist, said that he must dispose of the garbage that he has been messing around with for too long. Hago, watching him, responded by showing her understanding. In fact, Hago thought that she did not understand anything, but she saw in his eyes that he had gone crazy. A smile appeared on Kron's face. He decided that he did not care what his plan was, after which he concentrated his attention on the fact that his main task now was to hurry up, actively moving from side to side. Yell Choi took many actions while Jack stood tiredly leaning on his sword cross and said that with the time characteristics he would not be able to hold out for long. The protagonist was preparing to attack one of the players approaching it. At this time, Kryna used 3 spear-throwing cards, after which these spears were directed at the players in parallel. With how Yell Choi and the goblin Jack fought with him, Kryna asked him if he was listening to him. Then Kryna again addressed the protagonist's call, and Mamoto were bewildered with wide open eyes and mouths looking ahead, while Yell Choi tirelessly struck Kencho. He crushed Ken's muscles and flesh with his fists, provoking active blood splashes, soon after which he stuck Ken's muzzle into the ground, continuing with an excited and at the same time crazy smile on his face to strike powerful blows with his fists, filling the surrounding space with Cory's blood. Looking ahead, Yel Choi said that it was good that he became Kenyui because in his plan Kenyui was more important than the dragon. The mayors of the 3 cities were terrified and shaking with fear as they watched this merciless beating of Cory. The protagonist continued to talk about how a person who received a magical pearl becomes an amugi and, depending on his card, he will turn into a dragon or canary. The protagonist shared his feelings and said that he was worried that he would suddenly come to his senses and become a dragon, after which the protagonist, with a sly smile on his face reflected in Cory's eye, thanked him for continuing to be the same worthless person. Then he noticed that he was worthless both on Earth and in this world. Then the protagonist grinned and madly continued to tear Ken's flesh with his fist. Kenyui began to look around in confusion, after which a notification appeared on the system window informing that Cory's fear had reached its limit. Kenyui began to twist his body and scream hysterically in pain, after which information about the skill of the 4 overlords appeared on the system window, where it was written that he could sign a contract for the spirit of a familiar with a creature that has the maximum level of friendliness or fear towards him. Next on the system window was information that he now has 1 familiar spirit out of 4 maximum. On the next system window was a question: does he want to conclude a familiar spirit contract with Kenyui, who was Kong Psalm 1 before the transformation? The protagonist, looking at Kron's book surrounded by many tentacles, chose the answer and then turned to the huge crowd that was behind him and silently watched the actions of the protagonist with a confident smile on his face. The protagonist turned back and asked if he was coming. The mayors of the 3 cities, horrified with fear, began to hug each other, afraid of the gaze of the protagonist. Goblin Jack, with his cracked and battered sword, cut the body and headed towards the player. Goblin Jack said that he was not wasting time, after which the player tried to attack Goblin Jack with his arms crossed over his chest. Listened to Yel Choi apologize to him. Yel Choi understood that in all games, as people level up, they gain power that exceeds the limitation of items and skills. They also increase their characteristics based on their preferences and abilities. For example, there is a reinforced defense set or a basic set, as well as a reinforced magician set and an aesthetic set. At the same time, few of these people equip unique sets at this moment. Yel Choi looked ahead with a confident smile on his face while Kenyui circled around him. Suddenly Kenyui bit the protagonist's shoulder with his shark teeth, causing the protagonist to tensely look ahead with a painful expression. From the tension on the protagonist's face, the veins began to swell and he tightly clenched his jaw and opened his eyes wide, realizing that although he was endowed with more power compared to ordinary sets, however, if he made a mistake he would suffer a punishment that was worse than death itself. At that moment Kenyui tightly grabbed Yel Choi's shoulder. The protagonist's face distorted and his pupils turned bright green. He exhaled magical energy from his mouth, thinking that the greater the risk, the greater the reward. While Yel Choi was about to move forward with a rapid jerking movement, a message appeared on the system window notifying that the passive skill that was acquired from Kenyui was called Embodiment of Self-Destruction, and this skill was activated. The protagonist began to approach the players at high speed while a notification was displayed on the system window stating that he was in a state of poisoning. Then the system notified the protagonist that his health points were gradually decreasing. At that moment the players, with wide open eyes, tensely looked ahead while Yel Choi dealt a huge number of cutting blows to the players' bodies. A message appeared on the system window again stating that his characteristics would increase depending on the number of negative effects he had. Kryna looked at the bright magic Eichel energy claw above his palm with a smile on his face. Miyamoto looked at Saul in bewilderment as his body began to disappear from this space above his hand. Christina held the captured city after killing one of the players. It was city number 90 with blood flowing from his mouth. The protagonist understood that the longer he stayed in the state of self-destruction, the more negative effects he would receive, and the more weakening effects, the more his characteristics would increase at great speed. The protagonist began to approach another player, realizing that there was a high risk for a mythical class, after which he went to fight for the reward. He dealt a crushing blow to one of the players, hitting him right in the spine, while Goblin Jack was opposite this player by plunging the blade of his sword into the player's flesh. The protagonist provoked cracks to appear on This player's body, then the protagonist began to concentrate a blade consisting of thick magical energy in his hand. A message appeared on the system window that a special combination had created a new poison. The protagonist understood that unlike the Almugi poison, the approaching player threw Yel Choi aside without letting him finish his thought. Goblin Jack looked ahead questioningly, after which the protagonist finished his thought by saying that Corey's poison, unlike the Almugi poison, was completely indifferent to the enemy's resistance to poisons. The player who had been hit shook with his whole body. A message appeared on the system window stating that the poison he had received had paralyzed his body and that his reaction speed, attack power, and defense had been reduced. A magical spear containing poison that quickly spread throughout the player's body was pierced into the player's back, and a flash appeared high in the sky, after which the protagonist turned to Jack and warned him by shouting from above. Goblin Jack raised his head up, after which he grabbed the hilt of the sword and with a tense expression held the sword out in front of him. The main character addressed him and shouted that the poisoning effect would soon disappear. After that, the main character noticed that he was also poisoned. Goblin Jack turned around in bewilderment and saw that a poisonous magic fragment was pierced into his shoulder. Looking at this in surprise, he asked what a message appeared on the system window stating that he was also poisoned and all characteristics would be temporarily doubled. Jack began to scream loudly while his body began to fill with new strength. His eyes began to glow with bright magical energy. Standing in front of one of the players, Jack began to furiously inflict a huge number of cutting magic blows with his sword. Then, with a smile on his face, Jack said that he barely managed to save face. Suddenly, Goblin Jack lost consciousness and fell to the ground unconscious with blood flowing from his mouth. A message appeared on the system window stating that the effect of the poison had exhausted him. While Goblin Jack was lying on the ground unable to get up, Yel Choi was fighting the last player, striking each other with blows. The protagonist stared at this player and realized that there was only one left. Looking at this player, the protagonist thought that the barrier this player was used was dotted with a combination of multiple shields, and if these shields were not destroyed, the barrier would continue to recover. The protagonist came to the conclusion that he needed to break the barrier and shields at once. At this time he struck many blows, but the player responded to him. Many notifications began to appear on the system windows, the first of which said that due to an effect called the embodiment of self-destruction, he received a debuff called disorder. After this, another message appeared on the system window saying that due to an effect called the embodiment of self-destruction, he received a debuff called severely poison. The last system window contained a message saying that due to the effect of the embodiment of self-destruction, he received a debuff called decreased resistance while fighting the player. At that moment, the protagonist held his sword out in front of him, accepting the attack from the player, and soon after that a message appeared on the system window stating that his stats would increase based on the number of debuffs he had. With a tense and exhausted expression on his face, the protagonist stared ahead as blood began to flow from his eyes. Looking intently at the enemy, the protagonist understood that this was not enough. Kryna, who was watching the battle taking place and holding two captured cities in his palms, said that by offering the safest strategy for the units, he would choose the most dangerous path for himself. Without hesitation, Kryna then thoughtfully asked, was this guilt or human nature? At the moment of these thoughts, the protagonist continued to fight the player exhausted, while China said that it would be great if he used his intellect without thinking. By that time, the residents of City Number 8 had captured many people who had launched an attack on their city and were now kneeling watching Yel Choi's actions cross, and said that unfortunately the human essence is gaining the upper hand in him. By this time, a message appeared on the system windows stating that the list of available negative effects looked like this. This list included severe poisoning, slowdown, disruption of order, loss of smell, weakened defense, hunger, inability to heal, decreased in endurance, increased magnesium consumption, overload, decreased attack power, curse of blindness, soreness, and decreased resistance. Following this list of negative effects, the system window reported that his characteristics would increase depending on the number of negative effects imposed. The protagonist stood firmly in front of the player, after which the player delivered a powerful high-speed blow with his barrier to the protagonist, putting his palm in front of him and pressing his hand to the barrier. Yell Choi said that although many characteristics had worsened due to negative effects, the number of characteristics that had increased due to the embodiment of self-destruction was much greater. At that moment the main character was able to hold back the player's onslaught with one palm. Clutching a sword in his other hand, the player looked ahead in bewilderment, after which the main character began to push his fingers through the barrier, creating many small cracks in it, while the main character addressed the player and ordered him not to move. Looking exhaustively ahead with a smile on his face, Yell Choi noticed that he could not see anything now. By this time his eyes were completely covered with a white veil. With one sharp sweeping movement of his hand in which Yell Choi held the sword, he cut the player into two parts, even with multiple scores and protective barriers. The player was cut down with one precise blow, after which the captured mafiosi who were in city number 8 began to teleport to another space. By this time Krina was already holding 3 captured cities in his palm. An inscription appeared on the system window stating that all the players were defeated and he was freed from Kenyui. Kenyui was freed from the body of the main character, after which the main character exhaled heavily from his lungs. Goblin Jack approached Yell Choi from behind and asked him how he was. Yell Choi, with a tired smile on his face, noticed that his condition was not the best, but he noticed that he would cope quickly. Goblin Jack, turning to Yell Choi, told him that he had given him an interesting experience. The main character grinned in response to this, after which he asked him for forgiveness and told him that he could give him Jupiter for this. Goblin Jack looked at the Jupiter sword he had fought with before with a smile on his face and chuckled and said that he would not refuse it, after which Goblin Jack said that he quite liked it. Then Goblin Jack turned his attention to the miniature Cory, who was near the main character's shoulder, and asked him if this meant that this was his new master. The main character also looked at Kenyui and answered him affirmatively, after which he said that this was not easy, but the skills were valuable to him. Looking ahead, Yell Choi thought that he also had another reason why he needed Kenyui. The main character understood that Kenyui was an Amugi who could not become with the dragon, and that it could not have a magical pearl, which meant that at this time the magical pearl lay on the scorched earth near the city. Soon a hand picked up this pearl. The main character understood that this meant that the magical pearl would find a new Imugi. Kimin picked up the magic pearl and looked at it thoughtfully, then tightly squeezed the magic pearl in his tense fist. Christina silently looked ahead. Suddenly Siyunak noticed Kong Dusk frowning and asked him, "What is it?" Kenu, looking around, said that it was strange. Then Hogo, looking at her in surprise, asked what. Yell Choi, looking ahead, Whaley asked why the mission has not ended yet. Christina carefully looked at the system window that appeared in front of him. On this system window there was a notification informing that a new player had joined the mission. Suddenly next to City number 8, City number 99 appeared, which was led by Choi Yun. The protagonist looked at this and Wilder with wide open eyes and an open mouth. Christina said that he did not think that he would see him again so soon. Then Christina said that this is the real owner of the number 8 ship and the one with whom he reached the end of the game, that is, this is his idol, an old enemy in one person. A golden hand appeared right in front of Christina, marking the appearance of the real owner of City number 8 and the former player of this city. Suddenly the hand of the former player of City number 8 straightened out, after which Kristen abruptly turned back and ordered to get ready, after which he announced that they were going to the player. By this time Krina was holding a cloud of magical energy over his palm. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, frowning, looked ahead and asked why it looked like Krina was in a hurry. Krina, with a tense expression on his face, looking ahead, frowning, used the magical substance in his palm, realizing that if they made even one mistake it would be the end for them. A message appeared on the system window informing that he could not send a request for a one-on-one duel. After seeing this system window, the protagonist and Christina looked ahead with surprised expressions. This happened because the player used a legendary magic card called the Sanctuary. The properties of this card stated that this is an absolute game rule that excludes one-on-one combat from this mission. Then the player used a mythical magic card called the Absolute Seal, the property of which was that all of the players' actions are sealed for a certain time. As soon as this card was used, Krina was bound by a huge number of bright golden chains. Looking at these chains, Krina realized that he did not even have time to blink, and this player Already then Kryna came to the conclusion that this means that the players before this were just bait in order to study their techniques. Goblin Jack looked ahead warily and assumed that this would not help them, and noted that there was only one way. The protagonist, who was rapidly moving forward with Goblin Jack, answered him that he knew about it. Then the thought of bloodshed appeared in the mind of the main character while he was thinking about it. They penetrated into the city. The hand of the former owner of City Number 8 was opposite Kren, who was in a fed-ed state. With a tense expression on his face looking ahead, Kron thought that Lee, the pawn he had thrown, had actually died. After that, Kron asked if this meant that he had used the cards to check this. With displeasure, Kron made an observation that he was still as neat, cross, and reasoned that they had been discovered earlier than he thought, and that they were still not ready. After which Kron silently and menacingly looked ahead. He understood that this was sad, but he might have to say goodbye to pawn number 8. By this time a large empty space was located opposite the two cities. Kron shouted loudly and expressively that they should quickly hit the enemies in the head. Jack accepted his command. Moving after the main character, the protagonist, looking at his sword, understood that this was a mega powerful weapon that was intended only for players or city eaters, but it did not matter because his skills were enough for him. By this time Yal Choi had materialized two melee weapons near him. Turning towards Crossan, he ordered Jack to organize the inhabitants of this city by level, and then the protagonist looked closely at the book and said that theirs was the strongest. Suddenly Yal Choi's gaze distorted, and he looked ahead in surprise with wide eyes, saying that this was impossible. At this time a squad of soldiers was moving quickly on a city street, but suddenly they were attacked and many arrows flew in their direction. Jiang Wan, with a tense expression on his face, looked around and realized that their movements were easily read, after which he looked up and noticed that this was all happening in their own city. Raising his head up, Jiang Guan saw a huge number of soldiers who were armed with bows and arrows and with calm expressions on their faces looked in their direction. A powerful tornado suddenly appeared in the center of the city, after which someone's hand raised up was clutching a one-handed sword called Hosu. It was a mythical rank one-handed sword, and the description of this item said that it was a divine sword that was exalted from the heavenly realm and helped establish a country on the surface. With this one-handed sword, the low-ranking abilities of the gods were neutralized. With a confused expression on his face, Se Yunak stood in a fighting stance and looked ahead. KK, with a smile on his face while attacking one of the Choi Yun soldiers, noticed that he had a good thing. Kong Dusk extended his hand towards the sword and said that he would take this sword. However, he did not have time to finish speaking because one of the Choi Yun soldiers snatched this sword faster than him, and several other soldiers pulled the confused Kong Dusk aside. With a tense expression on his face, K. Dusk asked himself in front of him, do they share things with everyone? Soon after, an explosion occurred. Looking at this explosion, Choi Yen shouted, Kusk Kusk. Standing near the place where the explosion occurred, thought that these soldiers have no unnecessary movements and are brave enough to act without hesitation. Rising to his feet, standing on several defeated Cheyenne soldiers, Kong Dusk noticed that these soldiers acted as if they were all one resident. Soon after these events, Kong Dusk and Cio Yunak were surrounded by a huge number of Choi Yun soldiers who were armed with close combat weapons, pressing their backs to each other. Cio Yunak looked ahead in rage and shouted, how dare he attack a law enforcement officer? K. Dusk at that moment was thinking about what to do in this situation. Then KK suggested leaving here after all for now. They do not have the advantage. Cio Yunak, looking ahead tensely, asked Kong Dusk if he thought that these soldiers would let them go so easily. By this time the soldiers holding their swords in front of them began to approach Kusk and Seo Yunak. Cio Yunak, looking at this tensely, shouted out that they were coming. Suddenly dark magical energy in the form of a huge number of snakes began to thicken around K. Dusk and Seo Yunak. In bewilderment, Se Yunak looked around and asked, is this the poison of the Amagi? Kong Dusk also looked at it in surprise and noticed that it was the same. Suddenly Kaimi Jun addressed them, holding his hand out in front of him towards Kong Dusk and Seo Yunak, and ordered them to go to him. Then, concentrating the magical energy from the pearl in his palm, he shouted that they would not last long and that they had to act as quickly as possible. Kong Duck and Seo Yunak looked at Kaimi Jun in bewilderment, after which Se Yunak asked who at this time powerful fiery energy was concentrated. In one area it was Hago who was rapidly moving forward and spreading her magical energy. Approaching Cho Yun at high speed, she tried to strike him with her melee weapon, but Chon moved his sword a few centimeters and was able to strike her back. Hago, with a surprised expression on her face, staggered from this blow and stood up again and asked herself what she understood that the attack was slow, but after that she asked herself why can't she repel this attack. In addition, Hugo understood that her own attacks were not working. Hago came to the conclusion that their opponents not only predict their actions but they simply see through any of their objects. Looking at Cho Yun, who had an emotionless expression on his face, Hago understood that they were the ones moving the way they wanted. After that, Hago came to the conclusion that even taking these factors into account, she cannot give up. She took an item called an elixir in her hand, which is a legendary class item. In the description of this item it was written that this item removes all negative effects and completely restores health. After using this elixir, a huge INF furious fire dragon appeared behind Heel, which, opening its mouth wide, concentrated a ball of condensed fire energy. Then the huge fire dragon, spreading its mighty wings wide, provoked a powerful fire stream, which subsequently, after the explosion, formed a fiery explosive mushroom. After the smoke, steam and s began to settle on the ground. Hugo saw the appearance of a man looking at him in surprise. Hyo asked Yel Choi. After that, she confusedly asked him if he was okay, and why did he do it so suddenly. Looking at her, Yel Choi addressed her by name and asked her to rely on him and go to the city. Hago came out of combat mode and, confused, looking ahead with wide open eyes, asked Yel Choi. Goblin Jack, with a serious expression on his face, standing behind her, asked her to listen to him better. Hago turned around in surprise to look at Goblin Jack and asked him in bewilderment. Teacher Goblin Jack frowned and looked ahead seriously, and told Hago that he would help him and that she needed to protect the city's resident. Hago looked ahead silently for a while, then entered her combat mode again and began to run towards the city at high speed. Looking ahead, Hago thought that it seemed to her that she really shouldn't interfere, after which she noticed that the teacher and Yel Choi looked nervous with a trembling smile on her face. Hago looked ahead and hoped that she was wrong about this. She really hoped for such an outcome at that moment. Yel Choi and Goblin Jack, with serious expressions on their faces, looking ahead, were clutching melee weapons in their hands. Chon, who had a bright glow behind him, noticed that quite a while had passed, and then he asked, "So what's wrong with his face?" Then Chon asked if he was glad to see him. Then, with an emotionless and cold-blooded expression looking ahead, he called Yel Choi brother. The protagonist, with a gentle smile on his face, looking at his brother, noticed that he finally looked better, after which he noted that it was a great relief for him. He walked up to his brother, and putting his hand on Cho Yan's shoulder, told him that he couldn't explain everything to him yet, but asked him to listen to him carefully. The protagonist told him that there was no point in them fighting. Cho Yun, with a serious expression on his face, looked at him and asked him if he wanted to ruin the game and return to the real Earth. The protagonist looked at him in confusion and then asked what Cho Yun, with a cold-blooded expression on his face, looked intently into the eyes of the protagonist and noted that he was as always in his style, but he would lose. The protagonist looked at his brother in confusion, after which Cho Yun lowered his eyes and said that in order for his plan to succeed he needed to defeat him, but he had never succeeded in doing so. In Cho Yan's mind, the situation was like a game of chess where the pieces were already on the table, and Chon knew the layout of these pieces perfectly well. Goblin Jack and Kang Yui suddenly closed the body of the protagonist from his own brother, after which Goblin Jack shouted that this was the intent to kill, after which he ordered Yel Choi to step back. Goblin Jack and Cory, who had suddenly stepped forward, began to dissolve into space, and Cho Yen, who had approached the protagonist, struck him. By this time, Chon, having pierced his brother's stomach through and through, was holding him above himself with an emotionless expression, looking at the protagonist. Choi Yun remarked that it was okay, after which he asked his brother to just stay dead for a while, and when he opened his eyes, Yel Choi's torso was pierced through by Choi Yun's broadsword blade, which was stained with blood. Choi Yun informed him that the perfect happiness would be waiting for him after some time. The dagger was completely covered in blood. The protagonist ran to his brother and asked him to listen, swinging his fist at him. After that, without waiting For an answer he attempted a strike and shouted at him to get some sleep, but his brother quickly dodged. He stabbed the dagger straight into him so that sparks were visible in his body. Choi Yao exclaimed and gritted his teeth at that moment. A bright splash occurred and the sword rose into the sky. Sparks from the lightning were visible everywhere and terrifying creatures began to fall from the sky. Choi Yun looked at his hand and could not say a word. After that he swung his leg around which bright magic circles appeared and stomped on the ground with such a blow that bright sparks filled the circle. The system Windows reported that dispelling magic cancelled the spell. He looked at the floor and realized that he knew this and saw everything in advance. Suddenly he decided to say something, but before he could finish, Choi Yao looked at him menacingly. Cho Yun finished that they hadn't played like that for a long time. One day a doctor pointed to the internal structure of the brain with a special pointer and said that simply put it was all because their brains were too active. Their bodies could not withstand it. Chu's mother asked again, was it really like that for both of them? The doctor confidently confirmed her words. At that time the boys were in a good mood on a hospital bed in one of the wards. The woman carefully brought her hand to her lips and said in bewilderment that Yel did not suffer as much as Yun. The doctor threw up his hands and replied that it was all because Yel's body had learned to cope with it. He talked about the term multitasking. This is when the human brain does several things at the same time. Its efficiency quickly drops. The main character looked ahead in surprise and did not move. The doctor continued to explain that Yal analyzes, understands, and tries to predict everything he has seen once he reboots his brain so that the body does not suffer. For people like him, an ever-changing environment is the best treatment, but there is a problem with Young since he has absolutely no interest in the world around him, and his indifference is shocking. He continued to explain that they need a certain stimulus to reboot his brain. The boy's parents looked at each other in surprise, being in a state of some shock. The doctor shockingly informed them that there is something that Young is interested in. At this moment the brothers were sitting opposite each other and playing a board game, putting chess aside. Meanwhile many system windows appeared in the sky above Kron's head. He lowered his gaze and said with a slight smile on his face, so he had a reason to get rid of Cole, his best unit. He has a unit with great potential. At that moment Yel stood over his almost defeated brother, and his face darkened with horror. The protagonist realized that he should leave here, but China grinned and said that he would be glad to do so, but there was no way out. A grin appeared on Yel's face, and he realized that in that case he would need to use a cheat. He would not betray him like that, right? Christina silently looked into the distance, and at that moment his body was surrounded by golden chains. Choi Yo got angry and, opening his mouth in surprise, thought about how he would not tell him that but before he could finish this phrase, Krina closed his eyes and calmly said that he had thought about it, but then changed his mind and grinned. Confidence appeared on his face, and he said, however, it is true that there is no way out of here. If they had the powers of the Overlord, he could kill Choi Yell. The system window reports that the dimension is being turned off, blocking everything summoned in the field and returning everything that was summoned. Before Cho Yo mentally apologized, then made a sharp movement and rushed to run towards his brother while magical forms appeared around him. His brother stood with his back to him and looked into the distance while explosions and flashes of light surrounded him, but as it turned out he was prepared for a wise attack and sharply turned to him, looked sharply in his direction, and was able to dodge the blow. He realized that possessing the powers of a lord does not solve anything. Yet at that moment Chun made a sharp magic icicle blow into the distance, because of which a bright light eclipsed everything around. The attackers began to shout loudly and continued to swing. Christina sadly lowered his gaze and wondered, and what will happen in this case? Yell, while blood was flowing from his mouth, said that there is one method that is used on Earth in such situations. The system window suddenly reported that the absolute seal will be cancelled in a few seconds. When there was only 1 second left, Crossan reached out his hand towards the system window with complete calmness on his face, and the system reported that it was cutting off the escape route and updating the escape map. Part of the movement, Kron's eyes lit up with a bright red light, and he frowned his brows looking at this. The system reported magic legendary Armageddon, the great destruction of all cities. Suddenly, huge black holes appeared in the sky from which huge fiery meteorites began to fall directly onto the city. He looked at the sky without any emotion and continued to stand in place while there were defeated enemies around him. Suddenly an incredibly strong roar was heard and the sky began to darken and the city caught fire from a bright flame. The light filled the entire area while the city was destroyed. The crowd of people looked towards the bright flame and did not move. Everyone froze. The rumble continued to spread throughout the area as the magical golden hand approached the system windows. Christina said that he knew it wouldn't do much good, but he still thought it could be useful. Suddenly several terrifying creatures appeared in the sky and Kristen said that his units were quite aggressive. He continued to watch the events with a smile on his face as his monsters fully manifested. Yell smiled slightly as he grabbed the blue card and wondered if that was how he switched roles in an unfair game. His brother, meanwhile, lowered his sword and simply looked into the distance, and he thought of course this most likely wouldn't work on him and noticed something was wrong and looked away without saying a word. The magical hand silently approached the system window and Christina said that he always carefully calculated his every move. He always knew what he would lose in a fight, what he would gain, and the conclusion he would make after the calculations, and abruptly extended his already bloody sword and asked, is he really thinking about something so obvious? After these words he threw the sword into the distance, creating many magic rays, and said that it was painful to be a low-level player's unit. His confident look did not leave his face, and he silently continued to look into the distance while Christina did not stop. The system reports a great escape. He needs to refuse all rewards for this mission and escape, and said in surprise that this is quite interesting. At that moment Yell suddenly jumped up, after which he exhaled and said that it was good that Yo was not making the decision, otherwise it would be really bad. But as soon as he finished this phrase, the sword pierced his chest and splashes of blood flew everywhere, and an unimaginable shock remained on Yelk's face. He fell right on the roof of the building and smashed the structure into several huge pieces. Kristen, watching everything that was happening from above, stretched his hand into the sky and began to control his monsters. The system window reported that they had completed the mission. There were huge pits left in the city that had destroyed everything around. At that moment the protagonist sighed heavily. In the very place where he had managed to land, he lay in a pool of his own blood among huge stones and groaning loudly stretched his hand out to the system window to recover. A moment later green-tinted energy beams came out of his body, and he sighed with relief. Looking up at the sky, he said that he had definitely not expected this. Kristen, who looked at him with a grin, asked him if he really thought he could handle it. Koyo grabbed his head trying to get up and asked him again could he do it himself. After the conversation they both looked into the distance and were silent for a long time. The city was half destroyed and the difficulty had suddenly risen from normal to hellish, so the plan required serious adjustments. After some time the system window reports sudden evacuation during a disaster evacuates residents of the city. Bunker 1. This only works if there is a bunker. Dark smoke was visible throughout the city that rose straight into the sky. And the system window also reported that if the bunker is full, residents will not be able to evacuate at this moment. People began to come out of special bunkers and look around, sighing loudly. Christina said that about 70% of the units survived. Yo thoughtfully looked down and said that so many people died in such a short time as expected. This is the city of Chon. He imagined many of his subordinates standing behind him wearing special masks. Krina told him that he thought that the first thing to do was to rebuild this city. Cole tried to say something about it, and Kristen told him sharply that he knew. Koyo looked into the distance questioningly, and Kristen told him that he must be thinking about how to strengthen this city now, just like when building a training field for units, right? Yell smiled widely and told him that he finally understood what he was talking about. Krina looked at him deeply and answered, of course, this is also something related to the game dimensions. After that he opened the system window and began to look out for something, and Yell looked ahead with a puzzled look. His face expressed danger. Meanwhile, in city number 8, Y looked ahead with a frightened look and asked a question card summoning right in the middle of a break. No, isn't that too much? Many magic cubes appeared in the sky from which bright sparks came. Christina calmly said that this place is a special mission. Players can only go through it once. Open world or residual world. After some time the sun was shining brightly in the forest. One of the terrifying goblins was hit in the face with an iron hammer. All this was done by the hands of John Gonat. This moment Hang Minu took the radio in his hands and reported that the area was now cleared, the target was found, and he was calling the collection team. The system window reported that there was a Sally flower in the clearing, a magic class material and ingredient for a healing potion, no effect when used directly, tasted like strawberries. People began to collect these flowers in their baskets, and John Gon was watching all this. He plucked one of the flowers and brought it to his face to examine it more closely. But if he can't find a way out, he will stay here forever. Remembering the crowd of people, he thought that if he left the residents here, they would never get out. Their pitiful faces did not give him peace at that moment. Pak and embarrassedly said that more and more people were leaving, and he believed that nothing could be done about it. He said this looking at the back of Hyo, who was looking ahead with her brows furrowed. At that moment Kinu approached her from the side and said with her hands on her hips that even though Hyo was defeated, it was still clear that they would run away in fear. Hago silently and perplexedly looked away without answering. Meanwhile, in the police office, K-Dusk was sitting at a table on which there were several large stacks of papers and was examining something in his hands. They have been here for the 4th day already. In the system window reports a forum where various information about materials, enemies, combinations, skill settings, and many other factors related to Choi Yal are described. He realized that he was posting guides but not showing himself, so what was he up to? Krina meanwhile silently looked in front of him as Yel scattered many documents on the floor. Being in complete silence for some time, suddenly he flared up and began to shout loudly, 75,322 4 rounds, and the same number of defeats. He was very unhappy and clenched his hand into a fist in anger. After that he spread his arms on the ground and closing his eyes said that as expected it was completely impossible to do this in a normal way. Christina silently stood over him for a while, after which he leaned a little closer and asked him not to make him regret choosing him. The main character frowned and replied that it did not look like they had little time. Didn't he say that 100 years here equals only one move? Krina turned away and said that it was so. If he wanted, he could spend an eternity here too. Yal didn't answer him and realized that there were only 2 reasons why players used this world: to pump up units as well as the 17th player, or to surrender to avoid seeing the game over message and not to become a city devourer. But the most important reason is that you don't need to fight here, you can hide in this place until the very end of the game. Therefore this place is called the residual world. Yal stood up with a satisfied expression on his face and thought about something, after which he suddenly turned to Christina and said that he thought it was worthwhile to suspend the operation called Choyo. Krina grinned and looked at him, and the protagonist said that it was impossible to defeat him under the same circumstances. He imagined that they were on a chessboard, and for a player like Y everything was much easier. It might be a bit unfair, but he wasn't going to fight him until he had a significant advantage. Yal said to achieve that he needed to learn everything about the game and the players. Krina calmly asked him was he trying to find a way to defeat this by simply looking through all the information. It shouldn't be that hard. Right at the moment he said these words, he suddenly raised his hand, and Yel was very surprised by this action. After that he turned away a little and said he was somehow too obedient. Kristen replied that it was all because he was curious about how far he was willing to go, and also he should remember that his failure didn't concern him so much. Yo was too angry and thought about how he was just a freak. Did he really want to say that? He had a backup plan in case he died. Suddenly magical beams appeared in the sky and began to make loud sounds. Yal didn't expect to hear something like that and looked into the distance questioningly, after which he wondered what is that. China replied that he would be able to return home upon reaching the end of the game, and this was indeed true. At that moment a bright beam of light passed through one of the streets of the city. Krina said that this world had become part of the game, and Yel fell to his knees in shock and watched what was happening in front of him. Christina continued to tell him that this was the fate of the world which would become food for the game. Yel said that it did not matter whether he won or lost, he would still become part of the game. But who did this? Meanwhile the system window reported that the search had begun. The Demon King. Krina in her hands was this information, and he thoughtfully looked down and continued his thoughts. The King of Greed, China, one of the highest class monsters similar to the Demon Kings, he had already killed, but he was sure that he had used the player's power. At that moment he began to step over the bloody corpses of the killed people, and looking confidently into the distance with eyes shining with brilliance. He thought that this meant that he could steal the player's place. Suddenly he became very angry, and behind him the city seemed to collapse in a bright flame. The system window notified that he had completed the mission and received the pawns of the killed player. Please choose what to do with the pawns numbered 42, 43, and 52. He can dismantle them, recruit them, or put them in the warehouse. The city streets were filled with broken high-rise buildings, and then gradually the dust clots began to subside. He chose to dismantle these pawns, and the system reported that he had dismantled the PWNs he had received to obtain materials to enchant or repair his pawns. A magical light passed through the entire area, and a magical golden hand rose into the air and approached the system window. It reported that pawn number 8 was being searched for, after which information appeared that the system could not find it. The pawn he was looking for now was either protected or hiding. After a while, Yao looked ahead in surprise and wondered what did it really work. He was in front of the camera and bowed, greeted everyone, and stated his name. Zhang Ju watched his actions through the system window while eating. Yao said that they had all worked very hard for the past 3 months. The city had almost completely been restored and the improvements were going according to plan. Hago and Kinu also decided to have a snack and watched his words with satisfaction. He continued to say that he hoped that they understood why he was using the live broadcast as a way to contact the people who had already left the city. He was broadcasting live in order to tell the truth about the game and the players and to tell them about his plans. Kristen, meanwhile, took a cup of drink behind him and silently walked past him. You continued to say that this plan was quite dangerous and risky, and he would even say that staying on the ground would be much safer despite everything. The reason why he came up with this plan, but he did not have time to finish talking about it, and said that they would understand it when he explained everything to them. In this case, he begins the explanation and decided to clarify what the truth is. Games are a great test of human will, or is it a joke played by absolute evil? Christina looked at the main character and spoke about the illusions that were earlier, but he interrupted him and asked again, so is it really not true? Kina replied that he wanted an absolutely perfect being to exist. This is an unrealizable dream of intellectual life. If they are perfect, they will not need anything, and without any there will be no point in them doing anything. Consequently, they will stop living as intelligent beings. That is why the world is filled with non-ideal beings. They form a whole ecosystem which allows them to live on. The game remains the same. It travels around the universe in search of a planet that will become prey. Then we are talking about a planet with intelligent life. It is not entirely clear what exactly is meant by prey in intelligent life, be it emotions, their souls, physical bodies, or all together, and in order to improve the quality of prey, the same game is used as preparation. Xingyo was very surprised that all this happened as preparation because of this question, and why exactly. Again, Krina replied that intelligent life is always in search of entertainment, including a game, and in such a game of life it is easier to adapt and immerse yourself. Moreover, games are ideal for the development of both emotions and the mind of this life. Walks intelligent life instinctively rushes to its goals. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yell and said that at the end there is still a script because of which the game is considered lost and life becomes part of it. Christina continued to say that when the whole world is absorbed and there are no more of those substances left, they go further in search of new intelligent life. This is what this game is really for. Hago raised her hand and grabbed her head, asking him to wait, realizing something. She imagined that they suffered because their civilization became the target of a monster eating entire planets. Yell answered her that he was not yet sure whether the game was actually alive or not. Hugo looked at him in surprise, and the main character continued the live broadcast. Jangon said at this point that even if they win, the Earth will be destroyed and become a game map, and they will also become monsters that will attack the next intelligent life. At this point, the crowd of people were completely dissatisfied with what was happening, and loud shouts appeared on the street. Dusk saw everything through the system window and wondered what the players were doing. Then Christina smiled and said that he could explain it. There were once units that became part of this game, and among them some continued to evolve, gaining enough power to destroy the balance of the game. The game gives such creatures a role that allows them to interfere with the game and Improve the quality of units. This is what a player as Hugo could not answer anything since her brain was rebooting. She was in complete shock while Kenneth said okay. In general the game device is clear and asked the question, so what is the plan? Yell took a deep breath and said that they will eat this game from the inside. Young One and the soldiers around him were dumbfounded for a while and continued to listen as Yell said that this way they could take back the land. But no, they would take back all of the measures using the power of the game itself. They were very surprised by this, because this was the protagonist's plan. Hago opened her mouth in surprise and thought that they could really eat this game. Kenu answered her that she didn't think it was really impossible for y'all. The protagonist looked at the huge empty hall and said that there were only two ways to survive in the game. The first way was to exist, and the second way was to fight. Of course, he chose way number 2. In his opinion, coexisting with the game was unreasonable. No, he was not ready to do such a thing now. It was their time to choose. A bright light appeared in the sky and many dumbfounded people looked up at the sky. Yell asked them a serious question: would they stay in the city to fight to destroy the game, or would they leave the abandoned land and merge with the game? Many people were confused and silently watched the live broadcast, thinking about what was happening. After some time, night fell. Yal continued to sit on the roof of the building with Kryna and said that he had a question for him. Kryna asked him to say it. Yell asked, so he was a player, right? Kryna answered that it was indeed so. He was a player, and a demon king, and a simple unit like him. He wanted something more than just the power of a player, and yet he lost to the player number 99 who followed the rules of the game, because of which his power was sealed and he himself became the demon king. Yell asked him what he wanted. He answered that he would immediately understand as soon as his seal fell. Yell told him not to foretell anything so ominous. In any case, they are allies until the game is destroyed. Christina told him not to worry about it because he would keep his word, after which he chuckled and Yell asked him to stop laughing so ominously. After some time the sun rose over the mountains. Morning dew appeared among the tall buildings of the city. A black car drove up to one of the buildings. The sun appeared in the sky. Yell entered the building where there were many books and documents, and walked through it towards the entrance to another room. When he went inside and saw all his friends, he asked how everything was going. Zhang Guan turned towards him and said that there were no problems so far. Temporary housing for the residents has been prepared while they are rebuilding the city itself. The growth of residents is also going quite well, although many citizens are still undecided whether they will fight or not. They should not rush them because this is a very important decision in the end. They felt the difference between themselves and the absolute power. Yao suggested that they focus on improving everyone's ability for now. Their goal is not to defeat player number 99 but to reach the end of the game. K. Dusk turned to him and asked what would happen if they had to fight him. Yao started rubbing his head in surprise and tried to say something when he suddenly said abruptly that he couldn't defeat him, so he was betting everything on them. His subordinates looked at him in surprise and asked if it would be better to join the game. Then Christina meanwhile stood and watched what was happening below, frowning and saying that all this was rather strange. Although his main enemy was player number 99, he was starting to worry more and more about the end unit. This feeling seemed rather strange to him, and he asked, I wonder why this was happening. Several system windows appeared above, and subordinates who were standing in a row in cloaks and holding sharp weapons in their hands, and himself stood on top of the building and was silent for a while when he suddenly spoke up. So it was a glitch. Sometimes there are mistakes in games that even their creators cannot predict. In his opinion, Christina found such mistakes and used them, and if this is really so, then. But before he could finish this sentence, he looked closely at his hand. While magical items flew up around him, he finished. If he used certain skills and items at certain times, then something important will happen. Suddenly there was a loud bang and a bright lightning illuminated everything around, and confidently looked into the distance, and saw how a magical golden hand approached the system window. Suddenly this hand trembled and then wondered, is this what is needed? This player position? Smiling, he said that it looks quite familiar. At that moment his eyes lit up with a bright purple hue. Several system windows appeared in the sky. The golden hand continued to reach for them, and suddenly grabbed the sword and thrust it right into this hand, from which a lot of magical colors came out. He stopped at this hand and silently looked at the further circumstances. Everything became clear to him. Units, players, intelligent life, and He also thought about something else. It was again he found himself in the middle of a huge field and turning around said that in this they were similar to him. They both wanted to live, and if he was right then he should choose him. So far there was no player capable of holding his brother swinging his sword. Again he paused when suddenly he saw how a golden magical hand began to head towards him and then asked a question. So these are the answers of the game. He carefully looked at the approaching hand when suddenly in front of him, and instead of this hand there was a huge magical creature of a golden hue. It was a terrifying monster that suddenly appeared right in front of his face, who did not understand anything at all. Suddenly he stood up, finding himself in front of this creature, and said that it seemed he agreed who is more suitable for the role of the player. Gathering his strength, he thought of something. Sometime later in a forgotten world 200 years later, the main character stood in a confident pose and held a trident in his hand on which a fish was caught. He looked into the distance when suddenly he turned to the side and spoke one more time. Not far from him stood Kryna, around whom pink magical sparks were visible. The protagonist smiled and said that this was already his fourth regression. All that was happening was a rewind of his physical body. The surrounding guys were doing their own thing, and Yell agreed that this was happening to all the residents at the same time. Kinu and Hugo were among the crowd examining their bodies and were surprised that they had returned and how they looked. Christina looked down from a skyscraper and asked if this city should be tweaked a little. Yell replied that this was how he would maintain the desire to protect it, although there was nothing significant about it at all. After which he laughed. Since time on the map flows as usual, it turns out that in 200 years they had missed only 2 moves. He suggests skipping another one. Christina replied with some displeasure that they would not do this. Losing the 3rd move was too much. Yell, with a smile on his face, he asked him not to worry, because it was worth it. After some time, a stone slab with swords that were crossed appeared among the clouds. The plate rose sharply and pointed to the city 8. The system window reports that a new move has begun and asked to roll the dice. China looked at the system windows and smiled while waiting. The system reports that there is a rush now. The ability to roll a dice from movement twice a large step. The dice from movement becomes tenfold, and a jump. The dice contains only large numbers. A bright glow from these luminous objects appeared throughout the city. Y looked away and thought there is no point in using the strategy of hard work and receiving rewards. This only increases the gap between him and them. They definitely need to reach the goal before the city does. Only 3 moves are needed for a specialized person for high-speed passage. At that moment a loud sound was heard and the system notified that they had arrived on the capture the flag map. Victory will be achieved if they bring the flag to this city. The current task will be held in one-on-one mode against an enemy pawn. An enemy pawn will be called by chance. The light and smoke gradually began to subside. A man with an unusual hat named Miguel Sanchez looked into the distance with a smile on his face and said with a grin, the drawing of the city cannon obtained during the mission of the cannon tower makes their city really beautiful. Squinting his eyes, he said that he was very ashamed that they were still in the earthly era. It seemed that they would no longer have to fight for the flag. One of the towers began to fall sharply, and suddenly there was a loud and bright explosion. Loud screams began to be heard from the high tower. A bright glow filled the entire city, and after a moment this light began to disperse the dust. Among this dust the image of Yell became visible, who grinned and continued to report that these buildings were made of high quality materials. Thanks to magic and science developing over 300 years, it was possible to establish a protective barrier over the entire city. This is not enough to destroy the city. In his hand was a weapon called Sap's Sand K2, a heroic weapon, a weapon that was created using the technology of the Eth City. Magic projectiles, fire arrows, ice shards, and lightning are fired from specially made stores, and since they themselves were able to produce heroic equipment, it did not take long for the city's training to move to a new level. And in the end, while the crowd of people with wide open mouths and surprise looked at the rebuilt city, the mayor of the city saw many birds in the sky and wondered what this was. Yo replied that this was a map of an abandoned world combined RL, and that it was the same map. It was a great stroke of luck. The Emperor Griffin's nest was found thanks to the treasure map. Miguel raised his hands in fear and began to scream loudly. A moment later his entire face was scratched and a huge bruise appeared near his eye. His clothes were also ruined and he stood With his eyes closed and bewildered by what was happening, Hago turned around out of curiosity, and he grinned and said that it was pretty stupid because with them together he would not waste time and would have already returned to the city with the enemy when their player starts moving. Then all these freaks, but before he could finish this menacing phrase, suddenly a bright flame appeared. Near them the player's red eyes lit up with a bright light, and at that moment everyone was wondering what's going on there and when will he start moving. The mayor along with his subordinate knelt down and apologized for what was happening. Yo grinned and said that he still needed to work on a new ability, and then he turned towards Kren, who was creating pink magical waves, and said that he knew everything. Thus they continued to stand for some time in silence. Crossan became more concentrated and asked the question. He called it speed running. Right, the system window report second wind cancels the break, allows him to roll the dice again. The reward for the next mission will be H. Several huge slabs stood next to each other. The system window reports that the second wind has been activated. Please, he should roll the dice again. The cube was thrown up and froze for a while. There was silence in the city, and a golden hand approached the system window. The creature was up to something bad, and he who was opposite silently watched what was happening. He sat in his comfortable throne and looked away with an arrogant expression. Suddenly he saw a bright beam in the distance, and said that now he sees the end on one of the slabs. It really was written that this is the end. 5 moves after returning from the Forgotten World, all the people were doing their own thing. Kenna suddenly flew up to the inscription target and pressed it with her palm. 13 moves later, complete chaos was happening and sparks from the flames were visible everywhere. 25 moves later, many huge slabs connected with each other, and 31 moves later, Christina and Yell looked thoughtfully at the sky. Few more moves later, it was clear that the game of football combined the fight against monsters. After some time, a system notification came and congratulated the players as the best among the players. This was City 8. They reached the final stage for the first time. Yell confidently looked into the distance and said that so far, everything was going according to plan. The final stage on the way to the goal, the last mission. 3 floors were presented, and the higher the floor the more difficult, and upon reaching the last floor the player can get the opportunity to go on the last mission. Christina looked at the cube and asked the question. Then they begin in order not to finish the game, but to end this they need to act. He tossed the cube again, and Yell carefully watched this and thought, or rather only 4 squares lead. He needs luck so as not to go in circles in the hope of rising higher than they should rely on luck which has already brought them this far. The cube was still turning from one side to another in the air when suddenly it fell the wrong way, and Yal was upset and shouted angrily how unlucky Krina was. The system reports that he had landed on the square of the Demon King's seal. Demonic pedestals will appear on this, removing the seal and their guards. All these pedestals must be destroyed. The entire city glowed bright red and began to look quite terrifying. The system also reports Timur. Difficulty 10, the final stage of evolution. His body is considered the strongest among all the Demon Kings. This monster was incredibly huge in size and raised his huge hands, clenching them into fists. Suddenly a bright blue light appeared in front of this creature's face, and many huge slabs flew towards it. The monster grinned and said ominously that he dared to appear to him. How brave he was! Finally he had a worthy opponent. But the monster did not have time to finish these words, as suddenly several small parts were cut. Vigia apologized to him for the fact that he did not have time for chatter and looked closely at this monster, while he, sweating after some silence, wondered how an ordinary guardian of the pedestal could have such power. After these words, the monster finally died, and Vigia, turning sharply, said that this was simply the result of continuous training. For 300 years the system reports that he has a demigod blade. Jack difficulty 12, a goblin master sword that has reached the peak of martial arts. His skills are elevated to the absolute, which allowed him to reach the divine level. Yao looked at Kren in bewilderment and asked him a question. Can't they just use the movement card? He replied that the final stage is a place in which emotional energy greatly increases. This is the last and most important lesson in the game. A crowd of people gathered near the remains of the monster, and Crossan continued to say that they want to have fun as long as possible. The system reports that a new move has begun. The dice should be rolled next to the slab. A movement was made again, and Krina grabbed the dice in his hand. A loud Sound appeared and Yell looked at the dice in fear and begged for the number 5 to come up. Suddenly a loud sound was heard next to the pedestal and Yell frowned and said that they were already on the second floor. It looked like something, but before he could finish speaking, Kryna suddenly looked away and grinned, after which he said that the journey alone ends here. The two of them stood in front of slab 99. Yell smiled and said that they used cheats, but the difference was only 4 moves. Suddenly their eyes became much wider from some surprise and they were dumbfounded for a few moments. It turned out that opposite them was Yen, who was sitting in his throne. He was sitting right on the head of his incredibly great creature. Y had not yet had time to recognize him, and wondered if there was a player sitting there. Yal's eyes glowed pink, and he confidently looked at his opponents. Yal did not understand what these eyes meant, and Christina told him that this was the power he used. It took him several thousand years to find it and learn how to use it, but the fact is that they usually do not use it, and they continue to peer into Yo's pink eyes. Kristen opened the system window while Yal, who is behind him, said with a smile, as expected from his brother, the system informs that a new move has begun and they should roll the dice. Yal closely followed what was happening and did not take his eyes off them. Christina said that this was quite interesting, but still it was necessary to close such a gap, although it would not be easy. The golden cube showed the number 6. At this moment the army of warriors was fully prepared, and behind these soldiers were the defeated monsters lying in a pool of blood. Christina and Yell were very surprised when they saw this number on the cube and were dumbfounded. After that, Yell asked a question: is he sure that this is not manipulation? Kryna said that even his luck is amazing. He began to guess some other reason. Looking at and confidently sitting on the throne who was throwing up a golden cube, Christina with a grin wondered if they should check this. Suddenly a loud roar was heard over the city 99 and the sharp tentacles of an incredibly huge monster began to take in this space. The monster was next to N and directed its sharp tentacles right at his face, which surprised him a little. The monster menacingly looked into his eyes for a few moments when suddenly an even larger golden-heat creature hit this monster right in the belly. A lot of blood appeared and the cries of this creature began to be heard. A bright golden light appeared after the blow and the huge monster was reborn. Yell rudely asked Christina, and what does he want to check? He chuckled and asked again, who knows? Now they know that the city devourer is powerless to stop him, and took almost no action to protect himself and continued to look into the distance confidently when suddenly a system window appeared in front of him, which surprised him, and carefully examined it. The system began to notify him of new notifications with the smile, and smiled a little and asked Yal not to worry because he would never defeat him. Some time passed and the bright sun shone over the 2 PS of their cities. City 8 and City 99 were opposite each other. Hi Hugo, her mouth open in bewilderment, said that they were eventually caught. Behind her there was an animal with a sharp beak and menacingly looked into the distance. Yal wondered if this was manipulation. Christina answered with the same smile that it was simply impossible. After that he turned towards Y and answered with a grin, pointing out that this was for the player. Yo was stunned by such words and was dumbfounded for a few moments. The system reported the demonstration of the last mission, a fight without rules. The battle will continue until one of the players is destroyed. However, during the mission the player can choose any city. Hago frowned and wondered if they would move to other cities after this. After all the horror that happened here, Cop confidently looked into the distance and said yes, they have already gone so far that there is no turning back soon, and asked again what will he say about the unification of the 8th city. Hago questioningly looked at the system window and could not say anything for a few moments. Meanwhile Yun's eyes filled with a bright pink hue, and the system reported that he was pawn number 99. He turned to the residents of the 8th city and said that he wanted to make an announcement to all of them and asked them to surrender. The residents who were sitting next to the monitors looked at the screen in fear. Zhang Ju listened attentively to what Yong was saying, and he continued to say that he was only giving them this opportunity so that they wouldn't waste his time. After saying this, he flexed his arms while an aura of various shades continued to shine around him. He continued to say that he didn't even look at him when he was a unit, and now that he was a player, let him just try to do the same. While China and Yo listened to his words, they both smiled in confusion. Yong told them for the second time that they should surrender. For this reason the crowd of people were stunned by this request, and everyone began to act restlessly. Yong Continued to say that if they wanted to keep the strength they had gained during the game, they should leave here before it was too late. Anyone who critic is them would die anyway. He said these words without any hesitation, and the system window reported that the mission had begun. The time to choose was 59 minutes 54 seconds. The 8th city and the 99th city were in battle. Yong fell silent and looked at the city residents, who also silently and menacingly looked at him. He pointed his finger at City 8, after which several notifications began to arrive to all residents. The deadline for choosing was 58 minutes 1 second. Everyone made a choice after this notification. Yell stood in bewilderment with his hands in his pockets. The system reported that the number of citizens who changed their cities was equal to 0. Yell smiled and said that he was sad to say this, but it was not enough to destroy their city for 300 years in one world. Some remained conscious. A new soul was presented to him, while the rest went into eternal sleep. All the people remaining in the city were chosen to participate in the game until the very end. Behind John, when there were many trained soldiers who did not retreat a single step. Yong was surprised by such an action of the residents, and did not respond to this. The system reported that the last mission would begin in a few seconds. Magic waves enveloped the entire city, and Young, rising from the throne, said that he believed that time would be wasted. His warriors were fully prepared and awaiting orders, as well as the warriors commanded by Jongon. The system notified that the second was getting shorter, due to which the warriors of the City 99 rose into the sky thanks to their huge wings, and already held their weapons at the ready. Hoggle at this moment used her magical abilities, and bright orange particles appeared around her. Yal also took a special position for readiness, and the report was almost over while Yong also confidently looked at him. Each of them took a strong step towards each other. The system notified that the last mission had begun. At that very moment, the brothers pounced on each other with swords and began to fight with incredible speed, while all the inhabitants of different cities were fighting among themselves. Only flashes of light of different shades from the created blows were visible in the sky. Yal slightly missed and did not hit, and when suddenly he let go of his sword and began to fight hand to hand, tightly clenching his fists, and dodged again, and Yel tried to inflict many more blows, but did not have time to hit his brother. He made too many movements when suddenly he was dumbfounded by the fact that a bright beam of light was approaching right at his chest, which was directed by his brother, because of which Y flew incredibly far and was slight. Ly defeated. Yo was in some confusion, and turned to what was happening behind him. Suddenly a huge fiery aura appeared around him that illuminated everything around even more than N did. With his abilities he continued to stand in place, and was waiting for something. Looking at the bright blue splashes, his gaze remained as confident as ever. Suddenly, amidst the thick smoke, the form of Yel appeared and approached him. Yen asked, "Were they in the minority?" "Right," he replied, that he should save those words for the very end. After that he appeared before him again with a smile on his face, and informed him that this was only the beginning. The system reported that he had an armor called Ragnarok. The armor class was unknown, and frowned and thought about the fact that his equipment was not found in the database, which means that it was created manually if it was made by his brother, then only for one thing. Suddenly Yal was very close to his brother, and approached his face. A bright beam of red light hit Yel, who was able to dodge a little, but his cheek was left with a bruise. He thought that this was done for a huge increase in physical characteristics. Yel looked at him ominously, and said that he thought he would be able to hit the target the first time, but he failed, and turned to him and asked if he knew that thanks to his speed he can predict several moves at once. Yal did not answer him anything to these words, and Yel asked again, "But that's not all right." Yal, whose face was covered in sweat from the hard battle, asked again. Tina, a bright lightning appeared in the sky again, and huge dark clouds began to spread everywhere. The system reported staff umbrella Enie. Mythical weapon. The umbrella is used to summon clouds. The size of the cloud's power depends on the user's level. K. Dusk used these powers and gathered huge clouds under his magic umbrella. His army simply watched all his actions from the ground. At this moment KK confidently held the handle of the umbrella, and said with a mockery that in this case they will begin. Si Yunak clenched his hand into a fist and angrily reported that the City of 8 is closed to visitors. For security reasons he raised his hand up, causing bright magical rays of light to create an incredibly strong wind, and swirl around him, and he shouted that entry is prohibited while the loud sounds of the spells they created were heard all around. The funback glove Yensa umbrella and Yensa cloak were united. The incredible power of the storm created a bright beam of blue light. Hai-yo at this moment used her animal and flew into the sky to fight the opponents. There was a confident look on the girl's face. She abruptly jumped off the bird and rushed to fight, cutting off body parts from the enemy warriors. Suddenly she returned and stood on her animal again. Her fighting appearance slightly changed, and she became much more confident. She crossed the two weapons between themselves and confidently looked into the distance at the opponents who came to her again, after which she hit these creatures with a few sharp movements, and defeated them. With a smile on her face, she said that everything is happening as expected. It will not be easy. The system reported Dragon Slay Ice Legendary Spear. This weapon of the legendary dragon kills knights. It also reduces the damage taken and increases the damage dealt. The effectiveness increases if the opponent uses the power of the dragon. Yunak frowned and paused for a moment, watching what was happening in front of him. He saw an army of soldiers of the city of 99, and when one of them raised his bright sword as Yunak said, "Here he is." Its Hosakusk, who was behind him, said that he reacts quite quickly. Ko Yunak replied that he did not care about this, after which he asked the question, was this what they expected? If special abilities do not work, then in that case. But before she could finish this phrase, Hago interrupted his words and finished that in that case she does not use physical abilities. After this conversation, bright flashes of light continued to appear in the sky from the battle. Meanwhile, Yell continued to fight with his brother, and shouted at him that it was not too late. They needed to finish the game. He looked at him confidently, and was silent for a while. Tightly clutching his sword in his hand, Yell asked him to believe him. Yen was sure that he was just stalling for time. He was just a bait, but the real enemy was there. Kron at that moment noticed the enemy's gaze directly on himself, and was dumbfounded. Yal abruptly raised his sword and found himself right in front of Crossan. Yal approached him, and let it slip only once. After that he created a bright flash of light, and loudly asked, "Can he not lose this?" Hai Yen right, who was a few centimeters from Crossan, who stepped aside in amazement, looking at the defeated Yen. He in turn looked in surprise at his brother's magical powers, and wondered why it was so funny. In front of his face was a monster with bright red eyes that made terrifying sounds. The Inhera combat jacket comes with an exclusive ability. Berserk is a normal rage mode. When activated, the wearer loses all senses and attacks both their own and enemies. A yell appeared. Protection from attack. Ragnarok brings the power to the limit. The wearer still loses his mind. The magical creature began to scream loudly. Its physical indicators reached the maximum possible values in the game, and did not expect such a turn of events, and continued to look at the monster in front of his face. When suddenly using his weapon, he pushed it aside. The monster continued to look at him furiously, when suddenly a strong flash of light occurred between them, which began to be heard throughout the area. One of the soldiers, Zhang Guan, began to scream loudly. What was that? Is it an earthquake? Zhang Guan realized that it had all begun. This is the final battle. He thoughtfully looked into the distance, when suddenly one of the soldiers appeared behind him and shouted to him that the enemies were already approaching. Zhang Guan grabbed his weapon and was fully prepared. The soldiers of City 99 were heading straight for him, while riding iron horses. Zhang Guan reported that he was requesting artillery fire on the coordinates. Kim said that the coordinates had been confirmed. While holding the binoculars in his hands, one of the soldiers shouted, "Turn weapons into ice, activate the identification spell." All weapons were ready, and suddenly they started firing at their opponents. Bright beams of blue light turning into ice endangered their enemies. Flying creatures flew over Zhang Guan's head, shouting that the air fleet had begun bombardment. One of the soldiers grabbed a hurricane bomb and also aimed it at the opponent's enemy air forces. Were spotted in their territory. The enemies were approaching each other at an incredible speed. One of the soldiers ordered the bombardment squad to speed up the operation and teach these disgusting people a lesson. They must also disable the protective device. After these words, the battle continued. The two sides were aggressive towards each other and rushed to attack Jiangnan Castle. A huge and heavy hammer fell on his opponent. The system window reported was Justice Divine shoots from the holy mace at the enemies in a certain radius. A bright flash of green light was so strong that it destroyed one of the enemy units. John Wan paused and raised his head. The system reported dripping. Grenade throwing weapon. It is a grenade created with the technology of the 8th city detonation, which causes the collapse of the surface in a large radius. Right in front of John Gun there was a huge deep hole inside which it was very dark. He looked into the distance and thought their technology is greatly superior, and they can only rely on combat training. Suddenly an unknown portal from the earth formed behind him, and countries and sounds appeared. He realized that it would not be easy to win. Suddenly enemy soldiers came out of these portals, and John Gon realized that it didn't matter that it was not easy to win. He was going to attack further because they were never going to win this battle. Suddenly golden flashes of light passed all over the area after a while. Only heavy smoke was visible on the ground. Bright red rays of light meanwhile were visible on the battlefield of the brothers, and in a bloody state tried to win his brother with all his might. He thought about the fact that there were no skills in magic. This was a normal fist fight, and they continued to fight hard when suddenly there was a loud crack which the monster heard and was very surprised by this. This creature looked into the distance in front of him and noticed a bright star in the sky, and confidently raised his hand up and said that even if this is a purely physical fight, it is important to remember that this is only a conditional indicator that depends on the rules of the game. The monster pounced on him again with incredible force and a terrifying expression when suddenly the surrounding area was filled with bright light. The monster was stunned, and its head flew off. Asen quickly managed to defeat the creature, which caused Yao to lose both of his arms. In the process, Yao looked at the system window where it was written E shield magic reflects all incoming physical damage is destroyed after receiving a certain amount of magic damage. Yao gritted his teeth in horror as blood flowed out of his mouth. He suddenly began to fall and scream loudly. Their fight paused a bit, and a fully recovered Yen was saying that it was of course useless, but he still couldn't hear him yell. Tried to attack his brother again. Suddenly he said the word explosion when Yen's gaze completely changed to a more frightened one, and he was dumbfounded. Looking ahead a moment later, a bright flame illuminated everything around. He raised his hand and looked to the side, wondering if it was magic. Looking at Crossan, he thought that it definitely wasn't him. One day on the peaceful streets of the city, many pedestrians were talking to each other. One of them was telling another that she was glad that he was okay. Someone was asking their loved one not to worry because everything was fine with mom and dad. It was the main character's mother who called on the phone and said that she would call you back. The father was also walking next to her. She turned to him and said that now they would return to him, when suddenly she noticed a frightened look on her husband's face and asked what was happening to him. At that moment he saw in front of him a bright blue light that spread to the very sky, stunning all the people in the area. A monster with a long tongue and 6 bright red eyes began to devour people in the area, which was happening right behind the backs of the protagonist's parents. The father saw a system window and a special ball with numbers in front of him, which surprised him very much. The system reports that a staff has appeared. The resurrection of the Anka mythical staff significantly increases the power of all skills and healing and strengthening. It also heals from illness, curse, death, and is destroyed after one use. The parents looked at each other with tears in their eyes. Meanwhile, the monsters continued to kill ordinary people, turning the city into horror. These terrifying creatures spread everywhere and have almost reached the defenseless husband and wife. They tried to defend themselves, but they were not doing well, as serious injuries and cuts were visible on their bodies. After some time, everything in the city became quiet, and the building remained in a damaged state from the attack, and the smoke was slightly clearing. Next to one of the rooms, a long trail of blood was visible, as well as a bloody trace of someone's hand on the wall. The girl leaned against the wall and sat and trembled with horror as a sword was pierced right into her chest. Next to her was her husband, who was trying to help her with something and looked at her with sadness. Blood was also flowing from his eye. Grabbing a special magic staff in his hands, it began to shine brightly. The couple began to smile and cry from the emotional outburst they experienced. A bright yellow light was visible in this building. Meanwhile, the battle between the cities continued. The brothers were still attacking each other, trying to attack more and more often, and stretched out his hand to try to strike Wai, who was doing a good job of dodging. Many magical abacuses appeared around Yo, and his gaze was still as Confident, he abruptly grabbed his staff and directed his magical powers towards his opponent again. Yo meanwhile tried to escape and then left behind a bright trail of fiery flames. This flash of light spread everywhere with a roar and slightly covered his face with his hands. Looked ahead when he suddenly turned to the side and said that it would not be easy to deal with this. However, it would be much easier to deal with his brother's so-called horses. On the ground there was also complete chaos. The fiery flashes stopped. Yao became angry and said that they were not horses, they were actually people. His being was still standing and paused for a moment to listen to his leader and calmly answered him that the weak become the pawns of the strong both in real life and in the game, and therefore it is better to be the horse of the strong. While saying these words, he watched as his soldiers easily killed ordinary people who were left lying on the ground in a pool of their own blood. Later he asked again, or should they remain victims of a strong opponent? He said this with a mockery while continuing to inspect the bloody areas. Suddenly Si Yunak became very scared and began to shout loudly that everyone should leave now. He turned to the police and shouted to protect civilians and not hold back in this matter. K. Dusk at this moment jumped up from his place and continued to deal with the opponents, throwing them in different directions. Grabbing the limb of one of them, he turned towards his men and shouted to them, recruits, they do not need to overdo it. At this moment a dark green aura appeared around them. Someone's hand began to reach towards one of the magical green balls that appeared in the air. It turned out that this ball was grabbed by Kaimi Jun and loudly shouted yes. The army of City 8 gradually began to gather and help the remaining wounded people. K. Dusk looked into the distance and thought that at first glance it all looked like a normal fight, but they were constantly losing ground. Suddenly he noticed something was wrong and wondered what was going on there. He noticed Kren in the distance, which stunned him quite a bit. Kren at that moment stood motionless and looked at his clenched fists. He thought that after all he had done to achieve his long-awaited goal, there was one last step left, either the game, or he would meet his end. A bright magical object glowed in the sky after his thoughts. Meanwhile the battle between the brothers continued and they used all their abilities to defeat each other. Suddenly something alerted him, and he turned sharply to look behind him. Yao said with a satisfied grin that they never wanted to win the game. At that moment bright pink flashes of light began to spread throughout the area along with loud sounds, and pink cracks appeared on the platform of City 8, which also spread sharply and quickly. Loud sounds were heard and Yell said that this was the end. The platform gradually began to crack and decompose. Yell did not understand what was happening and wondered what was this. He saw a bright pink sphere that made loud sounds and wondered if they were hacking this game. He should have saved these things after defeating him. Yo asked him what he thought about this. At that moment he made a sharp move and tried to hit his opponent. Yo was very surprised when he realized that his brother dodged and was dumbfounded for a few seconds. Yo, after making several unexpected moves, found himself in an advantageous position over his enemy and pointed the weapon right in front of his opponent. His brows furrowed in anger, and he spoke with confidence in his eyes that he was already used to it. Yao was pierced through by its bright rays and began to scream loudly from pain and surprise. The system reported that a soul was defeated, a magical artifact, a surge of magical energy that affects ghosts and other worldly opponents. He narrowed one eye even more and said that as expected it impresses him. However, he foresaw all this. He said these words with pride, and several slabs from different cities appeared in front of his face. Grinning even more, he said that this was his last attempt, and he offered to start this game, and asked him with bewilderment was he really planning to make such a simple tactical move. Y rose and answered him that, as they say, the simpler the better. Suddenly a bright light illuminated everything around, after which the smoke gradually began to dissipate over all the cities and stopped any actions, and silently watched what was happening. He looked down with interest and thought that he was trying to stall for time until this hacking stopped. Suddenly a bright object appeared in the sky in the form of a head on which a huge crown was put on, and the system said, "Long live the king." Mythical class. In the spell book it is written that it allows you to control a unit of a lower level than the owner of this book. The number of units that can be subjugated increases depending on the level and rank of the owner of the book. The head of this creature began to emit bright rays of light and strange sounds. Yal, who climbed on the back of his Creature thought that it has two modes, automatic and manual. The automatic mode depends on the previously selected settings, and then it goes into manual mode when the player can fully control the situation. At this moment, Young was completely protected by his soldiers and finally released his power. Kim Jamin held a cigar in his teeth, laughed, and said that he was waiting for this. Let everyone just look, because there is no limit to his arrogance. Mamoto Kojiro continued to listen to him silently, and did not try to stop him. Kim Jangon also said that people are not so simple. He suddenly turned towards his friend and shouted loudly, "Is there something wrong?" Someone told him that he didn't think he was in a position to comment on that. He frowned and looked thoughtfully into the distance. He was suddenly transported into memories when Yell was convincing them that it was not bad to live in a game. He thought about it. His gaze expressed bewilderment after his words. Ordinary children were playing among themselves and laughing loudly with joy. At that moment, Mamoto Kojiro abruptly pulled out his sword, and swinging it, he thought that he would never allow the players to twist the children as they pleased. This would only happen over his dead body. Meanwhile, the battle continued, and the soldiers of City 99 killed ordinary people. They carried out close-knit commands, and they managed to destroy many of their enemies. The people of City 8 shouted that they needed to continue the attack and advance. Someone cursed and shouted loudly that there were only 5 of their enemies left, so why couldn't they defeat them? New symbols appeared in the system, which Young looked at with a serious expression. When the system appeared in front of his face, Young appeared behind his opponent and began to attack from behind, while the creature belonging to Yell did not expect an attack. Young straightened his hand and released several magical rays, after which he literally pierced his opponent's body with his hand and released several magical swords through it towards Yell, who had already created a protective barrier around himself. Yell began to groan in surprise and carefully watched his brother's actions. Young looked in his direction and silently thought that this was a familiar strategy. He was saving his strength in order to deliver a crushing blow at the end. While the battle between the cities continued and everything around was in fragments from the battle, Hugo rose up and became alert to something. She thought that other cities had also joined this battle. Grabbing her weapon, she shouted loudly that all forces must go on the offensive. They must attack back now. John 1 adjusted his helmet to be fully prepared, and the system reported Holy War. A hidden artifact is activated once per battle of held and set is collected. It also provides all guild members with holy weapons and armor. In addition to this, the divine blessing increases all stats of guild members. Young carefully looked towards the system window and narrowed his eyes and thought about the fact that everything was happening as he thought. Strategy, strength, and position. Yell decided to make a strike and shouted loudly, since he tried hard to do it, when suddenly a blue aura surrounded him and he began to cough loudly. Young saw a bright flash of light that illuminated the place where his brother was and wondered, however, what kind of feeling is this? It is so familiar to him, but at the same time very alien. Yo gritted his teeth and said, "No, this is not enough. This is too little," and raised his fist and hit the magic armor so hard that sparks flew everywhere. Meanwhile, Kim's son was in the room where he could see everything that was happening on the battlefield through the screen. He suddenly put out his hand and shouted loudly, "Now they must send everything they have. All the magic go-go's and RPG monsters must be present on the battlefield. Just like when they were summoned, they must do everything to distract S attention," and was surrounded by many system windows at the same time, but his gaze did not change at all. He thought that all this was useless. He knew very well what they intended to do to him. In addition, his opponent was not able to control all the units at the same time. The guys from City 8 were still fighting the soldiers of City 99. Yall tried to cover his face with his hand. He expressed this as satisfaction in his gaze and turned around and thought about how he had taken on too much. Did he really still continue to believe in these miracles? Yo was still covering himself from the sudden attacks and trying to save himself by gritting his teeth at this moment. Se Yinak also continued the battle and was wary of all attacks. Yo looked carefully at the system window, and at this time Yo landed on the ground cautiously and paused for a bit. Beads of sweat from fatigue and tension were visible on his face, and he furrowed his brow, realizing that Yell did not know his limit at all. Yell began to control the system windows in front of his face, and Yell continued to think that it was because he had never gotten close to This Yao meanwhile raised himself up along with his monster, and continued the attack, thinking that if his brother had achieved this he overcame it with ease. The battle continued. Yell extended his hand and tried to hit Yell approaching his face directly, so the moment he reached this state Yell should deliver the decisive blow. Meanwhile Hugo suddenly raised her weapon above her head to protect herself from the Sotter's attack. Her face showed confidence, but suddenly she clenched her teeth from intense tension, then suddenly jerked her weapon to the side and destroyed the enemy. Yun noticed something was wrong and turned to the side. Yao thought that he had a question. When exactly would this moment come? Cio Yunak looked into the distance and wondered if this was even possible. Hugo answered him that she did not think so. Jongon, who was nearby, noted that this was all bordering on absurdity. She continued to discuss how they needed to push Yun to the limit and find the perfect moment to deliver a crushing blow. He said that Yun was much stronger than Yell. Didn't he? Yell answered them that nothing could be done about it. This was the only way to defeat him. The three of them fell silent after his answer and looked at each other when suddenly Jongon said that in that case everything was decided. He addressed Y as a lord and told him what he wanted, that he was concentrating solely on Yao. Yao asked him again in surprise what was he talking about, and Jongon abruptly turned away and said that he would help get closer to him. Y abruptly began to shout that this was completely impossible. Jongwon turned back to him and said that they were all here to do the impossible, so they naturally had to bet on the unlikely outcome. Their battle continued in reality, and bright flashes came from each of the blows. Yo looked at all the system windows and saw the fighting faces of the residents of City 8. Yal told himself to concentrate and focus on his brother's movements. Beads of sweat were pouring down his face, and he frowned to concentrate even more, realizing that his partners would definitely cope with all the adversity. Yal continued to sort through the system windows in front of his face and look through everything carefully. Yal realized that they would find the enemy's weak spot. Suddenly Yan's hand trembled as a magic book suddenly appeared in front of Y's face, which surprised him greatly. A certain creature appeared on the battlefield and paused. The release of the heavenly fan, the attack of the falling stars occurred. A bright purple flash swept across the entire area. It was the heavenly fist of the fallen god. Yang's gaze suddenly changed, and he thought, delay, did he really succeed in all this? Yao answered him yes, but the old him definitely would not have been able to cope with this. He was able to focus on one task without taking on an unbearable burden. Thanks to his companions, he did not command people, but worked side by side with them. In front of him he imagined Zhang Guan and his solders, as well as the rest of the assistants. He learned this from those who were previously considered so-called idiots. A bright flash of light spread across the entire area again, and after a while it faded away. Yell just stood and looked into the distance in silence for a while. His sword was stabbed right into his brother's chest, and asked him again why didn't he kill him. He knows there will be no second chance. Right after these words he smiled sharply and looked at him menacingly. Yell sat down nearby, leaned closer, and said that he did not intend to kill him. Let him lie still until his brother finished his business. He suggested that they discuss everything else later, and smiled. Suddenly the magic book began to make new sounds. The book opened and a special image appeared there. There are only two conditions for becoming one of the four overlords. The first conditions are when the player's fear has reached its maximum and when friendship is at the same level. The book began to illuminate everything around with a bright blue hue. Yao realized that unfortunately he was unable to predict how others would react, or how much they liked him, but he was sure of one thing. He took the book in his hands and a bright golden light appeared in front of his face. He knew that Yao still loved him and their family. He wondered if this was what he was trying to achieve with all his strength. Was he trying to create a perfect world? However, a world built according to the wishes of just one person would never be perfect for everyone else. Someday he would understand that too, so maybe they should. And this game. He stood in a confident pose, slamming the book shut in front of him, when suddenly the magical rays of light began to create a special circular motion. A huge monster appeared right in front of Y's face, roaring loudly. This creature flew over the city's pedestal and extended its long and sharp tongue. At that moment the creature with the crown on its head opened its mouth and again emitted bright flashes of light. Another creature appeared in the sky. Yo looked into the distance, and asked his subordinate to keep an eye on this place. Meanwhile, Hago held a vessel with orange liquid in her hands and moved. Thanks to her animal, she carefully looked into the distance while John Gon, surrounded by his soldiers, looked at the system window in front of his face. Several soldiers of City 8 looked into the distance at the flash of light that appeared behind the mountains. Some of the fighting were completely confused about who they were and where they were. A flash of light was heard throughout the city. A circle formed from the magical creature inside which a glimmer appeared. Jack grinned and asked, "Does he know what is behind this?" Yell replied that he knew nothing because Kristen said that he had never been so far. Flying even higher, he suggested that perhaps this was happening for the first time in this game. Suddenly they found themselves in complete darkness, and Yell said that it was quite dark here. He saw a brightly shining ball above his head, and thought for a moment when suddenly a huge monster appeared right in front of his face and began to growl loudly. Yell got scared and prayed from fear. The master continued to approach him. Y noticed even more of these creatures and said that he roughly understood what it was and confirmed his guesses. The world that became part of the game. No, it is many worlds. Goblin Jack said that these zombies look like his kind. Yall answered that it was so but tried to say something against it. At that moment, many monsters similar to people continued to growl and approach him, creating complete chaos in the territory. The cat sitting on one of the wolves said that they get up even when it kills them. The dog told him that it was pretty obvious. The cat continued that it was testing a medicine on people, which upset the wolf, and said that it was telling them not to play with food. Goblin Jack didn't react to these words, and Elle smiled in bewilderment, and said that it looked like the dominant time in this world was not human at all. He seemed to know what it was. These worlds were among those whose emotional energy could still be extracted, and underneath this there were already 1,000 other cards that no longer existed. Their time was frozen, waiting to be called for the next mission, and even deeper lay abandoned worlds, broken so much that they could not be repaired. This was a graveyard of worlds. Goblin Jack suggested that it looked like the only way was down. Yao replied that they had only one thing to do here. He swung his sword sharply, and said that they had to go through all these tests. A moment later, an incredibly loud and lightning-fast explosion occurred. After this explosion, only devastation remained, but Yell continued on his way. Suddenly he stopped in amazement. Goblin Jack next to him suggested that they were in the right place, and Yell replied that he agreed. It looked like it. He examined the magic items in front of his face, and said that this was the place where the demon of Crossan was sealed. Penetrating through these items, he examined it carefully and thought about the fact that the worlds left for the game in a sense perish, but their most powerful units continue to be used as demons or gods. Goblin Jack spoke, but for some reason the seal does not see it. Yal silently responded to these words when he suddenly said that when he studied the game's scheme, he mentioned some violators who harmed or deliberately interacted with the game. If there are dangerous violators somewhere, then definitely in one of these places a magic book appeared above them, which surprised Y, and Goblin Jack also made sounds of surprise and asked, "Is this what wants to give them?" Ato rose up and shouted, calling for action. The books slammed shut and dark lightning forces began to spread throughout the area. Y'all wondered after examining it carefully, "Is this a spatial rift?" Goblin Jack smirked and replied that this was a rather crude way of creating, but if he continued to act like this. But before he could finish speaking, Yell suddenly became wary, and dumbfounded. Bright rays of light appeared right in front of him, which surprised him quite a lot. These were the attacks of some attacking soldiers, and suddenly he realized that they were NPCs. He smirked, and said that he thought it was somehow too obvious to be true. Goblin Jack asked him to be more careful, and Yell replied that he was aware of all the events. They can copy his characteristics, however they can't stop him, at least he hopes so. Grabbing a bright purple sword in his hands, he pounced on his enemies. The magic books slammed shut and left red hues behind. Yo was left alone in the middle of the battle, surrounded by many NPCs. Suddenly a bright explosion appeared at the battle site. Yal thought that they should hurry if they were to try to stop him. Meanwhile, in the city, Hago and Ki were looking into the distance and bewildered. In a peaceful environment, they realized that the entire city would be in danger. In this case, the residents of one of the cities said that the idea of a special mission was quite interesting. This is an extremely rational and even philosophical topic. The residents of another city said that the freaks from City 8 wanted to end this game, but they would take bloody revenge on them all. Can you ask Hyo not to be so surprised? This means that something prompted them to act this way. At this moment one of the soldiers began to scream loudly in fear. To confirm 42 hostile cities, the estimated enemy strength is 5 million. He switched this information with such horror that when Kim's son turned to look at him he was dumbfounded with horror. Also confirmed were 15 players. And even 10 city devourers. K-Duck said that he was happy about this, to which C. Yunak asked him again. He understands what is going on, right? K-Dusk scratched the back of his head and replied that up until now the game had tried to force them to act within the rules, but this cannot continue indefinitely. Se Yunak just smirked. From this it can be concluded that the game is in despair. A bright light from the magic book rang out throughout the area. At this moment China smiled furiously, looking ahead. While the magical light that appeared from his first attack had not yet dissipated, Yel Choi fought with the NPCs. And while some of his opponents were far away and could not do anything to him, he dealt with those characters that were near him, cutting them into several pieces. Pressing his lips tighter, he frowned in concentration, carefully observing his opponents, and swung his sword, dealing fatal blows to the NPCs. In addition, he used not only the sword but also simply parts of his body, dealing such powerful blows that the NPCs flew apart into several pieces. Kron's book, flying slightly to the side, froze in front of the open spatial rift, and noticing this, Jack announced that the way was clear. The protagonist was distracted from the battle, turning around and then headed towards the open rift, quickly penetrating inside. The NPCs tried to get in after him, but a barrier suddenly appeared and stopped them, and the NPCs who collided with the barrier were scattered into many pieces. At this time, Hago, hanging on a griffin in the air above the residents of another city, announced that this was the last warning, and noted that if they dared to take even a step she would attack in an instant. Despite such a threat, several daggers immediately flew towards her, and she frowned noticing this, and then sharply swung her weapon, throwing the daggers aside. Lowering her head, she noted that as she thought this would not help, John once said that there were too many enemies, and realized that it would be better if they chose defense tactics rather than attack. A stone that created a magical barrier hung above the tower, and noticing the approaching enemies, Song Keel ordered his men to raise their shield. At this time, the inhabitants of the enemy city rushing after the advancing citizens put their weapons forward, and one of them shouted that they must not be allowed to escape. Another ordered his comrades to destroy these parasites who were still clinging to the old world and running out from behind cover. Yung One ordered his soldiers to rush to the attack and protect the evacuees. Due to the battle that had begun, explosions were constantly occurring around the shield, and facing one of the opponents in a fight, John Don asked what the game told him. The man replied that it said that they were trying to destroy the paradise and take back the earth. He called them names while striking, but Zhang Guan deflected it by putting his shield in front of him. The man frowned in anger and declared that the beings that were once considered gods here were now like toys in the hands of gods. He had not stopped fighting as he spoke, and he launched an attack towards John Gon, asking if they really thought that they could destroy a game that controlled the players themselves. Zhang Wan put up a shield in front of him, defending himself again, and the man asked if they had even hypothetically considered whether it was possible, but he had ordered them to just give up already and accept life in the game. And Zhang Wan froze, thinking about these words, and then apologizing to the man, looked at him seriously, and a second later swung his weapon, intending to hit the surprised man in the head, and said that he was now talking to someone who had rebellion written into his DNA. To the end, his blow was strong and sharp enough that his opponent was unable to dodge. Soon one of the soldiers ran closer to John Gon, who announced that the first line of defense had been broken through, and he asked what was the status of the evacuation. The soldiers shouted that they had completed it by 30%, and Zhang Wan ordered them to regroup and retreat, noting that they must hold the defense at the cost of their lives. The soldiers immediately responded, expressing agreement with the order, and Zhang Gon thought that if the city was destroyed, then the game would be over for Yel Choi as well, so it was impossible to let the enemies break through to the city. The protagonist at this time found himself in another space, and looking around he noticed that there was nothing here. Jack thought about it, and then Yel Choi suddenly shuddered, noticing that his sword began to flicker as if it was some kind of system error. Below him, the silhouette of a huge monster surrounded by magical rings appeared, and looking at it, the protagonist asked, "Is it really Kryna?" Crossan, who was trapped in the seal, noticed that it was Yal Choi and was glad that he had finally arrived. He ordered that he now remove the seal, and the protagonist, getting closer to him, noted that he was larger than he had expected. Kron also added that the key was already in Yal Choi's hands, and he looked in surprise at the sword he was clutching in his hand, and then froze, thinking about his next steps, and said that first he had to make sure of something. He asked what the game had taken from Kron and what his true goal was. Kron asked what would happen if Yal Choi did not like his answer. The protagonist honestly admitted that he would then kill Kron and finish the game himself, and Kron indignantly asked if he really thought he could manage without him. Frowning, Yal Choi declared that it all depended on his abilities and admitted that he wouldn't have been able to get this far if he wasn't capable of it. He and China were silent for a while, exchanging glances, while Hago, surrounded by streams of magical energy, turned around in the air to swing her weapon more powerfully and dealt a powerful attack, and after waiting for the magic to dissipate, she admitted that it was certainly difficult, but high-level enemies could still be killed this way. The real problem was that those two opponents would not be able to handle both players and city devourers. She raised her head up, watching the creatures fighting each other, while one of the creatures cued her palms and elected a card called Magic Bullet. Sniper Der Frutzit shot at the player with the highest level of the weapon, and it was impossible to avoid hitting, but there was a low chance of instant kill. However, before the player could activate the card, a sharp swing of someone's weapon cut it into two parts, destroying it and breaking the space with his palm. Kryna caught his sword with his hand, and then expanding the rift, he came out of it, and Hago asked in surprise, wasn't Christina supposed to fight the game together with the main character? Christina did not answer, but simply stood among the creatures and mentally noted that something had indeed been taken from him, and he wanted to get it back. He looked at his opponents, and then swung his weapon several times so quickly that this movement was not even noticeable, and watching how some of his enemies disappeared, turning into explosions, he thought that what he wanted to get back was freedom. He couldn't help but smile in delight at what was happening, and thought that the game had turned him into this creature, destroying his world a long time ago, taking advantage of the fact that he was simply standing there without looking back. Several more creatures tried to attack him from behind, but he didn't lose his head and simply threw a few cards towards it, while mentally noting that this only opened his eyes to new possibilities. Because of the action of his cards, the monsters were injured, and Christina thought about the countless worlds that the game had absorbed. Watching this one being destroyed, he came to the conclusion that he wanted to see more and wanted to escape the game in order to see the real universe, and even more. Yal Choi was in another space at the time, looking at the device in front of him, and Kryna thought that this was why he decided to fight the game, and for this reason it had imprisoned him. The protagonist stood there for a while doing nothing, just staring thoughtfully straight ahead, and eventually Jack admitted that it was interesting, noting that Kryna had entrusted him with the secret of the end of the game. Yal Choi said that this was his goal, not revenge at all, and smiled, noticing that Cha had chosen the path of the winner. Kryna, who had information about every player, and the City Eater had protect the city until the protagonist himself figured out the game, which had no information about him. He looked at the sword fragment that had turned into a key and applied it to the right place, and Jack said that when it came to fighting unknown or extremely strong enemies, there was no one who could do it better than Yal Choi. Closing his eyes, the protagonist grinned and said that Jack was flattering him, and at that time a panel appeared in the air in front of them, and Yal Choi suggested that they now live up to expectations. Coming closer to the panel, he rested his hands on it, and pushed, and a gap appeared between the two plates that appeared, and the protagonist grinned, looking at it. However, the next moment he frowned, screaming, as a powerful stream of bright light crashed into him, forcing him to step back a little. He wondered to himself, what is this? Yal Choi assumed it was water, but shuddered, realizing what exactly it was, and suddenly laughed, covering his eyes. Jack asked if it was true that he hadn't expected it. The protagonist admitted that he hadn't expected it, and wanted to say what it was, but he couldn't because he was laughing so hard. Jack watched him in confusion, and Yal Choi suddenly started crying, clenching his jaw, realizing that it was emotion and there was so much of it that he couldn't hold it in anymore. Even Jack was surprised to see that he was crying himself, and the protagonist angry frowned and realized what it was. Noting that the game was hunting for emotions, it was now so emotionally strong that it had acquired physical strength, and Yel Choi realized that by devouring emotion the game continued to exist. The panel he pushed to enter here turned out to be a door to another space, and suddenly through a small hole that appeared a creature resembling a huge whale crawled into the place where Yelcho now was, and because it was larger than the resulting passage it widened the rift, causing the doors to fly apart in different directions, and the edges of the space broke, becoming more pointed. The protagonist opened his eyes wider, looking at the creature that appeared in front of him, and realized that this was the game itself. The monster opened its eyes, which were additionally located on this one's body, and looked at Yel Choi, and he asked himself in surprise, was this really a game? It turned out that the game was a huge living creature resembling a whale, and suddenly he realized that he no longer felt anything. No anger, no good, not even signs that he was alive. The game was right in front of him, but he did not feel its presence, and simply floated in the emotional space looking at the whale that appeared in the distance. Suddenly he shuddered, coughing, and frowned, clenching his jaw, and then screamed, arching, and noticed that it was another emotion. Jack advised him to take control of his mind, explaining that this was the only way to control emotions. Yal Choi desperately thought that at his level this was impossible to do, and realized that he would go crazy if he continued to be so strongly affected by emotions. Gritting his teeth, he asked himself, how can he do this? After thinking about everything that was happening, Yel Choi understood what he needed to do, and the next moment a bright flash appeared in the place where he had just stood, and then several equally brightly shining beams appeared, which wrapped around the whale. As the light faded, the protagonist, whose body had become more like a spirit, smiled and declared that emotions were signals stimulated by the brain's work, and if the spirit was outside the body there would be no problems. His physical body transformed, taking the form of a berserker clutching a shining sword. However, Yel Choi suddenly looked at the game in surprise, and the berserker paused and asked, is there really something wrong? He noticed that he had clearly cut up the game, but it was still intact, and Yel Choi asked in shock, is that really the case? He remembered that he had the same feeling, and wondered what exactly this meant. Suddenly bright flashes appeared in some parts of the game's body, and from this attacks were directed towards the protagonist, and the berserker Yel Choi screamed, twitching, and frowned, clenching his jaw, and then asked, is this really a magical weapon? However, there was something else, and more magical flashes appeared directing attacks towards the berserker and Yel Choi. These attacks transformed into weapons that tried to deal damage, but the berserker and Yel Choi were able to break through it, at least dodging some of the weapons. Due to how many attacks were used, a bright flash of magical energy appeared in the area where they were, and the protagonist mentally exclaimed that there was no end to this. Gradually, the area affected by the attacks became larger, spreading far to the sides, but suddenly a flash of light appeared in the air that was different from the surrounding area, and the whale raised its head, noticing that Yel Choi and the berserker, surrounded by their own magical aura as well as the magic circles they created, were heading towards the game using their own weapons to deal an attack. Several cuts appeared in the air, but the game was still intact, and Yel Choi guessed that the magic that attacked the spiritual state was also powerless. Berserker did not even feel the energy of the game, and the protagonist noted with regret that Kron's power did not help either. He looked at the sword hovering in the air but flinched, distracted, and since he noticed that the game was approaching, he ordered the berserker to follow him. Berserker announced, promising that he would do so, and the two of them headed to the side, and in the next moment a huge number of weapons created by the game flew towards them, trying to attack, creating a magic circle in order to somehow protect himself. Yal Choi told himself to think more simply, because if both the physical and spiritual bodies were not susceptible and he could not sense energy, magic, or anything else, then there was only one option: this body, although it was visible, but in fact it did not exist in the current dimension. And briefly distracted from his thoughts, the protagonist looked at the berserker floating in the air, fighting off the weapons aimed at them together with cross and sword. After analyzing the information he understood, Yel Choi assumed that in this case he would have to somehow get to the dimension where The game is or return the game to this dimension. The game had already approached them, and the protagonist looked at it, and the sword suddenly became covered in ripples, and the base of the number 8 ship also began to flicker, and because of this the earth shook, and distracted from the battle Hago asked, "Is this really an earthquake?" Kron was also distracted from the battle, squinting his eyes, and noticed that the cheat reacted to something, noting that something like this had never happened before. Yell Choi and the Berserker meanwhile ran to attack, and the sword flew in front of them, and with their combined efforts they were able to create a pretty powerful attack. However, when the sword tried to do it, nothing happened. The protagonist noticed that he had already used all the skills that existed in the game. However, none of these skills helped, and suddenly the Berserker warned him, telling him to be careful as the game had another attack prepared for them. Bright flashes appeared on its body, and the sword began to flicker even more strongly, and Yell Choi frowned in confusion noticing this, and the next moment the attack that flew to the place where they were standing exploded. The protagonist used a shield in order to not take damage from this explosion, and he shouted that he had a plan, ordering the Berserker to get ready. He warned Yell Choi not to take too long, as he knew that they would not last long, and he, continuing to hold the shield around them, waited for the moment when the game would prepare to attack them again. Soon a beam of magical energy flew to the side, and the Berserker and the sword dodged to the side to avoid colliding with it. Yell Choi mentally exclaimed that everything was happening as he thought. Because body can interact with body during the glow, he only had to understand what this meant, and while he was thinking, the sword managed to pierce the attack beam directed to the side, and the protagonist even opened his mouth in amazement, and then noticed that the space that was previously empty suddenly changed and various planets appeared around him. However, the vision disappeared as quickly as it appeared, and Yell Choi began to look around in bewilderment, asking himself what was that just now. He didn't understand what he had just seen, but he was forced to look away as another attack exploded, causing the Berserker and the sword to jump aside. There was another flash on the game's body, but this time it wasn't an attack but rather damage, and as the light dissipated, Yell Choi noticed that a rift had appeared in the game's body. He asked himself with displeasure, had a small part of the game changed? He assumed that it had crossed over into their dimension, and decided that it was time to use cheats. He used the sword and the Berserker, who shouted that if the game could be destroyed now, there was no time to waste. They headed towards the game, approaching the body of this and starting to strike at various places. Yell Choi watched from the side and realized that cheats alone would not be enough to defeat the game, but there was no other way, and he noted that he would have to use his most powerful magic attack on the exposed part of the body. Suddenly he shoot in surprise again, noticing the changed space around him, and realized that this was another strange vision. He noticed that this occurred every time the cheat interacted with the game, but due to the collision with the game, the shell enveloping the sword gradually cracked and fell off. Looking at these fragments, Yell Choi asked himself, what if he used cheats to throw the game out of the dead worlds that were eaten long ago? After a while, the entire shell that had previously covered the sword had fallen off, and the protagonist quietly said that he knew it would be too little. Even though the game's body had changed in some parts, it was still not enough, and opening its mouth wide, the monster concentrated magical energy in the depths of it in order to launch a new attack. A powerful beam flew forward, spreading waves of magical energy, and Yell Choi and the Berserker deviated from it, and heading in the right direction. The protagonist told the Berserker to follow him, and he asked if he had a plan. They both headed towards a rift that appeared in the distance, and when they jumped out of it, they found themselves in another space, and the NPCs who were there turned their attention to them. The next moment, the game that had swallowed the characters jumped out of the rift that had appeared and yelled Chai, and the Berserker continued to move forward, and the game pursuing them swallowed the doors that appeared along the way. The protagonist rushed towards the swallowed worlds that were visible in the distance, and asked himself why the movement had only begun now. If this world swallowed by the game was drawing power from cheats, he told himself that the answer was simple, and looking at the swallowed worlds, he assumed that it was waiting for something. Continuing to think, he realized that it was waiting for someone to reveal the true form of the game. The swallowed worlds, beginning to exude a magical aura, gathered even more tightly, and the game headed towards this one end. And Yel Choi thought that these worlds were waiting for an opportunity to sink their teeth straight into the throat of the game. Thin beams of magical energy flew from the worlds towards the game, and he calmly watched this, and the game opened its mouth wider, taking on all these attacks. When the beams of magical energy pierced the body of this one, part of the game changed, and the berserker suddenly froze in shock, noticing something, and the protagonist confirmed this, noting that this was the true appearance of the game. Such amazement was due to the fact that under the influence of the attack of the worlds, the entire outer shell that was on the game before disappeared, and the true appearance of this one appeared before them. Noticing fragments of magic in the air, Yel Choi asked, "Are these really cheats?" Suddenly he returned to his body again, and a surprised Jack appeared next to him. The protagonist did not expect something like this to happen, and then he suddenly looked at his palms and was amazed at the power he felt. The magic fragments in the air were directed towards his body, and Jack returned from the state of spirit to his previous body, noting that this power was simply enormous. Yel Choi agreed with this, noting that this power was much greater than what they were able to achieve with the help of Bearza. At this time the game continued to move forward, rushing towards the worlds that had been absorbed earlier, and the protagonist and Jack summoned more weapons to themselves, preparing to enter the battle. Frowning in concentration, Yel Choi ordered Jack not to let down his guard, because it was wonderful that they had increased their level, but they needed to remember that their opponents were much stronger than them. Jack remembered this, and so he was ready to swing his sword, and as soon as he finished saying this, he rushed forward, preparing his weapon to attack. The game sent a large number of different weapons towards them, and while avoiding collision with it, Jack managed to get closer to the game and struck it. However, his swords bounced off the surface of the game's body, and the blades trembled from how powerful this strike was. In addition, Jack flew back to the side screaming, and Yel Choi thought, if the game feeds on emotions, then this one's own emotions can give the game unlimited power. While Jack was forced to retreat, he himself flew forward and then swung his sword, creating a sharpened weapon attached to a long, thin fishing line, and by controlling this weapon he made it so that the thin part of this one wrapped around the game's body, and the sharp part pierced the front of this one's head. Screaming, Yel Choi raised his hands up, frowned, and prepared to dash. Mentally exclaiming that they must rid the game of these emotions. Using his power, he finally tore the game out of the space in which it continued to be partially located and threw it into a dense wall created from the worlds that had been summoned here earlier. The game was unable to resist, and while it had not yet come to its senses, Yel Choi, calling Jack to himself, ordered him to push, explaining that they must throw the game as far away from here as possible. At this time, Krina pierced the heart of one of the opponents with his sword and grinned enthusiastically, fighting several opponents at once. Suddenly he was distracted from the battle, shuddering, and looked at the game that had appeared from behind the clouds, having been pushed to this place by Yel Choi and Jack. They were strengthening their movement with their weapons, which also added strength to them, but suddenly the game twitched, and opening its mouth wide it screamed. When the first roar of the game was heard, all living things bowed to it, and the people who were on the chips knelt down with their heads bowed, and this happened everywhere except for City Number 8, which was protected by cheats. Jack and the protagonists, who were closer to the game, only slightly flinched, and Christina frowned, watching what was happening. The game closed its mouth, resting, and then screamed again, and when the second roar thundered, all living things went crazy. The people who belonged to the other chips stood up, looking madly in front of them, and their madness was directed towards City Number 8. Taking out their weapons, they aimed at Zhang Guan and some of his comrades, and he lowered his head, frowning as he noticed that even his allies were now fighting them. It was unfortunate, as he knew they couldn't stop here, and he ripped the hilt of his weapon tighter, deciding that if he had this burden he would bear it with pride. He struck, defeating several opponents, and without stopping he walked forward to reach the place he needed. The game suddenly shuddered in confusion, and Yel Choi, looking at the system window reduced to the size of a phone, asked if it was true that it didn't think that he was preparing to deal with it. He announced that he was preparing to receive all of the game's power, and looked at the screen where the data was being analyzed. He explained that this power was required to restore the land to its former appearance, and the game marched, looking at the sword sticking out of the body of it with a cheat that could interact with the game. The protagonist was able to analyze the data directly related to it, and based on that, He created a malicious code that had been evolving on this land for 300 years. He smirked as he looked at one system. And although he could only control enemy units now, he knew that as his strength grew he would be able to block other players. But suddenly the game appeared right in front of him and Jack, and they tried to use their weapons to stop it, but the game continued to move forward and magical energy was concentrated next to it, and noticing this, Yell Choi froze, opening his eyes, and shocked the next moment, opening his mouth. The game sent a powerful stream of magical energy forward, but despite the power of this, the protagonist was unharmed, and he himself was surprised by this, and then he shouted out in amazement the names of Hago and John Gon, who appeared in front of him and Jack, using their weapons to split the game's attack and protect them from the effect of it. Hago announced that they needed to get out of here immediately, and Yell Choi agreed with this, promising that he would do something right now. Thanks to the emergency evacuation code, they were taken away from the game, and after looking at the map with excitement, the protagonist asked how she was feeling. She smiled, explaining that China had shared his power with them as well, and Yell Choi frowned in confusion, noting that it was impossible since China should not have any cheats left. However, turning around, he noticed a large number of magic fragments floating in the air, and China reminded him that it would not come to him when he lost, which was why he saved those cheats for his next move. However, he was also a player, and knowing that there would be no other opportunity like this, he decided to bet everything on it. As he said this, Kong Duck and Seo Yunak, who were nearby, were talking, and while Kong Dusk admitted that it was too heavy for him to fly, Seo Yunak looked at the gloves, noting that it was very large. Yell Choi sighed, grinning, and said that even now Krina was still a pain in the ass. The game meanwhile prepared to attack again, and Hago ordered that the protagonist better focus on draining the game's power. John Gunn agreed that they would cover his hair for now, and Jack, joining them, decided to see what his students had learned. Yell Choi was silent for a while, looking at them, and then sincerely thanked them, calling the system windows next to him, and announced that in that case he would leave it to them. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video. Like it, subscribe to the channel, and see you soon.